Chapter 1. The Essence of Heaven and Earth, the Portal of the I Ching, the progenitors of all hexagrams. The interplay of Kan and Li, the regulation of the wheel and axis. The four trigrams of Yin and Yang serve as the bellows. In the primordial cosmos, on Qingcheng Mountain by the tranquil lake, adorned with a fishtail crown and draped in an 8 trigrams robe, the venerable Taiqing Dao Tianzuan, with a radiant spirit and a benevolent countenance, sat by the lakeside, cradling a bamboo scroll, his voice resonant and clear as he softly recited the scriptures. Not far away, a robust azure bull lay sprawled on the ground, its eyes closed in a peaceful slumber. As the melodious voice of Taiqing echoed, rhythmic verses unfolded, enveloping the world in a mist of ethereal energy, manifesting the Taoist resonance. At times, divine dragons soared and phoenixes danced. Spiritual mists filled the skies, illustrating profound truths of the universe. Yet, unnoticed by all, at the bottom of the serene lake, a magnificent, vividly colored primordial koi swam gracefully, drawing closer, its ears perked to listen. Isn't this the content of the Zhoudong of the I Ching? Who is the one reciting the scriptures? As the Tao sounds resonated in its ears, a sense of curiosity arose within. The primordial koi, or rather, Li, he was a traveler from another world. Having arrived here nearly 3 years ago, in his past life, he was enamored with novels, having read countless miscellaneous writings and web literature. From the outset of this text, he recognized its source and could even recall subsequent passages, covered in the duality of yin and yang, adept at the art of governance, adhering to principles and measures, guiding the reins and following the tracks. He silently recited in his heart. Then, the rhythmic Tao sounds continued to resonate, precisely matching his thoughts, word for word. Who exactly is he? Lilis confusion dapanat. He incessantly repeated the subsequent verses of the Zhoudong in his mind, his consciousness becoming vacant, gradually synchronizing with the cadence of the reciter on the shore. Heaven and earth establish positions, and the I Ching operates within. Heaven and earth are the manifestations of the duality of yin and yang. Positions are the alignments of yin and yang. The flowing Tao sounds passed through his ears. Unbeknownst to him, he entered a state of meditation. In this moment of tranquility, his scales seemed to breathe, drawing in the spiritual essence from the water, converging towards him, absorbing it into his being, nourishing his spirit and body. What a fortunate being. The Taiqing Dao Tianzuan, reciting on the shore, seemed to sense something, paused momentarily, chuckled softly, yet did not interrupt him. In his eyes, all beings and phenomena in the world embodied the Tao, naturally unfolding. All was predestined. 2 uses without hexagram positions, circulating among the 6 voids, coming and going without certainty. The upper and lower realms are also impermanent, hidden and elusive, transforming within. The rhythmic Tao sounds continued to emanate from his lips. At that moment, a flash of azure light suddenly streaked across the heavens, landing gracefully and transforming into a young Taoist, tall and serene of countenance, clad in a green Taoist robe, a wooden hairpin securing his hair, exuding an air of tranquility and maturity. Xuandu, the foremost disciple of the human teaching, the eldest disciple under the Taiqing Dao Tianzuan. Master, he approached, about to speak, but Taiqing turned, gesturing for silence, his consciousness creating a barrier around this realm. Witnessing this scene, Xuandu felt astonished. Yet, sensing the surroundings, a hint of realization crossed his face, inwardly acknowledging the koi's good fortune. Xuandu. Then, he heard his master Taiqing inquire, "What are your thoughts on your exploration of Qingcheng Mountain?" Responding to the question, Xuandu collected his thoughts and respectfully replied, reporting to Master, "Qingcheng Mountain is of slight fortune and lacks the capacity to serve as a sacred ground for a sage." Upon hearing this, Taiqing sighed deeply, saying, "Since our descent from Kunlun Mountain, through numerous epochs, traversing the primordial cosmos, we have encountered countless blessed realms and famed mountains, not a million, but certainly hundreds. Yet those renowned mountains, either possess weak energy or thin fortune. Very well, very well. I too am weary, disinclined to search further. Let this Qingcheng Mountain suffice as our sacred ground from now on. Regarding his master's choice, Xuandu dared not object, merely bowing in agreement, stating that all was at his master's discretion. Seeing this, Taiqing sighed once more in his heart. His eldest disciple was commendable in many aspects, yet in certain matters he displayed excessive deference, lacking a touch of natural spirit. Not at all resembling a disciple of the human teaching, he appeared more akin to a disciple of the second brother, Yuqing's Chan teachings. Sensing his master's dissatisfaction, Xuandu felt a pang of bitterness within, wishing to voice his thoughts but hesitating. In the epochs prior, Goddess Nwa bestowed humanity with sanctity. On Qingcheng Mountain, his master and uncles also successively attained enlightenment. Yet later, the second uncle Yuqing Yuanshi and the third uncle Shangqing Tongtian found themselves at odds. In a fit of rage, the third uncle distanced himself from Qingcheng. His master, unable to bear it, took him down from Qingcheng Mountain to seek a new sacred ground. Yet in these myriad epochs, he had dutifully followed his master's orders, wholeheartedly seeking blessed realms and cave heavens to serve as sacred grounds for sages, never once slacking. Even so, his master remained unsatisfied. At that moment, Xuandu felt deeply aggrieved, unsure how to articulate his feelings. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble erupted. Within the tranquil lake, spiritual energy surged, the clear waters swirling as if drawn by an unseen force, forming a colossal vortex. A torrent of spiritual energy, like dragons or serpents, rolled in from the cosmos, cascading into the vortex. Ha ha! I can finally take form. A boisterous laughter erupted from the lake's depths. Boom! Boom! The expansive surface of the tranquil lake erupted with multiple water spouts, akin to whirlwinds, soaring skyward. Carrying countless streams of water, they shot up into the heavens. Upon reaching a certain height, they scattered downwards, instantly transforming into a torrential downpour. In this deluge, a brilliantly colored, massive primordial koi leaped from the water, soaring upwards amidst the falling rain. In the heavens, calamitous clouds gathered, thunder roaring. As the koi leaped from the water, 9 streaks of primordial lightning coiled, poised to strike down. Boom! The golden scales shimmered, emitting a faint protective aura, effortlessly shielding against the 9 bolts of primordial lightning. Not bad. This koi indeed possesses some potential, Taiqing remarked with a sense of wonder. To effortlessly withstand the onslaught of a heavenly tribulation was commendable, deserving of praise among all beings. As the first heavenly tribulation concluded, the thunder showed no signs of abating. Neither Taiqing nor Xuandu felt any discontent. Since the Tao ancestor Hongjun became the teacher of heaven and earth, imparting the immortal way, all beings that take form must endure the trial of heavenly tribulations. The greater the tribulation, the higher the cultivation attained post-transformation. For instance, the Xianxian realm requires overcoming 3 9-fold tribulations, the Jingxian realm 4 9-fold, and the Taiqingxian realm 6 9-fold. As for the Luo Jingxian realm, it necessitates surviving 9 9-fold tribulations. Gazing at the heavens where the second wave of thunderclouds formed, the third wave gathered, and the fourth was brewing. Xuandu sighed for 9-fold tribulations. To emerge into the world already at the Jingxian realm is truly enviable. He hailed from the human race. Though he bore the title of Primordial, at that time his cultivation was merely that of a minor celestial being. Achieving the Jingxian realm came only after many epochs. Now, this koi, upon its emergence, could already possess the cultivation of the Jingxian realm, which was indeed a cause for envy. Rumbling, the primordial lightning cascaded down. In the tranquil lake, white waves surged, the overwhelming force echoing throughout the surroundings, causing countless birds and beasts to flee in panic. An oppressive pressure swept across the land. The colossal primordial koi, akin to an ancient mountain, spanned the heavens, its red scales glimmering under the sun, revealing intricate patterns that dazzled the eye. The thunder rolled on, relentless. Yet, he remained unyielding. Soon, the second phase of the heavenly tribulation passed swiftly. In quick succession, the third and fourth phases of the tribulation followed, like a tempestuous storm, crashing down, illuminating the sky with flashes of lightning. In an instant, he was engulfed. Moments later, the lightning tribulation subsided, the dark clouds gradually dispersing. Golden sunlight pierced through the clouds, cascading down like pillars of light from the ninth heaven, illuminating the place. And the primordial koi had vanished without trace. In its stead, only a young man in red remained, seated cross-legged in the void. His red attire resembled the twilight glow, black hair cascading like a waterfall, framing a stunningly handsome face that captivated all. His brows arched like crescent moons, and his eyes sparkled like the stars of a vast galaxy. With an air of unrestrained elegance and an ineffable charm, he exuded an aura of nonchalance that was beyond description. Has the transformation been successful? I feel an overwhelming surge of power coursing through my entire being. Sensing the metamorphosis of his body and the tumultuous strength within, Lili sat cross-legged in the void, casting a glance at his own palm, and clenched it slightly. In an instant, a formidable pressure erupted from his palm, akin to an invisible tide sweeping in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Countless ancient trees, colossal stones, and towering mountains nearby were instantaneously reduced to powder. Even the void itself crackled under the immense force. Is this the realm of the Golden Immortal? With just a gentle grip, I wield such power. If I were to unleash my full strength, could I not obliterate heaven and earth? Gazing at his own destructive potential, Lili was taken aback. In both his past and present lives, he was experiencing such great power for the first time. Little koi, do not play around. This place shall be my sanctum from now on. Suddenly, a jovial voice resonated, and instantly, the area that Lili had ravaged was restored, returning to its former state. Upon witnessing this scene, Lili's heart jolted in astonishment. What manner of power is this? It can actually reverse all that has transpired. Turning his head towards the source of the voice, he beheld an elderly man and a youth standing at the riverbank, gazing at him. Recalling the earlier chant of scriptures, Lili swiftly approached the elder, bowing respectfully. Junior, Lili expresses his gratitude for your guidance, esteemed elder. Although he did not know the identity of the individual, had it not been for the recitation of the scriptures, he would have remained oblivious to when he might take form and emerge into the world. Do not mention it. It is merely a matter of fate. Taiqing chuckled lightly. Yet, you little koi, possess quite the fortuitous destiny, do you not? This is impossible. As he spoke, a golden glimmer flitted across the eyes of Taiqing Daoed Tianzuan as he casually scrutinized Lili's fortune. But with just a single glance, the smile on his aged visage froze, and a look of astonishment emerged in his eyes, as if he had witnessed something utterly inconceivable. Seeing this, Xiandu was filled with perplexity. His master was not a being lacking in discernment. Amongst the vast cosmos, there were few occurrences capable of astonishing him. What has the master seen? Xiandu, curious, also invoked his own techniques, his gaze sweeping through the golden light to examine the fortune. Not far away, a column of fortune surged skyward, resembling the towering Qingcheng Mountain, magnificent and resplendent, radiant to the point of being blinding. It was impossible to gaze directly at. This was the saintly fortune of his master, Taiqing. Beside it, however, there was another column of fortune, taller, larger, thicker, and more dazzling than that of his saintly master. It was nearly beyond description. In comparison, his saintly master standing beside it appeared like a firefly against the bright moon, a candlelight against the multitude of stars, a brook against the ocean, a mayfly against the vast sea. Is he not a golden immortal? How can his fortune surpass even that of the heavenly Tao saint? Xiandu was struck dumb, as if struck by lightning. In all his countless epochs, he had never encountered a being with such an overwhelming fortune. Then, he witnessed his master swallow hard, gazing at the koi fish with eyes aglow, his voice trembling. Young friend, would you consider taking me as your master? Currently, there is but one disciple beneath my wing. If you're unwilling to be my junior disciple, I can take the liberty of designating you as my senior brother. Xiandu interjected. Can the hierarchy be so casually altered? Upon hearing these words, Lili was momentarily taken aback. To become a disciple. How has it come to this? Although he acknowledged that he had indeed benefited from the elder's guidance, if given a choice, traversing the vast wilderness, it would be preferable to enter the teachings of a sage and secure a formidable patron. For instance, take the primordial heavenly sovereign of the Chan sect, renowned for being protective of his disciples. He would not hesitate to intervene personally for the sake of his students. Similarly, there were Jin and Juni, who, despite their somewhat barren western domain, ensured the safety and stability of their disciples during both the Fengshan calamity and the forthcoming journey to the West Tribulation. Then, there was Nuwa, the revered mother of humanity, whose exalted status would guarantee that should one become her disciple, their standing among humanity would at least rival that of the Yellow Emperor. As for the teachings of Laozi and the of Tongtian, Laozi's acceptance of disciples was always predicated on fate. Lili felt that even if he sought to become a disciple, he might not be deemed worthy. And as for the of Tongtian, it was better left unmentioned. Of course, these were mere hypotheticals, contingent upon the ability to choose. Yet now, without the assistance of this elder before him, it was uncertain whether he would even be able to take form. Perhaps this elder, while lacking the strength of the heavenly Tao sages, had nonetheless provided him with true guidance, even if they did not share the formal bond of master and disciple. Whether as a person or a fish, one must never forget the kindness received. With that thought, Lili took a deep breath and smiled, since the esteemed elder does not disdain my ignorance and wishes to take me as a disciple. I have no reason to refuse that I ask for the notion of senior brother. One must not disrupt the hierarchical order of the sect for my sake. Excellent, truly excellent. Taiqing chuckled. You little fish not only possess remarkable potential and boundless fortune, but I am pleasantly surprised by your calm disposition, your spirited yet measured approach, and your understanding of propriety and restraint. As he gazed at the poised and radiantly Li, Taiqing's satisfaction grew. Meanwhile, Xiandu, relieved that he had declined the title of senior brother, looked at Li with newfound gratitude. This junior disciple was indeed a fine individual, easy to get along with, good disciple, Taiqing continued. Now that you have chosen to take me as your master, you must not yet know my title. I am Taiqing Dao Tianzin, originally cultivating on Qingcheng Mountain, but having left for some trivial matters. I will now be practicing here on Qingcheng Mountain. You also have two uncles. Your second uncle, the primordial heavenly sovereign of the Chan sect, still cultivates on Qingcheng Mountain. Your junior uncle, the leader of the, cultivates on the Golden Turtle Island in the Eastern Sea. Destiny will always find its way, while that which is not destined cannot be forced. Upon hearing Taiqing speak of his identity, Lili gained a fresh understanding of these words. Initially, he had assumed this elder was merely an ordinary formidable being of the wilderness. Even if strong, he believed the difference between him and the heavenly Tao sages must be vast. Yet who would have thought that he was? In fact, the illustrious sage himself, had he recited the Tao Te Ching, stating the Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao, the name that can be named is not the eternal name, Lili would have been confident in guessing that he was Taiqing. But since he read from the Zhou, Yikan Tongqi, Lili was momentarily bewildered to encounter a sage so effortlessly. To become a disciple without any effort, such fortune, even in the entire wilderness, was indeed exceptional. Lili, unaware of his own immense luck, silently marveled. Good disciple, Taiqing said, today marks your first day as my disciple. I do not possess many valuable items, but I shall gift you this small token. With a smile, he produced a beautifully crafted, dark yellow, ancient-style Bagua copper bell, imbued with the essence of purity and nature. The Bagua copper bell, exclaimed Xiandu, his eyes lighting up at the sight. Master, you are being partial. This innate spiritual treasure, infused with the essence of purity and nature, can ward off evil, dispel calamities, enhance fortune, and avert disasters. That IT is perfectly suited for those at the golden immortal level. When I was at that stage, I asked you for it numerous times, yet you wouldn't part with it. Now, for this junior disciple who has just begun, you bestow this innate bell upon him. Your favoritism is glaringly obvious. Go away, go away. Taiqing mockingly scolded. What fortune do you possess compared to his? You cannot even begin to compare. Xiandu chuckled sheepishly. Choosing to remain silent, in comparison to his junior disciple, he indeed felt his own fortune was lacking. However, he was not envious of Li Li. Rather, he was concerned that Li Li might not fully understand the significance of the innate Bagua copper bell, and thus took it upon himself to explain its virtues. Thank you, Master. Li Li beamed as he accepted the bell. This was indeed a tremendous gain. Not only had he the fortune to become a disciple of a heavenly Tao sage, but he also received an innate spiritual treasure as a token gift. It is known that innate spiritual treasures are rare and precious in the wilderness, each one in high demand. Born late, he had only the inferior innate demon god lineage, with not even a companion treasure to his name. Receiving the Bagua copper bell aptly compensated for this deficiency. Junior disciple, Xiandu said, since Master has gifted you a small token. As your senior brother, I cannot be stingy either. This 9-petal blue lotus, born from the 12-petal creation lotus, enhances perception and wards off all evils. I shall present this to you as well. After Taiqing had presented his gift, Xiandu, smiling brightly, produced a 9-petal blue lotus flower, which gracefully floated towards Li Li. Although compared to the innate treasure bestowed by Taiqing, the 9-petal blue lotus was merely a postnatal treasure. It was nonetheless born from the 12-petal creation lotus and could greatly enhance one's understanding, making it a top-tier postnatal treasure in its own right. Thank you, senior brother, Li Li exclaimed, elated to receive such splendid gifts from both his master and senior brother just as he entered the fold. His heart brimmed with joy. All right, Taiqing chuckled. From now on, I shall take Qingcheng Mountain as my place of cultivation. Li, he continued, you have just taken form, and your cultivation realm is still unstable. Do not engage in idle chatter. Focus on solidifying your foundation. Li nodded in understanding. Then, Taiqing turned to Xiandu and instructed, since we're to establish this as our place of cultivation, we cannot do without a Tao palace. Let us prepare accordingly. Xiandu bowed respectfully. I will follow your command. Soon after, Taiqing led Xuandu towards the mountain peaks, preparing to refine a suitable Tao palace here. Meanwhile, Li Li remained in place, sitting cross-legged on the verdant grass. Focusing his mind and spirit to consolidate his cultivation, Tao practice, and spiritual essence in the blink of an eye, decades slipped by. When Li Li awakened from his meditation, he meticulously examined himself and discovered that his cultivation realm, spiritual essence, and physical form had all been solidified. He then took out the innate 8 trigrams copper bell and the acquired 9-petal Qinglian, beginning to slowly refine the spiritual treasures. The distinction between innate and acquired spiritual treasures primarily lies in the former being nurtured by the heavenly Tao, containing the indestructible innate spiritual light, which aids in enlightenment and can bear the 3 corpses. Acquired spiritual treasures are mostly forged by living beings or derived from certain spiritual plants. Furthermore, innate spiritual treasures are categorized into specific ranks based on the number of innate prohibitions they contain. Generally speaking, inferior innate treasures possess 21 innate prohibitions. Middle-grade innate treasures have 28. Superior innate treasures contain 35. Exceptional innate treasures have 42. And supreme innate treasures hold 49. The ultimate chaos supreme treasure signifies the perfection of the great Tao, featuring a total of 50 innate prohibitions. The 8 trigrams copper bell possesses 35 innate prohibitions, thus categorizing it as a superior innate treasure. However, due to Li Li's limited realm, he could only refine 21 innate prohibitions at most. The rest would have to wait until he broke through his cultivation. As for the 9-petal Qinglian, it belongs to the exceptional category of acquired spiritual treasures, although it also contains multiple acquired prohibitions. Refining it was not difficult for Li Li given his current realm point 300 years later. Li Li successfully refined the 21 innate prohibitions within the 8 trigrams copper bell and completely refined the 9-petal Qinglian. Rising to his feet, he summoned the 9-petal Qinglian and placed it within his sea of consciousness, shielding his spirit and concealing his origins and fortune. Unless a powerful being intervened, no living entity could easily discern my origins now. Li mused contentedly. Following this, he tidied himself up a bit and set forth towards the summit of Qingcheng Mountain. It was time to seek his master and request the cultivation methods for the golden immortal realm. He was merely of inferior innate lineage, and the legacy techniques within his memory were sufficient only for reaching the golden immortal realm, that if he wished to continue his cultivation, the best course of action was, of course, to directly approach the Taiqing Dao, Tianzuan, and transition to the supreme Taiqing marvelous methods. With strides like a dragon, Li ascended the mountain. In no time, he arrived at the summit, where he beheld a magnificent, imposing, and elegantly designed Dao palace standing not far away. Above the palace hung a golden plaque inscribed with the words, 8 Scenic Palace. Surrounding the palace, the Dao rhythms entwined. With myriad auspicious colors, radiant rays, and breathtaking vistas of bamboo seas, vast oceans, azure mists, and cloud-like deep abysses, the scenery was grand and splendid. Truly beautiful, exclaimed the unrefined Li, gazing at the enchanting view, desperately searching for suitable poetry, but could only exclaim how lovely it was. Just as Li was admiring the scenery, the closed doors of the 8 Scenic Palace swung open from within, and Xuandu, clad in azure robes and holding a lantern, stepped out. Little junior brother? Why haven't you gone in yet? Master has been waiting for you for quite a while, he said with a cheerful smile. What? Master's waiting for me. Li turned around and hurriedly replied, I shall go in at once. Enjoying the scenery was a fleeting moment, but seeking the Tao was a lifelong pursuit. With that, he could no longer afford to linger and promptly made his way into the 8 Scenic Palace. One impatient one, Xuandu teased, before following Master S instructions to hang the lantern at the eaves of the palace. Master, disciple has arrived. Upon entering the palace, Li saw Taiqing standing alone in front of an ancient, bluish-green alchemical furnace from which fierce flames blazed. Strangely, however, the surrounding temperature felt entirely mild. Disciple, what do you understand by alchemy? Taiqing asked without turning his head as he sensed Li's arrival. Alchemy. Li was taken aback. What did he know about this? Yet after a moment's contemplation, he realized that his master likely intended to impart techniques. So he tentatively responded, Alchemy, in essence, involves gathering the essence of heaven and earth, absorbing the mysteries of the sun and moon, and supplementing it with other materials to nourish one's self. Ha! Taiqing laughed heartily, turned to face him. Narrow and simplistic. Your understanding is limited to external alchemy. Ali felt a spark of curiosity and inquired, is there really a distinction between internal and external alchemy? Taiqing nodded, explaining, in the primordial realm, there exists both heaven and earth, and all things embody yin and yang. Thus, the Tao of alchemy indeed has its internal and external dimensions. What you just mentioned is merely external alchemy. Internal alchemy involves the body as a furnace, utilizing the essence and energy within as medicine, and refining the spirit to unify essence, energy, and spirit, producing the true seed and achieving the golden elixir Tao. Upon hearing this, Li's heart enlightened that wasn't this precisely what was referred to as alchemy in later generations. Disciple understands now, Li said with a smile that, oh, Taiqing furrowed his brow in surprise. You claim to comprehend already. Having only heard the beginning, then tell me, what do you understand? He had initially intended to teach Li his recently developed method of the golden elixir Tao, but to his astonishment, Li claimed to grasp it after merely the introduction. Wasn't this just absurd, pretending to understand without true comprehension? Recalling his past life, Li softly recited the verses he remembered about alchemy. True intent gives rise to true knowledge, and spiritual knowledge naturally follows. 3 families merge into one, and instantly, body and mind settle. The empty chamber radiates light, and within tranquility, the sun returns. Gather diligently and train hard, transforming into purple gold frost. Upon hearing these lines, Taiqing was shaken, murmuring, true intent gives rise to true knowledge. Spiritual knowledge indeed follows the marvelous, truly exquisite. In just a few lines, the essence of the Tao of alchemy was captured. As he spoke, he gazed intently at Li, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. He had genuinely understood. But how could this be? He had only provided an introduction. Impossible. This cannot be. Taiqing mused internally, struggling to believe I in this world. How could any being comprehend an entire Tao merely from the introduction? Then tell me, what is the key to the Golden Elixir Tao? Taiqing continued to inquire. The key, Lily replied calmly, in my humble opinion, the Golden Elixir Tao revolves around three essential elements. First, the cauldron. Second, the medicinal ingredients. And third, the timing of the fire. The cauldron possesses yin and yang. The medicinal ingredients have internal and external qualities, and timing is also of the essence. These three aspects are the true secrets of the Golden Elixir. A thunderous shock reverberated through the air. Taiqing stood frozen, utterly astounded. His disciple not only possessed a calm disposition and immense fortune, but also an astonishing level of comprehension that defied nature. Taiqing let out a breath, suppressing his astonishment, his face adorned with a broad smile as he nodded. Indeed, indeed. You speak rightly, my disciple. He continued, I had thought that in this world, despite the multitude of beings, none could comprehend the Golden Elixir Tao. Even if it were to spread, it would take countless epochs. Yet unexpectedly, my excellent disciple possesses such insight. With you here, the Golden Elixir Tao could emerge countless epochs ahead of its time. Golden Elixir Tao? So it wasn't simply about alchemy, Lily pondered quietly. Who originally popularized the Golden Elixir Tao? El Dongbin. Zhongli Quan. Never mind, it slipped my mind. Lily shook his head, and then he saw his esteemed master. Taiqing suddenly raise a hand and point that in an instant. A golden radiance burst forth from his fingertip, rushing into Li's sea of consciousness, transforming into the character Dan. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that this character was intricately composed of countless innate divine scripts. When these divine scripts were arranged in sequence, they formed a series of foundational Tao scriptures and texts on the path of alchemy. Thank you, Master, for imparting this teaching. Realizing that his master was bestowing upon him the teachings of the Tao, Lily hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Good disciple, Taiqing smiled. I happen to have some time now. Why not let me explain the realm of the Golden Immortal to you, so that you may break through sooner? The disciple humbly obeys the master's command. Li was naturally eager for such an opportunity. Immediately thereafter, Taiqing seated himself in the void, his sage-like aura circulating, the essence of the Tao emanating and enveloping the entire Tao palace in a myriad of auspicious colors and radiant lights. Ethereal purple mist wafted through the air as dragon and phoenix apparitions danced together. As the profound sounds of the Tao flowed from his lips, boundless divine light radiated forth, flowers rained from the heavens, and golden lotuses erupted from the ground. Fragrances filled the air, and wondrous phenomena appeared. Seeing this, Lily quickly sat down, focusing his mind and spirit, undistracted. Within his sea of consciousness, the nine-petal azure lotus stirred, descending wisdom's mysterious light, enhancing his comprehension that he was instantly immersed in an endless ocean of the Daos. He delved deeper into the teachings. The magical power within him began to undergo a transformation, gradually aligning with the sublime methods of Taiqing. Furthermore, the path of the Golden Elixir emerged in his mind, as the pure power of Taiqing intertwined with heaven and earth, using his own meridians as conduits to absorb the innate pure energy from the void, transforming it into a vortex. The innate pure energy thickened and gradually coalesced, evolving into an inner elixir of pure energy, its essence flowing and radiating profound mystery, as if chaos itself were being born. Time flowed on, and a century passed. When the teachings concluded, the resonant sounds of the Tao lingered in the air, and Lily remained entranced within the realm of the Golden Elixir until several decades later. When he finally awakened, looking up at his master, he bowed and said, "Disciple thanks you. Master, from now on, I shall diligently cultivate, not betraying your grace." Taiqing nodded in satisfaction, smiling. Your aura is rounded, and your spirit is full. Not bad. Merely a century has passed, and you have embarked on the path of the Golden Elixir. Your cultivation has smoothly progressed into the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal realm, even among my third disciples. Like Duobao and Jinling, you stand far apart. Li chuckled. It is all thanks to your guidance. Master da ha. Taiqing laughed heartily. This little disciple of mine is indeed more perceptive than the eldest in the 8th scenery palace. There were many halls. You may go and find a palace you like to make your residence. Lily stepped out of the main hall, preparing to seek a palace to settle in. He encountered Xuandu coming toward him. Junior brother. Huh. Xuandu exclaimed, surprised by the change in Lily's aura. How long has it been? You have actually broken through to the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm? Lily humbly replied, just a stroke of luck. At the same time, he reflected inwardly. In this primordial world, time truly means little. Although several hundred years have passed, it seems but a moment in Xuandu's eyes. If this were my past life, it might have been a lifetime. TSK. Xuandu remarked, your talent is truly enviable. He sighed with a smile. The path of cultivation is one of steady progress, each step akin to climbing a mountain. Among all living beings, who does not find breaking through to be as arduous as ascending to the heavens? Yet for you, junior brother, cultivation is akin to breathing, and breaking through is as easy as drinking water. Indeed, the disparity between beings is immeasurable. Xuandu estimated in his heart, with your talent, it would not take hundreds of yuan hui for you to break through to the Taiqing golden immortal realm, would it? Suddenly, he thought of something and said with a smile, Junior brother, you wouldn't be planning to return to the Clear Lake, would you? In the 8th scenery palace, there are numerous halls, and since it's just us brothers here, why not find a palace you like and let us live together? We can chat and discuss the Tao during our leisure. In the past, while he was on Qingcheng Mountain, he had envied those disciples of the Chan and GSX, who often gathered in groups, discussing grand topics and enjoying life. Unlike him, who had only one disciple under the human teachings. Now, it was splendid. He finally had a junior brother. To be honest, Master just mentioned the same to me. Lily said with a smile. He also asked me to find a palace in the 8th scenery palace to reside in temporarily. Yes, that's so. Haha. Xuandu laughed heartily. Perfect. Come, let me take you to pick a magnificent palace. With that, he took Lily by the hand to seek a palace. Lily did not resist and followed Xuandu closely. Soon, they arrived before a palace that was ancient, elegant, and exquisitely beautiful. Xuandu stopped and turned back, asking, how about this one? Is it big enough? Do you like it? Lily smiled and nodded. In truth, for him, it mattered little which palace he resided in, as it was not a matter of selecting a place for cultivation. Moreover, given their abilities, if they found anything unsatisfactory, they could effortlessly modify it. Then this one it is. Seeing Lily had no objections, Xuandu cheerfully remarked, then pointed to a nearby palace, saying, I will reside there. You can come find me during your spare time. Lily nodded in agreement. Xuandu still needed to report back to Master Taiqing, so he did not linger long, giving a few instructions before departing. Lily raised his eyes to gaze at the plaque above the palace, which bore no inscription. He understood in his heart that the palace remained nameless due to its vacancy, and his senior brother could not be bothered to name it. Coincidentally, Lily was not one for naming things either. With a flourish of his sleeve, he inscribed the 3 golden characters Jinli Palace upon the blank plaque. Thus, this would become his temporary abode. 300 years later. Within Jinli Palace, Lily sat cross-legged in meditation, his eyes slowly opening, revealing a glimmer of tranquility. After 300 years of cultivation, I have finally comprehended the profound Tao that my master imparted. He rose and walked to the window, gazing at the mountain scenery, his mind at peace. The teachings of Master Taiqing encompassed the cosmos, embraced heaven and earth, and inhaled the sun and moon. A century of listening to the Tao. 3 centuries to fully integrate it. Not only had he absorbed the sublime methods of Taiqing into himself, but his understanding of the Golden Elixir path had also reached new heights. Additionally, he had gleaned 3 types of divine powers of the Golden Immortal Realm from Master Taiqing's discourse. The first, the Yin-Yang Hand Seal. This divine power was derived from the Taiqing Master's interpretation of the Yin-Yang Widgety DAO.it could mobilize innate spiritual energy, transforming Yin into Yang and vice versa. Harmonizing Yin and Yang, capable of annihilating heaven and earth with formidable might. The second, the Qingcheng escape technique. This is a pure evasion technique that Lily realized from the innate pure energy drawn from the Golden Elixir path. The third, the creation finger. This technique, as its name implies, can be used to create all things and enlighten sentient beings. Its power is reminiscent of the manipulating creation within the 36 heavenly gangs, yet fundamentally distinct. Moreover, the potential limits of these three techniques are exceedingly high. As Li's cultivation level ascends, the potency of these divine powers will similarly increase. Standing at the window, Li leaned on the railing, lost in contemplation, when he suddenly spotted a cluster of auspicious clouds of 5 colors in the distant sky, leisurely approaching Qingcheng Mountain. Following that, a resonant voice echoed, "Junior Baizhe, under the Emperor of Heaven's command, has come to invite Saint Taiqing to the heavenly wedding ceremony in a millennium." Upon hearing the sound, Li raised her brows lightly. The heavenly wedding? The nuptials of Emperor Jun? Master was currently refining pills and had just reached a critical juncture. Thus, it would be inappropriate to receive distant guests. She requested Baizhe, her fellow Taoist, to enter and converse within. The voice of Xuandu resonated. Then he turned to the Jinli Hall and transmitted his thoughts. "Junior brother, do join us." "Yes, senior brother," Li replied. Immediately, she summoned the power within her and invoked the Taoist method, transiting to the front of the great hall in the blink of an eye. Upon entering, she found not only her senior brother Xuandu, but also a tall, gentle-looking young man in white, exuding an air of refinement. "Junior brother," Xuandu introduced, "this is Baizhe, the messenger of the heavenly court." Li nodded slightly. Upon hearing Xuandu's introduction, Baizhe was taken aback. Had the supreme purity saint taken on a new disciple? What was her background? He gazed deeply at Li, utilizing his eye technique. He discerned a 9-grade green lotus overshadowing Li's crown, enveloped in purple mist, rendering her origins entirely inscrutable. "Greetings, Baizhe Taoist. I am Li. Honored to meet you," Li said with a smile. While Baizhe was scrutinizing her, she too was quietly observing Baizhe, the right-hand man of Emperor Jun, the foremost minister of the heavenly court. It was said that he was wise and full of cunning strategies. Even after the calamity of the Wu and Yao, when the heavenly court fell and both Emperor Jun and Taiqing perished, he managed to escape death, leading the remnants of the demon army to the depths of the 10,000 mountains, where they lay LWSO. He was a disciple of the saint. Baizhe's thoughts raced, yet he maintained a facade of calmness, saying, "No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity upon meeting you. Regrettably, I came in haste on this occasion and have brought no worthy gift. Consider this a token of our meeting, and I shall make amends next time." Indeed, Baizhe, renowned as the strategist of the heavenly court, spoke with reason and decorum, managing to avoid evoking any ill feelings during their first encounter. "You flatter me," Li replied with a smile, shaking her head. "This is merely our first meeting. There is no need to speak of gifts or tokens." "Could it be you look down upon me?" Baizhe laughed heartily. "Indeed, I was in a rush this time, but I will certainly make it up to you in the future. Your words are too generous," Li said, bemused. Shortly thereafter, the three engaged in casual conversation. But as Baizhe noticed that Taiqing still showed no intention of meeting him, he decided not to linger, leaving a red invitation card before taking his leave. Once he had departed, Xuandu, holding the invitation, led Li towards the inner hall of the 8 Scenery Palace. At this moment, Taiqing sat upon a wind and fire mat, engrossed in an intricate Taoist scripture, seemingly unoccupied with pill refinement. Upon seeing Xuandu and Li enter, Taiqing paused in his reading and raised his gaze, inquiring, "Did Baizhe leave?" "He has departed," Xuandu replied, "but he left an invitation for the heavenly wedding." As he spoke, he prepared to present the red invitation to Taiqing. Yet Taiqing did not even glance at it. Shaking his head, "The heavenly court is a land of turmoil. It is best not to attend this wedding." Xuandu nodded slightly, refraining from further comment. Li concurred, affirming, "Master holds great insight. It seems to me that the heavenly court may not endure for long." Taiqing laughed at this. "You have only recently taken form and have yet to set foot in the heavenly court. Nor have you encountered the heavenly sovereigns. What gives you the audacity to declare that the heavenly court will not last?" Xuandu shook his head, saying, "Junior brother, you do not understand. The current heavenly court is vast, filled with mighty beings. The Tai Golden Immortals are as numerous as the stars, and the Deluo Golden Immortals are countless. Moreover, there are Emperor Jun, Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, Fuxi, and the mighty Kunpeng, all of whom are quasi-saints. If they cannot ensure the longevity of the heavenly court, then what in this world can ever achieve eternal existence? Li shook his head, neither humble nor arrogant, and replied, "Brilliant flowers and blazing flames are but fleeting phenomena." Upon hearing this, Taiqing's eyes lit up. "Pray elaborate." Ali glanced at senior brother Xuandu and then at Master Taiqing, pausing for a moment before slowly stating, "Once upon a time, in the Purple Cloud Palace, the Tao ancestor appointed the leader of the myriad immortals, namely the Purple Mansion Celestial Court. Eastern Emperor Tai Jun, this could be termed the legitimate lineage of heaven and earth. However, Emperor Jun and Tai, ambitious in their designs, established the heavenly court, aiming to dominate the constellations and command all spirits. Now, as they grandly prepare for the heavenly wedding, their invitation of great powers is but a facade. Their true intent is to recruit these powers into the heavenly court. The influence of the heavenly court is rapidly expanding, and it will not be long before conflicts arise with the Purple Continent Celestial Court, leading to an inevitable clash between the two. Upon reaching this point, Xuandu could not help but interject. "So, junior brother believes the heavenly court will be vanquished by the Purple Continent Celestial Court?" "Not quite," Li continued. "Although Eastern Emperor Tai Jun was appointed by the Tao ancestor, and thus holds legitimacy, compared to the foundational depth of the heavenly court, it ultimately falls short. The Purple Continent Celestial Court does not yet possess that level of strength." Xuandu chuckled. "Then why do you assert that the heavenly court will not endure?" Li replied earnestly, "Because the heavenly court of Emperor Jun, regardless of its development, has never received the Tao ancestors' recognition. Without such recognition, neither Master nor any of the second or third uncles, nor even the Western Two Saints or the Mother Goddess Nuwa, will regard it as the legitimate lineage of the Xianmen. Whether the heavenly court thrives or declines, it remains unrelated to the Xianmen or the saints." Upon hearing this, Xuandu's expression shifted as he grasped the truth. Indeed, beneath the saints, all are but ants, a heavenly court that lacks the Tao ancestors' recognition. Regardless of its strength, what significance does it hold? It is but a fleeting moment. Ali too felt a deep sentiment within. The fate of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi's heavenly court, no matter its development, was already sealed. The later Jade Emperor, Hao Yan, came to hold dominion over the seas and the myriad beings of the world, yet ultimately, it was merely due to receiving the Tao ancestor Hongjuan's acknowledgement. When he declared that the heavenly court was devoid of worthy individuals, the Tao ancestor gathered the 6 saints, signing the divine decree, while Master Taiqing vanquished the wicked corpses, and the Supreme Lord remained to guard the heavenly court, with the second Uncle Yuan Shi bestowing titles upon his disciples. The Mother Goddess Nuwa stood alone, and the Jiejiao, nearly the entire sect, ascended to heaven, in the end, the Western Two Saints, unwilling to support the heavenly court, had no choice but to secede from the Xianmen and establish Buddhism. Now, if Emperor Jun and Tai, you were to gain the recognition of Hongjun Tao ancestor, with the support of the 6 saints of the Xianmen, what would the Purple Continent Celestial Court signify? What do the so-called 12 ancestors of sorcery amount to? They could be extinguished with a mere gesture. In the vastness of heaven and earth, who stands as a challenge? Upon hearing Li's words, Master Taiqing fell silent. He gazed skyward. Deep within his eyes, the innate treasure Taiji diagram stirred, showcasing myriad Taoist methods. He gestured, continuously deducing according to Li's reasoning. After a long while, he sighed softly and spoke, "My disciple's foresight is indeed accurate. Following your deductions, I have traced back over myriad epochs and discovered that all you have stated is true. Not only will the Purple Continent Celestial Court clash with the Heavenly Court, but the future ancestral sorcerers of Mount Buzhou will also engage in battle with the Heavenly Court, ultimately leading to the demise of both the Wu and Yao races." Upon hearing this, Xuandu's expression turned to one of astonishment. If these words had come from junior brother, he might have doubted them, but as they were spoken by his master, they could not be mistaken. "Master, the calamity of heaven and earth. Why must the common folks suffer?" Xuandu's face reflected compassion. The Heavenly Court's aggressive stance, though it would ultimately lead to mutual destruction with the Wu race, would inevitably implicate the suffering of the world's beings. I implore you, Master, to consider the countless lives and rescue them from their plight. Li felt a tinge of surprise. He merely mentioned that the Heavenly Court would engage in battle with the Purple Continent. Yet his esteemed master, following his line of thought, was able to deduce the impending calamity of the Wraith and Lich. And oh wonder it is said that among the 6 saints of the Heavenly Tao, only Taiqing excels in divination. A master who has attained the sacred position. He is ever mindful of the well-being of all sentient beings. Taiqing shook his head with a soft sigh. Alas, I had intended for you to cultivate until you reached the quasi-saint realm before venturing into the world. However, fate has its own designs that, in the face of a great calamity, disciples of the mystical gate must prioritize the welfare of the world's living beings and rescue them from peril. From this day forth, the 2 of you shall descend the mountain, disseminate teachings and laws, and prepare for the forthcoming catastrophe. Li and Xuandu exchanged a glance, clasped their hands, and spoke in unison. Disciples shall heed the master's command. After saying this, Xuandu nodded at Li and turned to leave, while Li also prepared to depart. Suddenly, he heard Taiqing call out, "Little Li, wait a moment. I have an item to bestow upon you." Li halted his steps, witnessing Taiqing reach into the void, retrieving a 4-legged, 2-eared alchemical furnace, intricately carved with dragons and tigers, resembling a bell tower, its entire body a deep yellow hue. This is a postnatal supreme spiritual treasure, crafted personally by me, named the Dragon Tiger Alchemical Furnace. As you cultivate the Golden Elixir path and consume external elixirs, it is essential. Moreover, should you wish to refine external elixirs, this furnace is indispensable. Initially, I intended to grant you this treasure after your breakthrough into the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. But given your descent from the mountain, who knows when we shall meet again? Taiqing spoke earnestly, reminiscent of the heartfelt admonitions from his grandparents during his first journey away from home. Your senior brother possesses formidable cultivation, so I'm not overly concerned. Yet you are different. You have just recently advanced to the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal Realm. As you traverse the vast wilderness, you must remain vigilant and cautious at all times. Even in friendship, do not readily bare your heart. The comforts of home are plentiful, but the world outside is fraught with difficulties. Listening to his master's lengthy discourse, Li wore a smile, showing no signs of impatience, nodding in agreement at each piece of advice. Subsequently, his master produced a postnatal gourd, claiming it contained various elixirs he had refined during his leisure moments, urging Li to take it along. Little junior brother Xuandu said, standing side by side with Li at the peak of Qingcheng Mountain, as the mountain breeze caressed their faces, bringing a refreshing chill. Xuandu turned his head and inquired with a smile, "Have you decided where you wish to go?" Li laughed heartily, replying, "Since I have no origin, why must I seek a destination?" With that, he spread his arms wide and leaped from the summit of Qingcheng Mountain, plummeting directly downward from a height of countless miles. This foolish lad, still trying to jest with his senior brother, Xuandu chuckled in exasperation as he gazed toward the vast wilderness, his expression tinged with nostalgia. "It has been an eternity since I left the human race, that I wonder how they fare now. Perhaps it is time to return and take a look." With that, he swayed his body, unleashing the overwhelming might of his Deluo golden immortal cultivation, vanishing into the horizon like a shooting star. Meanwhile, as Li descended halfway down Qingcheng Mountain, his black hair billowed and his garments fluttered in the wind. The sound of rushing air echoed in his ears. He bent his body, channeling his inner power, employing his Taoist techniques, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from sight, only to reappear millions of miles away. With a mere thought, he vanished once more, effortlessly covering another vast distance in an instant. That moment, he felt as if he were a fish returning to water, soaring freely in the expansive world, in the blink of an eye. More than a decade passed in the wind. Li wandered through the wilderness of the primordial world, roaming freely and aimlessly. One day, he passed through a lush forest, discovering a vibrant inner grove filled with towering ancient trees and abundant spiritual energy. Among the underbrush lived numerous wild beasts and mystical creatures that thought struck him, and he paused, finding a 100-year-old stone stump to sit upon. He shook his head and recited aloud, not seeking the Tao. Lost in confusion. How can one be a true man if one forsakes the wise? 100 years of fleeting time, a lifetime's worth of ephemeral existence. This was a passage from the Golden Elixir path. Sitting upon the stone stump, he chanted the Golden Elixir scriptures, the resonance of the Tao emanating and enveloping the surroundings, causing the sound of his teachings to reverberate through the area, attracting a gathering of spiritual energy and wondrous phenomena. Fragrant breezes wafted through, and auspicious lights shimmered. The nearby spiritual beasts seemed to sense something, pricking up their ears and holding their breath, attentively listening. Upon grasping the essence of his teachings, some creatures danced in joy, while others wept and laughed, some howling to the heavens, and others singing with abandon. The essence of life seeks the truth of the D. As time passed, creatures from afar gradually learned that a great being was imparting wisdom, prompting them to traverse mountains and rivers to arrive and listen to the teachings. Before long, the number of beings gathered around Lili grew steadily. He, however, remained undeterred, continuing to expound on the Tao. The yin and yang of flora and fauna are harmonized. If one is lacking, how can there be blossoming beauty? The green leaves bloomed first in the sun, followed by the red flowers in the shade. As the sun and moon shifted and the years flowed by, Li, in the midst of his teachings, began to feel fatigued, pausing his discourse and standing from the stone, stretching his limbs in preparation to depart. He noticed the surrounding beings gradually awakening from their enlightenment. Upon seeing Li's intention to leave, they fell to their knees, weeping profusely. "Please, Senior, do not depart," they implored. "The path to enlightenment is arduous. We humbly request you to accept us as disciples. We wish to serve you faithfully, hoping for your benevolence." In response to their heartfelt pleas, Li merely smiled and stepped forward, his figure shifting and vanishing from sight. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps due to the impending wedding of the heavenly emperor, the myriad beings of the world, including demons and powerful practitioners, had flocked to the heavenly court to witness the celestial nuptials. As Li journeyed onward, he encountered no obstacles along the way. Simultaneously, several centuries after Xuandu and Li departed from Qingcheng Mountain, Taiqing Daoed Tianzuan activated his divine consciousness, connecting with the heavens and silently communicating with the various heavenly Tao saints. "Elder brother, in the Yusu Palace of Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi Tianzuan inquired, 'You have called upon us. Is there a matter of importance?' 'Ha!' From the Bayou Palace of Jinao Island, Tongtian Jiaozhu, with a lively spirit, laughed and asked, 'It has been ages since our last gathering. Do you perhaps miss me?' In the realm of Nuwa, Nuan Yangyang furrowed her brow slightly and spoke softly, 'Taiqing Daoyu, is there something amiss?' On Mount Shumi, Jin and Junti exchanged glances, both perplexed, remaining silent while casting their gazes toward the 8-scenery palace of Qingcheng Mountain. "My dear friends," Taiqing began slowly, "to speak candidly, not long ago, I divined the heavenly secrets and discovered that a great calamity is imminent in the world. Thus I sought to summon you all to discuss this matter, a great calamity." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the saints varied, and they began to invoke their divine powers, engaging in divination for quite some time, yet yielded no results. They exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. "This matter." Yuan Shi Tianzun hesitated. "Are you certain, elder brother?" Taiqing responded calmly, "I can assure you that this matter is absolutely true and without a doubt." Yuan Shi Tianzun, Tongtian Jiaozhu, and the other saints fell into silence. Nuwa Saint pondered for a moment and mused, "Since Taiqing Daoyu has stated it so, I shall naturally believe it. Yet I wonder what this so-called great calamity truly entails." "The calamity of the wraiths and liches. The heavens and earth shall tremble." Taiqing declared solemnly, recount this. "We must begin with the invitation from Emperor Jun for me to attend the heavenly wedding." He then proceeded to narrate the process of his divination regarding the great calamity to Yuan Shi Tianzuan, Tongtian Jiaozhu, and the other saints in that context. The details concerning Li were selectively concealed by him. After listening to Taiqing's deductions, the expressions of all, including Yuanshi Tianzuan, Tongtian Jiaozhu, and the esteemed Nuwa, turned grave. The calamity of the Wu and Yao. Even the unyielding Mount Buzhou has been overturned, Jin murmured softly. Zhuan Ti, equally pained, pronounced, in such a dire catastrophe, what sins have heaven and earth committed? What sins have a myriad beings borne? With a deep sigh, the Nuwa saint lamented the collapse of the supporting Buzhou, foreseeing countless souls perishing anew. This, Yuanshi Tianzuan's countenance darkened. Was there truly no means to avert such a great calamity? Esteemed colleagues, this matter is simple. Tongtian Jiaozhu spoke with a stern demeanor, asserting, as long as you do not intervene. I, a humble Taoist, am willing to lead my disciples to first slay Emperor Jun and then eradicate Tai, thereby toppling the heavenly court and annihilating the Wu clan in due course, with the Wu and Yao clans exterminated. The calamity of the Wu and Yao will naturally dissipate. Without the calamity, Mount Buzhou shall remain unscathed. Upon hearing this, Jin and Zhuan Ti fell silent, while the Nuwa saint raised her brows slightly. Casting a profound glance at Tongtian, a figure of considerable resolve, so steeped in the desire for bloodshed, truly deserving of the honor bestowed by the venerable Hong Jun, who gifted him the primordial supreme treasure. The four swords of Zhejian. However, the heavenly court currently flourished, standing at its zenith. Should Tongtian truly proceed with such actions, it would undoubtedly burden the entire sect with overwhelming karmic retribution. Furthermore, the 12 ancestor Wu are direct descendants of Pangu. If they were all to perish at the hands of the GS sect, what utter folly! Yuanshi Tianzuan reprimanded sharply. How could you conceive such a notion as to annihilate both clans? Yes, you are indeed a saint of the Tao. And even if you were to eradicate both clans, you could remain untouched by karma. But what of your disciples? Do you wish for them to perish alongside you? Tongtian Jiaozhu retorted coldly. One great fall leads to the birth of myriad beings. To extinguish one sect means a cleansing of the world. What is there to debate? My GS sect disciples fear not death. Those who fear death are simply not of my GS sect. Enough, interjected Taiqing, sensing the brewing argument between Yuanshi and Tongtian. Can we not devise a solution that benefits all parties? For instance, he proposed, we could first redirect the fortunes of the two clans, and then strike to eliminate the powerful beings amongst them, thereby averting the calamity of the Wu and Yao. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi Tianzuan, Tongtian Jiaozhu, and the other sages fell silent, their gazes now fixed on Taiqing. Alas, as I was deducing these matters, I stumbled upon another revelation. The human race, created by Sister Nuwa, seemed to have absorbed the fortunes of both the Wu and Yao clans, thereby emerging as the most prosperous race in the realm. Nuwa paused momentarily, then, as if a thought struck her, exclaimed joyfully, Are you suggesting, dear Taiqing, that we support the human race and help them absorb the fortunes of the Wu and Yao clans in advance? No, I cannot agree. Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu rejected in unison. The human race is far too weak, their fortunes too shallow. What virtue do they possess to become the strongest race in terms of fortune? Yuanshi Tianzuan articulated. Tongtian concurred. Indeed, the human race has a fleeting lifespan. Even if they were to preach the Tao throughout their lives, it would be challenging to attain the great Tao. Supporting the human race is merely a waste of time. Just as Taiqing was about to respond to their dissent, suddenly an ancient and magnificent aura descended. Simultaneously, in the hearts of the sages, the voice of Hong Jun Daozu resonated. However, upon hearing this, Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu's expression shifted, and they clasped their hands towards the heavens, saying in unison, We pay our respects to our master. The disciple shall heed your command. Following this, they turned back. Jin and Zhuan Ti exchanged glances, while Yuanshi Tianzuan shook his head, and Tongtian Jiaozhu let out a deep sigh. The Nuwa saint beamed with delight, since Master has consented. Then let us, esteemed brothers, unite our efforts. Taiqing, calm and composed, declared, Let us send our disciples down the mountain to impart teachings, assisting the human race in swiftly supplanting the Wu and Yao clans. After saying this, he withdrew his consciousness, exiting the void of heaven and earth on the Honghuang continent, As Li was disseminating the path of the Golden Elixir, wandering here and there, he suddenly felt an increase in the number of genuine cultivators he encountered. A stark contrast to the past, when traversing 100,000 miles would yield not a single true practitioner. They were either mountain spirits or wild creatures, or merely insignificant little demons. What is happening? Are they all preparing to attend Emperor Jun's wedding? Or has something transpired that I am unaware of? Li, oblivious to the discussion among the sages to support the human race, felt utterly perplexed. Oh well. Regardless, it has little to do with me. Ali shook his head, dismissing these miscellaneous thoughts from his mind. As he rode on the clouds, he flew forward for a while. And suddenly, an inexplicable surge of inspiration struck him. Looking down, he beheld a majestic and splendid mountain peak rising up. From a distance, the entire mountain was lush with verdant trees, eternally green across the seasons. With peaks arranged like city walls and the formations strikingly beautiful. Ali halted his steps, gazing intently for a moment, then broke into a smile. Qingcheng Mountain? This mountain is indeed fated to be mine. It is destined to become my Taoist sanctuary. He descended through the skies, landing atop Qingcheng Mountain, gazing out at the endless chain of peaks, the greenery enveloping the sky and blocking the sun. The mountain ranges layered upon each other, suffused with rich spiritual energy like a gentle rain. Celestial birds and auspicious beasts roamed, while divine flowers and spiritual plants flourished all around. Amidst the swirling clouds and mist, purple chi spiraled, accompanied by the calls of cranes and roars of tigers, exuding a magnificent aura. Li surveyed Qingcheng Mountain. He suddenly recalled that his senior brother Xuandu had once mentioned having visited Qingcheng Mountain to assess its suitability as a holy sanctuary. Regrettably, it was ultimately dismissed. This Qingcheng Mountain is indeed fated with my Taoist lineage. Li couldn't help but sigh, and no matter how much one wanders, this Qingcheng Mountain has ultimately fallen into the hands of the human teachings, becoming a Taoist sanctuary. With this thought, Li waved his sleeve, invoking his Taoist arts to gather the mountain's essence. Positioning himself against a crystal-clear spring, in the blink of an eye, he constructed a graceful 3-story bamboo house, furnished with tables, chairs, and complete furnishings. Subsequently, he enclosed a courtyard nearby, establishing a few acres of spiritual herb gardens, alongside constructing a medicinal refining pavilion, weapon forging pavilion, and a cultivation pavilion. After completing all these tasks, rather than hastening to return to his tranquil chamber to cultivate, he chose to sit before the entrance, commencing the recitation of the Tao scriptures to disseminate the path of the Golden Elixir. The essence of Yang and the spirit of Yin are not rigid. Cultivating one thing leads to winning the essence. Labor and effort are not the Tao. Consuming qi and feasting on clouds remains reckless. Though no sentient being stood before him at that moment, based on his years of experience, he knew that as long as he preached the Tao here, it would not be long before countless beings would flock to him. And indeed, as the ethereal aura of Li enveloped the entire Taoist temple, boundless divine light erupted from his being, and the profound Tao scriptures reverberated through the void. Before long, within the verdant embrace of Qingcheng Mountain, countless spiritual foxes, wild monkeys, tigers, leopards, lions, wolves, deer, and serpents, along with various mountain spirits, seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, flocking towards the summit as if on a sacred pilgrimage, eager not to miss the opportunity to absorb the teachings. Time flew like an arrow, and the sun and moon wove in and out. After several centuries, Li concluded his discourse. Observing the multitude of beings still immersed in contemplation around him, he chuckled softly. Choosing not to disturb their enlightenment, he turned and entered his quiet chamber, embarking on his own path of cultivation. Over the years, he had wandered aimlessly, pausing here and there, reciting Taoist texts and reflecting on the mundane world. His comprehension of the Golden Elixir Tao had deepened significantly. His mastery of the Tao was exquisite, his mystical powers profound. Whether in spirit, energy, or corporeal form, he had made substantial progress. Particularly, he had grasped several divine techniques. Now, having halted his wanderings to establish a temple and recommence his cultivation, a torrent of accumulated insights surged within him. The 9-tiered green lotus swayed, radiating boundless divine light, enhancing his understanding as primordial spiritual energy surged forth. Li Li's cultivation ascended steadily, reaching the later stages of the golden immortal realm with effortless ease. With a deep breath, he paused his cultivation, taking his time to solidify his newfound realm. After years of tempering his disposition, he was no longer the exuberant individual who had reveled in his first transformation. He had matured into a being of calmness and composure. As seasons turned, he finally stabilized his realm, rising to his feet, opening the courtyard door, and stepping outside. What is this? He wondered, gazing at a mountain of rare and precious plants that had mysteriously amassed before his door, including treasures such as Baibo jade, 9 smoke immortal herbs, heartless deadwood, and drunken smoke blood crystals. Ali stood there in astonishment. Upon his emergence, the beings that had gathered to receive his teachings, spiritual cranes, celestial birds, white apes, and tigers, rushed forward en masse. Immortal Master, greetings, Immortal Master. We bow to you, Immortal Master. Faced with the diverse throng of beings, Li could not help but chuckle, gesturing towards the mountain of treasures and inquiring with a smile, "Did all of this come from you?" "Indeed," a being nodded eagerly. "These are gifts we gathered from the mountain, and we hope you will not disdain them." Yes, yes. Please do not find them lacking," surrounded by the fervent enthusiasm of the various beings. Li found himself momentarily at a loss for words. With his daily focus on cultivation, he hardly had the time to manage such an abundance of offerings. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Perhaps it was time to seek out a few celestial children or attendants to assist him in managing his temple. Now that he had come to Qingcheng Mountain, it would henceforth serve as his sanctuary. Ali smiled and said, "I find myself in need of 2 attendants. Are any among you willing to take on this role?" As soon as his words fell, the assembled wolves, tigers, celestial birds, deer, and serpents erupted in excitement, clamoring to be chosen. "Immortal Master, pick me. I am capable. I volunteer." Witnessing the eager chaos, Li utilized his divine insight to scan the origins of each being. Dismissing those burdened by heavy karma, shallow fortunes, or weak Tao hearts, his gaze eventually settled on a pair of serpents, the weakest in cultivation, yet possessing the purest eyes and the highest potential. He raised a hand, and a rich essence of creation converged at his fingertips, descending upon the pair of azure and white serpents. In an instant, they shed their serpentine forms, transforming into 2 lovely young maidens. One was graceful and clad in a flowing white dress, her black hair cascading like a waterfall to her waist, exuding a gentle and affectionate aura. The other was tall, dressed in green, with a high ponytail, her brows resembling distant mountains, radiating a strong and confident presence. As soon as they took form, the 2 maidens bowed deeply to Li. "From this day forth, you shall remain here to assist me in managing the temple," he said with a smile. "Your names shall be by Sujin and Tsinbiqing." Upon hearing this, the 2 maidens were overjoyed, realizing the immense fortune they had received, and promptly knelt in gratitude, exclaiming in unison, "Thank you, Master." Then, amid the envious gazes of the assembled beings, Bai Sujin and Qing took their places beside Li. Without further ado, he declared, "Since you have all come to hear the Tao, allow me to impart further teachings." After a brief pause, he continued, "I observe that many of you are still at a nascent stage in your cultivation, with some yet to attain the path of immortality. Should I delve too deeply, you may find it difficult to grasp my words. Therefore, I shall discuss how post-heaven beings may cultivate under the Dao in the current primordial realm, despite the formidable presence of the demon clan and heavenly court. The true masters of supernatural powers were predominantly primordial beings. While there were post-heaven beings as well, they often found themselves hindered by a lack of inherited knowledge and thus remained stagnant at certain levels. Even weaker post-heaven beings had yet to achieve immortality. Take, for example, Bai Sujin and Qing, whom he had just enlightened. Their current cultivation was exceedingly low, and they had not yet attained the status of immortals. Beneath the Tao of immortality, the principal objective was to achieve immortality itself, which could be delineated into the stages of refining qi, establishing foundation, forming the elixir, nurturing the infant, and transforming the spirit. Ali spoke slowly, weaving in elements of the Golden Elixir Tao and insights he had gained over the years, most suitable for the cultivation of post-heaven beings. He elucidated the Golden Elixir Tao, the gathered beings, both those who had attained immortality and those who had not, listened intently. Their ears perked. These profound truths served as a foundation for those who had already achieved the path of immortality, offering them guidance to better understand their own journeys for those yet to attain immortality. These teachings illuminated the path ahead. Days passed swiftly as time flowed like water, in the blink of an eye. Over a century had elapsed since Li arrived at Qingcheng Mountain. Due to his frequent teachings within the temple, word spread rapidly among the local beings. One conveyed to another, and soon word reached thousands. Li's reputation grew ever larger. Simultaneously, unbeknownst to him, among the post-heaven beings lacking inherited knowledge, the cultivation realms he had introduced, refining qi, establishing foundation, forming the elixir, nurturing the infant, and transforming the spirit, became increasingly well known, illuminating the path forward for countless beings. One day, as was his custom, Li sat alone in his quiet chamber, focusing intently on the Golden Elixir Tao. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens. Ali opened his eyes, piercing through the void to gaze at the celestial canopy, where a commanding voice resonated, shaking the very fabric of existence. The heavenly Tao is supreme. Today, the Emperor Jun of the heavenly court, in recognition of the balance of yin and yang, is to marry the Lady of the Moon, thus witnessing the heavenly union. May the heavenly Tao bear witness. Li chuckled softly. So the wedding of Emperor Jun is about to commence? Immediately after, he shook his head, showing little concern. Redirecting his gaze, he refocused his attention on his own path to the Golden Core. Continuing his diligent cultivation. 5 centuries later, Li realized that he had perfected his golden immortal realm. His magical powers, spirit, body, and primordial essence had all reached the pinnacle of this stage. He ceased his meditation, pushed open the door of his secluded chamber, and stepped outside. At this point, the only thing standing between him and a breakthrough to the Taiqing golden immortal realm was a mere opportunity. Master, greetings, Master. Upon seeing Li emerge from seclusion, Baisuzhen and Qing immediately approached him. Li surveyed the two women and smiled. Not bad at all. In just 500 years, both of you have advanced to the transformation stage. It seems you have not been idle during my retreat. The transformation stage, while not particularly significant in the current age of the primordial world, would certainly elevate one to the status of a formidable demon king in future epochs. Baisuzhen and Qing exchanged knowing smiles. Baisuzhen remarked, "We owe it all to your teachings, Master. Without them, we would still be lost in our paths." Qing concurred, "Indeed, Sister speaks the truth. Our achievements today are entirely thanks to your guidance." "Ha!" Li chuckled. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that under their stewardship, the cultivation grounds had not fallen into disarray during his long seclusion, unlike the last time when precious herbs and spiritual plants had been haphazardly strewn about. "You may resume your duties. I've been in retreat for too long and need some fresh air. Ali exchanged a few pleasantries before sending the sisters on their way. He then strolled leisurely along the path of Qingcheng Mountain. In a mere few hundred years, Qingcheng Mountain had transformed remarkably compared to its former self. Speak nothing of the abundance of spiritual herbs and divine plants. The number of cultivators had increased exponentially. Immortal! Salutations, immortal! As he traversed the mountain, various beings engaged in quiet cultivation noticed Li from afar and began to bow respectfully. Ali met their gestures with humility, nodding in acknowledgement. Before long, he found himself at the foot of Qingcheng Mountain, where he was astonished to discover that numerous settlements had sprung up within these towns. An array of beings congregated: humans, demons, dragons, phoenixes, Qilins, and more, all coexisting harmoniously. Groups gathered to converse, debate philosophical doctrines, or share drinks and laughter. "Have you heard?" One being remarked. "For some unknown reason, a large number of disciples from the Chan teaching have descended from Kunlun Mountain, spreading the teachings among the denizens of the world." "Indeed." Another chimed in. "Disciples from the have also ventured into the primordial continent to disseminate their doctrines." "What more? I heard that Yuqing's own brother has personally descended to the human realm to assume the role of emperor. In the bustling town, many beings engage in lively discussions about the recent influx of disciples from major sects venturing into the world to impart their teachings. Why do you think they're doing this? Who knows? But their preaching certainly benefits those of us who find the path to enlightenment challenging. Point one side. They're all disciples of great sects, imparting the truths of the Tao, teaching the innate beings. Meanwhile, we, the postnatal beings without any lineage, have no choice but to follow the teachings of the Qingcheng patriarch and learn the path of the golden core. Isn't that the truth? Another added. In my view, those disciples of great sects and their saintly doctrines are nothing compared to our Qingcheng patriarch. Only the patriarch would take us postnatal beings seriously and forge the path of the golden core. Lili concealed himself in the void and approached the gathering. Finally hearing the chatter of these beings, it turned out that both the Chan and had sent disciples down the mountain to propagate their teachings, which explained the recent surge of true practitioners in the world. When he heard that Fuxi had descended to serve as the emperor of humanity, he was taken aback. Wazti had said that Fuxi perished during the calamity of the witches and demons before transitioning to serve humanity. Had the original storyline been altered, or was it simply a misunderstanding on his part? In the end, upon hearing the beings downplay the disciples of the great sects while showering praise upon himself, he couldn't help but find it amusing. What would they think if they knew that he also hailed from a great sect? Lili chuckled to himself. He did not linger long in the town, merely pausing for a moment before turning to leave. After departing the settlement, he wandered aimlessly along the spacious road. Bored, he settled beneath a tree for a brief respite. That moment, a young human boy, appearing no older than a mere youth, staggered towards him from the end of the road. His clothes were tattered, and he bore a disheveled appearance, his body marred with wounds and his feet blistered, clearly having endured a long and arduous journey. "Excuse me, brother," he approached, leaning against the tree for support, panting heavily and wiping the sweat from his brow. "How far is it to Qingcheng Mountain?" Lili replied with a smile. "About several thousand miles." The boy's face fell at the response, but then, as if struck by a sudden thought, his eyes regained their determination. Muttering, "I've walked over 100,000 miles. Am I to fear this mere few thousand?" 100,000 miles? Lili was slightly taken aback. Even in this era brimming with spiritual energy and innate beings, it was no trivial feat for an untrained human to journey such a distance on foot. After all, in later times, Tang Sung and his companions took over a decade to cover merely 80,000 miles. "What brings you so far to Qingcheng Mountain?" Lili inquired with curiosity. The boy looked at Lili earnestly and replied, "I have heard that there is a wise master in Qingcheng Mountain, benevolent and kind, who often shares the teachings of the Golden Core path with beings that I wish to cultivate immortality, to become strong, and to seek him as my mentor." Ali pondered. Even if you wish to seek a master, there are countless powerful beings in this world. It's not necessary to go to Qingcheng Mountain. Moreover, he continued, recently, saints and great sects have sent their disciples far and wide to impart their teachings. Why not attempt to join one of them? Saints and great sects. The boy suddenly burst into laughter. Though his laughter bore an undertone of bitterness, that has always advocated inclusivity, yet I have tried seeking acceptance from the first disciple of Duobao to become his student and learn the path, but he rejected me for being merely a postnatal human. If even the will not accept me, what hope do I have with any of the great sects? Li, with a hint of amusement, replied, "How can you be so sure that if you go to Qingcheng Mountain, the Qingcheng patriarch will accept you as his disciple?" Upon hearing this, the boy fell silent. After a long pause, he sighed deeply. "I cannot be certain that he will take me as a disciple. But this is my last chance. Even if there is but a sliver of hope, I am willing to try. Ali raised an eyebrow, pondering, "You would traverse over 100,000 miles for that slender possibility? Is it truly worth it? Though mortal life is fleeting, it can still be vibrant and meaningful. Rather than pursuing an elusive dream of asceticism, it would be more prudent to relinquish one's obsessions. If the heart is tranquil, the path reveals itself freely." The youth, with unwavering determination in his gaze, shook his head and replied, "Elder brother, our paths diverge. For me, Where the Tao lies, I shall venture forth, regardless of the perils that may await. He raised his eyes to the dimming sky and added, "It appears night approaches, and I have thousands of miles yet to traverse. Until we meet again, dear brother." With that, he gritted his teeth, dragging his weary form forward, his resolute gaze fixed ahead, stumbling as he set forth once more. "Then I wish you good fortune," Lili remarked with a smile. "By the way, I still do not know your name." "Zhenwu." The youth called back over his shoulder, waving his hand without turning around. "Zhenwu." Upon hearing this name, Lili paused momentarily, then chuckled. "Zhenwu, is he not the legendary Master Zhenwu of the future, the supreme being of the 9 heavens? Ha!" He mused, astonished at the arduous journey of seeking the Tao in his youth. Soon after, Lili rose from beneath the shade of the trees, knowing that twilight was drawing near. It was time for him to return to Qingcheng Mountain. However, unlike Zhenwu's pedestrian journey, each step Lili took allowed him to cover vast distances, and in a blink he found himself 50 miles away. Before him stood a quaint tavern. Earlier he had intended to return directly to Qingcheng Mountain, yet midway he had caught a whiff of an enticing aroma of wine. Driven by curiosity, he halted, entered the tavern, and surveyed the surroundings, which were rather rudimentary. He then casually chose a stone table to sit at and called out, "Innkeeper, bring me some wine." No sooner had he spoken than a tall, muscular white ape approached, a large wine jar hoisted over its shoulder, bounding with a lively gait. With a thud, the jar hit the ground, emitting a heavy thud. The white ape grinned widely, revealing its sharp teeth, and uncorked the jar, releasing a rich, fragrant aroma akin to milk and tea. "This wine is delightful," Lili remarked, pointing at the jar with a smile. "But what shall I use to pay for it?" "Your life," the white ape retorted, suddenly opening its gaping maw, its razor-sharp teeth elongating like a 9-pronged rake, exuding a pungent, foul odor as it lunged towards Lili. Bang! In the next instant, the white ape, with its bloodied mouth agape, was kicked out of the tavern, crashing through several mountains before being buried beneath the rubble. "Is this how you typically treat others?" Lili mused, standing amidst the ruins of the tavern, holding the wine jar with one hand, tilting his head back to take a few swigs. Wiping his mouth, he sighed. "This wine is indeed superb, but the brewer is certainly no good." Cough, cough. The white ape struggled to emerge from the debris, its eyes wide with horror as it gazed at Lili, trembling as it asked, "Who on earth are you?" "I am merely Lili, a humble practitioner, known to some as the Master of Qingcheng." He introduced himself. As he spoke, he stepped forward, exuding a formidable presence that swept through the air like an invisible tide. The void trembled, and stones quivered. "Master of Qingcheng." The white ape's voice was filled with despair. No matter how he pondered, he could not fathom that the usually reclusive Master of Qingcheng had descended from the mountain today, and by sheer misfortune, had crossed paths with him. "I impart the Golden Elixir teachings to you, recognizing the hardships of your existence and the challenges of seeking the Tao, but it is not meant for you to harm sentient beings." Ali took another swig of wine. Upon entering the tavern and encountering the white ape, he had sensed a familiar aura emanating from it, one that had once practiced the Golden Elixir Tao. This meant that the white ape had, in its past, attended teachings within his own domain on Qingcheng Mountain. However, being a postnatal creature with limited aptitude, it had yet to attain immortality, merely reaching the stage of spirit transformation. Yet, it bore the weight of considerable karma, suggesting it had likely harmed many who sought the Tao en route to Qingcheng. "You are truly deserving of death," Lili remarked. Shaking his head, he raised his hand and invoked his powers, striking towards the white ape. "Master!" the white ape cried, prostrating itself and knocking its head against the ground in rapid succession. "I was wrong. I realized my error." Its face was marked by despair. Witnessing the immense palm descending without pause, it steeled itself, gritting its teeth and declaring, "There are others nearby who practice the Golden Elixir Tao and harm those seeking the path. I'm not the only one." 800 miles to the east lies an old dragon from the dragon clan, more ruthless than I. 600 miles to the west, a postnatal eagle that preys on human brains. Let us all perish together. "Master!" Bang! With a single strike of the yin-yang hand seal, the white ape, with its shallow cultivation, was obliterated, its essence dissolving into nothingness. Human nature is subtle. A single thought can summon demons. Li sighed. In this vast forest, all manner of spirits and specters may emerge. The transmission of the Tao has always been thus. It is unpredictable how those who cultivate the Golden Elixir Tao will turn out, whether benevolent or malevolent. Once enlightened, will they commit virtuous deeds or wicked acts? Reflecting on this, Lili felt a profound realization dawning within him, as if he had grasped a breakthrough opportunity. Ha! He exclaimed, I understand now. Lili laughed heartily, his gaze piercing through the void, surveying the star-studded sky, contemplating the cosmos. What is the essence of a Tai golden immortal? In the pursuit of truth, I walk my own path. In that instant, the long-awaited opportunity to break through to the Tai golden immortal realm became clear to him. With a bit of organization, he could soon shatter the mirror and attain that pinnacle, which was now within arm's reach. Just as Lili felt elated and prepared to return to Qingcheng Mountain for his breakthrough, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Elder brother, how did you end up here? It was Zhen Wu, the youth he had encountered earlier, who had journeyed tens of thousands of miles in pursuit of the Tao. His face was etched with confusion. Weren't you just resting in the shade earlier? How is it that you are now before me? After a moment's pause, it seemed he comprehended something, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, I understand now. Elder brother, you are also a practitioner endowed with Taoist arts. Are you not? Lili was momentarily taken aback. This clever lad certainly had a vivid imagination. Indeed, he replied, you have guessed correctly. Lili grinned. Since you've seen through me, I shall no longer feign modesty. I am indeed a cultivator, and a wonder. Zhen Wu nodded. When I first saw you, I sensed your extraordinary bearing. You are unlike anyone from my tribe. You are a practitioner. Indeed, Lili affirmed with a broad smile. At that moment, Zhen Wu's gaze fell upon the wreckage surrounding them, as if a fierce battle had just occurred, and he curiously inquired, Elder brother, was there a fight here just now? I know not. Lili shrugged. I have only just arrived. Zhen Wu stepped forward, surveying the ruins of the tavern and the shattered mountains, proclaiming with certainty, based on my years of hunting experience, it is evident that a powerful being has clashed here. Lili chuckled. So you are also an adept hunter? Of course. Zhen Wu replied, pride shining in his eyes. I am no braggart. In my tribe, I am renowned for my hunting skills. What do you hunt? Lili inquired with a smile. Foxes, hares, wild boars, bison, even eagles and small birds. I have hunted them all, Zhen Wu boasted. And have you ever captured a dragon? Lili inquired, is it possible to capture a dragon of the abyss? Zhen Wu was momentarily taken aback. This something a mere mortal can grasp. Indeed, it is not, Zhen Wu replied candidly. Would you like to learn how to catch a dragon of the abyss? Lili blinked and continued to pose the question. Upon hearing this, Zhen Wu's eyes sparkled with interest. Hunting a dragon of the abyss? Such a creature is no trivial foe. One must possess genuine skill. Can you truly capture a dragon of the abyss? Zhen Wu asked, astonishment lacing his voice. Lili nodded. I possess some breathing techniques. Would you like to learn? Mastering them should enable you to capture a dragon of the abyss. After a brief pause, he added, moreover, I have heard that 800 miles east from here, in the cold waters of the Emerald Pool, there resides an old dragon of the abyss to the west. 600 miles away, there is also a hawk. They have been wreaking havoc near Mount Qingcheng for years that, if you were to go and eradicate them, your chances of being accepted as a disciple at Mount Qingcheng would greatly increase. Upon hearing this, Zhen Wu fell silent for a moment, then gradually asked, brother, is this true? Lili replied nonchalantly, I too have heard it through the grapevine. I cannot vouch for its authenticity. What do you say? Shall we give it a try? A flicker of hesitation crossed Zhen Wu's face, but he ultimately nodded, saying, as long as it increases my chances of finding a master, capturing a dragon of the abyss or a hawk is hardly a concern. Lili raised a wine jug and took another sip before tossing a bamboo scroll toward Zhen Wu, proclaiming, this breathing technique is called the black water cannon. Take it and practice diligently. Without a doubt, capturing a dragon of the abyss or a hawk should pose no problem. Watching the bamboo scroll soar through the air, Zhen Wu quickly ran a couple of steps to catch it with both hands. When he turned back, however, he found that Lili had vanished without a trace. "Brother," Zhen Wu shouted, but received no response. Lowering his gaze to the scroll in his hands, he continued to call out, "Thank you, brother, for passing on your teachings. Once I become a disciple of Mount Qingcheng, I shall repay your kindness." As dusk fell and the sky darkened, Lili leisurely returned to Mount Qingcheng, his sanctuary. Upon entering, he was greeted by Suzhen and Xiaoqing, "My lord." "We pay our respects, my lord." Lili nodded in acknowledgement, continuing his stride into the quiet chamber where he would meditate, clearing his mind to commence his cultivation. Earlier, he had comprehended the opportunity to break through to the Taiqing Golden Immortal realm. This time, he aimed to successfully ascend to the Taiqing Golden Immortal and achieve the corresponding Dao fruit. Within the quiet chamber, as Li's Dao rhythm emanated, mysterious lights flickered, and extraordinary phenomena unfolded. Golden divine light enveloped him, while the nine-petal green lotus took root in his consciousness, its shadows swaying and its leaves undulating. His mind became tranquil as he focused intently. In the blink of an eye, several decades passed by in a rush. Immersed in his cultivation, Lili naturally broke through into the Taiqing Golden Immortal realm, radiating with a unique aura of power inherent to that level. Taiqing Golden Immortal? Haha, from today onwards, I can barely claim to be part of the mid-tier combatant ranks of the Primordial realm. Lili thought with a grin that if the Golden Immortal realm is but a speck of sand amidst the cosmos, then the Taiqing Golden Immortal is akin to a towering mountain. Even upon entering the heavenly court, one could become a guardian of a region in the annals of history. The Monkey King, Sun Yuqing, who caused a ruckus in the heavenly palace and safeguarded Tang Sung on his journey west, also possessed only the Taiqing Golden Immortal cultivation at this moment. Lili felt he possessed the strength to confront Sun Yuqing directly, sensing his successful breakthrough into the Taiqing Golden Immortal realm. Lili did not rise immediately to conclude his meditation. Instead, he continued to delve deeper into his focus, meticulously refining and solidifying his realm. It was not until 10 years later, after stabilizing his spirit, body, primordial essence, and even his Dao techniques, that he finally opened the quiet chamber and emerged. My lord. The Lord has emerged, the duo of Qing and Bai, busy not far away, since their master had come out and hurried over. Upon feeling Li's aura, now even more robust and powerful, Suzhen reacted first, exclaiming, "Congratulations, my lord. Your cultivation has once again advanced." Xiaoqing, a bit slower to register, added, "Truly remarkable, my lord. Achieving a breakthrough seems as effortless as quenching one's thirst. It's almost as if heaven itself is aiding you. Unlike my sister and I, who have toiled for ages without attaining immortality." Haha, Lili chuckled. In the path of cultivation, impatience is the greatest enemy. As long as you sisters remain diligent and composed, you will undoubtedly one day achieve immortality. While he spoke these words, a sense of confusion lingered in Li's heart. Why had his breakthroughs been so effortless? It felt as though divine assistance accompanied him each time. Unlike other beings who took millennia or even eons to break through their realms, his path had spanned merely a century or 1,000 years at most. Could it be that he was one in a million, destined for greatness, born with unparalleled fortune, favored by the very fabric of the universe? Lili mused with pride. Then, as if struck by a thought, he turned to Suzhen and Xiaoqing, asking, Xiaoqing, have the spiritual herbs and treasures in our treasury been well preserved over the years? Having been engrossed in cultivation, he had spent most of his free time imparting the golden cord Dao to the spiritual beasts and postnatal beings of the mountain. Now that he had successfully broken through to the Taiqing Golden Immortal realm, he could afford to take a brief pause from internal alchemy and revisit the external alchemy techniques once taught by his master. A balance of labor and leisure, both internal and external cultivation, was the true path to transcending the heavens. Reporting to the Lord, Suzhen responded, over the years, whether from wild spirits or auspicious beasts and celestial birds, all the spiritual herbs and treasures have been meticulously stored in the medicine vault. Indeed, Xiaoqing chimed in, my sister and I have made a point to inspect the medicine vault daily, not daring to show any neglect. Good. Lili nodded slightly. You have worked hard and I plan to concoct some elixirs, so please fetch some spiritual herbs from the vault, as I shall require them shortly. Bai Suzhen and Qing exchanged glances. Bai Suzhen inquired, "What specific herbs does the Lord require?" Bodhi withered wood, Qilin blood crystal, tranquil heart glass grass, soul-soothing spiritual mushroom, and innate jade grass. Lily recalled some low-tier elixirs from memory, gradually listing the necessary herbs to Bai Suzhen and Qing. Their expressions turned serious as they committed each to memory. Subsequently, Lily made his way to the alchemy pavilion, summoning forth the postnatal supreme spiritual treasure, the dragon and tiger alchemy furnace, which had been bestowed upon him by Master Taiqing before his departure. Over the years, although he had never practiced external alchemy, the dragon and tiger alchemy furnace had long been refined by him. Raising his hand, he unleashed a strand of spiritual fire. Boom! The flames ignited within the alchemy furnace, the scorching heat searing through the void. Instantly, the temperature within the alchemy pavilion skyrocketed, becoming fervently warmed at that moment. Bai Suzhen and Qing arrived with the herbs Li requested, and upon seeing the alchemy furnace before him, Bai Suzhen gasped, "A supreme postnatal spiritual treasure." Qing could not help but exclaim, "My lord is truly blessed with fortune. It seems you are adept at everything. Even those disciples of the great saints pale in comparison." Lily shook his head, remaining silent. Bai Suzhen and Qing recognized that their master was about to begin alchemy. They dared not linger and promptly departed. For his first attempt at alchemy, it would be wise to start with something simple. Li silently contemplated in his mind, quickly pinpointing a low-tier elixir, the Spirit Awakening Elixir. This was a concoction capable of helping postnatal beings awaken their spiritual intelligence, that in the annals of later generations, it would indeed be regarded as a top-tier elixir. However, placed in the current realm, it hardly amounts to much. The 7-star grass, bitter blood vine, 9-colored spirit mushroom, and Qilin peony were all deftly manipulated by Li, who skillfully channeled his energy as he tossed each precious herb into the dragon tiger alchemy furnace. As the fierce flames blazed, sounds akin to the roars of dragons and tigers resonated from within the furnace. Li's expression remained calm, fully aware that this was a sign of the elixir nearing completion. Yet he maintained a steady control over the heat. The furnace hummed softly, vibrating gently until a smile graced Li's face that it's done. With a flick of his fingers, the furnace lid soared open, releasing dozens of glossy black pills that shimmered with ethereal light, soaring forth from the furnace. With a swift motion, Lily caught the newly crafted Qilin pill in his palm. Upon inspecting it closely, he found that each pill was round and translucent, boasting a perfectly balanced hue, each one a superior product. It seemed that alchemy was not such a daunting task after all. With a casual effort, he produced nothing but top-tier elixirs. Delighted, Lily mused to himself. The Qilin pill held little value for him. It merely served as a means to hone his skills. As he successfully crafted the Qilin pill, Lily's confidence soared. With my innate talent for alchemy, cultivation level, foundational skills, and favorable fortune, why should I waste time on low-tier pills? I might as well delve directly into crafting high-tier elixirs. With renewed vigor, he formed hand seals, sending herbs and precious plants into the furnace as if they were freely given. The fierce flames roared, emanating intense heat that a rich aroma of elixirs filled the entire alchemy pavilion. Wafting through the air, "Sister, what is that delightful fragrance?" "How fragrant!" Outside the alchemy pavilion, Qing, her delicate nose twitching, caught a whiff of the enchanting aroma, instantly salivating and her eyes sparkling with excitement. Just a few whiffs, and I feel my body tremble. My inner power surging. Bai Suzhen chuckled. What else could it be? It's undoubtedly the elixirs crafted by our master. She raised her gaze toward the alchemy pavilion, her eyes filled with an indescribable admiration and reverence. Her tone sincere as she remarked, "Our master is truly the most benevolent, kind-hearted, and exceptionally gifted practitioner I have ever encountered, and I know. Qing giggled. "It's clear you hold our master in the highest regard and admiration." "You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting?" Bai Suzhen's cheeks flushed as she reached out to swat her. Seeing this, Qing stuck out her tongue and swiftly dodged. "Humph," Qing teased. "You've revealed your sister's secret." Now she shied. "Don't you dare run," Bai Sujin playfully scolded. The two sisters, one clad in blue and the other in white, frolicked and chased each other outside the alchemy pavilion, resembling a pair of fluttering butterflies. At that moment, Li Li's voice echoed from within the pavilion. "The herbs are exhausted. Send me more. This time, I need 9-rank immortal spirit mushrooms, Taiqing grass, and clear heart bamboo. Bring them all." In the time that followed, his alchemical skills rapidly ascended. With the cultivation level of a Taiqing Golden Immortal, he demonstrated exquisite control over the spirit fire, a profound understanding of the properties and pharmacology of the herbs, and a precise grasp of timing and heat, executing everything flawlessly. Notably, it remained unclear whether it was due to his exceptional talent or sheer luck, but throughout the numerous batches of elixirs he crafted, he had not faltered even once. The worst incident was a minor miscalculation with the herbs, nearly ruining the entire batch. Fortunately, Li Li was quick-witted and agile, and he promptly adjusted the formula, transforming what could have been a failed batch into a collection of premium elixirs. "Understood, Master." Upon hearing Li Li's instructions, Bai Sujin and Qing ceased their playful antics, quickly making their way towards the treasure vault. Before long, they returned with the required herbs, concerned that Li Li might have further needs for his alchemical endeavors. The two sisters chose to remain outside the pavilion, patiently awaiting his next request that, in the blink of an eye, decades passed. The once closed alchemy pavilion swung open, releasing a wave of scorching heat that swept outward. Accompanied by the rich scent of elixirs, a spirited Li Li emerged with exuberance. Bai Sujin and Qing stepped forward to pay their respects. Li, a smile gracing his lips, surveyed the two women before waving his hand. Instantly, hundreds of colorful elixirs split into two groups, soaring towards Bai Sujin and Qing. "You two have worked hard managing the dojo over the years. These elixirs will hasten your cultivation, and I bestow them upon you." After decades of alchemical practice, the vast reserves of herbs have been exhausted. Now, Li Li possessed a generous bounty of elixirs. Upon hearing this, Bai Sujin and Qing were elated, their faces glowing with joy as they bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master! Thank you, Master!" With the assistance of these elixirs, they could save countless years of arduous cultivation, bringing them much closer to enlightenment and immortality. "Now, you may go about your business, by the way. I will need to leave the mountain soon to attend to some matters," Li Li stated succinctly. Having successfully broken into the Taiqing Golden Immortal realm, he was now faced with myriad questions regarding the subsequent stages of cultivation, but he needed to return to Qingcheng Mountain to consult his master, the Taiqing. However, before departing, he had to ensure that all affairs within his dojo were in order. "What?" Upon hearing that Li Li would be leaving the dojo, both Bai Sujin and Qing felt a twinge of reluctance. They exchanged glances, and Bai Sujin voiced her concern. "Will there be any danger on your journey, Master?" Qing remained silent, her beautiful eyes fixed on Li Li, clearly worried as well. "Danger? No, not at all," Li Li chuckled. "What danger could there be in returning to Qingcheng Mountain? Rest assured, I shall return within a few hundred years at most, or a few thousand years at the longest." Upon hearing there would be no danger, Bai Sujin and Qing both sighed in relief. "Then, Master, you should leave early and return early," Bai Sujin suggested. Qing chimed in, "Master, don't worry. My sister and I will take good care of Qingcheng Mountain." Li Li nodded with a smile. Then, with a flicker of his figure, he vanished from sight, only to reappear on the back mountain of Qingcheng. Over the decades, many of the elixirs he had crafted were ones he did not need, but would be of great use to the beings of the postnatal realm. Since they would be of no use to him, it was better to distribute them among the beings of Qingcheng Mountain. This was his own dojo, and the beings of Qingcheng Mountain could hardly be considered outsiders. Even if a being were to achieve success in their cultivation in the future, it would ultimately benefit him as the master of Qingcheng Mountain, but a swarm of buzzing bees flitted among the myriad flowers, diligently gathering nectar to produce honey. "Little ones, you are fortunate. I shall bestow upon you a great blessing," Li Li murmured to himself. A radiant light flickered from his palm, revealing a pitch-black elixir capable of awakening the consciousness of sentient beings. With a deft flick of his finger, the awakening pill transformed into a stream of light, landing precisely upon the queen bee of the swarm. She trembled, her once dull gaze gradually igniting with brilliance as she raised her eyes. Filled with profound gratitude towards Li Li, he nodded slightly, and his figure vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself in a thicket where a group of golden-furred monkeys, agile and playful, frolicked among the trees. Li Li surveyed the troop, his gaze ultimately resting upon a towering and majestic golden monkey king. With another flick of his finger, an awakening pill soared forth, whistling through the air before landing steadily upon him. The monkey king swayed, his eyes suddenly clear and bright. He inclined his head deeply in a gesture of respect towards Li Li, emulating the posture of a seeker of truth. Shortly thereafter, Li Li wandered through the verdant expanses of Qingcheng Mountain, aiding numerous woodland spirits in awakening their intelligence, including white tigers, lion wolves, elk, and even ancient towering trees and millennia-old vines. In the blink of an eye, several years passed that on one particular day, having arranged matters for Bai Suzhen and Qiqing upon his departure, Li Li approached the entrance. His gaze pierced through the vast emptiness, where he beheld Jin Wu, the once juvenile boy who had now matured into a young man. His formidable aura indicated that he had reached the nascent soul stage. This lad has certainly worked hard, Li Li mused. Subsequently, he cast a final glance at Qingcheng Mountain, observing the harmonious coexistence of its inhabitants before retracting his gaze. He lifted his eyes towards the direction of Qingcheng Mountain, and with a sweeping motion of his long sleeves, a rainbow-hued, auspicious cloud materialized beneath him, lifting Li Li skyward. Here I go. With a swift motion, like a streak of light, Li Li soared through the clouds, his figure vanishing into the horizon, leaving behind Bai Suzhen and Qiqing, who stood rooted in place, gazing up at the sky in a daze. Above, a vibrant cloud traversed the heavens with the speed of lightning. Li Li seated at its forefront, relishing the refreshing breeze that moment. Several centuries had passed since the heavenly wedding of Emperor Dijuan, and the celestial realm experienced another significant surge in power. If his conjectures held true, a major conflict between the celestial realm and the Eastern Emperor's Zifu celestial court was imminent. However, such matters bore no relevance to Li Li. He traversed the void with the might of a Taiqing golden immortal, his speed astonishingly rapid, and soon the majestic Qingcheng Mountain came into view. Master, I have returned. A wave of joy filled Li Li as he beheld the distant Qingcheng Mountain. When he departed, he had only attained the golden immortal stage. Yet upon his return, he was now a formidable Taiqing golden immortal. Upon reaching the summit of Qingcheng Mountain, as Li Li descended from the clouds, he spotted a verdant ancient tree nearby, beneath which a blue ox lay languidly on the grass. Beside it sat a young Taoist clad in azure robes, exuding an extraordinary aura despite his weak cultivation, engrossed in a scripture, nodding and shaking his head. The Tao has 4 realms and 12 levels, refining essence into Qi, refining Qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and merging void with the Tao. Upon noticing Li Li's arrival, he tucked away his scripture, rose, and approached Li Li, scrutinizing him before performing a salutation and inquiring, "May I ask from where you have come, friend?" Li Li replied with a smile, "Qingcheng Mountain." The young man nodded thoughtfully and continued, "Then may I ask the purpose of your visit to Qingcheng Mountain?" "To see my master," Li Li responded. The young man was momentarily taken aback. Then, after a brief contemplation, remarked, "You may have taken a wrong turn. Aside from my sect, there are no others here at this point." He seemed to have recalled something, tentatively suggesting, "Could you be the little uncle Li Li?" Li Li nodded and replied with a smile, "You're my senior brother Xuandu's newly accepted disciple, are you not?" Upon hearing this, the young man's demeanor shifted, and he respectfully bowed. "Little uncle, I am Bian Zhuang, at your service." Bian Zhuang? Li Li was taken aback. This was none other than the future Marshal Tianpeng, who, after teasing Chang'e, was banished to the mortal realm, mistakenly born as a pig, and ultimately became the Buddhist envoy known as Zhu Wuning or Zhu Baji. "Oh, he is my junior nephew." Maintaining a composed expression, Li Li casually retrieved a gourd filled with elixirs and handed it to Bian Zhuang, saying, "For our first meeting, I have nothing of great value, so I offer you these elixirs." "Thank you, little uncle," Bian Zhuang replied, accepting the gourd with both hands. His master, Xuandu, often prepared elixirs for him, so he was not surprised by Li Li's gift. Is my master present? Li Li inquired. Master has been at the 8th Scenery Palace. Bian Zhuang respectfully responded. Li nodded, and then set off towards the direction of the 8th Scenery Palace. After watching Li Li depart, Bian Zhuang turned back to his previous spot, casually opening the gourd Li Li had given him. Upon peering inside, he was instantly stunned. What is this? Heavens, this is far too much. Bian Zhuang exclaimed in shock. The gourd was filled with an overwhelming array of colorful elixirs, brimming to the top. Their quantity, staggering to IT, was almost equivalent to the total sum of elixirs as Master Xuandu had crafted over nearly 5 centuries. Master, the disciple has returned to in the grand hall of the 8th Scenery Palace. Before Li Li even entered, he called out from outside. Upon stepping into the hall, he discovered not only his own master, Taiqing, but also his senior brother, Xuandu, present at O. Little junior brother has returned. Xuandu exclaimed with delight. Taiqing's expression remained serene, yet a glimmer of joy sparkled in his eyes. Clearly pleased, in truth, even before Li Li set foot on Qingcheng Mountain. Taiqing had sensed his presence from afar and was now genuinely happy to see him. Taiqing scrutinized Li Li from head to toe, commending, "Not bad. You've broken through to Tai, Golden Immortal. Your spirit is clear. Your essence pure, your foundation solid, and your primordial spirit remarkably refined." Indeed, Xuandu chimed in, circling around Li Li with a grin. "Little junior brother, how do you cultivate in your daily life? Teach me your ways. In but a short span of time, you have achieved the Tai Golden Immortal stage." Remaining humble as always, Li Li smiled modestly. "Oh, it's merely luck." "Ha!" Xuandu laughed heartily. "Little junior brother, you are ever so modest." Then, as if struck by a thought, he added, "Little junior brother, do you recall what you said thousands of years ago?" Caught off guard, Li Li queried, "What was said thousands of years ago? Who could remember?" "You once claimed that the heavenly realm would inevitably clash with the Zifu celestial court of the Eastern Emperor. You recall." Xuandu continued. "To be honest, I was skeptical at the time, but over the years, I've observed the changes in the heavenly realm, and I increasingly believe that what you said will indeed come to pass." Li raised an eyebrow. Xuandu remarked, "In recent years, I have been preaching among the human race. Since the 3 sovereigns of humanity, Suiren, Fuxi, and Shennong, retired after achieving their goals, the human tribes have begun to fracture. Some yearn for the heavenly realm, while others long for the Zizhou celestial court." Listening to Xuandu's account of his experiences among the human race, Li Li's expression grew peculiar. The human race is on the cusp of entering the era of the 5 emperors. The timeline seems off. The calamity of the witches and demons has yet to unfold, and even the Zizhou celestial court has not been eradicated by the heavenly realm. How can a human race be on the verge of the 5 emperors era? Fuxi has already achieved his goal and retired. Noticing the look of confusion on Li Li's face, the esteemed master Taiqing explained, "Since your departure, I have convened the 6 saints to discuss the impending calamity of the witch and demon tribes." Subsequently, Daozu recounted the discussions held by the 6 saints, as well as the agreement reached with Hongjun Daozu to support humanity by absorbing the fortunes of both the witch and demon clans. Li Li listened intently, his expression transforming with astonishment. How rapidly humanity is advancing. It turns out that we have the support of Daozu, and the 6 saints of heaven have all taken action. Will the calamity of the witch and demon tribes soon be eradicated? Junior brother, Xiandu inquired. The heavenly court is currently preparing for battle, ready to strike with immense force against the Purple Continent Immortal Court. What do you think? Should we intervene? Since Li Li had predicted the current situation a millennium ago, Xiandu believed that in terms of the cosmic tide, he was far outmatched by his junior brother. Li Li was at a loss for words. Now that Hongjun Daozu had personally taken the field, what chance did the mere heavenly emperor Dijun have? Even if the witch and demon tribes allied, they would likely face defeat. Why not be decisive? Find an opportunity to eliminate the heavenly emperor Dijun directly? Li Li suggested tentatively. With the 6 saints of heaven united, was there really a need for strategy? A straightforward approach would suffice. Xiandu was taken aback by this proposition, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at his junior brother. "I asked you to devise a plan to profit from the chaos, and you suggest outright assassinating the heavenly emperor." However, Master Taiqing's eyes brightened at this suggestion. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly remarked, "Good disciple, this idea is indeed feasible, but if a great war is to erupt, casualties are inevitable. Since there will be losses, why should it not be Dijuan who falls? If it were merely a matter of speaking, Lili would have no difficulty, but to take action personally against Dijuan, who was at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm and far superior in cultivation, was beyond his capabilities. Thus, he merely presented a concept to Master Taiqing, leaving the execution to the 6 saints of heaven. With 6 heavenly sages focused on him, Dijuan's days were surely numbered, Lili mused. Following their discussion on the current state of the Honghuang world, the master and disciples turned their attention to the development of a human sect. Junior disciple, Master Taiqing began, your senior brother Xian Du has already begun to take on disciples. When will you also start to accept students and propagate our human sect lineage? Xian Du chuckled. Indeed, junior brother, you cannot cultivate the Golden Elixir Tao all by yourself. Master, senior brother Lili interjected, what importance does accepting disciples hold? During these years at Qingcheng Mountain, I have imparted teachings and established the Tao. There are already many beings practicing the Golden Elixir Tao. That is not quite the same, Master Taiqing replied nonchalantly. And no matter how many you teach, they are merely fellow practitioners. They do not constitute true disciples of our human sect lineage. Over the years, as Lili spread the Golden Elixir Tao from Qingcheng Mountain, Master Taiqing, being a heavenly sage, was fully aware of everything transpiring beneath his watchful gaze. Master, Lili began again, but Taiqing interrupted, shaking his head. You have come to Qingcheng Mountain to inquire about the Tai Golden Immortal Realm and subsequent cultivation matters, have you not? Upon hearing the mention of the Tao, Lili set aside his scattered thoughts and replied earnestly. Nothing escapes your insight. Master, I have indeed come to inquire about the cultivation of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Taiqing nodded. Very well. Then I shall explain the Tai Golden Immortal Realm to you. As he spoke, the essence of Tao radiated from him, enveloping the entire Qingcheng Mountain in a sacred aura, with celestial flowers cascading down and golden lotuses emerging from the ground, the air filled with fragrance. An extraordinary phenomena unfolded. Countless ethereal dragon and phoenix images danced in the void, accompanied by resounding roars and cries, weaving the profound truths of myriad pathways. Li, not daring to delay, enveloped himself in a 9-petal azure lotus, which descended immeasurable divine light upon him, enhancing his comprehension as he focused intently on the mysteries of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Observing this scene, Xian Du refrained from interrupting. The teachings of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm were directed at Li, and having already attained the Great Luo Realm, he felt no need to linger. Quietly, Xian Du exited the grand hall. In that moment, the spacious hall was left with only Master Taiqing and Li, one imparting the Tao while the other contemplated its depths. Silence reigned, punctuated only by the manifestations of extraordinary phenomena. 500 years later, as the teaching came to a close, Master Taiqing withdrew from the state of imparting the Tao, while Li remained immersed in his understanding, unable to extricate himself. Master Taiqing did not awaken him, but turned his gaze towards the heavens, channeling his divine thoughts to connect with the primordial celestial beings and other heavenly sages. Soon, he mused, the heavenly court will engage in battle with the purple continent immortal court. Who among you is willing to wield the sword and slay the heavenly emperor Dijuan? When Li finally awakened from his contemplation, 200 years had passed. Upon opening his eyes, he found that his senior brother Xian Du had already departed, leaving only Master Taiqing in attendance. Disciple expresses gratitude to Master, Li said, bowing deeply. Master Taiqing inquired, the Tai Golden Immortal Realm is not to be compared with the Golden Immortal Realm. The Tai Golden Immortal condenses the Tao fruit, in addition to engaging with the 5 elements of heaven and earth. One must also internalize the essence of these elements. Do you have any plans regarding this essence? Li shook his head but smiled. Although I have no certainty, I believe that success is contingent upon human effort. Excellent, a splendid sentiment. Master Taiqing laughed heartily, his gaze toward Li brimming with evident admiration. The Tai Golden Immortal can condense the Tai Golden Immortal Tao fruit. To achieve the state of 5 energies converging. One must first refine the 5 energies within oneself. These 5 energies correspond to the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. The lungs belong to metal, the heart to fire, the liver to wood, the kidneys to water, and the spleen to earth. After bidding farewell to his master, Lily left the grand hall and returned to his previous dwelling. He sat cross-legged, beginning to assimilate his newfound knowledge. The essence of Tao radiated from him, unleashing boundless divine light that filled the hall, manifesting myriad extraordinary phenomena. Golden lotuses of the Tao blossomed, filling the air with fragrance. Lily once again immersed himself in cultivation within the 33 heavens. At the heavenly court, thunder suddenly roared, and war drums echoed. Countless heavenly soldiers clad in golden armor surged forth from the southern heavenly gate, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Following them was a war chariot pulled by 8 colossal divine beasts resembling mountains, crushing through the void as it exited the southern heavenly gate. Upon the chariot stood a tall and handsome youth, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an overwhelming aura, with long golden hair that sparkled brilliantly. Notably, a flaming golden crow emblazoned on his forehead seemed poised to ascend and incinerate the world. He was Qingcheng, the heavenly emperor of the heavenly court. Behind him followed countless beings of various realms. Golden Immortal, Tai, Golden Immortal, and Great Luo, Golden Immortal of the demon race, filling the sky. Some traversed the air, others rode upon auspicious clouds, and still others mounted exotic beasts, each variety trailing closely behind, with a clear and melodious cry. A massive, 3-legged golden crow, its body entirely golden and wings resembling clouds descending from the sky, soared overhead. In an instant, it transformed into a streak of golden light, arriving at Qingcheng's side and morphing into a tall, handsome youth with extraordinary presence. He was Qingcheng's brother, Dongwang Tai. Brother, Dongwang Tai spoke solemnly. I have just inquired of Fuxi, and he does not intend to participate in this assault against the Eastern Emperor. Qingcheng let out a cold snort, raising his gaze to glance at Qingcheng Mountain, his eyes betraying a hint of dissatisfaction. Those who cling to life in fear of death are better off not coming. This time, our heavenly court is fully mobilized, and victory is all but assured. Tai hesitated, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease, though he could not articulate the source of his worries. After all, from any perspective, the Zizhou Immortal Court could not possibly stand as a rival to the Heavenly Court. Brother, it is prudent to exercise caution. After a long pause, Tai offered his counsel, for the Eastern Emperor, as appointed by the Tao ancestor, was indeed the foremost male, immortal. Qingcheng curled the corners of his mouth, his expression dismissive. What of it? Those unworthy of their positions seek their own demise. Tai sighed softly. Noticing his younger brother's troubled demeanor, Qingcheng shifted the conversation, deciding that with the impending expedition, it was best to avoid such disheartening topics. Tai, I have joyous news to share. Your sister-in-law is with child, and upon our return from the expedition, you may soon find yourself an uncle. Upon hearing this, Tai's face brightened with a smile. Yes, that's so. Will it be a boy or a girl? Have you chosen a name? It should be a boy. Qingcheng replied with a smile. As for the name, I have long decided. He shall be called Luya. Come forth, Donghua Emperor, and meet your doom. Boom! Above the eastern sea, ominous clouds gathered, thunder crackled, and countless demon clans obscured the sky. Hovering in the void, poised for battle, a palpable aura of hostility permeating the air. Qingcheng's roar reverberated through the primordial chaos. What is happening? Hiss, look towards the eastern sea. The heavenly court is about to engage in battle with the Zizhou Immortal Court. What? Has the heavenly court gone mad? The Eastern Emperor is the Tao ancestor's chosen foremost male immortal. Does the heavenly emperor not fear incurring the Tao ancestor's wrath by recklessly mobilizing forces? I think otherwise. The heavenly court is formidable, with deep reserves. Not only do we have Qingcheng, Tai, and Kuanpeng as quasi-saints in command, but also Beis, Shanyang, and the 12 demon leaders. The Zizhou Immortal Court is likely in grave peril. In that instant, countless beings across the vastness of the primordial world awaken from their contemplative states. stirring their divine consciousness to survey the universe, ultimately directing their gaze towards the Eastern Sea, engaging in fervent discussions and whispers that it is over. The Eastern Emperor is in grave danger, with the heavenly court fully mobilized. The Zizhou Immortal Court is unlikely to be a match. Dijun is powerful. It seems the Eastern Emperor cannot escape death. Yet, one wonders, will the Tao Ancestor intervene? What are you thinking? The Tao Ancestor is a being of unmatched stature. Such commotion may be a significant event in our eyes, but to him, it is likely trivial. What about the saints of the heavenly Tao? The thoughts of the beings surged, a cacophony of speculation. Some conjectured that the Tao Ancestor might intervene, while others believed he would remain uninvolved. Ultimately, the more perceptive among them turned their gazes towards Qingcheng Mountain, Jinao Island, and Qingcheng Mountain, the sacred grounds of the saints. At this moment, within Qingcheng Mountain, a Bodhi tree swayed gently in the wind. Jin and Zhuan-Ti sat across from each other at a stone table, with prayer beads held in their hands. "Brother, what do you think?" Zhuan-Ti inquired softly. Jin's expression was grim, shaking his head. "Everything unfolds as the saints previously discussed. In this battle, the Eastern Emperor will fall, and Dijun will perish." Upon hearing this, Zhuan-Ti nodded, standing up and preparing to leave. Jin, puzzled, furrowed his brow. "Did we not agree that it would ultimately be Qingcheng Mountain who intervenes?" "Brother," Zhuan-Ti continued on his path after the Eastern Emperor's demise, "the treasures and spiritual herbs of the Zizhou Immortal Court will be left unclaimed. The West is barren. I shall go and take a look." Jane fell silent. "That indeed makes sense. The fall of the Eastern Emperor will lead to the fragmentation of the Zizhou Immortal Court, and their countless treasures collected over the eons will also be left without a master. Zhuan-Ti's expedition could effectively gather these treasures for the West, enriching its foundation and providing rewards for disciples. A splendid affair indeed. Though it may seem somewhat shameless for a saint to engage in such endeavors, since the beginning of these epics, there has been little concern for face between myself and Zhuan-Ti. "The sooner you leave, the sooner you return," Jane advised. Zhuan-Ti nodded slightly, and then his figure gradually faded, merging into the void as he sped towards the easternest Qingcheng Mountain within the Yushu Palace. Yuan Shi Tianzun stood high upon the cloud platform, one hand behind his back, his gaze deep and contemplative, fixed upon the direction of the Eastern Sea. Below, disciples such as Guang Chengzi and Nanji Xianweng stood in silence, hands at their sides, awaiting the unfolding events. Regarding the outcome of this battle, Yuan Shi Tianzun had already briefed them of that moment. Yu Dingzhenren and Taiqing exchanged glances, appearing to reach a silent understanding. Why Yu Dingzhenren stepped forward and said, "Master, may I ask a bold question? When will Uncle Tontian strike to eliminate Dijun?" Yuan Shi Tianzun casually responded, "Most likely after the fall of the Eastern Emperor, my third brother will take action." Upon hearing this, Yu Ding and Tai exchanged smiles, and Tai stepped forward to say, "Master, I suddenly recalled some urgent matters within my Taoist temple that require my attention. I shall take my leave first." Wai Yu Ding quickly added, "I will accompany you, Master. I too must depart." After saying this, Taiqing Ren and Yu Dingzhenren left together, heading out of the Yushu Palace. Meanwhile, Huang Long stood in confusion, pondering, what urgent matter does Tai have? Why is Yu Ding going with him? Beside him, Guang Chengzi rolled his eyes. "Oh, you really believe such nonsense? It is obvious they are off to engage in something else." Huang Long, curious, asked, "What else?" Nanji Xianwing chuckled. "What else could it be? They are certainly looking to take advantage of the chaos." Zihong, Pu Xian, and other figures exchanged glances, unable to suppress their smiles. Tai Yi and Yu Ding truly had no shame, attempting to seize opportunities amidst the battle this moment. Only Huang Long remained perplexed, his face filled with confusion. Take advantage of the chaos. Where are they going to take advantage? "Sister, shall we merely stand by and watch?" In Yuwa's domain, Fushi stood by the window, holding a goblet of jade liquid, gazing towards the Eastern Sea, before turning to ask, "What shall we do?" Behind him, the majestic Yuwa, adorned in resplendent attire, was playfully toying with a young white Yao beast. Upon hearing Fushi's words, she casually replied, "What else is there to do?" Soon, the Qingcheng Mountain will intervene to slay Di Jun. We can simply observe. Fushi raised his cup and drank deeply. Sister, let us not forget. In the days of old when the heavenly court was first established, the demon clan revered me as the Shi Emperor and you as the Niuai Empress. Now their Shi Emperor and Niuai Empress must stand by and watch as their heavenly emperor is slaughtered. It is indeed ironic. Niuai paused her actions, replying coolly, Brother, you still do not understand. The saints of the heavenly Tao are not merely saints of one clan, but the saints of all beings within heaven and earth. Ha! Fushi chuckled. Indeed, you are a saint of the heavenly Tao and naturally prioritize all beings, but I am not, nor do I need to be. With that, he set down his goblet and stepped outside. Where are you going? Niuai's brows furrowed slightly. Where am I going? Fushi stopped, slightly turning his head. I shall visit the heavenly court and then stroll through the primordial chaos. From now on, all matters of the world shall have no bearing on me. I will appreciate the beauty of heaven and earth, observing the world and its myriad beings. Qingcheng Mountain, within the Koi Palace, the resounding clamor of the eastern sea similarly roused Li, who had been immersed in his contemplations. He ceased his training, withdrawing the aura of the Tao, as myriad phenomena gradually dissipated. The heavenly court has made its move? Li rose, approaching the window, his gaze piercing through the void towards the eastern sea. After a moment, he murmured to himself, according to the previous plans, Di Jun is likely to be unable to escape his calamity, that I end this way. The impending calamity of the Wu and Yao may indeed be averted. With this thought, he looked up towards the heavenly court. With the fall of the Eastern Emperor, the Zizhou immortal court would surely be on the brink of collapse. The heavenly court with the fall of Emperor Jun. Can Dong Huang Tai still hold the fort? If the heavenly court were to scatter, would not Hong Jun Dao Zhu hasten the arrival of Hao Tian? Would the Fengshan be advanced as well? Li's thoughts raced. What does it matter? If the sky were to fall, the saints would surely bear the weight. However, speaking of which, with the heavenly court emptied out, is it not quite vulnerable at this moment? Over countless Yuan meetings, the heavenly court has governed billions of beings, and they must have amassed quite a few spiritual treasures, right? Why not take a look around? Who knows, I might get lucky, heavenly court. The 33 heavens. Each layer resembles a world of its own, inhabited by countless races of beings, peaceful and serene, where time flows gently. There is not a hint of anxiety regarding warfare, as if victory is already assured. Li, under the protection of the 9-grade green lotus, with the innate copper bell shielding his body, unleashed the power of the Taiqing golden immortal realm, traversing through layers of wind, thunder, and fire. Swiftly arriving at the southern heavenly gate, this moment, the southern heavenly gate was not as heavily guarded as usual, with only 2 or 3 minor demons holding magical artifacts, casually chatting amongst themselves. Once the Emperor cleanses the Zizhou immortal court, our heavenly court will become the greatest power in the world. Indeed, it is a pity that we cannot witness this battle in person. It is truly regrettable. By the way, there is something you might not know that a few days ago, I heard from the demon commander Shangyang that our empress is expecting. Soon, our heavenly court will have a little prince. Is that so? Then our heavenly court is about to welcome double happiness. Li concealed himself in the void. He swaggered past the 2 minor demons, who were completely oblivious, after entering the southern heavenly gate and proceeding for a short distance. He beheld a magnificent cluster of palaces, each more resplendent than the last, adorned with innate white jade roofs, millennia-old glazed tiles, and floors paved with 10,000-year-old green jade. Radiant rainbows hung in the sky, and auspicious clouds billowed like an ocean, with spiritual energy swirling like mist. The palatial towers rose in succession, the celestial halls and jade terraces layered in harmonious disarray, with pavilions and towers distinctly arranged. The heavenly court truly exudes wealth and grandeur, resplendent beyond compare. Regardless of past or present, this was Li's first visit to the heavenly court. Gazing at the celestial realm before him, he could not help but exclaim, I must take a little more while I'm here. There is no need to be polite with the heavenly court. Suddenly, he recalled something and furrowed his brow. Where exactly is the heavenly court's treasure vault? He glanced around, with spiritual mist swirling. Yet he had no idea which way to go. A wave of helplessness surged within Li. What now? I don't know the way. Should I search each palace one by one? But there are palaces as numerous as the stars. How much time would that waste? By then, not only would Emperor Jun have fallen, but Dong Huangtai might also return with Emperor Jun's corpse. Perhaps I should ask someone for directions? Li pondered silently. Just then, two shadowy figures stealthily emerged from a nearby corner. As they drew closer, he discerned that they were both clad in Taoist robes. One bore a resemblance to a middle-aged man, with a somewhat lecherous demeanor and a black beard, while the other was short and pudgy, with a round face that appeared quite jovial. Finally, Li figured out the location of the Heavenly Court's treasure vault. Brother Yuqing, I shall enter the vault shortly. You remain outside to keep watch. That won't do. What if you hoard the treasures for yourself? As brothers, how can you say such things? Taiqing, don't play this game with me. I know exactly what kind of person you are. With the Heavenly Court in such a state of vulnerability, we can all enter without needing to leave anyone outside. Upon hearing this, Li's heart stirred. Realizing that these were disciples of the Chan sect, Yuqing Zhenren and Taiqing Zhenren. Moreover, it seemed they were also heading toward the Heavenly Court's treasure vault. They are clever individuals. Seizing the opportunity to plunder while the fire blazes, Li mused inwardly. This works perfectly. I don't know the location of the treasure vault, so I can just follow them. With that thought, he concealed his figure once more, maintaining a safe distance behind Yuqing and Taiqing as they proceeded. Before long, the three of them arrived at a simple, unassuming small pavilion and halted. Taiqing sighed. Who would have thought that the grand treasure vault of the Heavenly Court would be such a plain little building? Why Yuqing surveyed the surroundings, suddenly letting out a cold laugh. Fellow Taoist, you've been following us all this way. Now that we are here, aren't you going to reveal yourself? At these words, Taiyi's expression shifted in shock and with a flash of golden light. A mid-grade innate spiritual treasure appeared in his palm, his gaze warily scanning the vicinity. Ready for a fight? Li's heart sank. Exposed? That shouldn't have happened, he thought, preparing to step out, figuring that they could all enter the vault together and share the treasures. However, just then, Yuqing exhaled a sigh of relief, relaxed his body, patted Taiyi's shoulder, and chuckled. Looks like no one is following us after all. Now we can enter without worry. Taiqing paused for a moment, then realized that Yuqing was merely trying to deceive him, but he couldn't help but laugh and scold. No wonder our master often says you overthink things. You truly have many tricks up your sleeve. Yuqing shrugged nonchalantly. Life is tough. The Tao is difficult. Being cautious is never a bad thing. Li twitched his lips in exasperation. Damn it, I almost revealed myself. Let us go, Yuqing waved his hand, leading Taiqing toward the small pavilion while casually knocking out a few guarding demons. As they entered, Li followed closely behind. The moment he stepped inside, the scene before him suddenly transformed. It no longer felt like entering a pavilion, but more like stepping into the cosmos. The universe dimmed, stars twinkled in abundance, and there seemed to be no end in sight. It turned out to be a small world. Li surveyed his surroundings and quickly realized that this was indeed an independent realm. Within it flowed valleys, the sun and moon traversed the sky, and towering ancient trees stood proudly in the center. As for the previously entered Yuqing and Taiqing, their figures were nowhere to be seen. They must have ventured to another place. Li raised his gaze to the sky, focusing intently. He soon discovered that the myriad stars were not actual stars, but rather various spiritual treasures, suspended in the heavens, illuminating the surroundings. Excellent, he exclaimed. These shall all belong to me. With that, he extended his palm, transforming it into a colossal hand that could cover the heavens, seizing every spiritual treasure that hung from the celestial vault, regardless of their quality or rank, sweeping them all away. Afterward, he did not rush to refine them. Instead, he stored these postnatal and innate treasures and continued onward to a tranquil valley. There, he beheld a pristine white lotus blossoming in a pool of water, quietly radiating immeasurable divine light, exuding a pure and serene aura. It appeared extraordinarily mysterious. He counted the petals of the lotus. He was astonished to find there were as many as 12. A 12-grade pure world white lotus? Li gasped in surprise. He truly did not expect that this lotus, which was on par with the 12-grade merit golden lotus, 12-grade creation green lotus, and 12-grade fiery red lotus, would be found in the heavenly court's treasure vault. The 12-grade pure world white lotus contains the essence of purification, clearing the mind and spirit. That it is not only a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure, unmatched in defense, but also possesses the ability to resist all forms of corruption and repel evil. I've struck it rich. Li Li's eyes sparkled. The 9-grade green lotus he possessed had already provided him immense benefits over countless years. However, it was merely a derivative of the 12-grade creation green lotus. If he were to obtain this 12-grade pure world white lotus, which holds the same status as the creation green lotus, the benefits to himself would be as if wings had been added to a tiger, as if a fish had found water. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Li stepped forward, harnessing his divine powers to directly collect the 12th rank pure world white lotus, along with the pool of water in which it grew. Just this 12th rank pure world white lotus alone signifies a substantial profit from this journey to the heavenly court. Dijun, you have contravened the decree of the Tao ancestor, recklessly wielding weapons and leading the heavenly army to assault my purple continent immortal court, which is indeed a grave offense. You must be punished. Above the East Sea, as Li Li entered the heavenly court's treasury, a formidable middle-aged man clad in imperial robes, with an imposing presence, traversed the air. Slowly ascending, his aura of quasi-saintly might radiated, an overwhelming force swept through the surroundings. Dark clouds gathered in the heavens, thunder roared, and fierce winds howled. The once tranquil surface of the East Sea surged with tumultuous waves. Rising to towering heights, behind him, countless Tai golden immortals and Luo golden immortals ascended into the air, filling the sky like a swarm of locusts, obscuring the sun. Dijun laughed heartily. Punish me? We shall see if you, Donghua, possess the capability. With that, his expression shifted to one of seriousness, his gaze sharp, and raising his palm, he bellowed, "Where is the sanctity of the heavenly court?" In an instant, numerous demon armies, riding clouds and commanding fierce beasts, howled in response, their voices reverberating to the heavens. Warriors! Dijun's eyes glinted with ferocity as he slashed his raised hand downward, commanding, "Slaughter them all! By your command!" The thunderous chorus erupted again, as the vast demon army, filled with murderous intent, surged down from the heavens towards the members of the Purple Continent Immortal Court. They truly believe that we in the Immortal Court fear them? Donghua Emperor roared. Sanglong, he drew a golden imperial sword, swinging it to shatter the void, pointing the blade at Dijun, shouting, "Fellow Taoists, join me in slaying the demons." The cultivators of the Purple Continent quickly summoned their spiritual treasures, their expressions cold, eyes filled with killing intent, charging towards the heavenly army. In an instant, both armies clashed fiercely. The resounding brilliance of spiritual treasures and magical artifacts illuminated the East Sea sky in a kaleidoscope of colors. The sounds of screams and wails echoed incessantly. The once clear sea surface swiftly turned crimson with blood as countless lives perished, falling like moths from the sky. Within the heavenly court's treasury, Li Li, who was ransacking spiritual treasures and plants, felt a stirring in his heart, glancing towards the East Sea, murmuring, "The great battle has begun by the looks of it. This war will not conclude in mere centuries. Such a large-scale conflict predominantly involves golden immortals. Tai golden immortals and Luo golden immortals, making it impossible to determine a victor in just 1 or 2 days and centuries. That is only under the condition that the heavenly court possesses a significant advantage, nearly achieving a crushing momentum. My time is running short." Li Li sighed that a century may be a lifetime for mortals, but for them, it is but a fleeting moment. With this thought, Li Li decided to abandon the collection of postnatal treasures, focusing instead on the innate treasures within the treasury. Time is limited, thus I must select the best. As time flows like water, a century slipped by. Dijun, you have gone too far. Boom! Above the East Sea, Donghua Emperor, witnessing his former friends meet a tragic end at the hands of the demon race, felt rage boiling within, his eyes about to burst. gritting his teeth. Grasping the accompanying imperial sword, he recklessly charged towards the Golden Crow war chariot. Evidently intent on a final confrontation with Di Jun come forth. Di Jun revealed a cruel smile. With a flick of his hand, he prepared to summon the accompanying supreme treasures, the river map and Luo book. To confront Donghua Emperor Ti that moment, his brother Tai stepped forward, saying, "Brother, allow me." With a hum, Donghua Tai opened his palm, a delicate and ancient bronze bell spinning in his grasp. He hurled it upwards, and it expanded in size, becoming as massive as a mountain, exuding an overwhelming, unstoppable aura that swept across the surroundings. Time and space froze, the chaos of the world fell silent, and all colors faded to pale. The chaos bell. Look, it is Donghua Tai, summoning his accompanying innate treasure, the chaos bell. Its over. Donghua Emperor is truly doomed in the primordial world. Countless beings observing the battle gasped in astonishment at the moment the bronze bell was summoned, proclaiming Donghua Emperor's certain death. Just then, Di Jun, standing behind Donghua Tai, coldly scoffed, "Tai, although the chaos bell can freeze time and suppress the ages, Donghua Emperor is no ordinary foe. This alone may not suffice to vanquish him." He stepped forward, summoning his own innate treasure, the river map and Luo book, radiating boundless might. With a whoosh, the river map and Luo book, once summoned, floated above like a jade canopy, enveloping the surroundings, displaying the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and auspicious beasts, their brilliance swirling to suppress all things. The chaos bell and the river map and Luo book. Donghua Emperor's pupils constricted. The power of the chaos bell quietly descended, and in an instant, time froze and space stilled. Before he could react, the river map and Luo book surged forward with overwhelming force. No. He cried out in despair. His quasi-saintly body was crushed to pieces under the combined might of the two innate treasures, leaving behind only a wisp of weak divine soul, lingering in place. Is he not dead yet? Tai frowned. He activated the chaos bell once more, freezing time and space, and aimed it directly at the remaining divine soul of Donghua Emperor. Just then, a voice rang out. Enough. A gentle breeze arose, transforming into an invisible giant hand that flicked its fingers, sending the formidable chaos bell, which could suppress all, flying back like a mere toy. Tai's expression shifted dramatically. In a flash, he rushed to the chaos bell, extending his arms to prevent it from escaping. Bang! The moment he touched the chaos bell, an overwhelming and irresistible force surged forth, propelling both him and the bell into the East Sea, creating colossal waves. Tai! Di Jun exclaimed in shock. He then abruptly turned his gaze skyward, his face contorted with rage, shouting, "Taiqing Saint, what is the meaning of this?" Above the heavens, clouds gathered, revealing an ancient, majestic visage. He cast a fleeting glance at Di Jun, remaining silent. Collecting the remnants of Donghua Emperor's soul, he swiftly dissipated. In the next moment, boundless might emanated from Golden Ao Island, the Tao rhythm permeating, with purple chi spreading for 3,000 miles. Countless phenomena emerging. Illusions of dragons and phoenixes cleared the way. The sounds of the Tao resounded. Countless lotus flowers of the Tao bloomed. Unfathomable truths surged forth. The void trembled. A young man with flowing black hair, clad in blue, a serene countenance, and a long sword at his waist, walked through the air step by step. The Taiqing Saint. Di Jun narrowed his eyes, coldly stating, "What is the meaning of your presence?" The upper clear Taiqing stepped into the sky, looking down with indifference, his tone calm as he said, "Di Jun, you recklessly instigated war, wantonly slaying celestial leaders, resulting in the deaths of countless beings. Your heart is deserving of retribution, and your crimes warrant punishment. Will you take your own life as atonement, or shall I send you on your way? Shi Huang." Salutations to Shi Huang, at the southern heavenly gate of the heavenly court. A seven-colored auspicious cloud rushed forth, revealing a young figure. The little demons guarding the gate, upon seeing the newcomer, hurriedly approached and bowed in greeting. "Thank you for your service," Fushi replied, his steps unceasing as he entered the southern heavenly gate. However, After just a few steps, his brow furrowed, and he looked towards the treasury. Jun and Tai are absent. Do they think the heavenly court is without defenders? These little thieves are too audacious. With his cultivation at the quasi-saint level, a mere flicker of divine thought allowed him to perceive the circumstances within and beyond the heavenly court with utmost clarity, as if he were scrutinizing the lines of his palm. I shall see who the audacious thief is, daring to invade my heavenly court for theft. With a soft murmur, Fushi altered his course, preparing to confront the troublemakers in the heavenly court's treasury. Specifically targeting Li and his companions at that moment, a maidservant from the imperial palace rushed in, her face alight with joy. Great news! Great news! Upon hearing her exclaim, Fushi paused, curiosity piqued, and inquired, What is it? What great news? The maid, realizing she had been halted by Fushi, quickly bowed, and, with a beaming smile, replied, Your Majesty Fushi, it is a birth announcement. The Empress has given birth. A smile graced Fushi's face upon hearing this news. He was aware of the Empress's pregnancy. Was it a prince or a princess? The maid, her face radiant with joy, intertwined her fingers and gestured a 10 with a gleeful expression, exclaiming, It is 10. The Empress has given birth to 10 little princes. 10? Fushi was taken aback. If your Majesty has no further matters, I shall take my leave first, as I must also report this joy to the Heavenly Emperor, the maid said cheerfully, upon hearing this. Fushi hesitated, contemplating that by the time she reached the Eastern Sea to deliver the news, Emperor Jun might already have perished. Yet, seeing the maid's elation, he could not bear to dampen her spirits, and smiled. Then go ahead. For such a momentous occasion, the Heavenly Emperor will surely bestow rewards. Emperor Jun was known for his generosity towards the denizens of the heavenly court. Such joyous tidings would likely be met with treasures and elixirs as rewards, provided, of course, that he was not dead. The maid departed, her spirits high. Once she was out of sight, Fushi let out a deep sigh, gazing sorrowfully towards the direction of the Empress's palace, his eyes filled with compassion. What a pitiful bunch of little ones. They are born into this world only to have their biological father face impending doom. With that, he turned his gaze towards the treasury and the desolate expanse of the heavenly court's architecture, suddenly feeling a profound sense of futility. Enough of this. With Emperor Jun's demise, the existence of the heavenly court was uncertain. Some worthless trinkets were hardly worth lamenting over. Shaking his head with a sigh, Fushi redirected his path, abandoning his visit to the treasury, and headed towards the Empress's palace to see these unfortunate little golden crows. Meanwhile, in the treasury, Li was recklessly plundering spiritual treasures, blissfully unaware that he had just narrowly escaped from a quasi-saint. A low-grade innate spiritual treasure, an emerald bracelet, an exquisite postnatal spiritual treasure, a jade hairpin, a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, a void ring. Excellent, excellent, Li exclaimed joyfully. This trip to the heavenly court had yielded spiritual treasures and medicines worth over 100,000, completely compensating for his late emergence and the scarcity of spiritual items. From now on, I shall also possess considerable depth as a being. Li mused contentedly. On another front, Yu Dingjunren and Taiqing walked together, gazing at the empty valley devoid of spiritual items, both sighing in unison. This is the heavenly court's treasury. Taiqing grumbled. Ever since we entered, we have encountered less than 10 spiritual treasures. What kind of treasury is this? It must be a sham. Yu Dingjunren sighed. The treasury is indeed genuine. It is merely that we have not encountered any spiritual items. Isn't it infuriating? Infuriating. Tai stomped his foot in frustration. While it is said that treasures possess spiritual consciousness and typically gravitate towards those of great fortune, we are no ordinary beings. At the very least, we are disciples of a grand saintly lineage. Surely our luck cannot be so poor. Yet why do we not encounter any treasures? Yu Ding spread his hands in exasperation. Who could say otherwise? I too cannot fathom where these spiritual treasures are hiding. He scratched his head in agitation. That moment, an overwhelming, earth-shattering killing intent surged forth, engulfing the heavens and earth, as if the very fabric of reality were on the brink of collapse. Tai was startled into alertness, summoning his defensive spiritual treasure and scanning the surroundings warily. Who is it? What is happening? Yuqing's expression turned grave, his gaze fixed towards the eastern sea. He spoke somberly. It is Master Tong Tian. He is engaged in battle with Emperor Jun. Hearing this, Tai breathed a sigh of relief, retracting his defensive treasure. You frightened me. I thought someone was out to kill me. The sword intent of Master Tong Tian was indeed terrifying. After a pause, he continued, Emperor Jun truly deserves to be the heavenly emperor, daring to confront Master Tong Tian. He possesses considerable courage. The Yuqing nodded. Indeed, but it is regrettable that courage without strength is of no use. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous cry echoed. Tong Tian. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept it. If only we had been a bit closer, my heavenly court would have swept across the realm, becoming the mightiest power in existence. From the direction of the eastern sea came Emperor Jun's final lament, followed by a resounding crash, as if the very heavens trembled. Moments later, tranquility returned. Emperor Jun is dead. It seems he has truly perished. In the treasury, Li heard the rumbling and glanced towards the eastern sea, muttering to himself, this golden crow, Emperor Jun, was indeed a formidable figure, born upon the sun star. He had attended the Zixiao Palace 3 times, full of ambition to establish the heavenly court and recruit mighty beings, almost single-handedly transforming the court into the greatest power in existence. He was originally meant to perish in the calamity of the witch and demon conflict, alongside the 12 ancestors of sorcery. Alas, due to Li Li's interference, his demise had been hastened countless epochs, and it was none other than Qing Tong Tian who had personally struck him down. With Emperor Jun's fall, it would not be long before Dong Huang Tai returned to the heavenly court, leading the remnants of his forces. This won't do. I cannot linger here. Li calculated silently, quickly stowing away several postnatal spiritual treasures before making his swift exit from the treasury, transforming into a streak of dark light as he sped towards the southern heavenly gate, preparing to return to Qingcheng Mountain. Meanwhile, after Li Li's departure from the treasury, Yuqing Jinren and Tai Jinren's fortunes inexplicably shifted for the better, encountering a surge of spiritual treasures. What is happening? Tai Jinren exclaimed in frustration. Cursed be the timing. These treasures could have appeared sooner or later, but they chose now, just as Dong Huang Tai is about to return. Yuqing offered a wry smile. Tai, we must leave. If we do not, we may lose our lives. Gazing at the countless spiritual treasures shimmering with golden light before them, Tai felt his heart bleed. My treasures! Cursed fate! Let us depart now. The more I look, the more it pains me. Master, who is this fellow? Upon returning to the Banjing Palace of Qingcheng Mountain, Li found not only his own master, but also a formidable and imposing middle-aged man clad in imperial robes. However, at this moment, he lacked a physical body and existed in a state of pure spirit, appearing exceedingly fragile, as if a gust of wind could disperse him. Little disciple, this is Emperor Donghua, Taiqing explained briefly. Emperor Donghua, Li was slightly taken aback. Hadn't he perished? Young friend. Sensing Li Li's confusion, Emperor Donghua smiled wryly. Thanks to Saint Taiqing, who struck the chaos bell at a crucial moment, I was saved. Li's expression was one of bewilderment. That moment. The supreme sage turned his gaze toward the Eastern Emperor, speaking with a solemn tone. Well, have you made your decision? The Eastern Emperor fell silent. After a brief pause, he suddenly broke into a smile. Expressing gratitude to the supreme sage, I have made my decision. I am willing to traverse the path of cultivation once more. The myriad challenges I face are but mere frost and wind. Excellent, truly excellent. A smile graced the corners of the supreme sage's mouth as he praised. With such determination, my friend, there shall surely be a place for you in this realm in the future. As Li listened to their conversation, he gradually began to comprehend. It turned out that the Eastern Emperor, with a body that no longer existed and a severely damaged soul, retained barely a fraction of his once formidable quasi-saint cultivation. It seemed his master had presented him with several choices. The Eastern Emperor chose to forsake his quasi-saint cultivation and was willing to embark on the path anew. How admirable! Li silently commended him. To have reached the quasi-saint level, akin to a fortune of millions, and yet to dare to relinquish it all and start afresh. This audacity was far beyond that of ordinary beings, though I desire to restart my cultivation. The Eastern Emperor spoke slowly, his gaze fixed on the Supreme Sage, his demeanor earnest and words sincere. I implore you, O Sage, do not dismiss me for my lack of fortune. Please accept me as your disciple. I vow to serve you with the utmost respect. Ali raised an eyebrow in surprise. This Eastern Emperor is rather astute. Although it was said that Dijun had already fallen, many powerful remnants of the demon race, such as Dong Huang Tai, Yi and Yao, Shikuin Peng, still persisted. If he were to abandon his quasi-saint cultivation, he would inevitably face relentless pursuit by the demon race, leading a life of constant evasion. The wisest course of action would be to align himself with another powerful faction for protection in the present world, the most capable force to oppose the heavenly court, and the one most likely to take him in, was undoubtedly the Supreme Sage, who had just saved him. Moreover, starting anew on the path of cultivation was easier said than done. Choosing to join the Sage's grand sect was indeed a twofold benefit. Regrettably, you and I have no karmic bond as master and disciple. The Supreme Sage gently declined the Eastern Emperor. He valued the ties of fate when accepting disciples. Furthermore, as a sage of the heavenly Tao, how could he not understand the Eastern Emperor's thoughts? The Eastern Emperor wished to plead again, but the Supreme Sage merely shook his head. Upon seeing this, the Eastern Emperor's expression darkened, his demeanor disheartened, and his eyes dimmed. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but hesitated. Without the opportunity to become a disciple, his future days would likely not bode well. Why despair, my friend? The Supreme Sage encouraged him, shifting his gaze to Li, and smiled. Although we lack a master-disciple bond, you share a connection with my little disciple, Li. How'd I end up in this narrative? A master-disciple bond. Where does that come from? The Eastern Emperor was equally taken aback. What did this mean? Was he to become Li's disciple? But he had existed countless epochs before him. Surely, he should be considered his senior. To truly become Li's disciple would be a blow to his pride. The Eastern Emperor was reluctant. However, after the Supreme Sage spoke, he closed his eyes, seemingly immersed in enlightenment, disregarding him entirely, as if to say he could either accept the offer or leave. Seeing the Eastern Emperor hesitating, Li rolled his eyes, muttering, "If you want to worship me as your master, go ahead. It's not like I'm particularly special. Master, I have been away for some time. There are many affairs to attend to in the Taoist temple, so I shall take my leave unless there are further instructions." Ali bowed to the Supreme Sage, ignored the Eastern Emperor, and turned to exit the Grand Hall that he was preparing to return to Qingcheng Mountain. During his stay at Qingcheng Mountain, the Supreme Sage had already imparted all the essential teachings for cultivating the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Remaining here was of little use. Instead of wasting time, he would rather return to his own Taoist temple to focus on his cultivation and strive for an early breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal. After he departed, the Eastern Emperor stood in the hall, his expression a mix of turmoil, glancing between the Supreme Sage and the departing Li, his heart in a state of indecision. Finally, he gritted his teeth and declared, "If I must, then I shall accept the title of disciple. Even if it means lowering my status, it is better than living in fear of constant pursuit and uncertainty." He then took a step forward, chasing after Li, waving his hand and calling out, "Master, Master, wait for me." Hearing the voice, Li quickened his pace on the cloud in the hall, once Li and the Eastern Emperor had left. The Supreme Sage slowly opened his eyes, gazing toward Qingcheng Mountain, murmuring, "Foolish disciple. Did you think I spoke carelessly? The Eastern Emperor indeed has a bond with you, and he is the most suitable candidate to inherit the Golden Elixir path." On Qingcheng Mountain, at some unknown time, a verdant clearing had been created at the peak, where a four-corner pavilion was constructed at this moment, clad in simple white garments resembling a snow lotus. Bai Su Zhen sat within the pavilion, her expression serene, her focus unwavering as she diligently brewed tea at a stone table. Behind her, a flicker of dark light appeared, revealing Shao Qing's figure. Holding a bouquet of starry flowers, she hopped over to Bai Su Zhen's side, waving the fresh blooms before her sister, exclaiming, "Sister, look at this beautiful bouquet of starry flowers I just picked. Aren't they lovely?" "Beautiful, indeed," Bai Su Zhen replied absently, her gaze fixed on the tea before her. Xiao Qing huffed, muttering, "That's a rather indifferent response. You didn't even glance at them." "Hee hee," Bai Su Zhen chuckled. "I need not look to know you picked them from Qingcheng Mountain. Any flower from our mountain cannot possibly be anything less than beautiful." Xiao Qing considered this and found it to be true. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed her sister's expression shift. Suddenly standing up, Bai Su Zhen gazed toward the horizon, a smile blossoming on her face. "They have returned. The master has returned. Why are you like a stubborn leech? How many times must I tell you? If you're not wanted, then just go back where you came from." In the sky, a cloud floated by, and Lily sat cross-legged atop it, his face displaying impatience as he addressed the Eastern Emperor. "You were once the ruler of the celestial court, yet you have no shame." The Eastern Emperor chuckled. "Master, it was my esteemed ancestor who urged me to take you as my teacher. Surely you cannot disregard your ancestor's wishes?" Lily replied sarcastically, "By becoming my disciple, doesn't that lower your status?" The Eastern Emperor responded earnestly, "In the pursuit of the Tao, the worthy take precedence. To be accepted as your disciple is my fortune." Even Li smiled with a hint of sarcasm. "I cannot teach you. You are the illustrious Eastern Emperor. With a mere puff of wind, the wasteland would tremble, and with a stomp, the heavens would shake." "Master," the Eastern Emperor took a few steps closer, beaming, "titles of emperor are mere names, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Since I have joined your esteemed lineage, from now on, if you direct me east, I shall not go west. If you command me to fight the celestial hound, I shall not pursue the phoenix." Li scoffed. "If I told you to eat dung, would you do it?" The Eastern Emperor fell silent for a moment, then inhaled deeply, responding earnestly, "If it is your command, master, I would." Li, "You have some guts, willing to eat dung." "Fine. Find out." Li waved his hand and said, "Since you are so sincere, Master Taiqing has also permitted you to become my disciple. I shall reluctantly accept you into my fold." Upon hearing this, Dong Hua was immediately filled with excitement. He knelt on the cloud, his knees buckling, and exclaimed, "Disciple pays respects to master." Lily nodded and smiled. "At present, you exist only in a spiritual form and lack a physical body that I doubt you possess any spiritual treasures either. So the formalities of a disciple's offering can be rather casual." Dong Hua was taken aback. "Oh, I still need to present an offering? Isn't it customary for the master to bestow gifts upon the disciple? I've never heard of anyone who had to provide an offering to become a disciple in the vast realms of Hongwang." "Surely not." Lily raised an eyebrow. "You didn't come prepared with an offering, did you?" "Wishing to become my disciple." With a furrowed brow, Dong Hua finally mustered the courage to say, "Master, please allow me to explain. My physical body was destroyed, and all my spiritual treasures scattered far and wide." His voice dwindled as he added, "Master, could I perhaps defer the offering for now and provide it later?" Li's brows lifted slightly. "That is precisely what I wish to hear." "Very well," he responded nonchalantly. "However, in the future, if I desire an offering, it will be up to me to choose." "Not a problem," Dong Hua readily agreed, "as long as it is something I possess. You may select it. Well, if I dare to object, may the heavens strike me down." "Good disciple. Those are your words," Lily chuckled. "Indeed they are," Dong Hua affirmed with conviction. Li grinned and turned to gaze at the approaching Qingcheng Mountain. Musing, life is truly unpredictable. The tides of time shift endlessly, departing alone, yet returning with a disciple. That moment, Dong Hua felt a surge of curiosity and asked, "Master, do we have any senior brothers or sisters in our lineage?" "None," Lily replied casually. Dong Hua's eyes lit up with joy. "So, does that mean I shall be the eldest brother of our lineage henceforth?" Lily replied coolly, "Your current lack of senior siblings does not preclude the possibility of them arising in the future." Dong Hua was left bewildered. What kind of logic is this? Does it mean that even after becoming a disciple, one could still end up being a junior? Is the hierarchy within the sects so arbitrary? Ignoring Dong Hua's confused thoughts, he reminded Li of someone. "Zhenwu. I wonder how he is faring." With that thought, Lily arrived above Qingcheng Mountain but did not rush back to the temple. Instead, he activated his divine consciousness to survey the entire mountain in search of Zhen Wu's presence. Before long, he spotted Zhen Wu halfway up the mountain, exuding vitality and standing tall, holding a bloodied tiger's head. Making his way up the mountain with uneven steps. Along the way, many beings greeted him. Going up the mountain again. The Qingcheng ancestor hasn't returned yet. It seems you might be making a fruitless trip once more. Ah, I see you've slain another wicked tiger demon. Judging by its aura, it was on the verge of transcendence. You truly are impressive, able to defeat even a tiger demon close to becoming an immortal. Indeed, over the past few centuries, Zhen Wu had slain many malevolent demons near Qingcheng Mountain. Were it not for him, could we enjoy such peace and harmony? A multitude of beings from Qingcheng Mountain murmured among themselves. Meanwhile, Zhen Wu maintained a resolute expression, steadily climbing toward the mountain. Undeterred, he was so close to achieving transcendence. Observing Zhen Wu's surging power, Li felt a mix of emotions. He had casually gifted Zhen Wu a copy of the Blackwater True Scripture, never anticipating that Zhen Wu would reach the cusp of ascension, almost ready to become an immortal. This was still due to the lack of subsequent methods. Truly, he was deserving of the title of future ancestor of the Nine Heavens. The Emperor Zhen Wu, though he lacked a strong foundation, his comprehension, perseverance, and character were undeniably exceptional. Li pondered silently and glanced at Dong Hua beside him, inwardly reflecting. The master always wishes for me to take on disciples and propagate our lineage. Whether I accept one sheep or two, it matters not. After all, Emperor Dong Hua has already taken one. Accepting Emperor Zhen Wu as well should not pose an issue. With this thought, Li spoke. Let us descend and take a look. Dong Hua, perplexed, lacked the courage to contest Li's decision and merely nodded in agreement. Qingcheng ancestor, Zhen Wu thought to himself as he carried the bloody tiger's head up the mountain. I have nearly eradicated all the malevolent demons in the vicinity over these years. Surely, you can sense my sincerity in seeking to become your disciple. When you return to the temple, you will undoubtedly accept me as your pupil. For years, he had diligently practiced the Blackwater True Scripture according to his brother's vision, continuously slaying evil demons to maintain the tranquility of Qingcheng Mountain, anticipating the ancestors' return to the temple, confident that they would recognize his sincerity. Zhen Wu, keep it up. You can do it. You will surely succeed in becoming a disciple. As he walked, Zhen Wu silently encouraged himself, his steps steady as he traversed the familiar mountain path. Just as he turned a corner, he noticed two figures standing atop a massive boulder ahead. One was strikingly handsome, tall, and composed, bearing a familiar visage, while the other exuded an imposing presence in imperial robes, appearing formidable and challenging to approach. Had he seen this person before? A sense of familiarity washed over Zhen Wu as he drew closer. Upon arriving before them, his eyes sparkled with recognition, and he joyfully exclaimed, "Brother, it's you, master. You have a younger brother?" Dong Hua was taken aback upon hearing Zhen Wu call out brother so casually. His master actually had a sibling. How should he address him then? Should he call him little uncle? Li, uninterested in addressing Dong Hua's curiosity, smiled and asked Zhen Wu, "How have you fared all these years?" At those words, Zhen Wu felt as if he were a wayward traveler returning home after years apart, encountering family. His heart swelled with emotion, and his eyes glistened as he nodded, saying, "Brother, I am well. However, I have been searching for you all these years, longing to repay you for the teachings you bestowed upon me. Yet I could never find you. I thought you." Dong Hua, observing the deep bond between Zhen Wu and Li, contemplated how he should interact with this uncle. Let the past remain in the past. Dong Hua offered comfort upon hearing this. Zhen Wu turned to him, smiled, and inquired, "May I ask how to address you, friend?" Li replied coolly, "He is from the Purple Continent, known as Lu Dongbin." Before Li could complete the introduction, Dong Hua eagerly interjected, introducing himself, "I am Lu Dongbin, originally cultivating in the Purple Continent. By fortune, I have been fortunate enough to become a disciple of Master," and he felt utterly embarrassed, the esteemed sovereign of the Celestial Court. The Emperor Dong Hua of Penglai Island now found himself in a state of disarray, his physical body shattered and spirit weakened. with his quasi-saint cultivation lost, and reduced to becoming a disciple of someone younger. Feeling too ashamed to refer to himself as Emperor Donghua, he fabricated a name on the spot. Yet, unbeknownst to him, when he declared himself Lu Dongbin, Li Li cast a penetrating glance at him. Suddenly realizing why his master Taiqing had told him that this Emperor Dong Hua shared a connection with him, Lu Dongbin. Originally a grandmaster of the Golden Elixir, he would one day become the patriarch of the Taoist Pill Cauldron sect. Celebrated as one of the 8 immortals of humanity. So it's you, Taoist Lu. Zhenwu smiled, acknowledging, brother, you possess great power and profound cultivation. It is indeed a blessing to be able to study under him. Emperor Donghua, or Lu Dongbin, smiled and nodded. Indeed, I have truly struck a stroke of luck at that moment. Zhenwu suddenly recalled something, directing his gaze towards Li Li, and inquired, Elder brother, we have known each other for quite some time. Yet we remain unaware of your name and Dao title. Li Li came the reply, my name is Li Li. He introduced himself succinctly. If you find this name unsatisfactory, you may also refer to me as the Patriarch of Qingcheng. He spoke candidly, shedding the pretense. After all, he had intended to come here to take on a disciple, and there was little point in feigning modesty. Li Zhenwu was taken aback. He believed he had misheard. His elder brother of all people had claimed to be the Patriarch of Qingcheng. You did not mishear, Li Li chuckled. I am indeed the Patriarch of Qingcheng, the very one you wish to apprentice under. Boom! It was as if a thunderbolt had split the night sky. Zhenwu stood frozen, staring blankly at Li Li, his face a vivid tapestry of astonishment, shock, and confusion, an utterly captivating sight. I have long wished to meet the Patriarch of Qingcheng. It turns out I have already met him. Zhenwu muttered to himself. Enough, Li Li said with a smile. Kneel and pay your respects. Did you not always wish to be my disciple? Bow your head, and you shall be counted as my apprentice. Upon hearing this, Zhenwu snapped back to reality, and without a moment's hesitation, he knelt before Li Li, bowing respectfully. Disciple Zhenwu pays homage to master. Meanwhile, Lu Dongbin took a while to gather his wits. Finally comprehending the relationship between the two. So, you are not brothers? Moreover, he added, isn't there a customary offering for apprenticeship? Why does Zhenwu not require one? Li Li frowned slightly. Every individual has their own destiny and requirements for apprenticeship. They vary from one being to another, Lu Dongbin replied. So, it seems that only he is exempt from the customary offering. Is this not a case of favoritism? Rise, Li Li said with a gentle smile. Zhenwu stood up, dusting off his knees, and turned to Lu Dongbin with a grin. Junior brother, we are now fellow disciples. What shall you call me? Lu Dongbin, pointing at himself with a look of disbelief, said, I entered the sect before you. I am the elder brother, and you are but the junior brother. Junior brother, you jest, Zhenwu replied earnestly. Master has imparted teachings to me long ago, a millennium past. Though we bore no formal title of master and disciple then, we share the essence of it. You may address me as elder brother, for I can bear it. Lu Dongbin was momentarily rendered speechless. He had indeed entered the sect first. Not speak nonsense. He retorted, exasperated. You, a mere mortal, not even at the level of an immortal. How can you claim to be my elder brother? Zhenwu chuckled, sensing the challenge in junior brother's tone. Were it not for my diminished cultivation, your kind would be extinguished with but a glance from me. Lu Dongbin's face was one of defiance. If you possess such skill, let us compare our strengths in 2 millennia. Is that so? Zhenwu's eyes narrowed slightly. Given you 2,000 years, what could you possibly achieve? However, since you have made your claim, let us settle this in 2 millennia. Agreed. Lu Dongbin proclaimed solemnly, in 2 millennia, the victor shall be the elder brother, and the vanquished shall be the junior brother. Zhenwu nodded in affirmation. Li, observing his apprentice, noted with amusement how this simple exchange had set the stage for a future contest. He remained silent, believing that competition within the sect was beneficial, preventing them from becoming complacent. Simultaneously, he harbored curiosity about the strengths of Zhenwu and Donghua Emperor. That moment, by Suzhen and Shaoqing, who had sensed Li Li's aura earlier on the mountaintop, hurried down from Qingcheng Mountain. Clad in white and green, They transformed into two graceful young maidens upon landing. "Master, you promised to return in no less than 500 years and no more than 1,000. How could it be that over 1,000 years have passed before your return?" Qing exclaimed. "You have no idea how my sister and I have waited day after day on the mountain, watching the flowers bloom and wither." Sujin smiled gently at her words. "Ha." Lily laughed heartily. "It seems I was delayed by certain matters." "Curious," Sujin asked, "what could possibly cause you such a delay?" "Nothing extraordinary," Lily replied, shaking his head. "Not long ago, a conflict erupted between the Heavenly Court and the Purple Continent's Immortal Court. I seized the opportunity to gather some spoils." Upon hearing this, Sujin appeared contemplative, while Qing exclaimed, "It's all the fault of that wretched Dijuan and Donghua Emperor. Were it not for them, Master would have returned long ago." Hearing this, Dongbin bristled. "How can you lay the blame on Donghua Emperor? He had no choice. It was Dijuan of the Heavenly Court who initiated the conflict." Qing shot him a glance, frowning. "And you are?" Dongbin puffed up with pride, saying, "I am Dongbin, the foremost disciple of your master. You may refer to me as Little Master." "Bah!" Qing scoffed, utterly unconvinced. "What disciple does my master have? If you are his disciple, then I am the biological mother of Donghua Emperor." Dongbin was a loss for words. "Ha!" Jinwu burst into laughter. "Little Qing, he is clearly delusional. Do not engage with him." Over the years, Jinwu had gained some notoriety due to his frequent demon-slaying exploits near Qingcheng Mountain. Additionally, he often ventured up the mountain to inquire about the patriarch's return, hoping to seize the opportunity to become his disciple. Thus, he had gradually become familiar with Sujin and Qing. "Humph." Qing huffed, pointedly remarking, "At least Jinwu is sensible, unlike some who only know how to boast." "You," Dongbin was infuriated, pointing at Qing, and turned to Li to complain. "Master, this girl shows no respect for me, despite my status as your foremost disciple." Li, disinterested in their bickering, shook his head and chuckled. "Enough of this. Let us save our discussions for the temple." With his words, the group ceased their quarrel, and they all took to the skies, gliding like streaks of light towards the mountaintop temple. Upon entering the temple, Li approached the pond, filling it with the waters of the life spring. Instantly, a rich, sweet fragrance permeated the air, transforming into mist, shrouding the surroundings in an ethereal ambience. "What kind of spring water is this?" Sujin, Qing, and Jinwu gazed at the pond, the spirit mist swirling and the white fog lingering, their faces alight with astonishment. They never expected that their mountain lord could acquire such miraculous water, renowned for its life-giving properties. Only Dongbin maintained a calm demeanor, observing the life spring with a tranquil gaze. While rare in the world, he had encountered such wonders before. However, in the next moment, Li produced a pure white lotus, its petals intricate and abundant, possessing no less than 12 ranks. With a grand gesture, he planted it in the life spring, exuding a natural aura of tranquility that enveloped the area, instilling peace and serenity in all who beheld it. 12-rank pure white lotus. Dongbin exclaimed in shock. He turned to Li, his eyes wide with astonishment, murmuring, "Master is truly fortunate to have acquired such a supreme innate treasure." Sujin, Qing, and the others possessed little knowledge. They gazed at the white lotus in the pond, feeling a profound sense of mystery and wonder. Yet, they remained utterly ignorant of its nature and utility. Sujin softly inquired, "Is this 12-grade pure world white lotus truly an extraordinary flower?" "Extraordinary indeed." Dongbin elucidated, "The 12-grade pure world white lotus is a rare spiritual entity in the cosmos. A supreme innate spiritual treasure. It shares its origins with the 12-grade merit golden lotus of the Western guiding sage, the 12-grade fiery red lotus wielded by the ancestor of the Nether River, and the 12-grade reincarnation purple lotus of the goddess Nuwa, among others." Upon hearing this, Sujin, Qing, and Jinwu were all profoundly shaken. Perhaps, given their limited experience, they could not comprehend the rarity of a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Nevertheless, they had certainly heard of the illustrious names of the Western guiding sage and the goddess Nuwa. "Master is truly remarkable," exclaimed Qing and Junwu. In awed Dongbin's eyes reflected a complex emotion as he stared blankly at Li. Momentarily at a loss for words that in truth, there were some matters he had yet to articulate fully. For instance, a supreme innate spiritual treasure is not something just any being can possess. It requires profound foundations and immense fortune. Otherwise, such treasures remain unattainable. In other words, any being fortunate enough to possess a supreme innate spiritual treasure, especially one as extraordinary as the 12-grade lotus, could not be a mere ordinary creature, although Li's origins had long been concealed by his 9-grade green lotus. The well-informed Dongbin could still make an educated guess that Master's fortune is truly boundless. He mused inwardly. Meanwhile, Li surveyed the 12-grade pure world white lotus he had planted in the life-giving spiritual spring, nodding in satisfaction. With his pure world white lotus, both his future enlightenment and the entirety of Qingcheng Mountain would benefit immensely. The Tao rhythm it emanated was potent enough to envelop the entire Qingcheng Mountain, ensuring that all creatures within would continuously experience enlightenment under the white lotus. Their cultivation progress would far exceed that of beings in other realms. By the way, he remarked, I have also acquired some spiritual treasures. Please take a look and select a few that you find useful. Turning back, he waved his hand through the air, and countless spiritual treasures seemed to respond to his call, floating forth. There were swords and knives, axes and halberds, as well as white silk ribbons and various other treasures. Predominantly, they were innate spiritual treasures, with numerous excellent acquired spiritual treasures among them. Is there truly this much? Heavens! Master, be honest with me. Did you bring the entire treasury of our ancestors? Dongbin gazed at the myriad of colorful spiritual treasures suspended in the air, speechless and astounded. Even during his peak as the ruler of the celestial court, he had never possessed as many treasures as Li displayed now. Unless Master had emptied the treasury of the Taiqing sage, Dongbin could not fathom how his master had acquired such an abundance of treasures. Even with exceptional fortune, it seemed impossible to possess so many. Bai Sujin, Qing, and Junwu looked at the floating treasures, their eyes shining brightly, their faces flushed with excitement. This is simply too much. Master is incredibly affluent. Master is mighty. Seeing their astonished expressions, Li laughed heartily. All right, hurry and pick a few that you can utilize. With that, Bai Sujin, Qing, Dongbin, and the others ceased their hesitations and began to select earnestly. After a moment, Bai Sujin chose 2 acquired spiritual treasures, a white long sword and a length of white silk, while Qing also selected 2 acquired treasures, a green long sword and a string of Pisho bells. Junwu opted for an acquired long sword and a mountain-shaped bell. Dongbin took only an acquired long sword. This was not due to their reluctance to choose innate treasures, but rather because, given their current cultivation levels, they were unable to wield innate treasures. Watching as they each selected their treasures, Li retracted his divine powers, gathering the plethora of treasures back into his possession. Subsequently, he passed on some texts regarding the Golden Elixir Tao and engaged in casual conversation with Dongbin and Junwu. Afterward, Li departed, making his way to his cultivation chamber, where he intended to begin his journey into the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. The Tai Golden Immortal Realm primarily focuses on refining the 5 innate energies within oneself to achieve the state of 5 energies returning to origin. This process necessitates the 5 innate energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth as materials for cultivation. During his visit to the celestial court, he had gathered numerous materials, though he had yet to ascertain whether any contained the innate 5 elemental energies. This period would be an opportune time for him to cultivate in peace. In the quiet chamber, Li sat cross-legged. Before him lay a collection of innate spiritual treasures, their colors shimmering with spiritual energy. Among them were some of the finest, some of high quality, and even the least among them were of medium quality innate treasures. Without exception, these innate treasures were imbued with rich innate 5 elemental energies that I can extract the innate metal energy and innate fire essence from these exquisite innate treasures. The innate wood energy can still be derived from the 12-grade pure world white lotus. However, where might I find the innate water and earth energies? Li's brow furrowed. The Golden Elixir Tao records that refining the 5 innate energies within oneself is essential to achieving the state of 5 energies returning to origin. Currently, he possessed sufficient innate metal and fire energies, while the innate wood energy could be obtained from the 12th-grade Pure World White Lotus. Yet he was lacking the innate water and earth energies. Of course, if Li Li desired expedience, he could easily substitute acquired water and earth energies, swiftly reaching the state of 5 energies returning to origin. However, doing so would complicate his future breakthroughs into the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. With his current resources, he certainly would not sacrifice his potential for the sake of rapid progress. The innate water energy was likely abundant among the Dragon Clan of the East Sea, while the innate earth energy could be found with the Taoist Xinyan of Qingcheng Mountain. He pondered, must I make a trip to the East Sea and then venture to Qingcheng Mountain? That would consume too much time. The ancient Dragon Clan was once prosperous, dominating the vast wilderness. Though they had diminished following the calamity of the Dragon Han era, with the ancestral dragon's fall and the decline of their mighty beings. They now only occupied a small corner. Yet, as the leaders of the scaled and armored race, they were naturally inclined toward water, and thus it was likely they had surplus innate water energy. Meanwhile, the ginseng fruit tree in the hands of Zenyuanzi at Qingcheng Mountain was said to bloom every 3,000 years, bear fruit after another 3,000 years, and take yet another 3,000 years for the fruit to mature. A mere whiff could extend one's life by 360 years, while consuming a fruit could grant an astonishing 47,000 years of life. It could be regarded as the progenitor of innate earth energy. If Li Li wished to obtain the innate water and earth energies effortlessly, the most effective approach would indeed be to seek out the Dragon Clan and Zenyuanzi, a disciple of the human cult. They should not make things difficult for him. Forget it, he sighed. Overthinking is futile. Shaking his head, he decided to first refine the energies of metal, fire, and wood. He focused intently, clearing his mind of distractions, adjusting both his spirit and body to their optimal state, and directing his gaze toward the innate treasures before him, commencing the extraction of the innate 5 elemental energies. The resplendent innate metal energy was drawn forth, radiating a sharp aura, while the blazing innate fire essence was extracted, immediately releasing a wave of intense heat. Following this, the gentle innate wood energy was also drawn forth that, in an instant, a refreshing essence filled the room, infused with vibrant vitality. The golden, red, and azure hues intertwined and transformed, giving rise to infinite variations. Li immediately commenced his refinement in a heartbeat. He became like a furnace, channeling the energy within his meridians, drawing upon the ethereal essence of heaven and earth, absorbing it into his being, intertwining it with the innate metal qi, coursing through his limbs and bones. Ultimately, it settled within the clear Dan Sea. The innate metal qi, upon entering, resembled countless strands of golden thread, surging towards the primordial inner elixir. A hurried decade passed. Li Li refined the innate metal qi. The originally clear inner elixir gradually bore a trace of golden patterns. The golden elixir was complete. His cultivation realm naturally ascended to the mid-stage of the Taiqing Golden Immortal Realm. He felt an immense enhancement in his Taoist cultivation, spirit, and essence. Li did not pause, turning his focus towards the innate fire qi, continuing his practice, and beginning to draw and refine the innate fire qi. In the blink of an eye, another decade slipped by. With the innate fire qi refined, the golden elixir within him now bore a vivid crimson pattern. The dual-color elixir was complete. Li Li's internal cultivation surged. Although he had not furthered his realm, he distinctly sensed a multiple-fold increase in his power, divine abilities, and spiritual essence. Excellent, he mused. Only the final innate wood qi remained. Filled with determination, Li Li did not indulge in the expansion of his power. Instead, he continued his serene practice, setting forth to refine the last of the innate wood qi. Years passed once again. Upon slowly opening his eyes from deep concentration, Li Li gazed inward at the tricolored elixir. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, satisfied, he declared, "The tricolored elixir is complete. Next, I need only to refine the innate water chi and the innate earth chi to achieve the 5-colored elixir, culminating in the 5 chi returning to origin. This will allow me to condense the 3 flowers atop my head and break through into the realm of the great Luo golden immortal, thereby attaining the Tao fruit of the great Luo. The path of the golden elixir differs from other paths. It primarily relies on the inner elixir method, with the outer elixir method as support, integrating the internal and external, harmonizing yin and yang, leading to the great Luo and the attainment of the Tao fruit. The 5-colored elixir signifies the perfection of the Taiqing golden immortal realm. In this realm, according to future teachings, one possesses the capability to refine the 5-turn golden elixir. Correspondingly, the 9-colored elixir marks the completeness of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Within this realm, as per future teachings, one possesses the strength to refine the outer elixir, the 9-turn golden elixir. As the saying goes, a golden elixir swallowed brings forth my fate under my own command. This phrase pertains to the 9-turn golden elixir, corresponding to the ability to transcend the river of fate, the river of time, and the river of light in the great Luo golden immortal realm. I wonder how my 2 little disciples are faring in their cultivation. To achieve the 5-colored elixir, Lili still required the innate water chi and the innate earth chi. Thus, he chose not to continue his practice, but to step out of seclusion. Sister Bai, this is the newly brewed honey, rich in flavor and sweetly nourishing, that I specially brought it for you to taste once the mountain lord emerges from seclusion. Sister Bai, I also have brewed some monkey wine here, which is no less exquisite than the golden nectar. Please accept it that I, Mountain Tiger, may not possess their extraordinary abilities, but over these past few centuries, I have cultivated some fresh and delicious spiritual fruits to share with the Mountain Lord. I hope you will accept them. Lady B. As soon as Lili emerged from seclusion, he beheld countless beings outside the Taoist temple, each holding various spiritual fruits and exquisite brews, queuing around by Sujin, seemingly expressing their gratitude. Upon noticing him, the little Qing's eyes brightened, and she hurried over, bowing respectfully. My lord, you have emerged from seclusion? Lili nodded, casting a curious glance at the beings outside, inquiring, what are they doing? Little Qing chuckled, looking back at the beings, explaining, they're all from Qingcheng Mountain. Hearing that you have returned, they specially brought their own spiritual fruits and brews to express their gratitude for your teachings and the enlightenment you bestowed upon them. Lili suddenly understood that it was them. In the past, before he ventured to Qingcheng Mountain, he had casually bestowed useless elixirs upon the wild beasts and spirits of the mountain. Now, after a millennium, some had transformed into human forms. Some had achieved cultivation, and others had deepened their Taoist practices to that moment. A being with sharp senses noticed Lili standing at the entrance and shouted, Mountain Lord! Look, the Mountain Lord has come out. Upon hearing this, the other beings turned their gazes, and upon recognizing Lili, they erupted into excitement. Mountain Lord, the old ape has brewed monkey wine. Please accept it. Mountain Lord, I have cultivated some sweet spiritual fruits to share with you. Please do accept them. Mountain Lord, the grace of your past teachings and enlightenment is etched in my heart, and as a humble mountain tiger, I bow before you. Mountain Lord, outside the Taoist temple, countless beings clamored with fervor, some kneeling in reverence, their gestures causing the ground to resonate with thuds. My lord. Little Qing chimed in with a smile. They are so enthusiastic. Would you like to step out and say a few words? Lili shook his head. I have always preferred tranquility and am not fond of noise. I shall refrain from attending such gatherings. Little Qing chuckled. Well then, my lord, will you accept the fine wines, brews, and spiritual fruits they have brought? Indeed, Lili paused, recognizing their good intentions. However, he wished to select some spells and divine abilities to impart to them, since they were all beings of Qingcheng Mountain. Little Qing replied, Understood, my lord. She then turned and departed to assist Bai Sujin in addressing the matters concerning the beings of Qingcheng Mountain. Meanwhile, Lili summoned his divine sense to observe Qingcheng Mountain, discovering that his 2 little disciples had just finished their cultivation and were chatting atop the mountain. With a measured step, he made his way towards them. Master is indeed kind-hearted, treating the beings of Qingcheng Mountain with equality. regardless of their strength or weakness. Observing the beings gathered and kneeling in gratitude below, Jinwu remarked with admiration, Lu Dongbin, however, remained unconvinced. They are merely small demons who have yet to attain immortality. What value do they hold? No matter how well you treat them, what difference does it make? Jinwu retorted with irritation. If that is your stance, are you implying that beings like me, with lower innate qualities, are destined to fall and achieve nothing in this life? Indeed, Lu Dongbin replied, astonished. What else would you think? In this primordial world, every being's potential, fortune, and destiny have been predetermined since the day of their birth. If effort were sufficient, what need would there be for talent? You speak nonsense, Jinwu vehemently countered. Let us not even mention others. Take Emperor Jun, for instance. Was his potential insufficient? Was his fortune lacking? Yet where is he now? He is dead. And what of the Eastern Emperor? What was his potential? What of his fortune? Yet now, he is also dead. Hey, Lu Dongbin protested. You can mention Emperor Jun, but why bring up the Eastern Emperor? Furthermore, he continued, how can you be so certain that the Eastern Emperor is indeed dead? What if he still lives? Jinwu stood up abruptly, ready to continue the argument, when suddenly the void trembled and Li Li's figure materialized. Jinwu paused, quickly turning to bow respectfully to Master Lu Dongbin. Seeing this, also hastily arose, offering a respectful bow. Disciple pays respects to Master. Ali glanced at Jinwu and then at Donghua, feeling somewhat helpless. It seemed these two disciples were inherently at odds. Whenever they were together, they would inevitably engage in disputes. Not bad, he noted. You have swiftly cultivated to the peak of the transformation god realm. Ali had no desire to involve himself in their affairs. As he gazed at the now revived El Dongbin, who had embarked upon the path of golden elixir cultivation, he casually offered a word of praise. Then, turning his gaze toward Jinwu, he inquired with a smile, why have you not yet commenced your tribulation to ascend to immortality? Are you perhaps seeking to refine your realm further? Jinwu shook his head, casting a sidelong glance at El Dongbin, and replied, I am awaiting my junior brother El that once he catches up, I shall duel him before undertaking my tribulation to become an immortal. It would spare him from claiming I've bullied him should he lose. Ha! El Dongbin scoffed. A battle at the same level. There's no need for that. For me, challenging those of higher realms is but a triviality. You may go ahead and become an immortal. At that time, I shall stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine in my mortal form. Pah! Jinwu spat upon the ground, ready to retort, but Li, sensing an impending quarrel, raised his hand to halt them, saying, Enough! After my period of secluded meditation, has there been any significant occurrence in the vast expanse of the primordial world? At this, El Dongbin chuckled. Master, during your retreat, after the demise of the scoundrel Emperor Jun, the divine Emperor Fuxi and the demon Master Qingcheng have also departed. However, he continued, I have heard that Dongwang Tai seems to have presented the He Tu and Luo Shu of Emperor Jun of Fuxi, beseeching him to instruct one of Emperor Jun's offspring, seemingly named Luya. Furthermore, the Heavenly Empress, the Lady of the Moon, has taken several of Emperor Jun's remaining sons back to the Moon Star. The Heavenly Court's power has significantly diminished, with only Dongwang as a quasi-saint and a dozen or so demon lords of the great Luo realm remaining. During this time, he had been particularly attentive to the circumstances of the Heavenly Court. The moment he learned of their misfortune, he could not help but chuckle heartily. Jinwu, contemplating for a moment, added, reporting to Master, I have heard that recently, the foremost disciple of the Chan sect, Guang Qingzi, seems to have taken in a personal disciple from the human race, named Xianyuan. Upon hearing the words of his two disciples, Li nodded slightly. He had not been overly concerned with the affairs of the Heavenly Court, but from El Dongbin's remarks, he could discern that the Heavenly Court's influence had waned, no longer shining as it once did. The impending calamity of the Wu and Yao would not occur again. Even if the Heavenly Court had indeed offended the Witch Clan with its current combat strength, it would only face unilateral oppression. From Jinwu's words, Li grasped the current situation of the human race. Guang Chengzi's acceptance of Xianyuan would likely lead to unification in the near future, heralding a return of fortune where everyone would rise like dragons. Disciples. Li was about to speak, when suddenly his expression shifted, sensing an overwhelmingly powerful and substantial force sweeping towards them. Which soon arrived at the foot of Qingcheng Mountain. I have urgent matters to attend to. You may continue with your tasks. With a hasty farewell, Li Li's figure vanished, traversing the cosmos in an instant to reach the foot of Qingcheng Mountain. He slightly cupped his hands and said, unaware of the esteemed visitor's arrival, this humble Taoist has failed to welcome you properly. Please forgive me. The gentle voice of a woman, melodious and soft, replied, little coy. Your perception is quite keen. Li's heart jolted. Ever since he had concealed his true origins with a 9-petal Qinglian, he had encountered countless beings without a single one able to see through his guise. Yet this person before him, with just a glance, had unraveled his true essence. Such cultivation was truly terrifying, at least a mid-level quasi-saint. As Li speculated within, he raised his gaze to the newcomer, who was adorned in a light yellow gown, possessing a gentle demeanor and eyes as clear as water, reminiscent of a pristine spring. Her long, dark hair was simply tied back, cascading down her shoulders. With the grace of a celestial maiden, she exuded an air of elegance and a serene, warm quality that spoke of tranquil times. Who is this? Li's thoughts raced, searching his mind for a being of quasi-saintly stature and matching grace within the primordial realm. I am the Hutu, the lady in yellow replied with a light smile. Little coy, do not overthink. I merely passed by, curious about the beautiful and tranquil scenery of this mountain, and came to take a look. There is no ill intent. Hutu, she is indeed the ancestral witch Hutu. Li's heart stirred, and he clasped his hands in a smile, stating, this humble Taoist is a direct disciple of the Taiqing sage. Li, and I pay my respects to Lady Hutu. Hutu paused for a moment, then smiled broadly. Lady, that title is quite novel and charming. Excellent. The esteemed one declared, from now on, I shall be known as Lady Hutu. Is there any issue with that? Observing Hutu's inexplicable delight, Li was puzzled. Was it not customary to refer to her as Lady Hutu or Lady Inwa in later generations? Little coy. The esteemed one said, I take a liking to you. Here, have this piece of innate earth essence, which will aid you in refining your 5 energies. As she spoke, she produced a fist-sized piece of innate earth essence from seemingly nowhere and casually tossed it to Li as if discarding refuse. Li caught it, his heart brimming with joy. Truly, he was blessed with fortune. It seemed that whatever he lacked would miraculously appear. Yet he still humbly replied, Lady Hutu, you are too gracious. A humble Taoist cannot accept such a gift without merit. Hutu dismissed his concern, saying, according to your human teachings, every encounter is a fateful union. Moreover, I find you quite agreeable, so take it. I have plenty at home. Such a rationale was indeed compelling. Ali marveled inwardly. Acknowledging the witch clan's apparent wealth, with their abundance of innate earth essence, that he smiled and extended an invitation. Lady Hutu, Qingcheng Mountain is my place of cultivation, with breathtaking scenery and countless marvelous peaks. It would be better to explore the interior of the mountain rather than remain at its foot. Hutu nodded. I've been rather idle lately and have roamed many renowned mountains across the world. Your Qingcheng Mountain seems quite appealing, rich in Taoist essence and serene tranquility. It would indeed be nice to wander within. Ali laughed heartily. If we speak of rich Taoist essence and serene tranquility, which mountain in the world can compare to Buzhou Mountain? My Qingcheng Mountain merely boasts beauty. Buzhou Mountain, once the spine of the primordial being Pangu, is suffused with spiritual energy and Taoist essence. Even Kunlun Mountain, revered as the progenitor of celestial veins, pales in comparison. Yet in recent years, Li had been engrossed in his cultivation and had not yet visited Buzhou Mountain. Indeed, Hutu agreed, in the past, Buzhou Mountain was indeed peaceful and serene. But now, alas, she sighed, shaking her head, my brothers quarrel incessantly. How can there be any peace? The witch clan had resided at Buzhou Mountain since its inception, and none knew it better than they. Li felt a stir in his heart, and gestured for Hutu to proceed, inquiring curiously, the 12 ancestral witches, sharing the same roots, how could they bicker so? It's all because of the human race. Hutu replied casually as she ascended the mountain. Ali followed closely, astonished. What does the human race have to do with you witches? Who could deny it? Huda lamented. My fourth brother, Gong, firmly believes that the fortunes of the human race are on the rise, and they will surely soar. He is determined to absorb the humans into the witch clan. What? Lily exclaimed in astonishment. The witch clan wishes to merge with the human race. Huda nodded. Yes, my fourth brother Gong aims to merge with the human race. But my eldest brother disagrees. He believes that the Saint Enwa would never allow the witch clan to swallow the human race. Should they hastily attempt such a merge, it would inevitably bring disaster upon the witch clan. Thus, they bicker daily, and I grew weary of it. So I came out for a walk. Alali halted his steps, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Hutu's words revealed too much information. Was there discord within the witch clan? Or perhaps the human race was on the brink of a great calamity. Yet the next moment, Hutu continued. In truth, my eldest brother is entirely unaware that my fourth brother Gong has already dispatched the great witch Qiyu to the human race. Upon hearing this, Li Li's expression shifted in realization. Qiyu, the yellow Emperor Xianyuan. With the fall of the heavenly court's Emperor Jun, it was believed that the calamity of Wu and Yao had concluded. However, it was unexpected that in the end, the conflict between Qiyu and the yellow Emperor Xianyuan was inevitable. Little Koi, why are you not leaving? Noticing Lily had halted, Hutu paused and called back. Lily came to his senses and stepped forward, cautiously inquiring. Lady Hutu, what do you think are the odds of the great witch Qiyu successfully merging with the human race? Ha! Hutu scoffed. Odds? What odds could there possibly be? If Qiyu returns alive, it would be considered a stroke of extraordinary fortune. The corners of Li Li's mouth lifted slightly. Indeed, in the Battle of Zhualu, the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan achieved a resounding victory, while Qiyu perished, leading to the unification of the human race's fortune. That if that is the case, why do you not persuade the ancestral witch Gong? Lily questioned further. Hutu shook her head and said, I cannot persuade him. Even my elder brother, Emperor Jiang, failed to do so. How could I possibly succeed? Fourth brother Gong is currently single-minded in his desire to annex the human race. That it seems his days are numbered. Lily pondered silently, with thoughts of annexation occupying his mind. Even if other saints do not intervene, the Saint Enwa would personally extinguish him. Why am I even discussing these troubling matters with you? Hutu smiled brightly. Such vexatious concerns pale in comparison to the beauty of the scenery here at Qingcheng Mountain. Indeed, Lily echoed with a smile. Lady Hutu, let us set aside these worries. Qingcheng Mountain boasts countless beautiful sights, and I shall introduce them to you one by one. He began to enthusiastically describe the scenic wonders of Qingcheng Mountain, starting with Moon City Lake, where many small creatures frolic and play in the water, and the cool, refreshing breeze amidst the lush greenery of Qingcheng, a natural masterpiece. They strolled and chatted, traversing Qingcheng Mountain over the course of several days. Finally, they reached the mountain's peak, gazing down at the verdant tranquility below. And Hutu praised, among the renowned mountains of the world, this is indeed a paradise. Have this as your Taoist arena. Little Koi, you are truly fortunate. She turned back to Li Li and smiled. These past few days, I appreciate your company in exploring Qingcheng. I have a piece of innate spiritual treasure here. Would you like it? The Wu clan has existed for a long time, over countless epochs. They have amassed numerous innate spiritual treasures and spiritual items, an endless bounty. Furthermore, unlike the disciples of the Xianmen, they take pride in being descendants of Pangu, focusing solely on physical cultivation without refining spirit or essence. Lacking even a primordial spirit, many spiritual treasures, despite their high grade, are like chicken ribs to them. Tasty, but of little use, regrettable to discard, and I do. How could one refuse? After spending several days together, Lily gradually understood Hutu's character. Just as the legends of later generations described her, gentle, serene, compassionate, and kind. Hutu nodded slightly. She extended her delicate hand, and a straight, exquisite miniature banana tree manifested before them, vibrant with life, radiating a rich aura of the 5 elements. This innate banana tree is a gift for you, Hutu said with a gentle smile, offering the banana tree from her palm. Ali accepted it without examining it closely and asked, Are you leaving? Huta nodded, gazing in the direction of Qingcheng Mountain, softly stating, I have been away for too long. It is time for me to return to Qingcheng Mountain. Li fell silent. She is the ancestral witch of the Wu clan, and their acquaintance is merely fleeting. Regardless of what the future holds, he truly had no reason to retain her. When I have the leisure, I shall return to Qingcheng Mountain to find you. Huta said with a smile as she turned back. Li nodded. Huta took a step forward, merging her entire being into the void, her figure shimmering with a yellow and black glow before vanishing completely. Lily lowered his gaze, observing the vibrant, ethereal, innate banana tree in his palm, gently swaying and exuding a profound aura of the Tao. Master, he thought, your fortune is truly remarkable. In just this brief moment, you managed to encounter yet another innate spiritual root. At the Qingcheng Mountain Taoist arena, Lily held a postnatal spiritual hoe, having just planted the innate banana tree into the spiritual soil. When the astonished Dongbin exclaimed beside him, moreover, it is a rare 5-element spiritual root. TSK, each of those 5 banana leaves, when plucked, would be a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Master, your luck is absurdly strong. He circled around the innate banana tree, his eyes fixed on the large banana leaves, each embodying the essence of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Once these banana leaves mature, could you spare me one? Dongbin asked eagerly. Banana leaves, such a spiritual treasure, is incredibly useful. When idle, they provide shade. In times of need, they serve as defense against foes. So many applications. Far more practical than any blade or weapon. No Wade, Lily tended to the banana tree's spiritual soil. He refused without a second thought. I have already decided how to use these banana leaves. Dongbin, puzzled, asked, you have it all planned already, and it's just been planted? Lily nodded. The first 3 leaves to mature will likely be 2 of them, which I intend to gift to Master Taiqing. He often concocts elixirs and is in need of a good fan. Dongbin queried. And what about the last one? Before Lily could respond, Jinwu, who was approaching, sneered, are you foolish? The last one, of course, is for Master to keep for himself. Lily remained silent. After planting the innate banana tree, he stepped on the soil to ensure it was packed tightly before putting away the spiritual hoe. Why are you everywhere? Dongbin shot a displeased look at Jinwu. Jinwu rolled his eyes. If I'm foolish, must I not have a right to be called so? At that moment, Lily suddenly spoke up. In a while, I shall be going on a long journey, possibly to the Dragon Clan. You all remain here at the Taoist arena and cultivate diligently. Upon hearing this, both Jinwu and Dongbin were taken aback. Master, did we not just return? Why must you leave again? I'm going to the Dragon Clan to see if I can obtain some innate rainwater essence. With just that one essence, I will be able to reach the realm of 5 Qi returning to 1. Lily explained calmly. Dongbin, astonished, exclaimed, just 1 essence of innate rainwater. Did you not just break through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm not long ago? And now you're already on the verge of achieving 5 Qi returning to 1. How can it be so fast? Perhaps Jinwu was unaware, but Dongbin knew very well that Lily had only recently broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm at Qingcheng Mountain, and now he was preparing to break through again. This speed of progression was unprecedented, not only in the Zizhou Immortal Court, but also unheard of in the entire Honghuang realm. Not so fast. Lily shook his head. It has been many years. What is there to be surprised about in my breaking through again? Precisely. Jinwu looked at Dongbin with a disdainful expression, his tone laced with mockery. Some people, incapable themselves, assume others are the same, but he did not consider what kind of person Master is. Dongbin retorted loudly, nonsense. Have you ever seen anyone break through according to the years? Jinwu, unruffled, replied, to be honest, I've only cultivated for a little over 1,000 years, and breaking through is a breeze. Dongbin was left laughing in disbelief. What realm are you in? What realm is Master in? Your breakthrough and Master's breakthrough are not comparable. Cultivation is inherently more challenging as one progresses. The Honghuang realm does not count years. Do you understand what that means? Those with great powers often take centuries or even millennia to awaken from slumber, while others may take thousands of years. Master can achieve consecutive breakthroughs in mere moments that you realize what that signifies. Jinwu grinned. It signifies that Master possesses profound roots, is a prodigy of exceptional talent, and is a rare being among the realms of cultivation. El Dongbin was momentarily left speechless. All right, enough of the noise. Lily waved his hand, having already conveyed everything to you. When the time comes, I will inform Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing, and at that point, I shall not take my leave from them. El Dongbin coldly snorted at Jinwu. Then both he and Jinwu spoke in unison. Yes, Master. Following this, Lili spent over a decade refining the innate earth energy he had just received from the ancestral deity Hutu, achieving the four-color golden elixir. He then stabilized all aspects of his being, his realm, spirit, magical power, and extraordinary abilities. With that, he soared through the clouds towards the east in the east sea of the Primordial era. During the heyday of the Dragon Clan, they used this place as a stronghold to greatly expand their influence. Inviting powerful beings and attracting countless creatures, the clan leader, the ancestral dragon, spared no expense, using his own blood as bait and the Dragon Clan's fortune as a foundation, expending vast amounts of innate treasures to forge the Dragon Gate for the aquatic tribes of the Four Seas, providing billions of water beings with the opportunity to transform into dragons. After 100,000 years, the direct disciple of Hongjun, the powerful Nuwa, also made her mark here, using the Qingcheng cauldron as the furnace, the soil of the nine heavens as the base, and the divine waters of the three luminaries as the catalyst to mold clay and create humanity, thereby establishing a new race. Subsequently, through the merits bestowed upon her, Nuwa attained sanctity. That it can be said that the EC is not only the ancestral land of the Dragon Clan, but also the origin of humankind. However, as time passed and the human population steadily increased, the resources of the EC became limited, leading countless humans to scatter far and wide like gentle rain. To this day, only the strongest tribe of humans remains by the shores of the EC, still clinging to their ancestral land. One day, after traveling for decades, Lili descended from the heavens, spotting a bustling human tribe from afar. He folded his body and gracefully descended. Come on, chase after me. Ha! You better run slowly, or you might fall. You can't catch up to me. Several children, around 6 or 7 years old, brandished handmade toys woven from reeds, engaging in a playful chase and frolic. Women laughed and scolded from behind. Young men toiled at work, and some elders, holding rattles, amused their grandchildren. The atmosphere was lively and boisterous, filled with the sounds of humanity. Ali strolled along the path, meandering with a leisurely air, glancing curiously at everything around him. This was his first visit to the human realm since traversing the primordial chaos. That moment, an elderly man leaning on a crutch approached with a cheerful smile and inquired, "May I ask, esteemed immortal, whence do you hail?" Lili paused and replied with a smile, "Old sir, how do you know I am a practitioner of the way?" The old man stroked his beard and chuckled. "Esteemed immortal, your Taoist robes and extraordinary demeanor, coupled with your evident curiosity about the surroundings, clearly suggest that you are someone who has dwelled long in the celestial mountains and seldom mingles in the mortal realm." "Ha! Lili laughed heartily. "Old sir, you possess keen insight. I hail from Qingcheng Mountain and am en route to the EC. Passing through this place, I noticed the vibrant festivities, so I decided to join in the merriment." "The esteemed immortal has arrived just in time," the old man said with a grin. In a little while, our tribe will celebrate the new year. The air will be filled with the sounds of firecrackers, creating a truly festive atmosphere. New Year. Upon hearing this familiar term, Lili's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, the old man continued with a smile. "The esteemed immortal has spent much time in seclusion and may not be aware of the customs of our human tribe. Many years ago, when our kind first emerged, we were weak and struggled to survive on this land. That time, on this very day, a ferocious beast known as the Nyen would often invade our tribe, drawing the ire of heaven and the wrath of humanity. Later, during an unforeseen incident, our people discovered that this beast was terrified of the sound of firecrackers. Whenever firecrackers were set off, the Nyen would retreat in fear. Thus, every year at this time, Families would send people to the bamboo groves to cut down bamboo, crafting firecrackers to ward off the beast. As time went on, he continued, even though our people grew stronger and no longer feared the yin. The custom of setting off firecrackers has been preserved. Listening to the elder recount the tale of the new year, Li smiled with reminiscence. How could he not know such things in his childhood and his past life? Every spring festival, families would set off firecrackers, creating a cacophony of sound and revelry. However, as he grew older, he heard that such festivities were banned for various reasons, under the decree of the clan leader Xinyuan. On this day of a new year, everyone could go to the square to receive half a cask of wine and 2 pounds of meat. Just then, a young maiden with flowing hair and piercing eyes rode gracefully on an unknown beast, making her way down the road. Following her were dozens of young men, resembling guards. When the maiden called out, her entourage dispersed, echoing her proclamation. By order of the clan leader Xinyuan, on this day of the new year, everyone may go to the square to receive half a cask of wine and 2 pounds of meat. Upon hearing this, countless people dropped what they were doing, bursting into joyful laughter. Haha, clan leader Xinyuan is quite generous. Indeed, when others were clan leaders, such good fortune was unheard of. Free wine and meat on New Year. Let us hurry. If we delay, the good wine and meat will be snatched away by others. The streets were filled with people turning back to their homes to fetch bags and ropes, eager to head to the square. Even the elderly man before Li chuckled, esteemed immortal. I too must go to claim my share of wine and meat. If you do not mind waiting a moment, I shall return, and we can enjoy some together. Li smiled and graciously declined tea that moment. The young maiden rode past him, but then, as if noticing something, she abruptly turned back. Her starry eyes assessed Li for a moment before breaking into a radiant smile. Little Taoist, you are quite handsome. You have a partner. If not, why not stay here and become my man? Li was momentarily taken aback. What kind of proposition was this? The young maiden's attendants exchanged puzzled glances, rendered speechless. Miss Envia, I sent this a bit too hasty, one of the guards ventured to suggest. The maiden huffed. I like it. What does it have to do with you? But the clan leader Xinyuan. The guard attempted to reason further. Silence, she snapped coldly. When did my matters become your concern? The young guards fell silent, their expressions awkward, casting envious glances at Li, wishing they could have won the favor of such a striking lady. Wait, Li said, bemused, my lady. Are you jesting? We are complete strangers. The maiden chuckled. Strangers? That's no issue. Now we have my name is Envia, daughter of the Yellow Emperor Xinyuan. What is your name, little Taoist? Envia, the daughter of the Yellow Emperor? So it is you. Hearing this, Li's heart stirred. Envia, also known as the Drought Demon, was said to have assisted the Yellow Emperor Xinyuan during the Battle of Zhuolu, defeating the witch tribes Feng Bo and Yushur, thus incurring a curse. Where she roamed, the land would turn barren, drawing the ire of heaven and suffering of the people. Ultimately, unable to bear the suffering of the masses, she exiled herself, wandering north of the Weakwater, never to return to the world that in later generations. She was noted for her mastery of the zombie path, being one of the 4 progenitors of the zombie lineage alongside Jiang Chun, Ingo, and Ho Qing. She could indeed be considered a tragic figure. Li. He introduced himself. I am Li, a direct disciple of the Taiji saint, hailing from Qingcheng Mountain. Surprise flickered across Envia's face. You, like my father's master Guangchengzi, also come from a great saintly lineage? Li nodded gently. How splendid. Envia smiled brightly. Because of my father's master Guangchengzi, I have always held great admiration for the disciples of the saints. Since you two hail from such a lineage, it seems we are indeed a match made in heaven. Li. How so? Will you be my man? The spirited female ghost exclaimed, as long as you are willing to be my man. In this world, you can possess anything you desire. Li found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The current human race was in its infancy, just beginning the era of the 5 emperors. The later veneration of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness championed by Confucianism had yet to emerge. Women of the human race were unrestrained, openly pursuing their affections. And why, lady? Li shook his head. I am a practitioner of the Tao. wholly devoted to my path, and at present, I have no intention of seeking a partner. He expressed his gratitude for her affection and took his leave. As he spoke, he performed a hand gesture, transforming himself into a streak of light that vanished into the void in an instant. Hey, don't go, the female ghost called out after him. When she saw Li Li's figure disappear, she huffed softly, muttering, "Do you think you can escape? Qingcheng Mountain, is it? I shall remember that." The young guards surrounding her exchanged glances, each wearing wry smiles. "What are you standing around for? Let's south go to the square and distribute the wine and meat." The female ghost commanded from atop her exotic beast, turning it around and directing it toward the tribal square. The young guards promptly followed suit. This fellow, Lily mused as he soared through the clouds toward the east sea, cannot be too exceptional. Being too remarkable can easily attract unwanted attention. As he journeyed, he reflected deeply. His original intention was merely to explore the human tribes, for in his past life, he had been curious about the development of the human race in ancient times. However, he had never anticipated that, after just a brief encounter, the daughter of the Yellow Emperor, the female ghost, would wish for him to be her man. How could he possibly agree to such a proposition? Setting aside his current disinterest in finding a partner, he would seek someone of equal standing to himself. Enough of this, he sighed. I should never have ventured into the human realm. Soon, the Yellow Emperor will engage in battle with Qi Yu, determining the future relationship between the human and shaman tribes. That I shall head directly to the depths of the East Sea to seek the Dragon Clan and request some innate rainwater. Li flew swiftly, and after leaving the human tribe, he soon arrived at the shores of the East Sea. He descended from the clouds and stood by the sea, bowing respectfully toward the vast waters. I am Li, a disciple of the Taiqing sect, hailing from the foot of Qingcheng Mountain, here to pay a visit to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. That I humbly request an audience with the Dragon King. Boom! As Li's voice fell, a resounding explosion echoed across the East Sea. A tall, gaunt sea patrol demon emerged from the water, standing upon the surface. Shielding his eyes, he looked toward the source of the voice. Upon seeing Li's upright form, handsome features, and remarkable presence, he quickly clasped his hands in greeting and spoke warmly. "Ah, it is indeed the disciple of a sage. I extend my respects. I shall report to my lord." The Dragon King at once. "Please, Dao Jun, wait a moment." Ali nodded slightly. The patrol demon submerged once more, this time wielding a trident, swiftly making his way toward the Crystal Palace. Report, in the Crystal Palace, the blue dragon Meng Zhang, dressed in azure robes and possessing a striking appearance, sat at the head of the table, while the Dragon King of the East Sea, adorned in imperial robes and smiling, occupied the second seat. They were engaged in casual conversation when they were interrupted by the commotion outside. Frowning, the Dragon King inquired, "What is it?" The patrol demon hurried into the hall, kneeling on one knee with arms crossed over his chest, and announced loudly, "I report to the Dragon King. A young Dao Jun has arrived outside, claiming to be a direct disciple of the Taiqing sage, wishing to pay his respects." A disciple of the Taiqing sage? The Dragon King's interest was piqued, and he turned his gaze inquisitively toward Meng Zhang. Old ancestor. Meng Zhang nodded, recognizing the significance of a direct disciple of the Taiqing sage, that we have no reason to refuse a meeting. He then instructed the patrol demon, convey to the Dragon Clan to extend the highest honors in welcoming the sage's disciple. Understood. The patrol demon clasped his fists in acknowledgement before turning to make arrangements. Meng Zhang rose, stepping forward and gazing into the void toward the shores of the East Sea. There he spotted a young Taoist clad in red, with hair tied back, exuding an aura of tranquility and natural Taoist charm, patiently awaiting by the water's edge. A primordial koi, Meng Zhang chuckled, recognizing the luck of the individual who could enter the Taiqing sect, but then his expression shifted abruptly, the smile fading as incredulity crept into his eyes. How can this be? Such overwhelming fortune exists in this world. Meng Zhang, revered as one of the four sacred beasts of the primordial realm, had long guarded the eastern extremities, seldom setting foot on the primordial continent. The immense merits accumulated over countless gatherings had granted him unparalleled fortune and power, approaching the pinnacle of quasi-saint status, just a hair's breadth shy of becoming a heavenly sage. though Li Li had joined the Taiqing sect under the cover of the ninth-grade Green Lotus, obscuring his overwhelming fortune with the innate treasure of the Taiji diagram. Ordinary beings found it difficult to perceive. Yet Meng Zhang, with his profound cultivation, saw through Li Li's facade at a glance. Strange, truly strange, he murmured, a deep sense of confusion etched on his face. Despite reaching the pinnacle of quasi-saint status, he could not fathom how this little koi possessed such terrifying fortune, utterly defying logic. Meanwhile, the Dragon King of the EC, who had been silent beside him, was equally astonished by Meng Zhang's words. Fortune beyond compare, surpassing that of the sages? This is utterly absurd. No, this primordial koi is indeed extraordinary. Meng Zhang declared, shaking his head, I must see for myself. He turned to the still-dazed Dragon King and instructed, let us go together to meet this primordial little koi. Snapping back to reality, the Dragon King clasped his hands and replied, I shall obey the old ancestor's wishes. He silently resolved that regardless of Li Li's intentions, he must do everything possible to appease him. This individual bore an extraordinary fortune and must not be offended. On the other side, as Li Li awaited patiently by the EC, he suddenly felt a warning within his senses. Perceiving the gaze of the powerful being directed his way, he remained composed and unfazed. Surmising that the Dragon King had received the report from the patrol demon and was now focusing his attention on him. Before long, the tranquil waters of the EC erupted into tumultuous waves, as if two gates had swung open, revealing a broad, flat path through the surging waters. The previously dispatched patrol demon approached, accompanied by a throng of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, all brandishing various conch shells, creating a cacophony of sound as they made their way toward Li Li. Dao Jun, the patrol demon announced respectfully, our Dragon King requests your presence. Lead the way, Li Li replied with a slight nod. Stepping forward toward the east sea. Boom, boom, clang. Two enormous sea serpents, adorned with colorful drums around their necks, danced as they walked ahead, clearing the path. Behind them, a multitude of mermaids carried flower baskets, showering down petals like a rain of blossoms. Creating a scene of ethereal beauty, surrounded by such grandeur, Li Li couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless. Was the Dragon Clan always this hospitable? The spectacle seemed rather extravagant. He continued forward, and not far along. He observed countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals standing at attention along both sides of the pathway. As Li Li stepped forward, they all shouted in unison, Welcome, esteemed guest, to the Dragon Palace. Li Li traversed past the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and the nightmarish sea patrollers, until he beheld the divine dragon guardians standing on either side. Their cultivation was exceptional, with the lowest among them being at the celestial immortal realm. Whenever Li Li cast his gaze their way, they straightened their backs and assumed a solemn demeanor. Alas, Li Li sighed. He had come seeking the ethereal essence of innate Ren water, not to be treated as a distinguished guest. As he moved further away, a multitude of aquatic beings hastily gathered, murmuring and whispering among themselves. Who is this esteemed guest? Our Dragon Palace has hosted countless gatherings, yet never has a visitor received such a grand welcome. I heard he is a direct disciple of the Taiqing saint. Ah, so he's a disciple of the sage. No wonder his bearing is so remarkable and his countenance so amiable. Ali continued along the path. The distance he covered unknown, until he finally caught sight of a crystal palace shimmering in the distance. Before the palace gates stood two figures. One was clad in azure robes, his eyes twinkling with mirth, exuding an air of refined elegance. The other donned an imperial robe, his countenance square and his gaze fixed upon Li Li, equally adorned with a smile. Little coy, Meng Zhang stepped forward with a smile, inquiring, Have you come to our Dragon Palace for a particular purpose? The East Sea Dragon King followed closely, chiming in cheerfully, Among us aquatic beings, we are all kin. Speak freely of your needs. Ali was momentarily taken aback. No wonder in the future, Sun Yuqing of the Flower and Fruit Mountain, lacking weapons, would receive direct suggestions from aquatic beings to visit the East Sea Dragon Palace. It appeared that the East Sea Dragon Clan was indeed quite accommodating. Ali cleared his throat, feeling no need for formality. Since the Dragon King had spoken so kindly, he resolved to speak candidly. I seek to refine the 5 innate energies and aspire to achieve the convergence of these energies. Yet I find myself lacking the essence of innate water. Upon hearing of the Dragon Clan's vast riches, I have come here to inquire. Upon hearing this, Qingcheng Mountain exchanged glances with the East Sea Dragon King. With thoughts racing, the Dragon King laughed. I was wondering what your purpose was. Such a trivial matter is certainly no issue. Bring forth, he commanded, hasten to the Dragon Clan's treasury and retrieve 100 million pounds of the essence of innate water for our young friend Li. 100 million pounds. The East Sea Dragon King's generous offer astonished Li. The East Sea Dragon Palace was indeed affluent. He failed to notice the twitch at the corner of Meng Zhang's eye as the Dragon King ordered his subordinate to procure such a vast quantity of the essence. Was he out of his mind? He had been tasked with befriending Li, not showering him with gifts. However, with the Dragon King's words already spoken, Meng Zhang found it inappropriate to intervene. Thank you. Dragon King, Li expressed his gratitude with a smile. A mere trifle. A mere trifle. The East Sea Dragon King waved his hand dismissively. In addition to the abundance of innate water, our Dragon Palace possesses a plethora of other treasures. My friend Li, having traveled from afar, would you care to dine and converse? Hearing this, Li hesitated. His primary objective was, of course, to obtain the essence of innate water, with the Dragon King having already dispatched someone to retrieve it. He could simply leave once he received it. Dining. What was there to eat? Little coy at that moment, Qingcheng Mountain interjected with a smile. Our Dragon Clan boasts vast riches and countless aquatic beings. We have an inexhaustible supply of delectable delicacies and fine spirits. There is no need to rush in your cultivation. Why not stay a while and savor the culinary delights of our Dragon Palace? Unable to decline further, Li nodded in acquiescence. If that is the case, I shall graciously accept your hospitality and remain for a time. Seeing him relent, the East Sea Dragon King promptly issued further instructions. Before long, a banquet was laid out within the Crystal Palace, adorned with innate spiritual fruits, rare elixirs, and an abundance of delicacies sourced from the sea, including various exquisite meats from spiritual beasts. S-cups were raised and wine flowed freely. After a few rounds, Qingcheng Mountain, holding his wine cup, suddenly chuckled and remarked, in the days of our Dragon Clan's former glory, we welcomed numerous formidable beings, unifying the seas, almost achieving dominance over the primordial realm. Our elder brother, the Ancestor Dragon, single-handedly forged the Dragon Gate, bestowing the opportunity for the water beings of the world to transform into dragons. What a staggering display of audacity! Li smiled in agreement. Indeed, it is a pity that I was born too late to witness the splendor of the Ancestor Dragon. After a few casual exchanges, Li discerned the identity of the person before him. Qingcheng Mountain, the elder ancestor of the Dragon Clan, was of the same generation as the Ancestor Dragon. He, alongside the reclusive Zhulong, constituted the most formidable beings within the Dragon Clan. However, unlike Zhulong, who remained hidden deep within the East Sea, Qingcheng Mountain resided in the Qinglong realm, rarely venturing forth, let alone to the primordial continent. Little coy, Meng Zhang swirled his wine glass, his gaze profound, and softly inquired, since you hold such reverence for our elder brother, would you be interested in transforming into a dragon and joining our lineage? Upon hearing this, before Li could respond, the East Sea Dragon King became animated, slapping the table in excitement. Yes, indeed, since the Ancestor Dragon forged the Dragon Gate. All aquatic beings have the chance to transform into dragons. Throughout these gatherings, countless koi have leapt over the Dragon Gate, becoming part of our lineage. Do you, my friendly Li, have any desire to transform into a dragon and join us? Li fell silent. Transforming into a dragon? He had once contemplated this. Although his foundation was ranked among the innate tier, it was merely of a lower grade, significantly stronger than postnatal beings, but still limited. If all went according to plan, achieving the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal would be the pinnacle of his existence. However, should he transform into a dragon, his entire life level would ascend to a new stage. Not to mention, attaining the quasi-saint realm would be a certainty. What do you say? Have you made up your mind? Qingcheng Mountain, having drained his cup, looked at Li with eager anticipation. Should you choose to leap over the dragon gate and transform into a dragon, you may continue to be the esteemed disciple of the sage. Furthermore, I can assure you that the resources of the entire dragon clan will be at your disposal. Upon hearing this, the East Sea Dragon King did not oppose, equally gazing at Li with hope, wishing for his acceptance. What did resources matter? The dragon clan had an abundance, yet possessing an existence with fortunes far exceeding that of the sage was a rarity throughout the entire primordial realm. If he were willing to leap over the dragon gate and transform, it would yield tremendous benefits for both the dragon clan's fortunes and their response to the impending changes of the world. Haha, faced with such a tremendous temptation, Li chuckled softly, but ultimately declined. I am grateful for your esteemed regard, Elder Qinglong, but I am merely a humble koi, inconsequential in the grand scheme of the cosmos. The resources of the dragon clan are better suited for its own children. He had indeed contemplated transforming into a dragon, seeking to enhance his foundation through the leap over the dragon gate to augment his potential for cultivation. Yet, throughout the years, the myriad of experiences, countless treasures, and opportunities he encountered seemed to whisper to him that he possessed extraordinary fortune. Given this, what significance did it hold whether he transformed into a dragon or not? Perhaps he was the only koi in existence reluctant to leap over the dragon gate. Ali mused to himself with a hint of self-deprecation. What a pity. Meng Zhang sighed deeply, shaking his head. Young friend, your fortune is boundless, and your talent is unparalleled, yet you are not one of our dragon clan's kin. Such a shame, such a shame. Upon witnessing Li's refusal to leap over the dragon gate and join the dragon clan, the East Sea Dragon King also wore a somewhat dejected expression. Li smiled gently, choosing not to elaborate further. Soon after, the being sent to retrieve the essence of innate Ren water returned. After accepting it, Li expressed his gratitude to both the East Sea Dragon King and Elder Qinglong, then bid them farewell and prepared to depart. This time, however, Elder Qinglong and the East Sea Dragon King did not attempt to retain him, allowing Li to leave unimpeded. Taiqing was indeed fortunate. As he gazed at Li's departing figure, Qinglong Mengzhang couldn't help but express his heartfelt sentiments. The lineage of the human sect is destined to produce an extraordinary being soon. The Dragon King of the East sighed deeply. Such a remarkable being, yet unable to join the dragon clan. What a pity. What a sorrowful fate. Time for cultivation is without measure, and 1,000 years have already passed in this world. When Li departed from the Crystal Palace of the EC and set foot once more on the vast expanse of the primordial continent, it was already a century later. Passing by the tribe of the human race he had once traversed, Li discovered that the previously peaceful and serene atmosphere had vanished, replaced by an air of vigilance and hostility. Where even the flora and fauna seemed to be on guard, he descended swiftly, and no sooner had he landed than a group of over a dozen armed mortals approached, with their leader demanding, "Who goes there?" Li responded, "A passerby, not a passerby." The leader furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Li with suspicion before shaking his head. "Since you were just passing through, you'd best leave promptly." Upon hearing this, Li felt a stirring of curiosity and inquired, "Hundreds of years ago, when I last came here, this place was tranquil. Why is it now under such strict surveillance?" The leader, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. "You are unaware that the leader of the Xianyuan clan is currently engaged in battle with Qiyu at Zhuolu? Why ask so many questions? Be on your way." Li nodded slightly, understanding the situation as so. The Yellow Emperor and Qiyu had already clashed at Zhuolu. Just then, from within the tribe, a graceful and dignified maiden emerged, holding a spiritual flute, her beauty striking. Divine Music Priestess. Salutations to the Divine Music Priestess. Upon her appearance, all present hastily sheathed their weapons and bowed respectfully towards her. The Divine Music Priestess, however, paid them no mind. Her enchanting gaze fixated upon Li, her brows slightly furrowed as she appraised him. Li too scrutinized her. Simultaneously, both silently pondered. Disciple of the human sect? Disciple of Nuwa? They exchanged a few glances as they brushed past each other. Yet no words were spoken. The Saint Nuwa had indeed descended, Li mused. The witch clan sought to annex the human clan. With their might, the human race stood no chance against them. However, as the creator of the human race, Nuwa would never stand idly by. As for the so-called divine music priestess, Lili could not discern her true nature, but the aura of transformation enveloping her undoubtedly indicated a lineage stemming from the heavenly Nuwa. At that moment, a disciple of the heavenly Nuwa had come to the Xianyuan tribe, and her intentions were clear: to assist Xianyuan in defeating Qiyu. "What are you still doing here?" the earlier leader, having seen off the divine music priestess, noticed Lili still lingering and waved his hand. "You should leave at once." Lili smiled, choosing not to engage in banter with this mortal. "I take my leave," he said, giving a slight bow. Then beneath his feet, a cloud of auspicious mist rose, lifting him into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. This journey to the East Sea had yielded the essence of the innate rainwater. Next, he would return to Qingcheng Mountain, enter seclusion, and refine the 5 energies within him, accomplishing the 5 energies returning to origin, thereby attaining the Tao of the Great Luo. The white clouds drifted lazily across the azure sky. Lili soared through the clouds with remarkable speed, and after a mere decade or so, he returned to his place of cultivation. After exchanging a few words with Bai Suzhen and Shaoqing, Lili entered his quiet chamber, but he focused his mind, adjusting his state to perfection, closing his eyes to empty his thoughts, and entering a state of oblivion. Within him, the 4-colored golden elixirs rotated, drawing in the spiritual energy of the surroundings, with himself as the furnace, his meridians as the channels, and the innate spiritual energy as the catalyst, absorbing the innate Ren water. Decades later, the innate Ren water was successfully assimilated, and Lili's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the Taiqing golden immortal realm. His 4-colored golden elixirs transformed into 5-colored elixirs, and his spirit, body, and divine powers experienced significant advancement. With a breath of relief, he opened his eyes, a profound light flashing within them. According to the teachings of his revered master, he had achieved the 5 energies returning to origin. The next step was to condense his essence, qi, and spirit into the 3 flowers atop his head, thus attaining the status of a great Luo golden immortal. With determination surging through him, he resolved that rather than squander time, it would be better to achieve the great Luo today and transcend the 3 rivers. Lili took a deep breath, re-entering his meditative state. Within his sea of consciousness, the 9-tiered blue lotus bloomed, emanating a misty aura, its Tao rhythm permeating the air, enhancing his comprehension. Boundless divine light erupted, and the clouds of celestial celebration manifested. The energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth flowed seamlessly, transforming into fertile soil that nourished his essence. Qi and spirit ate tea this moment, under the nurturing of the 5-colored golden elixir. The Tao body, magical powers, and primordial spirit within Lili began to undergo a metamorphosis. To attain the great Luo is to secure an eternal affirmation, transcending time, fate, and the 3 rivers of time. The accomplishment of the great Luo golden immortal, the harvesting of the great Luo Tao fruit, lay right before him. Simultaneously, at Zhuelu, the human army surged forth, led by the Yellow Emperor of the Xianyuan clan. Accompanied by the 9 heavens mystical maidens, the eldest daughter Inba, the eldest son Xiaohao, and the divine music priestess of the heavenly Nuwa, all heading to the front lines. On the opposing side, bolstered by the support of the ancestral witch Gongong, the great witch Qiyu, alongside the wind and rain masters and other witch clan members, prepared for battle. Both sides summoned the elements and displayed their divine abilities, engaging in fierce combat along the banks of the Zhuelu River. Ultimately, after 300 years of relentless warfare, the conflict concluded with the Yellow Emperor of Xianyuan decisively slaying the great witch Qiyu, achieving a resounding victory. However, the witch clan, reeling from their defeat, harbored deep resentment towards this outcome. Particularly, the ancestral witch Gongong proclaimed that he would seek revenge for the great witch Qiyu and strive to annex the human race. Cough, cough, cough. At the Xianyuan tribe, after dealing with the aftermath of the great battle, the Yellow Emperor collapsed, his breath faint and his body grievously wounded, continuously coughing up blood. "Father," the young Xiaohao knelt, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at the ailing Yellow Emperor, lying on the sickbed. Xiaohao, the Yellow Emperor, instructed, "After my passing, you shall ascend to the throne. This battle has unified the human race, and the fortune has returned to one from this day forth. You must prioritize the human race above all else." Xiaohao nodded firmly, promising through his tears, "Father, do not worry, I will never let you down." The Yellow Emperor nodded with satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over his many consorts and children, summoning his last reserves of strength to declare, "You all must unite and protect the human race." Everyone wept and nodded in agreement. That moment, a resonant dragon's roar echoed through the skies. In the heavens, a dragon, colossal as a mountain, its body adorned with azure scales and wings sprouting from its back, descended upon the Xianyuan tribe, exuding an aura of formidable power. The warriors, upon witnessing this, shouted in alarm, stand guard, protect the clan leader, prepare for battle." Boom! As the dragon landed, it unleashed a tremendous shockwave that sent the warriors flying in all directions. Its voice thundered, "In accordance with the command of my lord Guangchengzi, the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan has rendered great service to the human race and is on the brink of death. I have come to escort him to Qingcheng Mountain." Upon hearing this, the consorts and children kneeling before the Yellow Emperor felt a flicker of hope rekindle in their hearts. Xiaohao rose and asked loudly, "Might I inquire, Messenger, is there a chance my father could recover?" However, Yinglong paid him no heed whatsoever. With a mere exhalation, he summoned a tempest that whisked away Xianyuan Huangdi, who lay upon the sickbed, soaring into the skies towards the direction of Qingcheng Mountain. Meanwhile, within the tranquil confines of Qingcheng Mountain, an ethereal Taoist essence permeated the air, manifesting as a celebration of celestial clouds, where azure lotuses swayed gracefully amidst the flowing energies of the five elements. Li Li's eyes remained tightly shut, as the vital energies within him intermingled and transformed, the five-colored golden elixir rotating as it absorbed primordial spiritual essence, nurturing his essence, spirit, and mind. Time flew like an arrow. 3 centuries passed. The five-colored golden elixir seemed to have absorbed sufficient primordial spiritual energy, resembling a seed taking root in fertile soil, nourished by essence, spirit, and mind, giving rise to a delicate green shoot. The green shoot unfurled, gradually sprouting branches and vibrant leaves, as the rich essence coalesced into 3 blooming flowers. Each flower blossomed resplendently, their petals crystalline and translucent, emanating an otherworldly fragrance. That moment, countless beings on Qingcheng Mountain seemed to sense something and emerge from their caves. Gazing skyward towards the summit of Qingcheng Mountain, in the distance, they beheld 3 luminous Taoist flowers manifesting in the void, spanning the heavens and obscuring the sun, quietly blossoming atop the mountain. By Suzhen, Shaoqing and Jinwu sequentially stepped out of their chambers, arriving at an open area, staring upward in confusion. With their limited knowledge, they could not discern that this was a sign of the condensation of the 3 flowers at the apex, heralding a breakthrough to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Only El Dongbin stood at the threshold, gazing at the sky in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. "I asked the master about a breakthrough to the great Luo golden immortal again. My heavens, how could it be so soon?" On Qingcheng Mountain, the winds rose and clouds surged. Inside the quiet chamber, Li, immersed in his cultivation, remained oblivious to the happenings outside. As the 3 flowers atop his head coalesced, he maintained a serene countenance, brimming with vitality. In the next moment, his spirit detached from his body, ascending to the 9 heavens. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived at an unknown realm, where beneath him flowed a silvery river of fate. Tumultuous and enigmatic, rushing forward irretrievably, the river stretched wide, its end unseen. Each frothy wave represented a being's destiny, countless threads of fate intertwining them closely, with every droplet firmly secured. Looking down, Li discovered similar threads entwined around him, intricately connected to the myriad beings of the world. This destiny, he mused with a light chuckle. His body quivered slightly as he effortlessly severed the countless threads of fate, liberating himself from the complex entanglements that no longer concerned him. In the next instant, Li found himself in the river of time. Retracing his steps, he beheld the past, while flowing downstream. He glimpsed his future. Grounded in the present, he reflected upon the past, where in a tranquil lake, a primordial koi swam contentedly. Suddenly, resonant Taoist sounds enveloped the heavens and the earth. The universe is the portal of change, the progenitor of myriad hexagrams. The trigrams of Can and Li align, guiding the wheel of fate. The yin and yang trigrams serve as a guide, intoned the Taiji Taoist, holding a bamboo scroll, his words precise and resonant. In a moment of clarity, he seemed to sense something, lifting his gaze toward the downstream of the river of time. Where Li stood, a smile gracing his lips as he praised. "Good job, my little disciple." Ali beamed back, lowering his gaze to see a primordial koi just taking form. Filled with joy, the Taiji Taoist, smiling, asked, "Young friend, would you like to take me as your master? Currently, I have but one disciple. If you prefer not to be his junior, I can arrange for you to be the eldest brother." Past events surged forth in the river of time as Li moved forward, ultimately arriving at the end. Let the past be the past. The future is uncertain, and the present is the undetermined. Standing at the terminus of the river of time, he radiated immeasurable divine light, severing all past ties, achieving unity with his true spirit. As time and space converged, past, present, and future became one. Subsequently, he arrived at the river of cause and effect, but did not draw near or inspect it. He simply raised a hand to slice through the entanglements of causality. Transcending the three rivers, he ultimately attained the great Li's spirit returned to his body. His consciousness unified as the five-colored golden elixir absorbed the formidable powers of time, fate, and causality, adding three new colors, forming the eight-colored golden elixir. The Tao flowers swayed, and the laws shimmered. The Tao fruit of the Taiji, golden immortal, standing firm amidst the three rivers, absorbed the powers of time, fate, and causality, rapidly transforming into the great Luo Tao fruit. The eight-colored golden elixir absorbed the mysterious light of the great Luo Tao fruit, gaining an additional hue, resulting in the formation of the nine-colored golden elixir. Li felt an overwhelming lightness, as if the shackles of heaven and earth had been shattered, the prison of fate obliterated. Radiating boundless divine light, in that very moment, the Qingcheng Mountain, intertwined with his fortune, erupted with spiritual energy, a surge of creation. The vast primordial spiritual energy surged from the void, with wondrous flora and spiritual herbs visibly thriving at an astonishing pace. The mountain expanded and the spiritual veins elevated. The myriad beings witnessing the transformation of Qingcheng Mountain were filled with joy, exclaiming in exhilaration, "What is happening? I feel that the spiritual energy on Qingcheng Mountain has intensified manifold. And the Taoist essence has also grown significantly. It must be the mountain lord." Atop Qingcheng Mountain, Bai Sujin, Shaoqing, Jinwu, and others gathered in the open area of the Taoist hall, gazing at the dramatic changes around them. Though unaware of the specifics, they understood it must be connected to Li. Bai Sujin remarked, "The increase in spiritual energy and the enhancement of Taoist essence must surely be the handiwork of our master." Indeed, Shaoqing agreed. Only the master possesses such astonishing power. Jinwu nodded in affirmation. Just then, Dongbin approached from outside, chuckling, "Isn't that obvious? The master has broken through to the great Luo golden immortal, achieving the Tao fruit of the great Luo. Qingcheng Mountain is entwined with his fortune. As the saying goes, when one attains the Tao, even the chickens and dogs ascend to heaven." Upon hearing this, Bai Sujin, Shaoqing, and Jinwu were taken aback, exchanging glances filled with joy. Exclaiming in unison, "What did you say? The master has attained the great Luo golden immortal." Dongbin rolled his eyes, pointing at the immense three-flower apparition of the summit, retorted, "The three flowers atop are right there. Can't you see for yourselves? Ha ha ha." Jinwu suddenly burst into joyous laughter, declaring, "From this day forth, I too shall be a disciple of the great Luo golden immortal." Shaoqing chimed in with glee, "Then I shall be a celestial maiden of the great Luo golden immortal's household." Bai Sujin, though more reserved, remained silent, yet the joy in her eyes revealed her elation. Back in the serene chamber of Qingcheng Mountain, Li, having just broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, did not rush to exit but diligently polished his state and solidified his cultivation. As he began to retract his aura, the three-flower phenomenon outside Qingcheng Mountain gradually faded. What is happening? By Suzhen, Qing, and others watched anxiously as the three-flower apparition atop Qingcheng Mountain began to diminish. Oh, not worry, El Dongbin reassured them. This is merely the master successfully breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal and retracting his aura to stabilize his realm. Upon hearing this by Suzhen, Qing, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. All right, El Dongbin continued. Now that the master has attained the great Luo Golden Immortal, we have yet to even ascend to immortality. As his disciples, how can we bring him shame? Let us return to our cultivation and strive to ascend to immortality before the master emerges from his retreat. This time, Zhenwu surprisingly refrained from countering, nodding in agreement. You are right. We cannot bring shame to the master. By Suzhen and Qing exchanged glances, each understanding the other's thoughts. I shall go cultivate first. You may do as you wish. Lu Dongbin uttered a phrase before turning to depart. Zhenwu also remarked, I shall take my leave as well. Subsequently, he too exited. Finally, Bai Suzhen and Qing exchanged glances, nodded to one another, and each returned to their respective chambers for cultivation. 4 centuries later, Li firmly established his mastery of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. He discovered that in this moment, his magical powers, divine soul, Tao body, and supernatural abilities had undergone a profound metamorphosis and significant elevation. He reflected, after enduring countless years of arduous training, I have finally attained the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Henceforth, I shall no longer be a being easily crushed by others in the vast universe. The great Luo Golden Immortal is a state of eternal recognition. Even within the present primordial realm, such a status is renowned and incomparable to that of the Taiqing Golden Immortal. Having practiced for so long, he was oblivious to the happenings in the outside world. It was time to emerge from his seclusion. Li mused. He then rose, pushed open the door of his meditation chamber, and walked towards the Taoist temple. Upon exiting, Li arrived at the Taoist temple, only to find it utterly deserted. Neither Bai Suzhen, Qing, nor Zhenwu or Lu Dongbin were in sight. He sensed the surroundings and was astonished to discover that Bai Suzhen, Qing, Zhenwu, and Lu Dongbin were all engrossed in their respective caves, diligently cultivating. When did they become so industrious? Li wondered. Due to his influence, the calamity of the witch and demon tribes that was destined to unfold in the primordial narrative had been nipped in the bud. In the realms, countless beings within their extended lifespans did not experience the peril and anxiety that once characterized the primordial era. Instead, a sense of tranquility and harmony prevailed, with time passing serenely. Even the conflicts between the human and witch tribes largely remained contained within their respective factions, failing to escalate to a level that would engulf the universe and affect all living beings. However, this led to a consequence. The majority of beings, although aspiring to the Tao, lacked the diligence and fervor necessary for cultivation. Bai Suzhen and Qing were no exceptions, as were Zhenwu and Lu Dongbin. Otherwise, after so many years, their cultivation levels would not still be stalled at a point where they could not even transcend to immortality. In simpler terms, there was insufficient pressure and motivation for their training. Perhaps this is for the best? Li mused, relieved that they were not idly wasting their days, observing the practitioners lost in their cultivation. He chose not to disturb them, and instead strolled through the temple, admiring the beauty of the universe. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered to the site where the innate banana trees were planted. Now, countless years had passed, and the 3 banana leaves that were once on the verge of ripening had fully matured. The crystalline leaves shimmered and glowed, each emanating the primordial essences of wind, fire, and water, while the remaining 2 leaves, imbued with the essences of gold and wood, were still in the process of maturing. Ali stepped closer, reaching under the innate banana tree to pluck the 3 matured leaves and stow them away. He thought to himself, just in time, having recently broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, I need to visit Qingcheng Mountain to report to my esteemed master, Taiqing. Since my master frequently concoct elixirs, I shall present these 2 leaves, which contain the essences of wind and fire, to him. The last one I shall keep for myself. Over the years, his master had imparted countless teachings and wisdom to him. And now that he had ascended to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, it was only fitting for him to share this auspicious news. With his intentions set, Lili lifted his foot, and in the blink of an eye, the surrounding scenery shifted, countless dimensions folding in upon themselves. In the next moment, as he set his foot down, he found himself at Qingcheng Mountain. After breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, both his Taoist cultivation and magical powers experienced enormous enhancement. Yet, more importantly, his understanding of the Tao of heaven and earth had deepened significantly when he was at the Taiqing Golden Immortal Realm. Traveling from Qingcheng Mountain to his master Taiqing's temple would take him decades, but now, having achieved the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, even traversing billions of miles could be accomplished in an instant. Little uncle, upon Lili's arrival, the disciple guarding the entrance, who would one day become the marshal of heaven, Bian Zhuang, hurriedly approached him. Indeed, Lili nodded, tossing a few elixirs toward him with a smile. "These are for you." Bian Zhuang caught them, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, little uncle." He silently marveled at how generous his little uncle was, always bringing gifts every time they Li, however, paid little heed and proceeded into the 8 Scenery Palace. He had an abundance of elixirs. Were it not for his lack of time, he would have even considered raising some dogs to help consume the surplus. "Master, I have returned," Lili announced as he entered the grand hall. Smiling at Taiqing, who was seated on a meditation cushion, disciple has successfully broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm and obtained the Tao fruit of the great Luo Golden Immortal. "Haha," Taiqing chuckled. "I was already aware of this matter." I could see the moment when Lili transcended the 3 rivers and traced back through the river of time. Taiqing had sensed at 0.5 energies in harmony. 3 flowers flourishing. Indeed, Taiqing remarked, "Good disciple, to attain the Tao fruit of the great Luo Golden Immortal after 10,000 years of cultivation is truly remarkable. Since the dawn of creation, you might very well be the only one." Lili smiled. To achieve the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm after 10 millennia of cultivation might seem unparalleled in speed to others, but to him, it felt exceedingly slow that if possible, he would have preferred to ascend directly to sainthood. "Good disciple," Taiqing continued, "you possess abundant fortune and deep blessings, surpassing even the saint of heaven. Living on Qingcheng Mountain for so long has somewhat limited you in the past. Your lowly cultivation might have posed risks in the primordial realm. However, now that you have attained the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, it is time for you to venture out." Li was taken aback. His fortune was profound enough to surpass the saint of heaven? How extraordinary! No wonder everything he undertook seemed effortless and straightforward. It turned out he was truly exceptional. With such abundant fortune, what was there to fear? Moreover, he had already achieved the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Unaware of Li's musings, Taiqing continued, "As you know, not long ago, the 6 saints of heaven conferred and collectively supported the human race. My second brother, Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan, dispatched countless disciples to the human realm to impart teachings and laws for the benefit of all beings. My third brother, Shangqing Tong Tian, personally intervened on the eastern coast to slay the heavenly court's Emperor Jun, thus diminishing the power of the heavenly court. Sister Nuwa, too, recently sent disciples to the human race to assist the Xianyuan clan in vanquishing the witch tribes Qiyu. Jane and Junti have been preoccupied with mending the spiritual veins of the West, leaving them little time for other matters. Yet many of their disciples have voluntarily gone to the human realm to teach and share the Tao. To this day, our lineage has yet to make its mark among the human race, spreading the Tao and establishing a legitimate tradition. Upon hearing this, Lili grasped the situation and bowed respectfully. "Master, I shall go to the human realm at once to propagate the prestige of our lineage." Taiqing smiled and nodded. Subsequently, Lili conveyed his intentions and presented the 2 leaves imbued with the essences of wind and fire to Taiqing. Receiving the banana leaves, Taiqing felt moved and promptly imparted the formulas for the 5-turn Golden Elixir and the 9-turn Golden Elixir, both of which were renowned for their extraordinary effects, to Li. Years passed. The once ascendant Emperor Xianyuan rode away on a dragon, entrusting the great endeavor of the human race to his eldest son, Xiaohao. As of today, the once youthful Xiaohao has become an elder with a head full of white hair. On this particular day, like any other, Xiaohao was engrossed in his duties, holding a bamboo scroll in his hands as he diligently managed state affairs. Suddenly, the closed door creaked open, and the light sound of footsteps echoed. "Did I not previously mention?" Xiaohao remarked without lifting his head, "Do not disturb me while I am attending to matters of state." And no sooner had he spoken than a strange yet familiar laughter resonated. Bold and booming as it had been countless years ago. "Xiaohao, do you recognize who I am?" Hearing this, Xiaohao's movements halted instinctively, and as he raised his gaze, he was taken aback upon seeing the visitor. An overwhelming sense of grievance swelling within him. Tears welled in his murky eyes, and a tumult of emotions stirred in his chest, yet all that escaped his lips were two words: "Father." Standing by the door was Emperor Xianyuan, gazing at his eldest son, whose hair had turned from black to white, a poignant sight that filled him with heartache. "Xiaohao, you have endured much hardship over the years." Xiaohao wiped away his tears, a smile emerging on his aged visage. "For the sake of our human race, it has not been burdensome." With a deep sigh, Xianyuan said, "Xiaohao, your time is drawing near. You are on the brink of departure. Come with me to Qingcheng Mountain. If I leave, what will become of the human race? Leave it to Zhuanxu. He is competent, but on this day, the reclusive Emperor Xianyuan descended from Qingcheng Mountain to retrieve his ailing eldest son, Xiaohao, and together they journeyed to Qingcheng. Before setting off, Xiaohao instructed the human race to appoint Zhuanxu as the next leader. Soon as Zhuanxu assumed office, he enacted sweeping reforms, infusing new vigor into the human race. When a yellow water monster wreaked havoc, frequently spewing forth yellow water that flooded fields and destroyed homes, Zhuanxu personally took up his sword and vanquished the beast. He also established Mount Shashua, naming it Fuyu, and carved a river with his sword, calling it Shao River. In no time, countless human tribes extolled Zhuanxu's virtues, pledging their unwavering allegiance to him, his prestige reaching its zenith. Infuriating, how detestable! On Mount Buzhou, the ancestral shaman Gongong. Witnessing the support Zhuanxu garnered from the human race and the soaring fortunes of humanity, seethed with rage as he recalled the Battle of Zhuelu and the tragic demise of Qiyu. With a powerful punch, he unleashed a torrent of force that struck the base of Mount Buzhou, instantly reducing countless ancient peaks, towering trees, and rivers to dust. Gongong. Di Jiang, observing the destruction, admonished, "What concern is it of ours how the human race fares, or how the emperor of humanity thrives? Do not lose your temper so easily." Gongong scoffed, "Elder brother, I do not possess your patience. You may have forgotten your grudge against Qiyu, but I have not." Nonsense. At the mention of this, Di Jiang's fury ignited. Was Qiyu's death the fault of others? Was it not due to you? You were the one who schemed to merge with the human race, coveting their fortune. Qiyu merely followed your orders to approach them, leading to his tragic end. "Blame me," Gongong retorted. "What was my intention? Was it not for our witch clan? The fortunes of humanity are clearly on the rise. If we could assimilate them, our own fortunes would undoubtedly ascend as well. You, I, along with Rishu, Zhurong, Xianming, and our sister, would all elevate in power if fortune smiles upon us. Our witch clan could even produce its own sage." Di Jiang's eyes widened in fury, veins bulging on his arms. And he admonished, "You only envision the fruits of success. Have you considered that humanity is the creation of Nuwa? If you entertain such thoughts, will Nuwa stand idly by? If we provoke her, our entire witch clan may face annihilation. Below the sage, all are but ants. If a sage like Nuwa intervenes, how can our witch clan possibly resist?" Bang! Bang! Gongong unleashed another 3 punches, obliterating numerous peaks, heedless of the countless innocent lives lost, his wrath unabated. "Elder brother, you are too cowardly. You only contemplate the consequences of failure, showing no ambition. Have you never considered, what if we succeed? Would not this entire primordial realm become our witch clan's hunting ground?" Di Jiang was about to respond, but Gongong, losing patience, waved his hand dismissively. unwilling to continue the argument. With a cold snort, he descended from Mount Buzhou, declaring, "Elder brother, since you were so timid, I shall undertake the task of merging with the human race alone. If I succeed, the entire Witch clan shall benefit. If I fail, the blame rests solely on me." Gong. At the same time, Li departed from Qingcheng Mountain, intending to visit the human race. Passing through a majestic mountain range, he perceived its grandeur, a surge of inspiration blossoming within him. As auspicious colors descended and misty rays of light enveloped the area, revealing it to be a land of celestial fortune. Curiosity sparked within him as he descended from the clouds. Wuyi Mountain? He marveled, realizing he had arrived at Wuyi Mountain. Gazing around, he recognized the name of this mountain range and felt a wave of nostalgia. Wuyi Mountain. This peak is renowned in later ages for the legendary Zhao Gongming who pursued the sub-teacher of the Chan teaching, Randang, only to be obstructed by the two scattered immortals, Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao, and ultimately defeated by the magical artifact known as the Falling Treasure Money. Not only was he utterly vanquished, but he also lost his spiritual treasures, including 24 sea stabilizing pearls and the dragon binding rope. Given that the human race is still in the era of the Five Emperors, it stands to reason that those two scattered immortals, Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao, have yet to be born. This means that the falling treasure money is still unclaimed, Li pondered to himself. In truth, ever since he took form and emerged into the world, becoming a disciple of Taiqing and disseminating teachings in Qingcheng Mountain, he had never deliberately sought any spiritual treasures in the primordial realm. Innate spiritual treasures possess their own sentience, often choosing beings with profound fortune and blessings. Sometimes, what belongs to you will eventually find its way to you, while that which does not belong to you is unattainable. The teachings of humanity emphasize tranquility and non-action, aligning with the natural way of the universe. After a millennium of cultivation, Li naturally refrains from forcing matters. Even now, when faced with such encounters, he remains content to let fate take its course. As he strolled through Wuyi Mountain, he admired the lush scenery, thick with spiritual energy, abundant with celestial flowers and herbs, and teeming with auspicious birds and beasts. He ambled leisurely, savoring the boundless beauty of Wuyi Mountain. However, after walking a short distance, he noticed ahead a haze of spiritual energy, with multicolored rays of light soaring upward. Clearly, it was a naturally formed array. "My fortune truly is remarkable," Li chuckled softly. Although he had not sought out Wuyi Mountain, his profound fortune inevitably led him to encounter innate spiritual objects even during casual strolls. Innate spiritual objects are birthed by the Tao of heaven. Before they come into existence, they often have natural formations of arrays to protect them, with the power of these arrays varying based on the quality of the innate spiritual objects contained within. Generally speaking, the higher the grade of the innate spiritual object, the more formidable the protective innate array. Observing the impressive innate array before him, Li mused, "Yet I have never studied the way of arrays. So I have no idea whether I can breach this array and retrieve the innate spiritual object within." As he approached the innate array, he reflected deeply. His Taiqing master excels in alchemy, imparting primarily alchemical wisdom, and over the years, he has diligently cultivated the golden elixir path, never having studied the way of arrays. The innate array before him, suffused with spiritual energy and vibrant hues, was evidently a powerful formation. Li felt uncertain about his ability to dismantle it. However, unexpectedly, as he neared the array, a golden light suddenly surged forth from within the innate array, piercing the heavens and breaking through the clouds. Purple mist enveloped the surroundings, permeating the air. A refreshing fragrance wafted forth, calming the mind and enhancing comprehension with just a whiff. Li stood rooted, gazing up at the sky and then back at the dissipating innate array before him. Momentarily taken aback, the array has vanished? What a coincidence. The innate spiritual treasure has just emerged. Li's expression was peculiar. In that moment, he suddenly gained a fresh perspective on his profound fortune and abundant blessings. For someone like me, if I cannot attain the Tao and become a saint in the future, it would be utterly contrary to the principles of heaven. Li pondered silently, He lifted his foot and stepped into the dissipated innate formation. Suddenly, his vision darkened and then brightened. He found himself entering a cave. Within the cave, the ceiling resembled a galaxy filled with stars, and at its center stood a colossal tree reaching for the heavens. Its branches lush and its leaves crystalline, each exuding a refreshing fragrance that invigorated the spirit. Below the giant tree lay a round blue-green coin, square in nature, adorned with a pair of pure white wings that danced gracefully in the air. The Enlightenment Tea Tree. The falling treasure coin? Lily chuckled. He had not anticipated that these two innate spiritual treasures would manifest. The falling treasure coin ranks among the finest innate treasures, originally destined to be a proof of enlightenment for Zhao Gongming, an outer disciple of the Jie sect. Yet, it had unexpectedly come into his possession. The Enlightenment Tea Tree is also a top-tier innate root among the heavens and the earth, similar to the 9-petal green lotus and the 12-petal pure white lotus he already possessed. It enhances comprehension and accelerates the path to enlightenment for living beings. Since they have appeared, it must be fate. These two treasures should rightfully belong to me. Ali was not modest. He raised his hand and collected the Enlightenment Tea Tree and the falling treasure coin into his possession. Subsequently, he chose not to depart immediately, but instead remained in the cave, inscribing a mark of his primordial spirit upon the Enlightenment Tea Tree before commencing the refinement of the falling treasure coin. The falling treasure coin, being a top-tier innate treasure, contained a total of 42 innate prohibitions. Compared to the innate supreme treasure that housed 49 prohibitions, it was merely a thread short. With Li Li's current cultivation at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, refining this top-tier innate treasure was effortless. Decades later, he successfully refined the falling treasure coin. After ensuring that nothing was left behind in the cave, he stepped outside. The sun hung high in the sky. Casting its rays down, Li Li emerged from the cave. His vision shifted from dark to bright. Just as he exited, a golden spear, wielding the might of wind and thunder, tore through the void, carrying a chilling intent to kill, rushing towards him. Whoosh! Li Li deftly dodged, soaring into the air. The golden spear struck empty air, piercing directly into the cave and instantly producing a deafening explosion, as if the heavens were collapsing. The mountains trembled, and the cave caved in. Countless ancient trees and millennia-old boulders shattered and flew apart. Ali's gaze sharpened as he looked in the direction from which the golden spear had come, only to see two formidable demons standing not far away, their eyes filled with greed. Hand over the spiritual treasures you obtained, and I shall spare your life. Point one of them, a burly wolf demon with a grotesque and fearsome visage, glared at Li Li with blood-red eyes and spoke in a deep voice. The other, a small and wiry rat demon with sharp features, licked his lips and remarked sharply, "Don't think for a moment that you got nothing. We've been watching all along. There's an innate spiritual treasure manifesting here, radiating brilliance to be sensible and hand over the treasure, and I might let you live to..." Ali hovered in the void, gazing at the wolf and rat demons. With an open palm, he let the falling treasure coin float in his hand, a smirk playing on his lips as he said, "You want it? Then come and take an innate treasure." Upon seeing the falling treasure coin, the wolf demon's eyes lit up, filled with fervor as he fixed his gaze on the coin in Li Li's hand, greedily exclaiming, "It seems to be of considerable quality, at least a mid-tier innate treasure." The rat demon let out a harsh laugh, his eyes gleaming with desire as he urged, "You're smart. Quickly hand over the treasure." "All right for you, Ali replied calmly. He then pinched the falling treasure coin between his fingers, flicked it, and in an instant, the coin transformed into a streak of flowing light, radiating brilliant golden hues as it shot towards the two demons. "Mine," the wolf demon bellowed, leaping from the ground into the air, arms outstretched to grasp the falling treasure coin. However, the coin moved with astonishing speed, piercing through his forehead before he could reach it. Whoosh! The falling treasure coin passed through his skull, blood spraying forth in a crimson arc. Seeing this, the rat demon's expression changed dramatically, and he turned to flee. Yet, just as he did, a flash of golden light struck him from behind, penetrating through his chest. Thud! The wolf demon's body crashed to the ground with a dull thud, while the rat demon, face contorted in terror, slowly collapsed beside him. The golden light surged back, the falling treasure coin fluttering with its white wings, hovering beside Li. Ali looked down at the fallen bodies of the demons and remarked coolly, "Truly useless. I offer it to you, yet you cannot even catch it." He reached for the falling treasure coin, turned, and without looking back, sped off towards the direction of the human tribe. Xianyuan Imperial City. This grand city was built by Zhuangxu in memory of his grandfather, the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan, and now stands as the heart of the human race at 18 noon, with the sun blazing high. A heavy shadow suddenly descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire Xianyuan Imperial City in an indescribable oppressive aura, as if an ancient mountain was about to crash down, suffocating all beneath its weight. What is happening? Inside the Great Hall, the resolute and vigorous leader of the human race, Zhuangxu, was handling state affairs when he sensed this aura. He quickly stood up and exited the chamber. That moment, a human guard rushed in, panic etched across his face, and shouted loudly, "Not good! Not good!" In the sky, there's a mighty being, exuding a murderous intent, approaching the imperial city. Zhuangxu's expression tightened at the news. He looked up at the sky, his gaze piercing through the void, and beheld a towering, fierce-looking man striding through the air toward the imperial city. Possessing the peak cultivation of quasi-saint level, his presence surged like a tempest, sweeping across the land and crushing the void. With a serpent's head and a human body, his thick arms were entwined with two black dragons, and his flowing aquamarine hair cascaded down to his waist. A serpent earring dangling from his right ear. As he drew closer, a terrifying aura of murder approached. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps echoed within the imperial city, resonating in the hearts of every individual. Each step felt as if it were trampling upon their very souls. In that instant, countless humans felt their primordial spirits shatter, their souls fragmenting, as if their bodies might be crushed by this quasi-saint's oppressive presence. Ancestral shaman. Zhuangxu strained to maintain his composure, standing tall with a resolute expression. He demanded, "May I inquire which ancestral shaman dares to offend my human race?" "I am Gong." The youth's voice was cold as ice. "I have come today to avenge the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan for slaying Qiyu in the past." "You are a descendant of the Yellow Emperor, are you not? I offer you two choices. First, relinquish the throne of the human emperor to me, and I shall spare your life. From henceforth, the human race shall be governed by the shaman race. Second, I will kill you and take the throne, and the human race will be ruled by the shaman race. Choose." After hearing this, Zhuangxu sneered, "My human race has its own leaders. Why should we be governed by your shaman race? Moreover, the death of Qiyu was his own doing. I will offer you two choices. First, withdraw now, and I will pretend this never happened. Second, kill me, and from henceforth, the human and shaman races shall be irreconcilable." "Ha ha!" Gong burst into laughter, his tone dripping with mockery. "Irreconcilable with my shaman race? Ha! How does such a diminutive human race possess such confidence?" Zhuangxu's gaze was steadfast as he replied solemnly, "What confidence do I have? It is precisely because my human race has had generations of sages who have toiled tirelessly, that one day, the path of humanity shall flourish and endure forever. Meanwhile, your shaman race is already in its twilight, devoid of any potential for growth, and will inevitably decline." As soon as he finished speaking, clap, 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 a resounding applause echoed across the horizon. Perched upon the clouds, Lily dangled his legs in mid-air, laughing heartily. "Well said. Your words resonate with vigor, and I firmly believe they shall indeed come to fruition." With a sidelong glance, Gong inquired, "Are you a disciple of the human teaching?" Li rose, offering a slight bow towards Gong, and replied with a smile, "I am Li, a direct disciple of the Taiqing sect of the human teaching. Honored to meet you, esteemed predecessor Gong." Gong frowned. "Are you here to assist the human race?" Li shook his head. "No, I am here to aid you." Zhuangxu's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. "Aid me?" Gong exclaimed in surprise. "Isn't it customary for disciples of the Xianmen to be close to the human race?" Zhuangxu, growing anxious, opened his mouth to speak, but Li gave him a reassuring glance and turned to Gong Gong with a smile. Of course, I am here to help you. No, to be precise, I am also aiding the witch clan. Gong Gong furrowed his brows. You speak with great bravado, yet you are but a mere Deluo Jingxian. Even if you were a disciple of the Taiqing sect, you should not utter such reckless words. Ha ha! Lili chuckled. In the grand tapestry of heaven and earth, all phenomena arise naturally. Sometimes to assist others, one need not regard their cultivation background. After a brief pause, he continued, Esteemed predecessor Gong Gong, your intent to annex the human race stems solely from your desire to seize their fortune. You wish to consume their vitality to elevate the witch clan, correct? Gong Gong nodded dismissively. And what of it? Zhuangxiu, upon hearing this, erupted in fury. You vile creature! How dare you covet the fortune of my people? However, Gong Gong paid him no heed. Had it not been for Li Li's presence, he would have long since dispatched the human emperor with a single blow. But have you considered that the human race is a creation of the holy Nuwa? She will never stand idly by while the witch clan devours the human race, Li Li gently coaxed. And what of it? Gong Gong replied nonchalantly, Though the sage of heaven is powerful, the witch clan shall not cower before anyone. Zhuangxiu mocked, You speak with such bravado, yet should the Holy Mother truly descend, your clan would be obliterated. Silence, Gong Gong snorted, unleashing a formidable pressure that bore down upon Zhuangxiu. The latter's complexion changed dramatically as Li Li swiftly appeared in front of him, raising his hand to summon the falling treasure coins, shielding Zhuangxiu behind him. The falling treasure coins spun and rapidly expanded, radiating boundless divine light, resembling a golden shield that deflected the overwhelming pressure. Predecessor, please remain calm, Li Li urged solemnly. Allow me to speak that I am aware that the witch clan is constrained by its bloodline, cultivating only the physical form and neglecting the soul. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, further advancement becomes exceedingly difficult. Your current endeavor to annex the human race, to absorb their fortune, aims to create a sage of heaven from the witch clan's vast vitality. However, aside from this plan, I possess another method. Hearing this, Gong Gong halted, his gaze fixed intently on Li Li, his expression serious. Little Li, do you speak the truth? Indeed, Li Li affirmed that if you truly possess another method that can elevate the witch clan to the status of a sage of heaven. I, Gong Gong, promise that from this day forth, the witch clan shall no longer trouble the human race. Gong Gong spoke slowly, but should you deceive me, even if you are a disciple of a sage, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth until you meet your demise. The 12 ancestor witches were all born from the divine blood of Pangu. Upon their emergence, each possessed the strength of a Deluo Jingxian, making them extraordinarily formidable. However, as time passed and Hongjun Daozu appeared, establishing the Xianmen and propagating the path of immortality, all beings entered the Xianmen to cultivate the way of immortality, refining essence, qi, and spirit. Those with profound roots and fortunate destinies, such as the 3 pure ones of Kunlun, Dijuan, and Tai, rapidly achieved the status of quasi-saints. Even luckier individuals were taken in by Hongjun as direct disciples, receiving the primordial purple energy, swiftly attaining the rank of Sage of Heaven, transcending countless beings. Meanwhile, the 12 ancestor witches, once brimming with fortune, found themselves constrained by their inherited bloodlines, cultivating only their physical forms and neglecting their souls. Thus, they faced immense difficulty entering the Xianmen and cultivating the way of immortality. Countless epochs passed, and their cultivation remained stuck at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. Unable to progress further, in this current age of sages, the 12 ancestor witches found their paths nearly severed. In the annals of primordial history, the calamity between the witches and the demons arose from their incessant conflicts and mutual hatred, with both clans seeking to annex each other's vast fortunes to attain sainthood. Now, with the demise of Dijuan, the celestial fortunes were in disarray. Ancestor Witch Gong Gong could only naturally turn his gaze towards the rising human race. However, to annex the human race, one must confront the holy Nuwa. This was also the reason why Ancestor Witch Di Jiang hesitated to take action. He feared the repercussions of the holy Nuwa's involvement, which could bring untold calamities upon the witch clan. Although Gong Gong harbored no fear, he had to admit that his elder brother's words held merit. Now, with Li Li suddenly proposing an alternative that would allow the witch clan to attain the status of a sage of heaven without the need to annex the human race. Gong Gong had no reason to dismiss it. After all, if one could advance their cultivation without provoking the sage of heaven, it was a win-win situation. Esteemed predecessor, whether this method works or not, you shall find out through trial, Li Li stated. Gong Gong nodded. Speak, I am listening to in the present world. All beings have their origins, yet the souls of the deceased lack a return path, since the witch clan embodies the will of Pangu in opening the heavens. Why not establish a tranquil realm for the wandering souls of the world? Li Li spoke eloquently, suggesting that Gong Gong gather the entire witch clan's might to establish the underworld, creating a sanctuary for the souls of the deceased. In the original primordial narrative, this task was undertaken by ancestor Witch Hutu, who selflessly sacrificed herself to transform into the cycle of reincarnation. Though she ultimately succeeded, her efforts led to her demise, leaving her trapped in the 9 nether realms, where she became known as the goddess of peace. Her final words in the world were, Huta no longer belongs to the witches. I am now the goddess of peace. However, now that Dijuan had perished, the heavenly court dared not provoke the witch clan recklessly, and the witch clan had no rivals in the primordial realm. If they united the forces of the entire witch clan and the 12 ancestor witches to jointly establish the underworld for the souls to reside. On one hand, Hutu would not meet the same tragic end as before. On the other, the witch clan would no longer entertain thoughts of annexing the human race. That it would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. But do you truly believe that establishing the underworld will yield vast fortunes, allowing our witch clan to produce a sage of heaven? Gong Gong hesitated. Success or failure will be revealed through trial. Li Li replied lightly, in later generations. Ancestor Witch Hutu achieved sainthood through this very means. It is illogical to assume it cannot be done. Gong Gong fell silent, pondering deeply. After a long while, he gazed intently at Li Li and slowly said, I shall trust you this once. He then turned his gaze to the horizon and declared, Taiqing sage, you have taken a fine disciple. This little koi is remarkable. With that, Gong Gong turned and retracted his aura, vanishing swiftly from the horizon as he had arrived. After his departure, the sky above coalesced into the visage of the Taiqing Taoist of virtue, who regarded Li Li with admiration and remarked, Good disciple, how did you conceive such a brilliant method to resolve the conflict between the human and witch races, while also providing a return path for the souls of the world? Surprised by the sudden appearance of his master in the heavens, Li Li exclaimed, Master, when did you arrive? Haha. Taiqing chuckled. I arrived the moment Gong Gong reached here and began applauding. His cultivation far surpasses yours. I could not rest easy without visiting. Immediately following, he cheerfully addressed the void, saying, Dear junior brothers and sisters, since you are all here, what do you think of my little disciple's method? As his words fell, several voices echoed in response. Excellent, truly remarkable, marvelous, indeed marvelous. Little Koi, do come visit the palace of Hua Huang when you have the time. I take a great liking to you. Well done, little nephew. Laughter erupted from the assembly of junior disciples. Praising Li Li, Taiqing chuckled heartily. Since all of you find my disciple's method so splendid, do not forget that he has played a significant role when the underworld realm is established. In the celestial expanse, Taiqing's laughter reverberated, while the visage formed by the clouds gradually faded away. Li understood. This indicated that his master was departing. With Taiqing's departure, the gaze of the celestial sages turned away from this place. Sensing the absence of the sage's scrutiny, Li Li finally exhaled a sigh and muttered, These sages are truly something. They arrived silently and without a trace. Zhuang Su, who had been by Li Li's side, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, immortal. Many thanks, esteemed immortal. Li Li waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formality. My descent from the mountain was precisely to elevate the prestige of our human teachings. Zhuang Su, growing serious, replied, While you may think so, we humans cannot afford to be complacent. Were it not for your presence today, I, Zhuang Su, would not mind perishing alone, but I fear that the fate of the human race might be consumed by the witch clan. If that were to happen, I would find it difficult to face the ancestors of humanity and bear the trust of my grandfather. Xianyuan, Li chuckled lightly. It is not so dire. However, you mentioned Xuanyuan's trust. Might he still be alive? Upon hearing this, Zhuangsu pondered for a moment, feeling that Li was not an outsider, and then smiled. To be honest, my grandfather Xianyuan and my uncle Xiaohao have both gone to Qingcheng Mountain to cultivate. When I grow old, I too plan to journey to Kunlun. Upon hearing this, Li's heart stirred. Xianyuan is not dead. Xiaohao is also alive. It seems this primordial world has indeed been altered by my presence. At Mount Buzhou, the ancestral witch Gong returned in a flurry, immediately greeted by the great witch Tuba at the mountain gate. Ancestor witch, you have returned. Gong nodded and paused, instructing Tuba, go summon eldest brother, second brother, and third brother. Bring them to the Panga Hall. I have matters to discuss. Tuba, though puzzled, complied with the command. Moments later, in the grand and majestic Panga Hall, the 12 ancestral witches gathered. Some rode the winds, commanding lightning. Others wielded serpents and dragons. Still others grasped thunderbolts, and so forth. Gong, why have you summoned us? The hot-tempered and impatient ancestral, which Zhu Rong asked as soon as he sat down. Let me be clear, if this pertains to the annexation of the human race. There is no need to discuss it. The ancestral, which Ru Shou nodded in agreement. Indeed, I follow eldest brother's lead. If he disapproves, I shall too. The ancestral, which Di Jiang remained silent in the foremost seat, while Zhu Jiuyin lowered his head, toying with a recently caught dragon, seemingly indifferent to the proceedings. Ho Tu sighed deeply, shaking her head repeatedly. The other ancestral witches, such as Chang Liang, Zhu Meng, and Xianming, sat in their respective places, each displaying varied expressions. Humph! Observing his sibling's demeanor, Gong coldly snorted, gesturing, enough of this. There is no need for such a display. This time, I'm not here to discuss the annexation of the human race, but rather a different matter. Recently, I encountered a primordial koi while visiting the human race. He claimed to be a disciple of the esteemed Taiqing. Upon hearing this, the other ancestral witches remained calm. But Ho Tu's face lit up with surprise as she spoke. Fourth brother, is this little koi named Li and cultivating at Qingcheng Mountain? Gong paused briefly, replying, I do not know where he cultivates. But his name is indeed Li. Ho Tu smiled. Then it is settled. I am acquainted with this primordial koi. The other ancestral witches expressed their curiosity, with Di Jiang asking, Little sister, how do you know a disciple of the esteemed Taiqing? Indeed, Xianming chimed in. You usually stay within the tribe, rarely venturing out. How could you know him? Ho Tu smiled and recounted her journey of wandering, passing by Qingcheng Mountain, where she met Li, who took her on a tour, praising, this primordial koi possesses profound fortune, a compassionate heart, and is both intelligent and kind, truly a rarity in the world. Gong, hearing her words, nodded in agreement. What my little sister says is true. Although I have only met him once, I also find this koi to be quite remarkable. The ancestral witches looked on with astonishment, knowing their brother's tempers well. It was one thing for the kind-hearted Ho Tu to offer praise. But Gong, with his fierce disposition, who often disregarded even the celestial sages, now lauded Li. What manner of being is this Li? At this moment, the ancestral witches were filled with curiosity about him. Even the hot-tempered Zhu Rong could not help but inquire, Gong, what exactly did he do to earn such praise from you? Gong smiled mysteriously. He provided us witches with a path forward and offered a celestial position. What? The ancestral witches were all taken aback. Di Jiang, seated at the head, furrowed his brow, thoughts racing as if he had grasped something, and slowly asked, is it possible that he has a way for us to utilize that fragment of Hongmeng purple qi within our treasury? Countless Yuan meetings ago, the Tao ancestor delivered teachings at the Zhixiao Palace, passing down 7 fragments of Hongmeng purple qi, declaring them the foundation of sanctification. 6 were given to the 3 pure ones of Kunlun, and to Jin and Junti, as well as Enhua, enabling them to attain the status of celestial sages. The final fragment of Hongmeng purple qi was bestowed upon Hongyun, a friend of Zenyuanzi. However, later, Hongyun was slain by the combined forces of the heavenly courts Dijuan, Tai, the demon master Qingcheng, and the blood sea of the netherworld. The Hongmeng purple qi in his possession was split in two. One portion inadvertently fell into Mount Buzhou, obtained by the 12 ancestral witches, while the other remained with the demon master Qingcheng. Now, upon hearing Gongong's mention of Li possessing a method for the witch clan to achieve the status of sage, Dijiang instinctively believed that this method must pertain to the utilization of the Hongmeng purple qi. Impossible. Before Gongong could respond, Zhu Rong shook his head, declaring, "We ancestral witches lack primordial spirits. We cannot possibly utilize the Hongmeng purple qi. If there were a way, it would not have remained in the treasury for so long." Gongong chuckled. What Li spoke of is not about achieving sanctification through the use of Hongmeng purple qi. Dijiang paused, furrowing his brow as he inquired, if not through the use of Hongmeng purple qi, what other means could assist the ancestral witches in attaining sanctification? Establishing a realm. Gongong spoke solemnly. Apart from the Hongmeng purple qi, he stated that we ancestral witches could create the underworld realm to gain the fortune of the celestial Tao. This too could allow one among us to achieve the status of a celestial sage. Upon hearing this, Dijiang fell silent. Zhu Rong fell silent. The ancestral witches all lapsed into silence. Only Ho Tu, intrigued, asked, "Fourth brother, what exactly is the underworld realm?" Gongong smiled, recalling Li's words, and repeated, "In today's world, all living beings have their origins, yet the souls of the departed have no return." Ho Tu pondered deeply, her expression reflecting understanding as she softly remarked, "A world for the departed? I believe it is feasible." Gongong, the ancestral shaman, had just finished speaking in the Panga Hall. A profound silence enveloped the space, so still that one could hear a pin drop. Dijiang, Zhu Meng, Ru Shou, Zhu Rong, Xian Ming, and others were all lost in contemplation, while only Ho Tu felt that establishing the underworld was a promising course of action. After a lengthy pause, Dijiang slowly articulated, "The creation of the underworld is a matter of great consequence, one that pertains to our entire shamanic clan and where we shall reside in the future, but we must approach this with utmost caution." Gongong nodded in agreement. Since this proposition had originated from Li, it was evident that he must already possess a comprehensive plan in mind. Ho Tu mused, why not seek him out directly and inquire? It would surely be more productive than indulging in wild speculation here. Xian Ming considered this and nodded, affirming, "Sister's words hold merit." Zhu Rong, Ru Shou, and the other ancestral shamans concurred wholeheartedly. Ultimately, it was the elder brother, Dijiang, who spoke up, "Then let us seek out Li and inquire about the specifics of the underworld." Zhu Rong, ever impulsive, promptly rose, exclaiming, "What are we waiting for? Let us go." Gongong chuckled, "Why the rush? When we approach him, we ought to contemplate what gifts we shall present after our business is concluded." Zhu Rong paused, realizing the wisdom in this, and asked, "What gift shall we offer him?" Given his status as a disciple of Taiqing, he might not be impressed by ordinary innate treasures or spiritual plants, Xian Ming analyzed. If we are to present a gift, it must be something rare, a treasure unique to the realms. This. An idea surfaced in Ho Tu's mind, and she inquired with a smile, "What if we were to offer him a fragment of the primordial purple energy?" Upon her suggestion, Zhu Rong and Xian Ming displayed signs of hesitation. The primordial purple energy was the foundation for sanctification. Although it was merely a fragment, it was the only one of its kind in existence. Agreed, Dijiang stated resolutely. If the establishment of the underworld can indeed grant our shamanic clan a heavenly sage, then even a mere fragment of primordial purple energy is a trivial matter. If Li can bestow upon our clan a position of sanctity, what is a fragment of primordial purple energy in return? Upon hearing this, Zhu Rong and Xian Ming felt a sense of relief. Indeed, if he could provide a sanctified position for their clan, why should they be overly concerned about a fragment of primordial purple energy? Xian Ming self-deprecatingly remarked, "It seems I have been rather stingy." Zhu Rong shook her head in agreement. Dijiang surveyed the group of shamans and declared, "If there are no objections, then this matter is settled. Gongong, Ho Tu, you have both interacted with Li before. The three of us shall go together to meet him." Gongong and Ho Tu exchanged glances and replied in unison, "Understood, elder brother, in the human tribe, Xianyuan City, There are numerous methods for salt production, including solar evaporation of seawater, vacuum evaporation, and rock salt mining. Eli stood at the center of a crowd, patiently instructing the human tribe on various salt production techniques and how to avoid toxic salt. Countless individuals surrounded him with reverence, their faces filled with admiration, marveling at how knowledgeable this celestial being was. It was not until Lily sensed three powerful auras swiftly approaching, cloaked in concealment, that he concluded his lecture. Point two of these auras felt familiar, clearly belonging to Gong and Ho Tuesday. Let us pause here for today, that we can continue the discussion another time, Lily said with a smile. Amidst the chorus of farewell, celestial being, as he turned to leave, not far along the path, he spotted Gong, Ho Tu, and an unfamiliar handsome youth standing beneath the shade of a tree, awaiting his arrival. Little Koi, it has been a while. Ho Tu greeted him with a warm smile, only to sense something, and her expression shifted slightly, a glimmer of shock flashing in her beautiful eyes. You have broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm? How could this happen so quickly? The last time she saw him, he had not even refined the 5 energies within him, and she had gifted him the essence of innate Wu Earth. Yet, how could it be that in such a short time, he had achieved the great Luo Golden Immortal realm? What is it, little sister? Jiang and Gong looked at her, bewildered, unable to comprehend the reason for her astonishment. Did they not know each other? Why such surprise? Elder brother, fourth brother, you are unaware. When I encountered little Koi at Qingcheng Mountain last time, Ho Tu briefly recounted the events. Jiang and Gong shared a look of astonishment, speechless in their mutual disbelief. In just a few thousand years, he had progressed from mid-stage Golden Immortal to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, transcending the 3 rivers and attaining the fruit of the great Luo Golden Immortal path. The speed was nothing short of terrifying. The obliviously Li approached with a gentle smile, saying, Lady Ho Tu, it has been a while, and you are more beautiful than ever. Senior Gong, may I inquire who this is? I am Jiang. Jiang interjected before Gong could introduce him. Ali slightly inclined his hands in greeting. It is an honor to meet you, Senior Jiang. After a brief pause, he continued with a smile. May I ask, esteemed ancestral shamans, if your visit to the human tribe is for a specific purpose? Jiang, Gong, and Ho Tu exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Jiang who spoke. I have heard that Gong returned with news of your suggestion for the shamanic clan to establish the underworld, thus acquiring the heavenly fortune, which would grant us a position of sanctity. Lily nodded. Indeed, Jiang inquired further. How confident are you in this matter? Completely confident, Lily replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Jiang exhaled softly and stated, Very well. Should this matter come to fruition, consider it a monumental favor owed to you by our shamanic clan. Additionally, we shall present further gifts. Lily smiled, seemingly indifferent to the gifts. This is not the place for discussion. He surveyed the surroundings and suggested, Why don't we find a suitable location to converse at length? Jiang agreed. That works. Soon after, under Li's guidance, they arrived at a small inn, ascended to the 3rd floor, and settled into a quiet corner. Jiang cut to the chase. Little Koi, since you have proposed that our shamanic clan could open a new realm, you must have a comprehensive plan in mind. Please share it with us. Gong chimed in. Indeed, little Koi, we shamans are straightforward folk, so feel free to speak candidly. Ho Tu smiled and added, If you can truly provide a heavenly sage, I shall forever owe you a favor. You flatter me, Lily chuckled. However, regarding the underworld, I do have some rudimentary thoughts that we might explore together. After a moment pause, he continued, In my view, as the underworld is to be open for the departed, it must serve them well. To do so, we first require an administrative body, which is the underworld's court. Within this court, there should be 10 Yama Kings. Beneath the 10 Yama Kings, we must establish judges to reward virtue and punish vice, along with the black and white impermanences, the soul-reaping messengers, and the necessary constructs such as the Ghost Gate, the Yellow Springs Road, the Naiha Bridge, the Nostalgia Platform, and the Longchuan River. He expounded upon the underworld and its court from memory, leaving Jiang, Gong, and Ho Tu utterly shocked, their mouths agape in astonishment. Little Koi, Jiang stammered, What you propose is not merely a rudimentary idea. It is incredibly sophisticated. Indeed, Gong Gong scratched his head, feeling overwhelmed by the complexity. If we were to let our shamanic clan's young ones ponder this, I doubt even 100 of them could come up with such a plan. Hotu nodded in agreement, her gaze fixed upon Li, marveling, had it not been for elder brother's prudence, we would not have sought your counsel before embarking on the creation of the underworld. Regarding the affairs of the underworld and its ghostly officials, our shaman clan has indeed encountered numerous obstacles, such as the gravity of the matter. Ali humbly remarked, I merely speak my mind. The actual execution must be entrusted to you. Di Jiang gazed at Li with admiration, thinking this little koi is astute, perceptive, and comes from a profound lineage. What is even more commendable is his preference for humility and discretion, always accomplishing great deeds quietly. The more Di Jiang observed, the more he appreciated him. Finally, he suggested with a smile, Little koi, since you have essentially designed this realm of shadows, why not take up an official position within the ghostly hierarchy? Upon hearing this, Gong Gong's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, little koi, you should assume a role in the underworld. It would facilitate any future ideas regarding ghostly affairs. Hotu nodded in agreement, adding, this is an excellent idea, elder brother. Little koi could hold a nominal position if he prefers not to be overwhelmed by duties. Di Jiang pondered, let me consider what role would suit you. Perhaps the black and white impermanence? Too lowly. The judge of the underworld? Unworthy of you. The 10 Yama Kings? No, that would be too demanding and might hinder your cultivation. At this point, he seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes brightening as he proclaimed, let us create a new position, akin to the heavenly emperor. You shall be the great emperor of Fengdu. The great emperor of Fengdu. Lily was taken aback. Isn't that the legendary king of the underworld? No. He waved his hands in refusal. I am not of the shaman clan. How could I possibly hold a ghostly office? Exactly. Gong Gong disregarded his objection, nodding vigorously. This is perfect. His senior brother is called Xuandu, and having him take the position of great emperor of Fengdu in our ghostly realm is just right. Hotu also expressed her agreement. Ali was at a loss for words. What on earth is happening? How does my senior brother Xuandu's name relate to the great emperor of Fengdu? Moreover, the heavenly emperor has only recently fallen. Do you think they will simply allow the swift coronation of a new emperor? Perhaps not. Ali chuckled and shook his head, stating that with the recent demise of the heavenly emperor, appointing a new one would likely incite discontent. Gong Gong laughed. What does the heavenly court matter? If they have objections, let them stew in it. If not, we shall annihilate them. Di Jiang also nodded in rare agreement. Confronting the Taoist saints may require careful consideration, but the heavenly court? What are they? Even if the heavenly emperor Di Jun were still alive, the shaman clan would not fear him. Objections? Let them stew. Unhappy? We shall destroy them. Even Hotu remained silent this time. In her eyes, the heavenly court was equally insignificant. Witnessing their disregard for the heavenly court, Lily felt a swirl of complex emotions and reflections. With Di Jun's demise, the heavenly court truly was no match for the shaman clan, as albeit. Once my clan establishes the realm of shadows, you must remember to come to my underworld and assume the position of great emperor of Fengdu, Di Jiang declared with a decisive wave of his hand. Subsequently, embracing the shaman clan's energetic approach, he concluded their discussion without lingering and promptly departed with Hotu and Gong Gong. What is happening here? Lily rose, gazing at their retreating figures with a wry smile. The matters of the shaman clan were initially none of his concern, but at the behest of his master, he had no choice but to step in. It was merely to offer a suggestion to the shaman clan. Yet unexpectedly, he found himself entangled in the prospect of becoming the great emperor of Fengdu. Never mind. As the saying goes, when soldiers arrive, generals will lead. When water comes, earth will cover. Overthinking is futile. It is best to take one step at a time. With a shake of his head, Lily vanished in a flash. Time passed silently, and in the blink of an eye, a millennium had gone by. Since Li proposed the shaman clan's establishment of the realm of shadows and discussed the foundational structure of the future ghostly hierarchy, the entire shaman clan began preparations under the guidance of the 12 ancestor shamans. Their grand momentum has echoed throughout the vast wilderness for millennia. Have you heard? The shaman clan is creating the realm of shadows. What is the realm of shadows? It is the future abode of the spirits in the ghostly hierarchy, complete with the Ghost Gate, the Yellow Springs Road, the Nostalgia Platform, the Naiha Bridge, and of course their Great Emperor of Fengdu. What? The Great Emperor of Fengdu? Does this mean a third emperor will emerge in the world, following the Heavenly Emperor and the Eastern Emperor? Indeed, I have heard that this Great Emperor of Fengdu is designed to parallel the Heavenly Emperor. In the 3,000 heavens of the Heavenly Court, the Eastern Emperor Tai, adorned in robes of sun, moon, and stars, sat upon his throne, holding a report about the Shaman clan's creation of a realm and the coronation of the Great Emperor of Fengdu. The Shaman clan. Tai's face twisted with rage as he crushed the report in his hand, an overwhelming and formidable aura emanating from him. Shaking the heavens, in an instant, countless realms collapsed, the void tore apart. And vast starry rivers shattered, stars falling from the sky. How long has it been since my elder brother's demise? Tai's voice was ice-cold and chilling, like unmelting frost. Does the Shaman clan wish to usurp his position so easily? Within the Grand Hall, the 12 demon marshals exchanged glances, unsure of what to do in the face of the furious Eastern Emperor. Only Bai Zhe sighed deeply and stepped forward, attempting to counsel. Your Majesty, times have changed. The Heavenly Emperor has been gone for a long time, and the Shaman clan is thriving, bolstered by the 12 ancestor shamans, each possessing quasi-saint strength. He spoke subtly, yet the Eastern Emperor understood. The Shaman clan is powerful. They are not to be provoked, but I cannot swallow this anger. The Eastern Emperor Tai gritted his teeth, recalling how prosperous the Heavenly Court was when my elder brother was still alive. We're the Shaman clan, mere chickens and dogs, to confer the title of Emperor. Are they worthy? Bai Zhe sighed deeply. Your Majesty, the past glories are gone. Tai's chest heaved with rage, clearly still furious. Yet he understood that the current Heavenly Court was no match for the Shaman clan. With the last remnants of his rationality, he asked, is there anyone willing to visit the Shaman clan, appealing to their emotions and reasoning to persuade them to abandon their imperial coronation? The 12 demon marshals fell into silence. After a long pause, Yuqing stepped forward, clasping his fists and stating, Your Majesty, I am willing to go. Good, the Eastern Emperor nodded. Yuqing assembled a team of demon soldiers, turning to leave through the southern Heavenly Gate, heading straight for Mount Buzhou. Not long after, outside the southern Heavenly Gate, a small demon returned, battered and bloodied, with even his arms severed, staggering and crying out, They are dead. They are all dead. The Marshal Yuqing was slain by the Shaman clan. A surge of murderous intent erupted in the Heavenly Court. Auspicious clouds dissipated, golden light faded, and dense dark clouds gathered. Howling winds swept through the 33 heavens, an oppressive and heavy atmosphere engulfing the realm. The Eastern Emperor Tai stood in the Grand Hall, his expression as dark as water, his body trembling, fists clenched, golden eyes fixed upon the small demon kneeling below, covered in wounds, nearly spitting fire as he gritted his teeth. Shaman clan, you have gone too far. Seeing the Eastern Emperor's rage, Bai Zhe's expression also darkened. Even as the so-called strategist of the Heavenly Court, he had not anticipated that Yuqing would be slain by the Shaman clan. How long has it been? It seems Yuqing could barely utter a few words before being decisively killed by the ancestor shamans of the Shaman clan. This Shaman clan is audacious. They have completely disregarded the Heavenly Court. Your Majesty, summon the heavenly soldiers to avenge Yuqing. The ghostly chariot, which had always maintained a cordial relationship with Yuqing, stepped forward with a face full of fury and proclaimed loudly, The witch clan has truly become too audacious, completely disregarding the Heavenly Court and Your Majesty. I second this motion. Shanyang also stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect and stating, Your Majesty, Yuqing was slain even while serving as an envoy to the witch clan. If we do not seek vengeance for Yuqing, how will the myriad beings of the Honghuang realm perceive our Heavenly Court? They will only deem us powerless. Revenge. It is imperative that we seek revenge. Following this, the demon generals Feilian, Jimeng, Yingzhao, and others all rose in unison, their faces etched with rage, clamoring for retribution for Yuqing. They were all comrades in arms from numerous past gatherings. At this moment, with Yuqing slain, their collective anger surged. Dongwang panted heavily, his golden eyes sweeping over the many demon generals within the Grand Hall, and he thundered, "You are all correct. As the sovereign, how can I remain indifferent to the death of my subordinate? Relay my command. Immediately mobilize troops to Qingcheng Mountain and seek out the 12 ancestor witches for a decisive battle." No sooner had he spoken than a rough, boisterous laughter erupted. "No need for that. Our brothers and sisters have already arrived." Boom! With this laughter, a breathtaking inferno blazed in the sky, resembling an endless sea of flames that cast the surrounding world in a deep crimson hue. From the depths of this fiery expanse emerged a towering figure, his muscles bulging, with a beastly body and a human face, standing at over 1,000,000 zhang tall, engulfed in flames, a smile upon his face as he toyed with a fully red dragon in his hands. Advancing step by step, behind him, the equally colossal Qingcheng, with flowing black hair and a stern countenance, strode forward, stepping upon 2 black divine dragons, his arms crossed over his chest, steadily approaching. The ancestor witch Hoodoo perched upon her elder brother's shoulder. Clad in a pale yellow gown, her hair cascading like a waterfall, drifting in the wind, appearing disinterested as she surveyed the beauty of the heavenly court. In their wake, the likes of Qiangliang, Rushu, Gonggong, and Xianying revealed their true forms as ancestor witches, leisurely making their way toward the heavenly court. What is this? Who are they? They are the ancestor witches of the witch clan? Run, quickly flee. In an instant, the lesser demons guarding the southern heavenly gate, upon witnessing the colossal ancestor witches, were struck with terror. They called out to one another, scrambling to escape. Thud! Thud! The 12 ancestor witches continued their march, effortlessly entering the heavenly court, shattering the southern heavenly gate, and trampling countless celestial palaces. Countless heavenly soldiers, unable to react in time, were mercilessly crushed by the ancestor witches. The battle erupted immediately on the vast Honghuang continent. Li, who was imparting knowledge to the human tribes, suddenly sensed dark clouds gathering in the sky, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. Clearly, there was a great power clashing. Out of curiosity, he paused his lecture, activated his divine vision, and peered through countless voids, gazing at the heavens above. Why are the 12 ancestor witches waging war against the heavenly court? Upon discerning the events unfolding in the 9 heavens, Li exclaimed in surprise, hadn't Dijun perished? How could they still be fighting? He was filled with confusion, as shouldn't the 12 ancestor witches be preparing to open the underworld at Qingcheng Mountain? Why were they suddenly at war with the heavenly court? Strange, truly peculiar, Li muttered to himself, then leapt into action. With a single thought, he transformed into a beam of golden light, soaring toward the 9 heavens. Along his journey, he sped forth like the wind, his cultivation at the great Luo golden immortal level surging, and in no time, the heavenly court came into view. However, upon his arrival, the heavenly court he beheld was unlike the splendid sight he had first encountered. It was now a scene of devastation, with debris strewn about, nearly resembling a wasteland. Clearly, it had just endured a fierce battle. Tiske. What a pity. Li reached the southern heavenly gate, witnessing the surrounding chaos. He shook his head in lament, reflecting on how such a magnificent heavenly court had been reduced to this state. He continued onward, soon arriving at the Grand Hall. From a distance, he could hear lively conversations within, the voices booming with laughter, 3 of which he found particularly familiar. "Aha! Brother, come sit. This throne of the heavenly emperor holds little charm." Gonggong chuckled. Qingcheng shook his head and remarked, "It is merely a cold throne. What significance could it possibly hold?" Just as he finished speaking, Li stepped through the Grand Hall's entrance, and Qingcheng's face brightened with a smile as he exclaimed, "Little golden carp, what brings you here?" Li did not respond. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings and curiously inquired, "Where are Dongwang Tai and his subordinates? Have you all slain them?" Qingcheng shook his head, while Gonggong, seated upon the heavenly emperor's throne, scoffed that Dongwang Tai, relying on the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, was able to escape our siege. 8s for his demon generals, counting Yuqing, who was the first to fall in my hands, out of 12. 8 have perished, and 4 have fled. Ali couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. With Dijun's demise, the heavenly court's power had greatly diminished. Now, Dong Tai had escaped, and of the 12 demon generals, those who were dead or had fled left the heavenly court utterly decimated. How dull! I thought the heavenly court would be far more formidable. Gong, reclining on the heavenly emperor's throne, glanced around and found it utterly uninteresting. Suddenly, he turned to Li and proposed with a playful grin, "Little golden carp, with Dijun gone and Dongwang fled, would you like to remain and take the throne of the heavenly emperor? The which clan supports you?" Li paused momentarily. Becoming the heavenly emperor? What significance would that hold? No. Li waved his hands repeatedly, declaring, "I am a cultivator with only the Tao in my heart. I have no desire for power and do not wish to be the heavenly emperor." Seeing his refusal so decisive, Gong found it boring. He rose from the heavenly emperor's throne, glanced once more at the heavenly court, and chuckled. "It is so empty. There is no point at all. Brother, let us return home." Dijun nodded, agreeing that it was indeed quite dull. With that, he called upon his siblings, including Rushu, Qiangliang, and Zhurong, and departed the heavenly court, heading back to Qingcheng Mountain. Li remained standing amidst the ruins, lost in thought. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Hadn't Taoist Hongjun dispatched the youth Haotian to ascend as the heavenly emperor after the fall of the demon clan? If so, did this mean that the era of Haotian was about to commence? Several millennia passed in the blink of an eye. Since the demise of the heavenly court and the disappearance of Dongwang Tai, the 12 ancestor witches had spent another millennium in preparation at Qingcheng Mountain and were now fully ready to open the underworld. On this day, atop Qingcheng Mountain, the skies were adorned with myriad auspicious colors, with radiant beams of light cascading down, and swirling purple mist emanating profound truths of the Tao De Dijiang. Rushu, Zhurong, Xianying, Hutu, and the other 12 ancestor witches revealed their true forms, standing in formation according to the principles of heaven, earth, and humanity, as well as the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. That Dijiang gazed upward, bellowing, "Father Pangu, we of the Witch clan, in gratitude for the spirits of the world who have no path of return, hereby open the underworld to embrace the entirety of the Tao. May the Father God witness this." Upon finishing his declaration, a tremendous surge of quasi-saintly power erupted from him, and the ancestor witches Rushu, Zhurong, Xianying, and others followed suit, their collective might resonating through the 9 heavens and soaring into the clouds. 12 distinct auras intertwined, coalescing into the ethereal visage of a colossal divine axe, exuding an unstoppable aura of creation, its edge sharp and unmatched. The Pangu axe. This was the chaos supreme treasure, the Pangu axe, employed by the 12 ancestor witches in imitation of Pangu's legendary act of creation. Look, the Witch clan is about to open the underworld. After millennia of preparation, is the Witch clan finally ready to commence the underworld? With the establishment of the netherworld, henceforth, all beings, regardless of life or death, shall have a place to go in the vast expanse of the primordial world. Countless beings turned their gazes toward the magnificent presence of Mount Buzhou, engaging in fervent discussions among themselves. The is about to begin. At Qingcheng Mountain, within the Jade Void Palace, the primordial lord of the Chan school, seated upon a cloud, sensed the fluctuations from Mount Buzhou and directed his attention toward Hua heaven. The saintly Hua reclined languidly on her couch, her jade-like hand propping up her chin as she gazed at Mount Buzhou, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she remarked, "The Witch clan is about to produce a saintly figure. I wonder which ancestral, which will be fortunate enough to Mount Simu." The figures of Jean and Juni stood atop the peak, their eyes fixed on Mount Buzhou, their hands folded in prayer, bearing expressions of compassion. "Brother," Junti began, his gaze flickering, "the opening of the netherworld is meant to harbor the souls of the deceased, encompassing the entirety of the primordial realm." Jane replied calmly, "Speak your mind plainly." Juni chuckled, realizing that nothing could be concealed from his elder brother. After a pause, he continued, "The netherworld holds great potential. Our western lands are desolate, and we cannot afford to remain passive." "Oh," Jane inquired, "what are you planning?" Junti smiled. "With the establishment of the netherworld, there will surely be a need for people. Why not send our disciples from the west to enter the netherworld early and secure our position?" Jean fell silent. Golden Ao Island, within the Azure Pool Palace. The celestial master of the Tongtian was imparting teachings to his disciples when he sensed the disturbances from Mount Buzhou. He merely glanced up momentarily before returning his gaze. Choosing to disregard Mount Shuyang, within the Eight Scenery Palace, the Supreme Pure One silently observed Mount Buzhou, remaining mute as he formed seals with his hands, the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, revolving behind him, as if calculating something. Meanwhile, in the human tribes, Lili stood with his hands clasped behind his back on an unknown mountaintop, also gazing in the direction of Mount Buzhou, in the original narrative. It was after the Earth Mother underwent reincarnation that she attained the saintly position. He pondered who among the 12 ancestral witches would attain enlightenment this time as they opened the realm. Would it be Di Jiang, Gong, Zhu Rong, or another ancestral witch? He felt that any of them could be possible. However, these matters were no longer of his concern. Contemplating, Lili shifted his gaze to the heavens. A look of worry etched upon his features. In the current state of the world, chaos reigned, with day and night in disarray, lacking any semblance of order, in contrast to the witch clan's opening of the heavens. Another pressing issue demanded his attention. The sun and moon were in turmoil, the four seasons indistinguishable, and the cosmos was in disarray. If this chaos persisted, the powerful innate beings might fare well, but the postnatal beings would likely find it unbearable. Lili murmured to himself. Over the years, due to the shattering of the heavenly court and the escape of the Eastern Emperor Tai, the deities responsible for maintaining the order of the four seasons and the cycles of day and night had long vanished. In the present world, nights dragged on interminably while days lingered endlessly, with the seasons in disarray. One moment winter, the next summer, then autumn and spring, all at random. All things ceased to grow, and order collapsed, and oh wonder the Tao ancestor would later compel the three teachings to seal the divine list. Indeed, this world could not remain in a state of disorder. Even the deities governing the four seasons had disappeared. In that moment, he understood why the later emperor of humanity, Zhuangzi, would go so far as to offend the myriad spirits of heaven and earth to sever the connection between the realms. It was to delineate the human realm from the heavenly realm. Truly, if the connection between heaven and earth were not severed, given the current chaotic cycles of yin and yang, the weak human race would face imminent disaster. Was there no other solution? Did he truly have to sever the connection between heaven and earth? Lili felt a sense of reluctance. While severing the connection might temporarily resolve the imbalance and chaos of the world, granting the human race a peaceful refuge, it would also nearly extinguish the possibilities for beings in the human realm to cultivate and attain enlightenment in the future. The primordial world would begin its decline. The great Tao should not be so trivial, Lili whispered to himself, a chronicle of the primordial age, half a tale of the world's regression, in the annals of history. Ever since the chaotic demon Pango battled the 3,000 chaotic demons to forge the heavens and earth and give rise to all things. This realm witnessed the emergence of gods and demons, an explosion of myriad spirits. Cataclysms arose in abundance, including the calamity of ferocious beasts, the three races, the Tao and demon calamity, and the witch and demon calamity. Among others, was these endless calamities that led the vast primordial world into a continuous retreat, from the initial possibility of attaining the saintly position of the heavenly Tao to the later thinning of spiritual energy, where even cultivation became difficult, and finally to the outright end of the age of magic. Beings ceased to cultivate, and all things lost their spiritual essence. Such a primordial realm was indeed diminutive, since the heavenly emperor had fallen. And the yin and yang were in disorder, with no deities to wield authority. Why not directly appoint a new heavenly emperor? Lili declared defiantly. I refuse to believe that without severing the connection between heaven and earth, the Tao cannot be attained. The primordial realm must not decline. Just as Lili sought to find a glimmer of hope for the beings of heaven and earth to cultivate, a tremendous sound erupted from the direction of Mount Buzhou. It resonated like the creation of the heavens and the earth, akin to the primordial separation. With the establishment of the netherworld, there must be the Yin Chao Di Fu, wherein the 10 halls of Yin Luo, the yin and yang judges, the black and white impermanence, and the soul reapers would be set. Di Zhang's booming voice reverberated throughout the cosmos. As he established the netherworld and its deities, a colossal sound echoed in the heavens. And a torrent of merit and fortune surged forth, cascading down toward the witch clan of Mount Buzhou, illuminating the center of the world in a golden HUT this moment. Li Li, who had been among the human tribes for thousands of years, departed from the human tribe, leaving with an unyielding heart. I shall go to Kunlun and appoint a new heavenly emperor. If one does not suffice, then I shall appoint two. If two do not suffice, then three. If three do not suffice, then four. I refuse to believe that the primordial realm must descend into decline. At Kunlun Mountain, the domain of the primordial lord of the Chan school, the mountains rose majestically, brimming with spiritual energy, stretching across millions of miles in grandeur, replete with extraordinary flora and fauna. On this day, the void trembled lightly as a youth clad in red, with black hair and an extraordinary presence approached, traversing countless dimensions. It was none other than Li Li. He arrived at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, gazing upward at the peak. Without pausing, he lifted his steps to enter the mountain. The Tao ancestor Hongjun had 6 direct disciples, of which his own second uncle, Yuqing Yuanshi, placed the greatest emphasis on the cyclical nature of the Tao and was most likely to assist in appointing the heavenly emperor. After all, in his recollection, during the later calamity of sealing the gods, his second uncle was known for his penchant for interfering, establishing rules for beings at every opportunity when it came to appointing several heavenly emperors. Seeking him was undoubtedly the right choice. As he walked, he contemplated how to approach his second uncle, who would be the candidates for the heavenly emperors, and how to proceed with the matter. Among other considerations, as he reached halfway up the mountain, an elderly Taoist with a white beard and hair, holding a longevity staff and a kind demeanor, floated down on clouds, smiling from afar. "Is that you, Tao, friend Li Li? I am the Taoist of the Southern Pole, sent by my master to welcome you." Hearing his words, Li Li was not surprised. The power of the heavenly Tao was unimaginable, and it was no wonder that he knew of his arrival. However, upon hearing the name of the one sent to receive him, Li Li could not help but glance at him twice, secretly thinking that this might very well be the future Southern Pole immortal. Li Li smiled politely and clasped his hands in gratitude. "I appreciate your kindness, Tao friend of the Southern Pole." Logically speaking, the 3 pure ones of Kunlun belong to the same lineage as the first-generation disciples of the 3 teachings. They ought to be of the same generation, with my own master Taiqing being the elder. If we were to arrange the hierarchy according to the 3 pure ones, I would rightfully be considered as senior. However, if we were to prioritize the order of entrance, I would undoubtedly be the junior disciple. Yet, since Nanji is unwilling to refer to me as senior or junior, he simply addresses me as Tao Yu instead. "Tao Yu Li Li, you are too modest," he said politely, smiling as he walked ahead to lead the way for me. As he proceeded, he silently observed me, reflecting, indeed, one cannot help but admire a disciple of Master Taiqing. Such demeanor is rare among the disciples of Kunlun. Unbeknownst to him, I was lost in thought, contemplating the events that were about to unfold. Before long, we arrived at the entrance of the Yu Su Palace on Kunlun Mountain. Nanji entered to make an announcement, and soon returned, clasping his hands as he said, "Tao Yu Li Li, Master requests your presence." I nodded slightly and stepped inside. The Yu Su Palace, although it is referred to as a palace upon entering, it reveals itself to be a realm unto itself, where the sun, moon, and stars hang high in the vaulted ceiling. Yuanshi Tianzun stands at the center, surrounded by celestial bodies, adorned in magnificent Taoist robes and crowned with gold. He wears a warm smile. A resplendent golden wheel of merit hovers behind his head, radiating a profound aura of Tao, with a myriad of auspicious colors and brilliant light enveloping him. Countless cosmic realms orbit around him, bowing in reverence as the heavens rise and fall. Disciple Li Li pays respect to second master uncle, I declared as I entered the grand hall, bowing with utmost reverence. Unlike my own master Taiqing, my second master uncle places great importance on propriety and decorum. Given that I was here to request a favor, it was only natural that I observed the proper etiquette. Yuanshi Tianzun, standing on the steps, regarded my respectful demeanor with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes, and my elder brother is always spontaneous in his actions. It is indeed rare for him to have a disciple like you who understands the importance of etiquette. At that moment, someone laughed and said, I have long heard that Master Taiqing has taken on a new disciple. Seeing you today, it is indeed a sight to behold, a manifestation of the great Tao. Following the sound, I discovered that besides my second master uncle, several of his disciples were present, including two familiar faces, Yuqing and Tai. You flatter me, Dao Yu, I replied humbly with a smile. Haha, Yuan Shirtan Zun laughed heartily. Little coy, you need not be overly modest. Setting aside other matters, your contributions regarding the Wu clan's establishment of the underworld are commendable. Tia's words, Yuqing, Tai, and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. The Wu clan's creation of the underworld was indeed a widely discussed topic, but the intricacies behind it were not well known to them. You overpraise me. Master Uncle, I casually remarked, the Wu clan's establishment of the underworld was merely a matter of chance. I dare not claim credit for it. Yuan Shirtan Zun shook his head, were it not for your suggestion to the Wu clan to create the underworld. With their wisdom, they might never have conceived of such an idea over countless epochs. Upon hearing this, Yuqing and Tai exchanged glances, both reflecting a sense of shock. The creation of the underworld by the Wu clan was orchestrated by Li. Tai exclaimed in amazement. I had heard tales of the Wu clan's intentions to establish the underworld thousands of years ago, but I only now learned that it was all masterminded by Dao Yu Li. I smiled at this. Yuqing, appearing contemplative, gradually spoke. I have heard that not long ago, the Wu clan proclaimed their intent to establish a sovereign of Fengdu in the underworld. His gaze turned inquisitive as he looked at me. Previously, he had assumed that the Wu clan would select one of their ancestral figures for this role, but now, with the revelation of the underworld's creation being driven by me, it raised questions about the identity of this sovereign of Fengdu. You are correct, Dao Yu, I stated without hesitation. The sovereign of Fengdu is none other than myself. Sure enough, Yuqing thought to himself. Meanwhile, Tai, Hang, Nanji, and the others wore expressions of disbelief upon hearing this. The Wu clan had entrusted an outsider with the position of sovereign of Fengdu. High above in the clouds, Yuan Shirtan Zun's eyes flickered with surprise as he inquired, Little Koi, how is it that the Wu clan places such trust in you? Just as I was about to respond, a thick black fog suddenly emerged from the newly opened underworld and swiftly approached me, hovering in midair and emanating a deep, shadowy aura. As the fog dissipated, it revealed a square black imperial seal. At the base of the seal were two black characters inscribed in primordial Wu script. Fengdu. The seal of Fengdu. Taiyi exclaimed in astonishment. Guang Qingzi. Hang, and the others gazed at the Fengdu imperial seal before me, their expressions complex, a profound envy glimmering in their eyes. The sovereign of Fengdu holds a position of greater authority than that of the sovereign of heaven, effectively ranking as the most powerful position in the entire underworld. It was astonishing that the 12 ancestral witches, who pride themselves on their supremacy, would allow an outsider to assume such a role. While they were shocked, they were also perplexed as to how I had earned such a privilege. I had no intention of elaborating further, simply smiling as I placed the Fengdu imperial seal away. I then turned to Yuan Shirtan Zun and respectfully said, Second Master Uncle, I have come here with a request. Yuan Shirtan Zun, intrigued, responded, Oh, this is indeed curious. What matter brings you to seek me rather than my elder brother? The 12 golden immortals also looked on with curiosity, eager to learn what the matter entailed. Second Master Uncle, I said earnestly, my purpose here is not for my own sake, but for the well-being of all living beings. Not long ago, the 12 ancestral witches ascended to the heavens, annihilating the heavenly court and driving away the Eastern Emperor, resulting in chaos across the realms, where the cycles of yin and yang are disrupted. And the seasons are indistinguishable. Millions of beings suffer in dire straits. I implore you, Second Master Uncle, to show compassion and seek a glimmer of hope for the world. Is this truly the case? Yuan Shirtan Zun's expression shifted to one of surprise, and he lifted his gaze towards the primordial continent, his countenance growing serious. Guang Qingzi, Yuqing, Taiqing, and the other 12 golden immortals also focused their divine senses, peering through the void to observe the primordial continent. Moments later, Yuan Shurton Zun declared solemnly, "Previously, my attention was on the Wu clan's establishment of the underworld, and I nearly overlooked this matter, resulting in the suffering of countless beings. This is a dereliction of duty on my part. Little Koi, even if you hadn't spoken, as a sage of heaven and earth, I could not sit idly by." I clasped my hands in respect, saying, "Your righteousness, Master Uncle, is admirable." Guangchengzi's expression was grave as he bowed to Yuan Shurtanzun, stating, "When beings suffer, we, as disciples of the Chan teaching, must strive to save them from calamity." He had scarcely finished speaking when Yuqing, Taiqing, Heng, when Shu, and the other 12 golden immortals stepped forward, pleading, "We implore Master to allow us to descend and assist in saving the people." Yuan Shurtanzun stood atop the dais, pondering for a moment. His gaze swept over the disciples before finally resting on me, slowly saying, "Little Koi, since you have come, I presume you have a strategy regarding the current state of affairs in the world. Please share your thoughts. As long as it requires my intervention, do not hesitate to speak." Upon hearing these words, the 12 golden immortals, eager for action, turned their eyes towards me that I scanned the faces before me. Reflecting on the weight of the moment, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching truly lived up to their reputation, regardless of how the future unfolds at this present moment. The noble spirit residing in their hearts is indeed commendable. To be frank, Second Master, I have already devised a plan. Ali spoke slowly. However, this matter involves immense causality that my humble abilities cannot bear. The enthronement of the Heavenly Emperor itself harbors profound implications. With merely the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, it is naturally unwise to recklessly undertake such monumental responsibilities. Yuan Shurtan Zun's gaze sharpened slightly, urging, "Do share your thoughts. What method do you propose that even you, a direct disciple of sage, fear to bear the weight of such causality?" "It's quite simple," Li Li smiled. "Given that the chaos of heaven and earth, the disruption of the seasons, stem from the obliteration of the heavenly court and the fall of the heavenly emperor, we shall simply re-establish the heavenly emperor and rebuild the heavenly court." Upon hearing this, the 12 golden immortals exchanged enlightened glances. Yuan Shurtan Zun's expression also revealed a glimmer of understanding as he murmured, "Rebuilding the heavenly court, re-establishing the heavenly emperor. Now, that is indeed a good idea." Realizing the urgency of the situation, Yuding Zhanren inquired curiously, "May I ask, Li Li, do you have a suitable candidate for the position of the heavenly emperor?" Ahem. At that moment, Taiqing Zhanren's eyes glimmered as he cleared his throat and stepped forward to self-recommend. "Master, though I am unworthy, I am willing to shoulder this heavy burden for the sake of all beings." His words elicited a collective eye roll from the remaining 11 golden immortals, with Yuding outrightly mocking, "You as the heavenly emperor, do you possess the capability? You can't even ascend to the position of a tribal chief." "Haha," Guangchengzi teased. "To make you the heavenly emperor would be akin to having no heavenly emperor at all." Yuan Shurtanzun shook his head repetitively. Desperate, Taiqing implored, "Master, I assure you I can do it. Give me a chance, and I will return to you a splendid era in the primordial world." Yet, Yuan Shurtanzun dismissed him, turning his gaze toward Li Li with a smile. "Little Koi, since you propose this, do you have someone in mind? If not, you may have to take on the role yourself." No. Li Li quickly waved his hands. Taking on the position of Fengdu Emperor was already fortuitous enough. He had no desire to become the heavenly emperor. However, regarding candidates, I indeed have a few in mind. After a brief pause, he continued, "Second Master, what do you think of the human emperor Xianyuan?" Xianyuan, Guangchengzi's eyes brightened upon hearing the name of the yellow emperor, and he nodded eagerly. "He is suitable. Master, my disciple holds the position of human sovereign, thus possessing management experience, that if he were to become the heavenly emperor, it would be most fitting." The remaining 10 disciples of the Chan teaching contemplated thoughtfully. Taiqing Zhanren shook his head. "That won't do. His cultivation is still too shallow. He might struggle to command respect." "It seems I am the more suitable choice," Li chuckled. If one candidate will not suffice, what of his eldest son, Xiao Hao? Upon this suggestion, everyone fell silent. Yuan Shi Tianzun, both amused and exasperated, remarked, "Do you wish to appoint 2 heavenly emperors?" "What of it?" Li Li replied with fortitude. "To establish order for the heavens and serve the beings, it is not merely a matter of appointing 1 heavenly emperor. Even if we were to appoint 2, 3, or 4, what harm would it be?" Yuan Shi Tianzun fell into contemplation. Indeed, there seemed to be merit to his words. Taiqing pondered. If we were to appoint several heavenly emperors, then appointing Xian Yuan, the Yellow Emperor, could work after all. Guang Chengzi concurred. Indeed, my disciple Xian Yuan and his son Xiao Hao are both worthy candidates for the position of heavenly emperor. Ha! Yuan Shi Tianzun laughed. Both of them have rather weak cultivation. They may struggle to earn the respect of others. Since we are already appointing several heavenly emperors, little Koi, why not suggest a few more for us to appoint all at once? Li Li commended the generosity of his second master before continuing. Then let us also include Xian Yuan's grandson, Zhuan Su. If that still isn't enough, we might as well add the human Shinno. If second master feels their cultivation is still not top tier, then we could also consider the human emperor Fuxi. Yu Dingzhen. Ren listened quietly as Li Li enumerated names, and before long, 5 candidates had been put forth. Curiously, he inquired, if we were to appoint 5 heavenly emperors at once, how shall we refer to their titles? Li Li replied nonchalantly, that is easily resolved. The title shall be Qing Emperor Fuxi, Yin Emperor Shinong, Huang Emperor Xian Yuan, Bai Emperor Xiao Hao, and He Emperor Zhuan Su. The titles of the 5 emperors align with the 5 elements of the Xianmen: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, ensuring the continuity of the 5 virtues in the future realms. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Yuan Shi Tianzun approved. The rotation of the 5 virtues, the cycle of life. This action is deeply in accordance with the way of heaven and aligns perfectly with the principles of our Xianmen orthodox teachings. Guang Chengzi, Yu Ding, and the others all nodded in agreement, deeming this plan excellent. Taiqing, feeling neglected, interjected urgently, "What about me?" Li Li, do not forget my role in this. Li Li chuckled playfully. 5 heavenly emperors is already ample. That if you wish, Tai-E, why not come to the netherworld and take on the title of Tai-E, savior of suffering? Tai-E paused. Go to the netherworld. Tai-E, savior of suffering? That doesn't sound too bad. Hee. Tai-E beamed with a smile. Since Fengdu Emperor has suggested it, I shall reluctantly accept. The 12 golden immortals erupted into hearty laughter. Savior of suffering? That title is quite intimidating. They laughed. One might mistake you for some formidable ancient being. Yet here you are, little Tai-E. The brothers and disciples jested with him. Tai-E waved them off, nonchalantly declaring, "You all can envy me. I am the illustrious Tai-E, savior of suffering. Not one to sully my reputation with your trivialities." Hell, Li stood aside, observing the merry camaraderie among the 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching. His gaze subtly shifting toward Nanji Xianwang, contemplating quietly. Since 5 heavenly emperors have been appointed, what difference would one more make? With resolve, he smiled and asked, "Nanji, would you also be willing to take on a nominal position?" Nanji was taken aback. "I can too." "Of course," Li Li affirmed with a smile, "that if you are willing, you may also take on the title of the Southern Extreme Longevity Emperor, a position I've already considered for you." Upon hearing this, Nanji searched Yuan Shi Tianzun's eyes for confirmation. Yuan Shi Tianzun chuckled. "Why look at me? If you wish to accept, then do so. It is merely a nominal position." After a moment's hesitation, Nanji bowed respectfully to Li Li, saying, "If that is the case, I thank you, my friend." Li nodded, finally turning his gaze back to Yuan Shi Tianzun, who understood and wore a smile as he playfully proclaimed to the heavens, "I, Yuan Shi Tianzun of the Chan teaching, humbly act upon the decree of Fengdu Emperor, proclaiming to the primordial realm. The human Xian Yuan is appointed as the Yellow Emperor, the human Xiao Hao as the White Emperor, the human Zhuan Su as the Black Emperor, the human Shinong as the Yin Emperor, and Fuxi of the Heavenly Court as the Qing Emperor. The 5 emperors shall govern heaven and earth, presiding over all beings. Furthermore, Fengdu Emperor commanded, the disciple of the Chan teaching, Nanji, shall assume the title of Southern Extreme Longevity Emperor, and the disciple Taiqing shall take on the title of the Netherworld Taiqing, Savior of Suffering. As his words fell from the direction of Qingcheng Mountain and the 8th Scenic Palace, the Taiji master heartily joined in, exclaiming, I, the Taiji Dao de Tianzun, humbly comply with the decree of Fengdu Emperor. As he spoke, echoes of laughter resonated from the Shumi Mountain's Great Hall of the Great Hero, the Palace of the Goddess Nuwa, and the Bio Palace of Jinao Island. I, the Taoist in Urjani, humbly comply with the decree of Fengdu Emperor. I, the Goddess Nuwa, humbly comply with the decree of Fengdu Emperor. I, the Supreme Clear Tong Tian, humbly comply with the decree of Fengdu Emperor, within the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain. Upon hearing the various heavenly Tao saints rallying in support, Li Li's eyelids twitched violently. What is happening here? Suddenly, I have been thrust into the limelight. Meanwhile, within the primordial realm, countless beings, upon hearing the announcement from Yuanshi Saint in Kunlun and the chorus of support from the other saints, were left in shock, gasping in astonishment. Gasp! Who is this Fengdu Emperor? Such an impressive figure, commanding the obedience of 6 major heavenly Tao saints simultaneously. Truly remarkable. Indeed, it appears that the esteemed Fengdu Emperor of the Witch Clan, along with his origin and background, must indeed be of a rather formidable nature. That not so. If his background were ordinary, would he have dared to bestow titles upon 6 heavenly emperors and 1 savior of suffering in a single breath? What immense karmic implications must lie behind such an act? At that moment, countless beings engaged in fervent discussions. Some believed the Fengdu Emperor possessed profound connections, while others surmised that the simultaneous emergence of 6 heavenly emperors would significantly influence the future dynamics of the cosmos. Simultaneously, the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan, deep in meditation atop Kunlun Mountain, along with his eldest son Xiaohao, upon hearing the decree of imperial appointment, promptly rose and exited their dwelling. They bowed towards the direction of Yushu Palace. Proclaiming Xianyuan, Xiaohao, humbly obeying the edicts of the sage that I in the human tribe, Zhuanshu also emerged from his chamber, bowing towards Kunlun Mountain. Subsequently, after passing the throne of humanity to his offspring Emperor Ku, he set forth towards Kunlun Mountain. In Huiyun Cave, Shinnong, who was tending to the medicinal herb garden, paused upon hearing the celestial announcement, but he quickly abandoned his task and bowed towards Kunlun Mountain in reverence, declaring, humbly obeying the edicts of the sage. In the primordial world, since leaving the heavenly court, Fuxi had been wandering the mountains and rivers, enjoying the splendid scenery. One day, he arrived at the banks of the Yellow River. Suddenly, he heard the voice of Yuanshi Tianzun proclaiming to the heavens. He halted, gazing towards Kunlun Mountain with a perplexed expression, muttering, "The Azure Emperor? What Azure Emperor? When did I agree to assume the role of Azure Emperor? This is utterly baffling. And who is this Fengdu Emperor? Such audacity to command the presence of 6 saints at Kunlun Mountain, within Yushu Palace." Lili bore a wry smile and remarked, "Second uncle, are you not placing your nephew upon the hot seat? What merit or capability does he possess to issue decrees in your name?" Yuanshi Tianzun laughed heartily. "Fear not, dear nephew. See how these celestial sages are in agreement with your thoughts." Ali shook his head with a bitter smile. "Agreement? Then do not use my name. Now the entire primordial realm is aware that the appointment of the 5 emperors is entirely at the behest of the Fengdu Emperor. If it becomes known that I am the Fengdu Emperor, any beings dissatisfied with the appointments will likely converge to seek retribution, especially the demon race. It seems prudent to avoid the netherworld from now on to prevent my identity from being revealed." He pondered silently, realizing that just the name of Fengdu Emperor could incite a war between the heavenly court and the witch clan. If the demon race were to discover his true identity, they would undoubtedly harass him incessantly. Little coy, once the matter of the 5 emperors was settled, Yuanshi Tianzun smiled. "This is your first visit to Kunlun Mountain. The beauty here is truly rare in the world. Would you care to stay for a few days?" Guang Chengzi enthusiastically added. "Indeed, if we speak of the wonders of the world, Kunlun is unparalleled. If Taoist Li is not in a hurry to depart, it would be delightful to explore for a few days." "Thank you for your kind invitation, second uncle." Lili contemplated briefly before declining. Although Kunlun is filled with countless beauties, my heart is solely devoted to the Tao. I have been away from my sacred grounds for an extended period. Over the years, I have often mingled among humanity, disseminating the Tao and enhancing the prestige of human teachings, yet my cultivation has inevitably slowed. With the affairs of humanity now settled, it is time for me to return to my sacred grounds and devote myself to cultivation. During this period, he had descended from the mountain on the orders of his revered master. Immersing himself in the mortal realm to refine his heart and teach humanity the Tao, he had resolved the conflicts between humans and witches, subsequently appointing 5 emperors to restore order to the universe, thereby averting a potential disconnection between heaven and earth and leaving a path for future beings to cultivate the as it stands. Mount Buzhou remains unscathed, standing resolutely in the heavens, supporting the celestial dome. And the disconnection between humanity and the heavens has not come to pass. It seems that even after countless epochs, the primordial realm will not regress into its former chaotic state or face the depletion of spiritual energy. I did not expect you to possess such a steadfast heart for the pursuit of the Tao. Upon hearing Li Li's desire to return for cultivation, Yuan Shi Tianzuan expressed no reproach. Rather, his admiration deepened. Guangchengzi also expressed his respect. Your unwavering dedication to the Tao, free from distractions, is truly commendable. The Jade Dingjin nodded in agreement. What you say is indeed true. We cultivators ought to prioritize the Tao above all else. The beauty of good times is but fleeting. What worth do they hold? Only Taiqing blinked and inquired. But if you are to return to cultivate, what of my role as the savior of suffering in the netherworld? Li Li chuckled. Do not worry, Taoist Tai. Simply report to the netherworld and convey that it was my instruction for you to become the Tai savior of suffering. The witch clan shall not trouble you. Taiqing's expression showed hesitation. The witch clan was viewed as a notoriously brutal and impulsive race in the eyes of all beings in the primordial realm. One misstep could lead to conflict. What if he were to offend a certain ancestral witch and be eliminated on the spot? That would be a tremendous loss. Forget it, Tai sighed, mumbling, better safe than sorry, that I shall wait for you to visit the netherworld one day. And then we can go together. I fear going alone. Ha! Lily laughed. It seems you may be waiting quite a while. That is of no concern, Taiqing casually replied. As cultivators, we are never short of time. Lily chose not to speak further. He simply bowed respectfully to Yuan Shi Tianzuan, saying, Second uncle, I take my leave. Afterward, he turned and walked out of Yushu Palace. Upon exiting, he summoned a cloud of auspiciousness and rode it away. At that moment, the sky was high and clear, the azure expanse stretching infinitely. However, before he could depart the confines of Qingcheng Mountain, the surroundings suddenly shifted. Li was taken aback, and before he could comprehend the situation, he found himself in a small world, standing upon a tranquil lake. The water was crystal clear, stretching endlessly, surrounded by a layer of faint yellow spiritual mist, teeming with vitality, a scene reminiscent of a paradise. What do you think? A familiar voice of Hutu echoed. Li turned around, letting out a sigh of relief and smiling. I thought some formidable elder was playing tricks on me. It is you. Lady Hutu. Hutu pouted. This is indeed Qingcheng Mountain's domain. Who would dare act against my esteemed uncle's beloved nephew on the territory of Yuan Shi Tianzuan? That is true. Lily chuckled, then continued, I have yet to congratulate you. Lady Hutu, congratulations on achieving the saintly status. May your heavens be vast and your longevity boundless. It is no small feat to draw me here under the watchful eyes of my second uncle. The only possible explanation is that Hutu, like the original storyline, has indeed attained sainthood. Sure enough, upon hearing Li Li's words, Hutu's smile broadened as she replied, There was no other choice. I am the youngest and most favored. Naturally, the opportunity to attain sainthood was bestowed upon me. The 12 ancestral witches, born from the essence of Panga's blood, share a common lineage and have lived together for countless epochs, fostering deep bonds. Due to being the youngest sister, Hutu has always been the most cherished by her elder brothers among the ancestral witches. In the future, whoever defies my wishes shall face my wrath, Hutu declared, shaking her fist menacingly. evidently recalling the previous quarrel between the ancestral witch Gong and her elder brother Daijang over the encroachment on humanity. Hee hee, Lily chuckled, then asked, Lady Hutu, I wonder if you have summoned me for a specific purpose? At this, Hutu nodded, her expression becoming serious. Little Koi, your assistance has truly been invaluable to us ancestral witches this time. Were it not for you, this humble empress might still not have attained sanctity to this day. Our witch clan is not a race that fails to show gratitude. When others treat us with a fraction of kindness, we shall surely repay them tenfold. Ali shook her head and said, I do not know if the empress believes me, but my intentions in assisting the witch clan are not driven by desire for repayment. I believe you, Hutu replied earnestly, if it were someone else making this statement. I might harbor doubts, but given your lineage from human teaching, I have faith in your words. The human teaching has always valued tranquility and non-action, adhering to the principle of natural law and embracing the concept of fate without coercion. Lily could not help but smile. Since the Empress understands the doctrines of the human teaching so well, why is she so eager to repay? Hutu responded with seriousness. I have already stated that our witch clan must repay kindness and avenge enmity. Furthermore, are you not curious about the gift we are preparing for you? What is it? Lily inquired with curiosity. The primordial purple chi. Hutu declared with pride. What do you think, little Koi? Do you not desire this? Lily was momentarily taken aback. The primordial purple chi. This is indeed a chance for sanctification. Who would not want it? The Empress is jesting. If I were to claim I do not desire such a divine substance, it would render me rather hypocritical. Ali chuckled freely. Yet he had not anticipated that the fragment of primordial purple chi, which fell into the hands of the witch clan, originated from the great powers that had perished countless epochs ago. As for Hutu's ability to casually recount past events, she thought it was knowledge imparted by Taiqing. No, not a complete one. Hutu shook her head. Only a half. During the battle with Hong Yun, the last fragment of primordial purple chi was divided in two. One half fell into our witch clan's possession, while the other half was claimed by the demon master Kun. As she spoke, she elegantly raised her hand, and a purple ribbon-like essence of primordial purple chi appeared around her white, jade-like wrist. I shall not hide from you. This piece of primordial purple chi has rested in our clan's treasury for countless epochs. During this time, my brothers have sought to comprehend it earnestly. Unfortunately, due to our clan's lack of cultivation of the primordial spirit, our attempts to grasp the essence of the primordial purple chi yielded no results. Hutu continued indifferently. Now, I present it to you. Even if you cannot comprehend it, you may choose to assimilate it into your being, thereby enhancing your innate qualities. While achieving sanctification may be impossible, it could certainly assist you in reaching the quasi-saint realm. She pointed with her hand, and the primordial purple chi seemed to awaken with consciousness, transforming into a purple radiance that floated toward Li. He deftly caught it. Upon grasping it, a refreshing coolness surged through him. Simultaneously, the speed of his comprehension of the 3,000 Tao increased significantly. Thank you, Empress Haoyu, today asked for whether I will use this half of the primordial purple chi for enlightenment or to enhance my innate qualities. I have yet to decide. Hutu nodded lightly. Once given, it is yours. How you choose to utilize it is entirely up to you. Subsequently, she waved her hand, preparing to send Lily away. However, just as he was about to depart, Hutu suddenly recalled something and said, By the way, there is one more thing I forgot to mention. Not long ago, the Western Saint Kunti arrived. He wished for his disciple to enter the underworld, but I informed him that you are the Emperor of Fengdu, and matters of the underworld fall under your jurisdiction, that he should address any concerns directly to you. As Lily opened his mouth to respond, a flurry of light and shadow enveloped him, and in an instant he found himself transported away by Hutu. What is there to discuss? Is the underworld not the domain of your witch clan, or is it ours in the human teaching? Why must everything be entrusted to me? On the nameless hillside, Lily emerged from the underworld and was teleported to this location, grumbling incessantly. This is all a trap, but upon seeing the primordial purple chi in his hand, Lily fell silent. After a moment, he sighed, Very well, one must be gracious in accepting favors. Considering this fragment of primordial purple chi, I will assist you one last time. The primordial purple chi is indeed what he needs. Although he is a primordial koi transformed, his innate qualities are limited, relegating him to the lower tier of primordial demon gods. Without opportunity, the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal would be the pinnacle of his existence. Now, having obtained a fragment of primordial purple chi, whether for enlightenment or for assimilating into his being to elevate his innate potential, it promises to yield significant enhancement. Leaving aside other considerations, simply possessing this fragment of primordial purple chi equates to having 1 foot in the quasi-saint realm. Truly, everything unfolds according to fate. Ali reflected. He had come to the human realm on his master's orders, inadvertently encountered the conflict between Gonggong and Zhuanxiu, resolved the discord between the human and witch clans, and by chance obtained the title of Emperor of Fengdu, proposed a conceptualization for the underworld, and unwittingly acquired the primordial purple chi. One event led to another, an intricate web of circumstances that it is difficult to discern the reasons behind it all. All actions are transient, quietude reigns, and the Tao follows its natural course. Ali murmured quietly. Then, shaking his head to dismiss his scattered thoughts, he surveyed his surroundings, determined the direction of his own Taoist sanctuary. And with a flicker of his figure, transformed into a streak of light, swiftly heading toward the direction of Qingcheng Mountain on Mount Sumru, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the vibrant green grasslands. A handsome monk clad in white robes sat atop the mountain peak, gazing contemplatively at the vast wilderness. Beside him, a small creature with the head of a tiger, a single horn, dog ears, a dragon's body, a lion's tail, and the feet of a qilin rolled about on the ground, frolicking with abandon. Why must there be so much suffering in this world? With myriad beings in agony, is there any joy in life? Is there any joy in death? The monk gazed blankly at the primordial land, his eyes filled with sorrow and compassion, as if the cries and pleas of countless spirits tormented his ears. Unbeknownst to him, tears streamed down his face, in his mind. The words of his master from a few days prior echoed clearly. Dizong, go to Qingcheng Mountain and seek the Emperor of Fengdu. Given your heart to save and guide the world, you should journey to where you are most needed. Go to the underworld. Dizong stood up, wiping his tears, and burst into laughter, a laughter tinged with an indescribable sense of freedom. The suffering of living beings, the anguish of spirits, a boundless sea of suffering. What vessel could carry one across? If I do not enter hell, then who will? Having said that, he bent down to scoop up the small creature, gently stroking its back, and softly asked, Taiqing, shall we seek the Emperor of Fengdu together? And then you will accompany me to the underworld, all right? Woo-woo. The little Taiqing blinked its innocent eyes, confused, unable to comprehend its master's words. If you do not speak, then I shall take it as your agreement. Dizong smiled. He then placed the small Taiqing on his shoulder, turned his gaze back for a final glance at Mount Sumru, and strode away without looking back. Master, the master has returned. On Qingcheng Mountain, as the void trembled, Lily stepped forth by Suzhen and Xiaoqing, who were watering the flowers, brightened upon seeing him and hurried over. He, returning to his own sanctuary, lifted Li's spirits. After a brief sense, he realized that both Bai Suzhen and Xiaoqing had successfully transcended and achieved immortality, reaching the realm of human immortals. He praised them. Well done. It seems you both have been diligent in your cultivation to have attained immortality. Xiaoqing chuckled, patting her small chest with pride. Of course, Master has already reached the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. As your maid, I certainly cannot bring shame upon you. Bai Suzhen smiled as well. I must thank Master for the abundance of elixirs. Otherwise, achieving immortality would not have been so easy to that moment. Two beams of mysterious light flashed and transformed into the figures of Jinwu and El Dongbin, who approached and bowed respectfully, saying, Master, you have returned. El Ali nodded, casting a glance at them, and noticing that they had also reached the pinnacle of the human immortal realm. Surpassing Bai Suzhen and Xiaoqing in cultivation. It seems you two have not been idle in my absence. El Ali casually praised a remark. Jinwu wore a broad smile, attributing it all to the excellent teachings of their master. El Dongbin curled his lips, muttering, Flatter, He then turned to Li with a cheerful demeanor and echoed, "Indeed, it is all due to our master's guidance." Zhenwu rolled his eyes at this. "While I was away, has anything noteworthy transpired on Qingcheng Mountain?" Li inquired as he walked toward the interior. The others hurriedly followed suit, and Bai Suzhen pondered before replying, "My lord, over the years, Qingcheng Mountain has remained peaceful and serene, without any significant events. However, it is worth mentioning that your reputation has grown immensely, attracting many beings seeking enlightenment." Xiaoqing nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, you may not be aware, but Qingcheng Mountain has become quite renowned, especially among the beings of the postnatal realm, many of whom now refer to you as the Grand Master of Golden Elixirs. Furthermore, the number of beings attaining immortality on Qingcheng Mountain has been steadily increasing, including the likes of tiger immortals, ape immortals, and deer immortals." Although Li had been absent from Qingcheng Mountain, its inhabitants had benefited from the profound essence of the 12-petal pure world white lotus, doubling their comprehension speed. Coupled with the fact that Qingcheng Mountain itself is a land of fortune and a cave of heaven, rich in spiritual energy and boundless Taoist rhythm, the number of immortal beings was ever on the rise. As Li continued his stride toward the room, he listened to Bai Suzhen, Xiaoqing, and the others recounting the happenings on Qingcheng Mountain during his absence. Soon, he reached the interior, where Zhenwu, Dongbin, and the others were seated to either side of him. After exchanging some casual conversation, Li shared with him insights on cultivation methods post-human realm. Dongbin engaged in discussion about the situation in the primordial chaos. Smiling as he asked, "Master, are you aware that the Wu clan of Mount Buzhou recently opened the underworld and established the realm of the dead?" Li chuckled softly. How could he be unaware? It was an initiative he had proposed himself. Zhenwu expressed his sentiments, saying, "And that's not all. The Emperor of Fengdu appointed by the Wu clan truly possesses great ambition. I wonder about his origins. To appoint 6 heavenly emperors and a savior of suffering, while also having the 6 saints of heaven stand in support for him. Truly admirable." Bai Suzhen and Xiaoqing nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting admiration. This Emperor of Fengdu is indeed remarkable. Observing the reverence in the expressions of the others towards this Emperor of Fengdu, Li could not help but find it amusing. Should he reveal to them that he himself was the Emperor of Fengdu? Perhaps not, he mused. Everything unfolds according to fate. After some contemplation, he decided to refrain from disclosing his identity as the Emperor of Fengdu for the time being. After all things in the world operate under the law of cause and effect. When the time comes, they will naturally come to know. Subsequently, Li engaged in conversation with Bai Suzhen, Xiaoqing, and the others, assisting them in resolving some of their cultivation dilemmas. After a period of rest, it was not until over 3 months later that Li finally entered the quiet chamber, seated himself in meditation, and focused his mind. Preparing to begin his cultivation, he retrieved the primordial purple Q in an instant. The quiet chamber filled with a mist of purple energy, the rhythm of the Tao permeating the air. Vibrant colors shimmering, and an exquisite fragrance wafting about. Should I use it to comprehend the Tao, or directly assimilate it into my being to enhance my foundational qualities? Li pondered as it stands. He possessed several spiritual treasures capable of enhancing his comprehension, including the 9-petal azure lotus, the 12-petal pure world white lotus, and the innate enlightenment tea tree. Among others, T.O. further utilized the primordial purple chi for comprehension seemed somewhat wasteful. In contrast, regarding his foundational qualities, the innate koi was merely a low-grade, innate demon god foundation, although it far surpassed the capabilities of countless postnatal beings of the primordial chaos in comparison to the top-tier beings of the primordial chaos, such as his master, masteress uncle, Fushi, and Yuhua. He was still lacking significantly. For him at this moment, it seemed far more valuable to use the primordial purple chi to elevate his foundational qualities rather than for comprehension. Li analyzed this carefully and resolved that the remaining portion of the primordial purple chi should be utilized to enhance his foundational qualities for optimal benefit. All right, having made my decision, I shall commence. With that thought, Li immersed himself in concentration, drawing upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, activating the 9-color golden elixir within him to absorb the primordial purple chi. As the primordial purple qi entered his body, Li Li's form trembled violently that a strange purple flame erupted from within the nine-color golden elixir, burning fiercely from the inside out. In an instant, his physical body, as well as his primordial spirit, were engulfed by this flame, igniting in a blaze. Li's body convulsed, his jaw clenched tightly, as if he were enduring an excruciating ordeal. Yet despite this, he showed no signs of surrender. Time flowed silently, and it was uncertain how long had passed. The peculiar purple flame grew increasingly vigorous. Li's body, at the great Luo golden immortal stage, began to dissolve into nothingness at a visible rate, seemingly vanishing into thin air. His primordial spirit also continued to dissipate. Only a single purple koi remained, nurtured within a splendid sphere of energy, emanating a resplendent and exalted aura. The great Luo golden immortal's Tao fruit trembled, and a vast, transcendent force surged forth, as if infusing that purple koi with boundless vitality. From the spot where his earlier dissipated body and primordial spirit had been, they swiftly began to restore, as though the prior vanishing was merely an illusion. Have I succeeded? Li Li opened his eyes and found the world before him transformed into a tapestry of vibrant colors, the once elusive laws of the Tao now within his reach. Is this the foundation of a mid-grade, innate demon god? Truly extraordinary. The primordial purple qi, imbued with profound mysteries of the Tao and renowned as the foundation for enlightenment, could not be completely refined by Li Li. Given his great Luo golden immortal cultivation, he could only temporarily assimilate it into his being. Nevertheless, even so, his foundational qualities had been elevated to that of a mid-grade innate demon god, resulting in a significant enhancement. As time progressed, the primordial purple qi within him would continue to refine his body, eventually reaching the pinnacle of an innate demon god foundation. By then, he would possess qualifications not inferior to those of his master. Master's uncle, Fuxi, and Yuhua, with the potential to attain enlightenment and sanctification. He, feeling his body significantly stronger than before and his comprehension of the Tao accelerating, Li Li smiled with satisfaction. Yet he did not allow himself to become complacent, but rather continued to immerse himself in concentration and further cultivate. The great Luo golden immortal stage differs from that of the Tai golden immortal stage. During the Tai stage, the focus lies in refining the 5 energies within the chest to achieve the goal of the 5 energies converging. In contrast, the cultivation at the great Luo golden immortal stage revolves around comprehending the 3,000 Taos, grasping the laws of the Tao, thus condensing divine abilities and enhancing one's Tao fruit. The 3,000 Taos, though diverse in their paths, converge towards a singular truth, devoid of distinctions of high or low strength. Given that Li Li's essence is that of the innate koi, the Tao naturally resonates with water. Thus, the first path he chose to comprehend was that of the water Tao. What is water? The origin of all things, the ancestral lineage of all beings. As the saying goes, the highest virtue resembles water. Water benefits all things without contention. Water possesses 7 virtues. It dwells in good land, has a heart like a deep abyss, embodies benevolence, speaks with sincerity, governs with righteousness, acts with capability, and moves at the right time. Li Li sits cross-legged, as insights regarding the great path of water continually ascend in his mind, and behind him, endless ethereal rhythms emanate, accompanied by the illusory forms of mighty rivers encircling his surroundings. There are celestial rivers of stars, rivers of time, rivers of fate, and the river of oblivion, as well as the river of the underworld, among countless others, boundless and infinite. Meanwhile, as Li Li engages in secluded cultivation, in the vast wilderness of the primordial continent, since the Emperor of Humanity, Zhuangxiu, bequeathed the throne to Emperor Ku, embarking alone to Qingcheng Mountain to pursue the Tao, adhering to the divine edict, and succeeding the Black Emperor. The heavens and earth have seen a shift. Apart from the Azure Emperor Fuxi, who merely holds a title without taking up duties, the 4 emperors, Emperor Yin Shenong, Emperor Huang Xianyuan, Emperor Bai Xiaohao, and Emperor He Zhuangxiu, have all ascended to the heavenly realm. Gathering tribes and establishing dominions in the 4 directions, They have redefined the order of the four seasons, delineating spring, summer, autumn, and winter. All living beings, in harmonious order, witness the restoration of peace and tranquility across the heavens and earth. As for the human tribes, since Emperor Ku ascended, they have been diligent in governance, achieving remarkable results in the blink of an eye. A century has passed. Emperor Ku, now aged, passes the throne to Danju, who, recognizing his own limitations, relinquishes the position to Yao. Thus, humanity enters the era of Emperor Yao. On this day, at the 8th Scenic Palace of Qingcheng Mountain, the Yusu Palace on Kunlun Mountain, the Baiyu Palace on Golden Tortoise Island, and the Nuwa Palace of the Heavenly Maiden Nuwa, the celestial saints all feel a stirring in their hearts. The Tao ancestor Hongjun sends a summons to convene at the Zixiao Palace. Shortly thereafter, within the vast emptiness of the Zixiao Palace, 6 celestial saints gather, seated on mats, patiently awaiting the arrival of Tao ancestor Hongjun. What could be the purpose of this summons? Uncertain, Brother Taiqing, do you have any insight? I too am in the dark. There is no need for speculation. Once our master arrives, we shall know, as the saints silently communicate with their divine thoughts. Not long after, golden strands of Tao rhythms manifest in the void, resplendent with auspicious colors as the tall, benevolent figure of Tao ancestor Hongjun materializes before them. Flanking him are 2 attendant disciples, Hao Yin and Yao Qi, positioned to his left and right. However, unlike previous occasions, both Hao Yin and Yao Qi now bear expressions of joy, as if anticipating some grand event about to unfold in their midst. Master, we pay our respects to Master. As soon as Tao ancestor Hongjun appears, the celestial saints, including Taiqing, Yuqing, and Shangqing, bow in greeting. Tao ancestor Hongjun nods slightly and states, "The heavens and earth are in disarray, and the common folk suffer. There must be a celestial administration to govern the mountains and rivers, and a heavenly emperor to oversee all beings. What are your thoughts? Excellent. Marvelous. Indeed. What Master says is indeed wise. I concur. Me too." Once these words escape his lips, the 6 celestial saints, such as Taiqing and Yuqing, nod in unison. Standing behind Hongjun, Hao Qian and Yao Qi exchange glances, each perceiving a glimmer of joy in the other's eyes. This is promising. Even before the appearance of Tao ancestor Hongjun, they had already been informed that this discussion at Zixiao Palace would revolve around their ascension to the celestial realm and their positions as heavenly emperors. Tao ancestor Hongjun, as if adhering to a procedure, inquires, "In your opinion, who among the beings of this world is fit to assume the title of Heavenly Emperor?" Zhuan clears his throat and promptly responds, "Master, I have a remarkable disciple named Emperor Shurtan that he is compassionate and kind, embodying the Tao, and is well suited to be the Heavenly Emperor." Hongjun's expression remains neutral, non-committal. Hao Yin behind him furrows his brow, casting a disapproving glance at Zhuan. "Is your disciple not enough? Must we appoint an 8th Heavenly Emperor?" Tong Tian also nods in agreement, saying, "Indeed, Master, while your intentions are noble, Lily has already fulfilled this role. The current primordial realm already has several emperors." Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise graces the otherwise calm visage of Tao ancestor Hongjun. Several emperors? When did this occur? He raises his gaze toward the primordial continent, and upon discerning the presence of imperial auras embodying the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, he falls silent. Indeed, there's several emperors. Meanwhile, Hao Yin and Yao Qi, witnessing this, feel a weight in their hearts. Having resided in Zixiao Palace for so long, they are unaware of the current situation in the primordial continent. They lack knowledge regarding Li Li's ascension as emperor. However, seeing their master's demeanor, it seems their own aspirations to become heavenly emperors may be dashed. What are the 8 heavenly emperors at this moment? Zhuan, unwilling to concede, argues, "The primordial continent is vast and boundless, teeming with countless beings. Can merely 7 heavenly emperors effectively govern? My disciple, Emperor Shurtan, possesses the determination and resilience befitting a heavenly emperor." Hearing this, Hao Yin, disregarding the decorum of the moment, interjects, "Zhuan Ti's words hold merit. Master, I believe that due to the vastness of the primordial realm, a coalition of multiple heavenly emperors would be more beneficial for its governance. Yaoqi nods in agreement. Hao Tian is right. Master, the primordial realm is immense, and it is only fitting to establish several heavenly emperors. As they speak, the expressions of the other celestial saints vary, their gazes shifting between their master and the duo. Contemplating the matter at hand, in that moment, a shared understanding begins to form among the saints. Silence. Hong Jun furrows his brow, admonishing, "You are growing increasingly disrespectful. This is not a place for your chatter." Hao Tian and Yaoqi's faces pale, and they quickly kneel, speaking in unison. "Master, we acknowledge our error." Zhuan Ti, with a calculating mind, chuckles. "Master, they too are considering the welfare of the primordial realm in a moment of urgency. Their actions can be excused." After a pause, he continues. "However, Hao Tian's suggestion is indeed sound. Given the vastness of the primordial realm, having multiple emperors is a viable solution that I propose that my disciple, Emperor Shutian, should be the Western Heavenly Emperor, while Hao Tian should be the Eastern Heavenly Emperor." Upon hearing Zhuan Ti's recommendation, Hao Tian, who kneels on the ground, momentarily forgets his earlier displeasure, casting a grateful glance at him and pleading, "Master." Zhuan Ti speaks wisely. "Humph." Hong Jun snorts coldly, directing his gaze toward Taiqing, Yuqing, and the other celestial saints, slowly stating, "What are your thoughts?" "All is at the discretion of Master." The three pure ones and Yuhua respond in unison. With a wave of his sleeve, Hong Jun declares, "In that case, let it be as Zhuan Ti has suggested. From henceforth, let the emperors coexist in the heavens." Having spoken, his figure gradually fades, slowly dissipating. Disciples respectfully send off our master. The six celestial saints bow and salute. Once Hong Jun departs, Taiqing rises from his mat, casting a deep glance at Zhuan Ti before turning to leave. Yaoqi, Tom Tian, and the others exchange glances, remaining silent as they subsequently depart. Jiejing and Zhuan Ti linger, gathering with Hao Tian and Yaoqi, their faces adorned with smiles as they begin to discuss the reorganization of the celestial realm Qingcheng Mountain within the training chamber after nearly a millennium. Lili has fully comprehended the great path of water and chooses to exit his seclusion, taking a moment to rest. Upon strolling to the Daoist site, he finds Bai Sujin, Shaoqing, Jinwu, and El Dongbin gathered, seemingly engaged in conversation. What a lively scene! Shaoqing beams with delight. The celestial realm has gained another Jade Emperor, and the West has appointed Emperor Shutian. If we tally them up, there are nearly 10 emperors in the world now. "Ha ha!" Jinwu chuckled. "The title of emperor has become increasingly casual nowadays. In the future, I shall bestow upon myself the grand title of Jinwu the Great. What do you all think?" "That sounds wonderful." Shaoqing clapped her hands enthusiastically, her face beaming with joy. She pointed at Jinwu, then at Bai Sujin, and finally at El Dongbin, exclaiming, "You are Jinwu the Great, my sister is Bai Nyang. El Dongbin is Dongbin the Great. And I shall be Qing Yang. Ha ha! From now on, our Qingcheng Mountain shall be filled with emperors and Niangs. El Dongbin shook his head and jokingly remarked, "I am no Dongbin the Great. I am the Emperor of Donghua." Indeed, Shaoqing, unwilling to argue, smiled radiantly, saying, "You are the Emperor of Donghua. You are the Eastern Prince, the sovereign of the celestial court." That El Dongbin shrugged. "That's right, that's me." Bai Sujin was in high spirits, and just then, she caught sight of Lili approaching, turning around with a cheerful smile. "My lord, you have emerged from seclusion." Upon hearing her voice, Shaoqing, Jinwu, and El Dongbin turned their heads, and upon seeing Lili, they bowed respectfully and said, "My lord, master, what are you all discussing? You seem to be having such a delightful time," Lili inquired with a smile as he walked over. Shaoqing stepped forward and explained, "My lord, you are unaware that during your seclusion, a significant event has transpired in the Honghuang realm. The heavenly court has been rebuilt once more, and a new Jade Emperor has ascended in the West. A new heavenly emperor has been conferred, known as Shurtun, who appears to be a direct disciple of the Saint of Proficiency." That's so." Lili feigned ignorance, though his cultivation level had already allowed him to overhear their conversation. "Indeed," Shaoqing continued exuberantly, "my lord, you do not know, With these two emperors, along with the 5 heavenly emperors, the Emperor of Longevity of the South Pole, and the Emperor of Fengdu, there are precisely 10 emperors. Lili calculated briefly. Wait, that's only 9. What does that make 10? Xiao Qing replied earnestly, my lord. You do not understand. The Fengdu Emperor counts as 2 Li. As time passed, the years flowed like clouds and shadows. A century slipped by in the blink of an eye dot on Qingcheng Mountain. Since Lili emerged from seclusion, he chose not to enter into further isolation, but instead remained at the Taoist temple to refine his realm and cultivate his divine abilities. In his leisure, he would row on the lake, savor tea while pondering the Tao, brew spiritual wine, teach his disciples, cultivate spiritual herbs, and explore external alchemy methods. Everything was in accordance with his heart's desires, leading to a life of immense contentment. During this time, Qingcheng Mountain also witnessed the addition of many pavilions for wandering Taoists to rest. Numerous pavilions even bore names personally inscribed by Li, each rich in meaning and unforgettable. For instance, the natural pavilion was inspired by the serene and effortless nature of his revered master, representing a return to nature. It was constructed in 3 tiers, primarily using withered trees as beams, leaving the bark intact, with tree bark as the roof and roots serving as benches. Everything was drawn from nature, symbolizing the principle that man follows the earth. The earth follows heaven, heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. Other pavilions, such as the Mountain Shade Pavilion, the Tranquility Pavilion, the Cloud Rest Pavilion, and the Victory Pavilion, also held significant meanings. Notably, since that day, when by Suzhen, Xiao Qing, and the others played around, El Dongbin no longer kept a low profile and directly renamed his residence to Donghua Hall. Seeing this, Zhenwu, unwilling to fall behind, also renamed his residence to Zhenwu Hall. Only the 2 serpents, Qing and Bai, felt their status too humble and did not dare to rename their dwelling to A.S. for Li. Due to his frequent teachings on the Golden Elixir Tao on Qingcheng Mountain, he gradually gained the title of ancestor of the Golden Elixir among countless beings of later generations, and his residence was referred to as Ancestor Hall, this moment, on Qingcheng Mountain by Moon Lake. The mist hung low, and the ethereal fog lingered. Li sat on a small wooden stool, holding a fishing rod, with a bamboo basket beside him, and he was intently engaged in fishing. Suddenly, a flash of mysterious light appeared, and the figure of Dezong, clad in white monk robes, materialized. Perched on his shoulder was a spirited young creature with a tiger's head and a single horn, its big watery eyes curiously scanning the surroundings. Emperor, what an interest! Dezong smiled gently, bringing his palms together and saying, I am Dezong, hailing from the west, sent on the orders of the revered master of proficiency. Shoo! Without allowing him to finish, Lili turned around and made a gesture for silence, saying lightly, let us discuss matters later. Don't scare away my fish. Dezong maintained his smile and nodded slightly. He stepped closer to Lili's side, glancing at the bait Lili was using, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. How intriguing. Fishing without bait. How do you expect to catch anything? As if sensing his thoughts, Lili spoke up. What? You think I haven't used any bait? That I won't catch any fish? Dezong chuckled silently. The Emperor commands the nether realms with profound wisdom and strategies. How could he possibly fail to catch fish? Fishing with empty bait must be a matter of willing participants. Right? Lili said nothing more. He gently lifted the fishing rod, causing ripples to spread across Moon Lake. It was then that Dezong noticed the bait on the hook was merely a drop of water. He stared in astonishment as Lili continued. If one does not understand human affairs, how can one heed the will of heaven? Even if it is a matter of willing participants. I too have bait. Bait? A drop of water can serve as bait. What kind of fish are you trying to catch? Dezong silently scoffed. Oh, Li's expression remained calm as he removed the droplet of water from the hook and casually tossed it into the air. The mist rising from the lake seemed to respond to some kind of summoning, gathering from all directions. The tiny droplet rapidly expanded at a visible speed. 1 flower, 1 world, 1 leaf, 1 bodhi to a tiny droplet of water. Although small, could encompass an entire world, housing countless beings within. Li's voice was steady. As his words fell, The droplet in midair shimmered with purple mist, and the primordial chaos began to unfold. The 5 primordial Taos, such as Tai Su, Tai Yi, and Tai Chu, were birthed in the beginning of chaos. 3,000 chaotic demons were conceived, roaring into existence, opening the heavens and creating the earth, evolving all things that in but a moment. Myriad spirits erupted, teeming with vitality. Countless races emerged, inhabiting and thriving within the droplet, painting a picture of a flourishing world. Witnessing this scene, Dizong was utterly astonished. He turned to Li Li and exclaimed in admiration, "Your methods are indeed remarkable, Emperor. You have managed to comprehend and apply the Tao of water to such an extent that I am in a W.L." Ali shook his head. "The Tao is formless, and the highest virtue resembles water. This droplet of water, a mere Fade, is akin to flowers in a mirror or the moon in water. Only superficial and not worth mentioning." As he spoke, he loosened his grip on the fishing rod, which, along with the basket, transformed into a pool of clear water, cascading into the lake and creating countless ripples. Dizong was left dumbfounded. The bamboo rod and the basket had also transformed from water. He hadn't even noticed. "Dizong," Lily gazed at the lake and slowly said, "Your journey to the nether realm differs from entering the world of droplets, where all things possess substance and their own souls. They are all sentient beings endowed with emotions that I hope you can harbor compassion, guide the world, purify hearts, and soothe souls, so you may soon attain Bodhi and enjoy freedom." Dizong wished to inquire how Lili knew the purpose of his journey, but then considered that perhaps the Earth Mother had informed him in advance, and thus he refrained from asking. As he came to his senses, he suddenly realized that Li Li had already turned to leave. Thinking of this, Dizong stood rooted in place. Bowing respectfully, "Dizong shall diligently follow the Emperor's decree." Ali waved his hand in response, continuing on his way without looking back. My lord, something has happened." As Lily departed from Moon Lake and had not walked far, he saw Xiaoqing rushing towards him, her cheeks flushed and tongue out, speaking hurriedly. "My lord, you must go take a look. Jinwu and El Dongbin have already gone down." All right, I understand," Lili replied with a smile. Qingcheng Mountain was his Taoist sanctuary. With his cultivation at the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, how could he not be aware that many human beings had descended from the mountain? Were it not for this matter, he would not have hastily departed after merely exchanging a few words with the Earth Store. He had already discerned the intentions of those from the human race. Several years prior, the Yellow River Basin had been plagued by water demons, inciting a flood that ravaged the land and subjected countless beings to suffering. Particularly affected were the human tribes, with innumerable homes destroyed and countless arable fields washed away. As the Emperor of Humanity, Yao ordered flood control measures, and a minister recommended the extraordinary figure, Gun. Thus, Emperor Yao appointed Gun to manage the floodwaters. However, after assuming his position, Gun employed the method of building dikes to block the water. Yet after 9 years, he achieved nothing. Enraged, Emperor Yao ordered his execution atop Feather Mountain. Later, as Emperor Yao aged, he abdicated the throne to Shun, who devoted himself to flood control but consistently struggled to find effective methods. Countless beings of the human race perished, and upon hearing of the Golden Elixir Master, whose temple resided on Mount Qingcheng, someone led their kin to seek assistance, hoping that Li Li would show great mercy and save the suffering souls. Resolving the current deluge, "I shall go and take a look," Li Li remarked, lifting his foot, and, as the scenery around him shifted, he found himself already at the foot of the mountain. "Oh, not hurry. Everyone, do not hurry. My master will arrive shortly. Rest assured, my master is kind-hearted and compassionate. He will surely lend a helping hand, assisting you in rebuilding your homes and addressing the flood." Mount Qingcheng. As Li Li's figure materialized, he saw Zhanwu standing upon a large rock, loudly calling out to the crowd below, striving to soothe their emotions. "Master," El Dongbin approached and spoke, "these human beings have come seeking aid, having heard that the Golden Elixir Master resides on Mount Qingcheng. Some have even traveled on foot from 1,000 miles away." Ali nodded. Acknowledging his understanding, he turned his gaze toward the throng of humans. Observing that most were in tattered clothing, their faces etched with despair, appearing disheveled and covered in mud. It was evident that they had fled from the sites of the flood disaster. Immortal, we implore you. Please save the human race. Woo-woo. I'm the last one left in my family. My younger siblings have all been swept away by the flood. Immortal, I beg you, save them. I cannot endure this any longer. The crowd of humans fell to their knees, tears streaming down their faces as they wept bitterly, repeatedly bowing their heads toward Mount Qingcheng, the sound echoing, blood flowing freely. Prepare some food for them. Li sighed softly. Let us construct some shelters to help them settle down. As for the flood, I shall personally venture into the human realm. Eldon, upon hearing this, clasped his hands in agreement. Li shook his head, taking a step forward, his figure merging with the void, vanishing in the blink of an eye. On the primal continent, turbulent waves surged and roared. The flood rampaged, flowing relentlessly across the land. Unstoppable and unyielding in the heavens above, dense black clouds gathered, fierce winds whipped, thunder roared, and the world was shrouded in darkness, creating an atmosphere of oppressive despair, a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Alas, Li emerged from the void. Witnessing this scene, unable to suppress a sigh. This suffering, in the annals of ancient history, was but a few fleeting sentences, leaving only the legendary tale of the Yu's flood control, compared to cataclysms like the Dragon and Han Calamity. The Witch and Demon Calamity, or the Fengshen Calamity, it seemed utterly trivial, scarcely worth mentioning. Yet now that Li found himself amidst it, he comprehended that even a grain of sand from the heavens, when it falls upon a living being, becomes an insurmountable mountain. In this calamity, who knows how many innocent souls would lose their lives? Li lamented aloud. Suddenly, he sensed an extraordinarily powerful yet vaguely familiar aura rising from not far away. Who could this be? Why does it feel familiar? Li turned his gaze toward the direction from which the aura emanated, pondering briefly before stepping forward to investigate. White Zay, you must think carefully. We are all disciples of the GS sect. If you dare to kill us, Master Tongtian will not let you off lightly. A disciple of the GS sect, with the body of a tiger and the head of a man, knelt on his knees, his hair disheveled, howling in defiance. Indeed, a snake demon, covered in black scales and boasting twin wings, glared with golden vertical pupils and declared angrily, "We have come forth to save lives, to rescue countless humans trapped in this flood. If you dare to lay a hand on us, my brothers of the GS sect will surely pursue you to the ends of the earth." Before them stood Bai Zai, clad in a snow-white robe, his handsome visage looking down upon them with a mocking glint in his eyes, as he coldly laughed. "Save lives? You dare to utter such words?" He extended his hand, pointing to the ground strewn with corpses, shattered limbs, and the glaring red of fresh blood, speaking with a mocking tone. "These beings are surely all humans, are they not? Is this how you save lives?" The snake demon flicked its elongated tongue dismissively, responding, "We have saved so many. What is wrong with a few sacrifices? Were it not for us, they would have perished long ago." Bai Zai chuckled, shaking his head. "Enough. How you treat the human race is of no concern to me. But as for the disciples of the GS sect, I shall slay each one I encounter." After saying this, he raised his hand and struck down upon the two demons, who were utterly defenseless, meeting their demise on the spot. Once he had finished, Bai Zai slightly tilted his head, addressing the void behind him coldly. "Fellow Taoist, having observed for so long, it is time for you to reveal yourself." Li shook his head, stepping forth with a smile. "Senior Bai Zai, it has been a long time." Upon hearing this, Bai Zai turned, momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile. "I did not expect it to be you. Young friend Liel, it has been nearly 10,000 years since we last parted at Qingcheng Mountain during the Heavenly Emperor's wedding. How time flies." Li replied with a smile. "Indeed, during the Heavenly Emperor's grand nuptials. You came to Qingcheng Mountain to invite my master to the banquet. It has been nearly 10 millennia since then." Bai Zai nodded, lost in memories of the magnificent wedding and reflecting on the current state of the heavenly court. His expression darkened as he sighed. "Things have changed, and the world is transformed." As he spoke, he seemed to sense something, a look of astonishment crossing his face. "Young friendly Li, you have broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal?" How can this be so swift? I recall when we first met, you were merely at the golden immortal stage, and yet in just a mere 10 millennia, you have attained great luo, lilismila tumbli. It is merely luck, nothing more. Baize scrutinized Li, the incredulity on his face deepening. He had never witnessed such a prodigious existence, achieving great luo golden immortal in a mere 10 millennia? How could this be possible? Even the former heavenly emperor Dijun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, and even the three pure ones of Kunlun, as well as Fu Shi and Nu Hua, if they were to start from scratch, would likely not rival Li Li's progress. Senior Baize, Li Li, wishing to steer the conversation away from this topic, casually inquired, "How fares Dong Huang Tai Yi these days, since the heavenly court was decimated by the 12 ancestors of sorcery?" Dong Huang had gone into hiding, his whereabouts remaining unknown. "Not too bad," Baize replied instinctively. "His Majesty Dong Huang leads the remnants of the demon clan in the northern part of the primal world. In due time, he plans to establish a realm for the demon race." Upon hearing this, Lily felt a stir within. A realm for the demons. Would they truly carve out their own domain? After Baize finished speaking, he suddenly realized that Lily belonged to the Kunlun lineage and was not of the demon race. He hurriedly changed the subject, chuckling, "Lily, why are you not cultivating at your temple? How come you have time to wander the primal continent?" Lily shook his head. "It is all due to the recent floods causing chaos and suffering. We cultivators must ascend the mountain to save lives." "There is no need to worry about this matter," Baize smiled. "To be honest, I too have come out on the Emperor's orders, intending to bring this troublesome water demon back to the demon clan for His Majesty to deal with." Lily was momentarily taken aback. Baize intended to take Wu Zhiqi away. Baize departed, his pace unhurried. From his discourse, Lily gleaned considerable information regarding the recent movements of the demon clan's Dong Huang Tai. The demon clan was preparing to open the heavens. This notion had only arisen after Li Li suggested that the Wu clan establish a realm in the underworld. If the 12 ancestral witches could create a realm for the Wu clan's offspring to thrive, then Dong Huang Tai Yi, as the sovereign of the demon clan, believed he too could forge a realm for the demons to inhabit. Moreover, Lily found Baize's visit to take Wu Zhiqi rather curious, though it was merely a fleeting curiosity. After all, in Li Li's eyes, Wu Zhiqi was hardly significant. He recalled that in the original mythos of Hong Huang, Wu Zhiqi was ultimately subdued by Yu, who then ascended to the status of a human sovereign, forging the 9 tripods to stabilize the fate of humanity. Ali pondered this for a moment, but dismissed it without concern. He glanced down at the corpses and scattered limbs beneath his feet, a wave of compassion washing over him, and with a gesture, he unleashed his magical power to cover and bury them beneath the earth. Afterward, he lifted his gaze toward Mount Buzhou, a flicker of thought igniting within him. The calamity between the witches and demons had yet to erupt. Mount Buzhou remained intact. The waters of the heavenly river had not inundated the land, and Nu Hua had not yet refined the colorful stones to mend the heavens. Would the legendary sun Yuqing still come into existence? If he were to remain unmanifested, would the journey to the west still unfold? Even if he did come into being, would Sun Wukong be considered a member of the demon clan? Would Dong Huang Tai stand by as he entered the Buddhist fold, ultimately becoming the victorious fighting Buddha? If Baize could personally come for a mere Wu Zhiqi, what are the great sage equal to heaven? As these thoughts swirled his mind, Li Li's curiosity deepened. Should Sun Wukong still manifest? Would he not incite chaos in the heavenly palace? When the Buddha of the Western Paradise intervened, would Dong Huang Tai not also take action? In that case, would Sun Wukong still be suppressed beneath the 5 elements mountain? No matter how formidable the Tathagata was, he could hardly contend with Dong Huang Tai Yi, who wielded the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. This was indeed becoming increasingly intriguing, Li mused, finding the unfolding events ever more fascinating. The narrative of Hong Huang had already been irrevocably altered due to his transmigration, no longer resembling its former self. What lay ahead was shrouded in uncertainty. Even if the world were to turn upside down, as a disciple of the Taiqing, he presumed he would remain unharmed. Li felt emboldened. The lineage of the human teaching regarded discipleship as a matter of fate. The number of disciples under the teachings of the Chan and Jie schools was inherently limited. As one of the few direct disciples of the Taiqing sage, he believed that no matter the transformations within the Honghuang realm, his master would never allow him to fall into peril. Standing still, a cacophony of thoughts surged within his mind. Suddenly, he sensed two unfamiliar auras rapidly approaching. In the next moment, a green silk ribbon sliced through the void with the swiftness of lightning. Imbued with a chilling intent to kill, launching an unexpected assault from behind, Ali tilted his head slightly, vanishing from sight. A graceful female immortal, clad in azure, emerged with striking beauty, her presence commanding. Gripping the green ribbon, she exclaimed in ire, "Cursed be it! He actually escaped. Should I discover who dared to assault a disciple of the Jie school, I shall ensure you are ground to dust." At that moment, another exquisite and elegant female immortal stepped forth. Her beauty radiant, with brows resembling distant mountains and skin as smooth as cream, holding a pair of golden scissors. Upon her arrival, she surveyed the surroundings, her gaze lingering momentarily on the lifeless forms of the two slain Jie school disciples. Her delicate brows furrowing as she remarked, "This individual dares to kill my two outer disciples without fear of retribution from the Jie school. He must possess a notable background. Bi Shao. I believe we should promptly report this matter to our elder sister." "Humph." Bai Shao huffed softly, responding, "Second sister, you are right. We ventured forth to rescue others, yet our fellow disciples have met with a tragic fate. Upon our return, we must inform our elder sister and seek vengeance for them." They were also outer disciples of the Jie school, three sisters who had dedicated themselves to cultivation on the three immortal islands in the eastern in light of the rampant calamities afflicting Honghuang. They felt compelled to leave their sanctuary and assist the suffering populace. However, given the vastness of Honghuang and the unending deluge, the sisters decided to split into two groups. The eldest sister, Yin Shao, with formidable powers and profound cultivation, journeyed alone, while the second sister, Qiong Shao, accompanied the youngest, Bai Shao. Not long ago, while they were engaged in rescuing humanity, they suddenly sensed that disciples of the Jie school were embroiled in a struggle nearby. Recalling their shared lineage, they resolved to extend their aid. However, upon their arrival, they found it was too late. The two fellow disciples had already been slain. With only Lily present, they instinctively assumed him to be the culprit. Prompting Bai Shao to brazenly attack him in the void, Li, who had not yet departed, overheard their conversation and instantly discerned their identities. They were the three celestial sisters of the Jie school. He murmured to himself, "The three celestial sisters of the Jie school." In the later tales of the Fengshen calamity, they garnered quite a reputation. Despite being outer disciples, their magical prowess was profound, particularly in the realm of formations, where they excelled immensely. Outside Shiqi City, they had devised the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation, utilizing the innate treasure, the Golden Dragon Scissors, and the mixed element Golden Dipper to sever the three flowers atop the heads of the 12 Golden Immortals of the Chan School, along with their 5 energies and countless years of cultivation, compelling even the second master, Yuan Shi Tanzun, to intervene personally. Yet even then, the three sisters remained unperturbed. The eldest sister, Yin Shao, boldly faced the saint of the heavenly Tao. Directly engaging Yuan Shi Tianzun, of course, the outcome of her confrontation with the second master was far from favorable. Yin Shao was suppressed beneath the Qilin Cliff by the Taiqing sage, while Qiong Shao and Bai Shao were likewise slain by the second master. Ultimately, all three sisters were inscribed upon the Fengshen list, attaining the divine title of Perceptive Celestial Maiden. It turns out to be the two disciples of the Jie school. This humble Taoist offers my greetings. Ali stepped forth from the void. Upon his reappearance, the youngest, Bai Shao, raised her delicate brows, tightening her grip on the green ribbon, and shouted, "You villain! You dare to show your face again? I demand you pay for the lives of my Jie school disciples." In contrast, her somewhat mature sister Qiong Shao, who upon hearing Li's introduction, raised a hand to restrain her impulsive sibling. Furrowing her brows as she inquired, "Might I ask who you are, friend?" Li smiled and replied, "I am Li, a direct disciple of the Taiqing saint of the human teaching." Upon hearing this, Bai Shao paused momentarily. A disciple of the Taiqing. a senior of the human teaching. Xiong Zhao's expression softened as she nodded. Ah, so you are a senior of the human teaching. However, why would you harm our GS school disciples? Lily shook his head, responding nonchalantly. They were not slain by my hand. The true culprit is another. He paused briefly before continuing. However, they were, in truth, deserving of their fate. T. Li's words. Bai Zhao's countenance darkened. And Xiong Zhao's expression also soured. Even if you were a disciple of the Taiqing, a junior of the human teaching, you cannot simply declare that GS school disciples deserve to die. Such reasoning is utterly unfounded. Xiong Zhao's demeanor turned frosty, omitting the term senior as she gazed at him with disdain, saying, "We are all disciples of Kunlun, of the orthodox Xianmen. Does your human teaching consider itself superior? While my GS school's disciples are deemed deserving of death? You misunderstand," Li replied, shaking his head with a smile. "I happened to pass through here and encountered Bai Zhe." He then recounted to Bai Xiao and Xiong Xiao the events that had transpired here, particularly concerning the two disciples of the GS sect indulging in the blood and flesh of the human race, and the fact that their corpses were buried by themselves. Upon hearing Li's words, Bai Xiao and Xiong Zhao's expressions darkened. With their cultivation, they could sense, even without turning the soil, what lay buried beneath. Their attention had been solely on Li earlier, and they had not investigated. Now, with Li's reminder, a mere glance would reveal the truth of his words. After probing the situation beneath the soil, Bai Xiao and Xiong Xiao displayed a hint of embarrassment. Indeed, it was a misunderstanding. "Little senior brother," Bai Xiao said, somewhat sheepishly, retracting the green silk ribbon in her hand, "I almost harmed you earlier. I apologize." Xiong Xiao also offered her apologies. "I am sorry, senior brother." Ali smiled and replied, "The Kunlun three pure ones are all part of the same lineage. As long as we clarify our words, the misunderstanding can be resolved that if my brother were to be injured by someone, I too would likely be filled with rage, just as you are." Witnessing Li's magnanimity and broad-mindedness, Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao felt a tinge of shyness. Xiong Xiao clasped her hands and said, "Thank you, senior brother, for your understanding. Your heart is vast. You do not hold grudges like my younger sister, and I admire you for that." "Haha." Lily chuckled lightly at Bai Xiao and Xiong Xiao exchanged glances, their feelings for Li growing warmer. Second sister, Bai Xiao glanced back at the deceased disciples of the GS sect on the ground, frowning. "They have indiscriminately killed the innocent and harmed living beings. This matter must be reported to eldest sister upon our return." Xiong Xiao nodded. "Indeed, it must be so." After saying this, she turned her gaze towards Li and inquired, "Senior brother, you are not cultivating in the Taoist temple. Has your descent from the mountain been to assist the human race in resolving the flood?" Li nodded and replied nonchalantly, "When living beings are suffering, how can we cultivators stand idly by?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao and Xiong Zhao's fondness for him deepened. Bai Xiao cheerfully invited, "Since senior brother possesses the heart to save the world, why not accompany us sisters to the human tribe and rescue those beset by the flood?" Li asked with curiosity, "Which place do you plan to go to?" "Xin Yuan City." Xiong Xiao replied slowly, "We have agreed to meet our sister there." Ali pondered for a moment. According to Bai Zhe, it would not be long before he located the troublemaking water demon Wu Zhiqi and brought him back to the demon tribe. Once the water demon was taken away, resolving the catastrophic flood would become much easier. The human monarch merely needed to forge the 9 tripod cauldrons to stabilize the human race's fortune, preventing future disturbances from demonic beings. Thus, the future of the human race would not see similar calamities again. "Very well, then let us travel together." Ali nodded. Soon after, the three of them soared through the clouds, chatting and laughing, heading towards the human tribe and Xian Yuan Royal City. Xian Yuan City, constructed by the Black Emperor Zhuang Su in memory of his grandfather. Emperor Xian Yuan had stood for countless years, and as time passed, the once magnificent and grand royal city gradually became weathered and dilapidated. This moment, beneath Xian Yuan City, torrents of floodwaters relentlessly battered the city walls. While countless soldiers and powerful cultivators of the human race stood resolutely atop the walls, their expressions firm, refusing to retreat an inch, 100 zhang. The water was nearly 100 zhang deep. On the wall, The raincoat-clad and hat-wearing figure of the Yu pulled an iron rod used to measure the water's depth from a flood, glancing at the scale with a grim countenance. What should we do? Could we divert this water into the sea? Beside him, the armor-clad and rugged-faced young general Bai Jian anxiously inquired. He was the commander under the Xian Yuan Yellow Emperor, sent from the heavenly realm to aid the human race in managing the flood. In the original narrative, Bai Jian was supposed to perish in the Battle of Zhuolu, thrown into the sea by Qi Yu, lingering as a wandering soul until rewarded by Jiangxia during the Fengshan calamity for his contributions in overseeing the construction of the Fengshan platform. However, due to Li Li's conferral of the 5 emperors, Bai Jian had miraculously survived and remained in the heavenly realm, serving as the commander under the Xian Yuan Yellow Emperor. Diverting the water into the sea was possible, but Yu hesitated, stating if it were merely the flood, opening waterways would naturally redirect it. Yet there are numerous water demons causing chaos within that would likely not permit us to divert the water. Not permit? Then we shall kill them all. Bai Jian's killing intent surged. With a metallic clang, he drew his treasured sword from his waist and bellowed, "Water demons are causing chaos. Can the soldiers and cultivators of the human race follow me into the water to slay the demons?" As soon as he finished speaking, countless human cultivators atop the walls, wielding their treasured artifacts, soared into the air, shouting, "What is there to fear? Kill with me," Bai Jian shouted, raising his sword high, leading his troops into the tumultuous floodwaters. Behind him, numerous human cultivators activated their spells and divine abilities, fearlessly charging into the rising torrents. Kill! Amidst the floodwaters, the sounds of fierce combat erupted. Treasures flew chaotically, blood blossomed, water demons wailed in death, and human beings sang their last. The clash between the two sides was a fight to the death. Above, the skies were heavy with black clouds, and torrential rain poured down. Suddenly, a dazzling purple light streaked down from the heavens, akin to a comet crashing to Earth. Piercing through the void at incredible speed, as it drew near, the crowd could finally see that it was a stunning female, celestial clad in a white gown. Her hair a delicate shade of lavender. As she descended, her garments fluttered, her expression serene, her hair flowing gently. She raised one hand, and a brilliant golden light erupted from her palm, emanating a vast aura of Tao. With golden symbols appearing in an instant, a multitude of symbols spread, intertwining to form a massive golden formation in her palm. The formation spun, its radiance interlacing, and forcefully descended upon the surging waves below. With a thunderous roar, the tumultuous waves were shattered, and the entire Xian Yuan royal city trembled violently. Within a radius of over 100 miles, the water demons were obliterated. How powerful! A single palm extinguished countless water demons. Her cultivation must be at least at the great Luo golden immortal level, right? Who is she? Could she be an extraordinary elder of our human race, a peerless genius under the teachings of a sage? No, it cannot be. Our human race has not yet produced such a formidable being. Witnessing the scene outside the city, countless human cultivators were left in shock that on the city wall, Yu clasped his hands and called out, "May I ask which celestial maiden stands before us?" "I am Yun Xiao, disciple of the Tongtian saint from the Biao Palace." Her voice, pure as spring water and gentle as a breeze, resonated across the expanse. Unaffected even by the raging floodwaters, standing high in the heavens, Yun Xiao's garments billowed elegantly. She possessed a graceful demeanor, with skin as smooth as fine jade, shoulders delicately sculpted, and clad in a gown as white as snow. Her lavender hair, cascading naturally. She was as charming as a peach blossom in spring and as unadorned as a chrysanthemum in autumn. She is a disciple of a sage. No wonder. No wonder there are so many prodigies among the disciples of the sage. Upon hearing Yun Zhao's introduction, the expressions of the human cultivators revealed a dawning comprehension. Over the years, disciples of the sage had frequently visited the human race, imparting teachings and spreading knowledge. Thus, they were quite familiar with the disciples of the sage. It is the esteemed Elder Yun Xiao of the Jie sect. I, the junior Yu of the human race, express my gratitude for your assistance. The Yu bowed deeply and spoke loudly. Yun Xiao shook her head, preparing to respond when suddenly a cloud of auspiciousness rushed in from the distant horizon. I Shao stood atop the cloud, waving and calling out, "Eldest sister, eldest sister." Upon hearing this, Yuan Shao lifted her gaze and saw her two younger sisters, a smile gracing her face. "You two have arrived quite swiftly, I Shao proudly patted her chest, exclaiming, "Of course, do you not see who I am? I'm the Bai Shao of the Jie sect." Always boasting as usual, Qiong Shao chuckled and teased. As the three sisters exchanged laughter, the seven-colored auspicious clouds descended before them. Only then did Yuan Shao notice that, atop the cloud, aside from her two younger sisters, there was a striking young man clad in red. He possessed a tall and slender figure, exuding an effortless charm. His crimson attire resembled the evening glow, while his black hair cascaded like a waterfall down his back. His visage was remarkably handsome, breathtakingly so, with brows shaped like crescent moons and eyes that sparkled like a galaxy filled with stars. "Who is this?" Yuan Shao inquired, perplexed. Bai Shao eagerly introduced. "This is brotherly Li, a direct disciple of our esteemed Taiqing." Upon arriving, Li Li's gaze had been discreetly assessing the legendary Yuan Shao. Known for her audacity to confront the great master Yuan Shitianzun, observing her gentle demeanor, he couldn't help but ponder, she appears anything but fierce. How could she have dared to challenge even the sage of heaven? At that moment, hearing Bai Shao introduce her, Li Li slightly inclined his hand in greeting, cheerfully calling out, "Yuan Shao Junior sister, Li Li Junior brother." To their surprise, Yuan Shao responded in unison. After uttering their greetings, both paused momentarily, with Yuan Shao expressing her astonishment. "You became a disciple after me. Shouldn't you be calling me junior sister?" Li Li smiled. "My master, Taiqing, is the foremost among the three pure ones of Kunlun. I must therefore address you as senior brother." Yuan Shao narrowed her eyes slightly, as, "Oh, it is to be." She maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, yet emanated a formidable aura of power, the overwhelming presence of a pique de luo, Jin Xian, unmistakable. "In our realm of cultivation, strength dictates rank," Yuan Shao said slowly, a hint of pride flashing in her eyes. She had discerned that Li Li had only just reached the early stages of the luo Jin Xian. Li Li, expressionless, thought to himself, "Your logic is utterly ridiculous. Can one's rank truly be dictated by cultivation strength? Should I then bow to you when your power surpasses that of the third master Tong Tian?" Silently mocking this notion, he shrugged. "Perhaps we should simply refer to each other as fellow Taoists, and let it be." Yuan Shao huffed lightly, proclaiming, "That works, Li Li Junior brother, Li Li." He had come to understand. Though Yuan Shao appeared graceful and dignified, her true nature was quite cunning, exhibiting a strong and domineering personality that belied her gentle facade. "Yuan Shao Junior sister," Li Li retorted, not willing to back down. Qiong Shao and Bai Shao observed their exchange, bewildered by the immediate clash of wits between the two. Just then, the human emperor Yu approached, respectfully bowing to Yuan Shao, and spoke, "Senior Yuan Shao, the human race is eternally grateful for your assistance, that we have prepared a banquet within the Xianyuan Imperial City to express our gratitude. Please do us the honor of attending." A smirk curled at the corners of Yuan Zhao's lips as she cast a challenging glance at Li Li, as if to say, "Behold, this is my standing among the human race." Ali rolled his eyes, disinterested in the display. Subsequently, Yu turned to Li Li, Bai Shao, and Qiong Shao, cheerfully stating, "I presume you three seniors are also disciples of the esteemed Jie Jiao. Just like Senior Yuan Shao, we would be honored to have you join us for the feast, given that Li Li and the others appear to be conversing amiably with Senior Yuan Shao." Yu instinctively assumed they were all fellow disciples from the same lineage. As Qiong Shao and Bai Shao had always held their elder sister in high regard, they naturally did not object. Li Li clarified, "I am Li Li, a disciple of the Taiqing lineage, and not of Jie Jiao." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu's expression shifted slightly as he seemed to recall something. Stepping forward to ask, "Might I inquire if you are the same Li Li who, hundreds of years ago, assisted the human emperor Zhuansu in repelling the Wu clan Gong, and for whom the method of cultivating the golden elixir was left behind for humanity?" Li Li chuckled. "If there are no others you speak of, then it must indeed be me." Yu adjusted his attire, his demeanor becoming exceedingly respectful as he approached Li Li, kneeling before him. and solemnly declared, "I am to you of the human race, paying my respects to the Golden Elixir Patriarch." Witnessing this scene, Bai Xiao and Xiong Xiao were taken aback, while Yin Xiao, too, displayed a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. Just how elevated is Li Li's status among the human race? Li Li felt a surge of satisfaction within. Casting a sidelong glance at Yin Xiao, smirking inwardly, "Can you compete with this?" "Oh, Yin Xiao." Noticing his gaze, Yin Xiao huffed softly and turned her head away. "Please rise," Li Li said cheerfully to Yu. "If we linger here, the banquet below may grow cold." Although, given their cultivation levels, they had no need for mortal food, it was still a gesture of goodwill from the human race. "Indeed, indeed," Yu nodded repeatedly. Rising to lead the way as they walked, he recounted the developments of the human race over the years, bellowing toward the castle wall below. "Li Li of the human teaching, the Golden Elixir Patriarch has arrived. You all should come forth to welcome him." As soon as the words left his mouth, a profound silence fell upon the castle wall, only to be followed by an eruption of cheers and discussions akin to a roaring tide. "What? The Golden Elixir Patriarch has returned. Ha ha! The heavens do not forsake our human race. With the Golden Elixir Patriarch back, this calamity will surely be resolved. Quickly, quickly, let us welcome the esteemed Patriarch. We pay our respects to the Golden Elixir Patriarch." On the castle wall, countless human cultivators and commanders stood on either side, their eyes ablaze with reverence, instinctively parting to create a pathway for Li Li and his companions that Yu led the way at the front, while Yin Xiao and Li Li walked side by side, with Bai Xiao and Xiong Xiao trailing behind. Hearing the throngs of humanity addressing Li Li as the Golden Elixir Patriarch, the curious Bai Xiao nudged Li Li playfully, whispering, "Brother Li Li, why do the humans call you the Golden Elixir Patriarch?" Xiong Xiao also looked over, her eyes filled with inquiry. Yin Xiao remained expressionless, though her ears perked up with interest. The three Xiao sisters, since their transformation, had spent most of their time in Sanxian Island, largely unaware of the happenings in the outside world. Particularly, as they had transformed into Taiqing Xian, they had no knowledge of Li Li's teachings on the Golden Elixir among the post-heaven beings. "It is likely due to my dissemination of the Golden Elixir teachings," Li Li explained with a smile. Bai Xiao, ever the curious one, asked innocently, "Brother, what is the Golden Elixir path?" without pausing his steps. Li Li elaborated, "The Golden Elixir path is a method of cultivation for post-heaven beings, utilizing oneself as a furnace to cultivate an inner elixir, which is then combined with the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to forge an outer elixir. Merging the inner and outer, that he gradually outlined the fundamental principles of the Golden Elixir path." The three Xiao sisters nodded in understanding. Suddenly, they grasped the reason for the human race's veneration of Li Li. Being weak and lacking in roots, the human race had little fortune to speak of. In truth, the post-heaven humans were nearly devoid of a path to cultivation. Yet Li Li's Golden Elixir path offered them a clear avenue for advancement. From that vantage point, their respect and reverence for Li Li seemed almost inevitable. It was akin to how, when Zixiao Palace delivered teachings and Hongjun disseminated the path of immortality, all beings of heaven and earth revered him as the Tao ancestor. "Brother, you truly are remarkable," Bai Xiao praised sincerely, "opening the path to cultivation for post-heaven beings. Your virtue is no less than that of the Tao ancestor of Zixiao Palace in spreading the path of immortality." Xiong Xiao nodded in agreement. "To carve out a path for cultivation speaks volumes of your extraordinary talent and remarkable perseverance." Yin Xiao nodded slightly. For once, she refrained from disputing. Establishing a path for post-heaven beings was a feat requiring not only tremendous willpower, but also exceptional talent. "You flatter me," Li Li humbly replied. "Though I have promoted the Golden Elixir path widely, it was originally conceived by my master, Taiqing." I could see this moment. Yin Xiao could not suppress her curiosity. It was created by Taiqing. Then why did I not sense any trace of the Golden Elixir path when I encountered Brother Xiandu recently? Li Li shook her head lightly and chuckled, saying, "Sister Yin Xiao, you may not be aware that my master imparted the path of the Golden Core to me. While the teachings given to Senior Brother Xuandu are altogether different. The Golden Core path begins with Qi refinement, followed by foundation establishment, and then the formation of the core, among other stages that as for my senior brother's lineage. Their practice revolves around the refinement of essence into qi, the transformation of qi into spirit, and the return of spirit to emptiness. That Yunxiao's expression shifted to one of realization. The group continued their conversation while walking, and under the guidance of the Yu, they soon arrived at the banquet venue. Ali stepped inside and found a seat at the tea that moment. Xiao strolled over to her elder sister and, in a low voice filled with confusion, asked, "Sister, why do you always seek to contest the seniority with brotherly Li?" She had long wished to inquire about this matter, but had never found the opportunity. In Xiao's memory, her elder sister was wise and knowledgeable, never one to quibble over seniority for the sake of triviality. Xiao also approached and remarked, "Indeed, what significance does a mere title hold?" Yunxiao halted her steps, glanced at her younger sister, and sighed, "Oh, foolish sister, this is not for my own sake. It is merely a title, after all. However, do consider that I am the eldest sister of the outer sect of the Jiejiao. If I were to call him senior brother, would not all the disciples of our outer sect have to address him as such? In other words, our entire lineage would be rendered inferior in the eyes of the Rinjiao sect. Although the disciples of the three teachings may appear united, their doctrines diverge significantly. Point 1 can never be certain when the day may come to confront such matters. You two seldom venture out. Why not indulge in the culinary delights of the human realm and see if they are to your liking?" Xiao appeared to understand, while Bai Xiao nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Exactly. What does seniority matter? Those dishes look quite appetizing." Yunxiao shook her head, choosing not to respond further. Shortly thereafter, following Dayu's lead, the three sisters took their seats near the banquet, facing an array of exquisite dishes, while Yunxiao and Bai Xiao sampled only a few bites. Bai Xiao eagerly indulged, exclaiming, "This is delicious, this one's not bad, but the meat is a bit tough, still quite good." On the other side, Li casually tasted a few bites before setting down his bamboo chopsticks. Quietly observing the surrounding human cultivators, that it was undeniable that despite their shallow roots, the human race possessed remarkable comprehension in the art of cultivation. Merely at this banquet, Li noted the considerable number of human practitioners, many of whom had already reached the tribulation crossing stage, only a thin line away from ascension. Given time, the human race was destined to rise. As an accompanying guest, Dayu noticed that Yunxiao, Xiao, and his own golden core master had all set down their chopsticks, prompting him to cease his own meal. He turned his gaze to Li with concern, asking, "Master, is the human cuisine not to your taste?" Li smiled and replied, "Not at all. Although this meal consists of grains and cereals, it is evident that you have put thought into it. However, I have not consumed grains in quite some time." As soon as he finished speaking, a human cultivator rose and respectfully declared, "Since the master does not consume grains, please wait a moment. I shall go to the Eastern Sea and catch a few dragons to accompany your drink. Let us go together. Let us go together." After he spoke, more than a dozen cultivators stood up, laughing. "We'll all go and catch a few dragons to prepare dishes for the master." "Ha! Just catching dragons is not enough. I shall make a trip to the southern immortal volcano and catch a few young phoenixes. Dragon livers and phoenix marrow are the true delicacies to accompany wine. Indeed, I shall head north to hunt some tiger demons and deer." Adding a few more dishes for the master, all the cultivators rose in a clamorous uproar, discussing their intentions to hunt creatures to prepare side dishes for Li. Seeing this, Li quickly stood and waved his hands, saying, "No need for such extravagance. There is no need for such haste. To satisfy a momentary craving by slaughtering the sentient beings of this world is truly inappropriate." After countless years of cultivation, Li had long transcended his former disposition. Every sentient being possesses a spirit. Each has flesh and blood, friends and family. To slay innocent beings merely to satiate one's fleeting desires does not align with his original intentions, nor does it comply with the teachings of the Xianmen. The human cultivators present listened to his words, their faces filled with reverence, praising the golden core master for his purity of heart, compassion and love for all living beings. That Li, feeling helpless, suddenly had an idea and spoke, "Since everyone is free, why not take this opportunity for me to expound upon the path of the golden core?" Upon hearing that Li was going to teach, the human cultivators fell silent, exchanging glances before returning to their seats, their faces alight with anticipation. The Golden Core Master himself was about to impart wisdom. Such an opportunity was rare indeed. Master, Diyu hesitated, with the aquatic demons causing chaos and the flood looming. Is it appropriate to teach at this time? He expressed his concern delicately, yet his meaning was unmistakable. The floodwaters were already lapping at the city walls. Beginning teachings now would leave the human cultivators listening intently, while the rampaging aquatic demons would remain unaddressed. Not to worry, Li remarked casually. It won't be long before the aquatic demons are subdued. Once they are dealt with, the flood is but a minor affliction. I Xiao and Xiong Zhao's expressions remained serene, without a word. Previously, Lily had informed them that Bai Zhe had gone to confront the troublesome aquatic demons of Waziki. And soon Bai Zhe would bring Waziki away. Once Waziki departed, the aquatic demons would scatter to that point. Without the chaos of the aquatic demons, resolving the flood's turmoil would be effortless. Yin Xiao sat in her seat, her brow furrowed in confusion, her beautiful eyes darting between the confident Li and her untroubled sisters. As her furrowed brow began to relax, she reassured herself, believing that if Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao placed such trust in Li's words, then this matter should not be amiss. In truth, she too was exceedingly curious about the Golden Core path, eager to learn what mysteries lay within this cultivation method. The human beings present revered Li as a deity, believing wholeheartedly in his words. Only Diyu remained conflicted, his face contorted with inner turmoil. Ultimately, he sighed deeply and clasped his hands, saying, Master, I still feel uneasy that I will take my leave to keep watch outside. Should the situation change, I will be able to inform everyone in time. Upon hearing his words, Li glanced at Diyu with a smile in his eyes. Truly, Diyu, the master of water control, possessed a heart for the human race. His compassion evident. He was willing to forego the opportunity to listen to the teachings, merely to remain vigilant for the others. Such an act was indeed reminiscent of an emperor. Then go ahead, Li said. Everything has its own natural course. Tranquility and non-action lead to natural law. I shall not impose upon you. Thank you, Master, Diyu replied with an expression of guilt, bowing slightly before turning away to leave the hall. Ascending to the city walls, once he departed, Li commenced his teachings in an instant. The hall was suffused with profound principles, radiant divine light erupting forth, and countless golden lotuses of the Tao blossoming. The golden sea of elixirs surged and intertwined with vibrant colors. Exotic fragrances wafted through the air, and wondrous phenomena unfolded. In the 33rd heaven stood the heavenly court. Since the 12 ancestral witches had devastated this place and expelled the eastern sovereignty of the demon race, the heavenly court had remained uninhabited, a place of ruin. Not long ago, during a council at the Zixiao Palace, the attendant Haiyan beside the Tao Patriarch was bestowed with the title of Jade Emperor of the Heavenly Court, while the Yaoqi Golden Mother was assigned thereafter. They then arrived at the Heavenly Court to rebuild it, renaming the Great Hall Lingxiao Baodian. This moment, within the Lingxiao Baodian, Haoyan and Yaoqi sat upon the imperial throne, gazing down at the empty hall below, and both sighed in unison. Haoyan remarked, "This place feels so devoid of spirit." Yaoqi cradled her face with one hand, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, "It would be better to be in Lord's Purple Cloud's palace. Moreover, I sense that this vast primordial realm does not truly require our presence." Humph. Haoyan scoffed coldly. "Doesn't it all stem from the multitude of sovereigns in the heavenly realm?" He continued, "This predicament is entirely attributable to that so-called Emperor of Fengdu. He is utterly deranged, inexplicably bestowing titles upon so many emperors, leaving us with no sense of significance." Yaoqi rolled her eyes in annoyance, retorting, "Then what do you propose we do? Shall you eliminate all the other heavenly emperors in one fell swoop?" "That is not entirely out of the question," Haoyan mused thoughtfully. "However, before taking action against them, we must first ascertain the true origins of this Emperor of Fengdu." At this juncture, he slightly turned his head and inquired, "Taibai, have you yet uncovered the background of this Fengdu Emperor?" Upon hearing his question, Taibai Qingcheng, who had previously allied himself with them, bowed and replied, Your Majesty, the origins of the Fengdu Emperor are shrouded in mystery. I have visited the underworld numerous times, yet the beings there claim to have never encountered him. That is indeed peculiar, Hao Yin remarked, rising to take a few steps forward. The denizens of the underworld have never laid eyes on their own emperor? Indeed, Taiqing followed closely, adding, I too find it strange that the Fengdu Emperor seems to have never made an appearance in the underworld. Hao Yin fell into silence. After a brief contemplation, he spoke again. Could it be that this Fengdu Emperor is not of the Shaman clan, but rather a being from the Primordial continent? That is a possibility. Taiqing nodded in agreement. His audacity to confer such numerous titles upon emperors and gain the acknowledgement of the saints suggests a close relationship with the 6 saints of heaven Dao. Perhaps, Hao Yin conjectured, he could even be a direct disciple of a certain saint. Turning around, Hao Yin's gaze swept across the boundless primordial expanse, as he stated, a direct disciple of a saint. It is said that the decree to confer titles upon the heavenly emperors initially emanated from Qingcheng Mountain. Taiqing's heart stirred as he replied, Your Majesty implies that he may be a disciple of the Chan sect? Precisely. Hao Yin asserted in a grave tone, the Fengdu Emperor must undoubtedly be a direct disciple of the primordial heavenly venerable of the Chan sect. Otherwise, the decree to confer titles upon the emperors would not have originated from Qingcheng Mountain. Your insight is astute, Your Majesty. Taiqing bowed deeply. If he truly is a direct disciple of the primordial saint, then everything falls into place. Humph. Hao Yin's gaze turned menacing as he looked towards Qingcheng Mountain. A mere disciple of the Chan sect dares to bestow titles upon emperors and vie for my authority. Such insolence warrants death. Upon hearing this, Taiqing's expression shifted slightly, and he hastily advised, Your Majesty, remain calm. The Chan sect is a great sect of the saints, and its leader is the primordial saint. We must not entertain thoughts of violence. A great sect of the saints? What of it? Hao Yin's countenance darkened with fury. If I am truly provoked, I shall go to the Purple Cloud's palace and report to Lord. At these words, Taiqing breathed a sigh of relief. Reporting is indeed a wise course of action. It would be foolish to provoke the sacred grounds of the saints. Ha ha. Yao Qi, who had been listening, burst into appealing laughter. Report to Lord. Do you truly believe he would heed your grievances? You are truly lacking in ambition. After a moment, she continued, Moreover, whether the Fengdu Emperor is truly a direct disciple of the Chan sect is still uncertain. Act on mere conjecture and provoke the primordial brother is a foolish endeavor. What then do you suggest we do? Hao Yin replied defiantly, We cannot simply allow those few heavenly emperors to continue suppressing us. Yao Qi chuckled. If you wish to investigate the identity of the Fengdu Emperor, it is quite simple. You may directly approach him in the underworld under the name of the heavenly court and request an audience. Why complicate matters? Once we meet him in person, everything will become clear. Hao Qian pondered for a moment. Recognizing the merit in her words, he turned back to Taiqing, who appeared momentarily taken aback, as if to say, You want me to go? Seemingly reading his thoughts, Hao Qian scolded. If you do not go, then who shall? Currently, there are only the 3 of us in the heavenly court. If you do not go, should I venture there myself? Taiqing. The turbulent waves crash against the heavens. In a deep abyss exceeding 100,000 fathoms, a grand, ancient stone hall stands tall. Surrounding the hall, aquatic vegetation flourishes. Groups of water spirits, clad in armor and wielding weapons, serve as guards, gliding swiftly through the water with the grace of the wind. Within the stone hall, an enormous, fearsome figure, Waziki, sat cross-legged upon a throne, holding a slender, black iron rod as he picked his teeth. The sound of the iron rod scraping against his jagged teeth echoed unpleasantly. At last, I have found you. Waziki, come forth and meet me at once. At that moment, a thunderous voice resounded. An invisible sound wave rippled through the surroundings, shaking the very waters, creating monstrous waves that caused the stone hall to tremble. Weak creatures were instantly obliterated in a mist of blood. Waziki was momentarily stunned, then filled with rage as he raised his head and bellowed, Who dares to trespass upon my domain? With a powerful leap, he swung the slender iron rod, which transformed into a colossal pillar as he became a streak of black light. shooting towards the surface of the water. With a resounding crash, Waziki emerged from the waves, scanning the area and soon spotting a young man clad in a flowing white robe, radiating vigor, hovering above him. "Good grandson," Waziki glared. "Who are you to stand over me?" "I am Bai Zhe," the ethereal figure declared, standing in the void with one hand behind his back, his gaze indifferent. "Waziki, are you unaware of your impending doom? Come with me to meet the Eastern Emperor, and perhaps you may find a sliver of hope." Bai Zhe, Eastern Emperor. Upon hearing these two thunderous names in the demon clan, Waziki's eyes widened in astonishment. He scrutinized Bai Zhe, noting his humble attire and unremarkable appearance, which did not align with his preconceived notion of a demon lord. "Good grandson," Waziki roared in anger. "You dare to deceive me? Do not attempt to intimidate me with tales of the Eastern Emperor. Come, feel the weight of my rod." With a surge of formidable energy, he transformed into a massive ape, wielding the iron rod as if it were a mountain, raising it above his head to strike at Bai Zhe. "How rude." Bai Zhe frowned. He extended his palm, and a colossal handprint materialized behind him, reaching effortlessly for Waziki. Boom! Waziki swung the iron rod down upon the immense hand, producing a deafening explosion, yet the hand remained unscathed. How is this possible? Waziki's expression shifted to one of disbelief. The next moment, he realized that as the giant hand drew closer, the surrounding void felt as though it were constricting, rendering his limbs immobile. Looking up, he found Bai Zhe's formidable visage looming ever closer. "What is happening?" Waziki gazed around in horror, only to discover that unbeknownst to him, his body had diminished drastically and was now cradled in Bai Zhe's palm. "Come with me, little monkey," Bai Zhe said calmly, disregarding Waziki's struggles as he turned to the water below and commanded, "You water spirits, disperse at once, and cease to wreak havoc upon the world henceforth." With that, he simply stepped into the void and departed. Once he had gone far, the water spirits below began to peek out, whispering among themselves. "What shall we do? Our king has been captured. What else can we do? We must disperse, but what if our king returns and finds us gone? He may be displeased. Do you truly believe the king will return? This, our king, is likely doomed. He was captured in an instant, he will not return. Disperse, disperse, the human tribe, Xianyuan City." They stood upon the city walls, grasping a pitch-black iron rod, his gaze fixed upon the surging river below, his eyes wide open, unblinking. Suddenly, he perceived shadows darting beneath the water surface. Countless water spirits, seemingly compelled by some unseen command, began to flee in all directions. What could this mean? Were the water spirits retreating? Dayu rubbed his eyes, suspecting he was imagining things. After a while, as the water spirits lurking beneath the surface dwindled in number, Dayu finally confirmed that, for reasons unknown, the water spirits had indeed retreated. A look of joy spread across his face as he turned and dashed towards Li Li's direction, exclaiming joyfully, "Master! Master! The water spirits have retreated. They have all retreated." Within the grand hall, Li Li, who was imparting teachings to the assembly, paused upon hearing the commotion, understanding that this was the work of Bai Zhe taking away Wu Zhiqi. The many human practitioners present were momentarily disrupted, their thoughts interrupted, and they felt a tinge of dissatisfaction towards Dayu. The three Xiaos also furrowed their brows slightly. Dayu, beaming with excitement, entered, exclaiming, "Master, they have truly retreated. All the water spirits have fled." The hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All the human cultivators turned their gazes towards Dayu, their expressions tinged with discontent. One individual finally spoke up. "What is so remarkable about the retreat of the water spirits? Did not the master already foretell this?" "Indeed," another chimed in. "The master foretold that the water spirits would retreat. Therefore, it was inevitable. Your grand entrance here has merely disrupted our opportunity to absorb the teachings." The esteemed Golden Core Master Li Li was personally delivering his discourse, a rare and fortuitous occasion for them. Yet it had been thoroughly disrupted by Dayu's exuberance, and a wave of discontent washed over the crowd. Dayu, realizing the gravity of the situation, offered an awkward smile, clasping his hands in apology. "My sincerest apologies, fellow Taoists. I was simply overwhelmed with joy and failed to restrain myself, thus interrupting your learning." Ali interjected to defend him. Smiling, Dayu's heart is devoted to the human race. It was an unintentional mistake. However, since you have yet to satiate your thirst for knowledge, I shall extend my stay for another couple of days to continue imparting teachings. At these words, the expressions of the crowd brightened slightly, and they promptly rose to bow towards Li, saying, "We are unworthy. Thank you, Master, for your benevolence." Meanwhile, in the underworld, the Tai by Qingcheng hurried forth, holding a handwritten edict from the Jade Emperor, striding confidently towards the Ghost Gate, only to be halted. "Halt! Halt!" A grim-faced ghost soldier commanded. "From whence do you come? Why do you barge in unannounced?" Tai by Qingcheng, not daring to be presumptuous, smiled and clasped his hands, saying, "This humble Taoist, Li Changgung, hails from the heavenly court, bearing the edict of the Jade Emperor, here to pay a visit to your esteemed Fengdu Emperor." Another one seeking the Emperor, the ghost soldier paused, murmuring, "How peculiar! There are so many of you, and I have yet to meet our Emperor myself." With that, he gestured with his chin to the right, instructing Tai by Qingcheng, "Please queue over there. When our Emperor returns, we shall convey your request." "Thank you." Tai by Qingcheng bowed and turned to the direction indicated, only to find himself frozen in place. Before him stretched a seemingly endless line of beings, all queuing to visit the Fengdu Emperor. So many. He lamented inwardly. I could be waiting an eternity. With heavy steps, he approached the line, and as he did, the beings in queue greeted him with nods of acknowledgement. "Fellow Taoist, you too seek an audience with the Fengdu Emperor? Off you go to the back of the line. I, from Wuzhuang Temple, have waited here for over 500 years. Haha, I, from Xikanlun, have waited over 1,000 years, the human tribe. Xinyuan City." Days swiftly passed, and amidst the reluctant gazes of numerous human cultivators, Li concluded his teachings. Subsequently, under the arrangements of Diyu, Li and the three Shaos found 2 spacious palaces to reside in within the imperial city. Li was typically indifferent regarding accommodations, while the three Shaos, more discerning, chose a serene and picturesque palace to settle in one day. The human Emperor Shun, accompanied by his 2 consorts, Yi Huang and Nu Ying, flanked by a retinue of guards, arrived at Li's residence. "Master," Shun stood outside the door, refraining from entering hastily. He clasped his hands in greeting and called out, "This is human Emperor Yushun. Seeking an audience with the esteemed Golden Core Master, I humbly request your presence." The Empresses Yi Huang and Nu Ying stood beside him, bowing respectfully, their demeanor devoid of any disrespect. Creak, the closed door swung open. "Human Emperor, please enter." Li's voice resonated from within. Shun adjusted his attire slightly, glanced back at his 2 consorts, and then the 3 stepped inside. Upon entering, they beheld a youth clad in red, his handsome visage lit with a smile. Seated at a stone table, observing them with keen interest, "Master," Shun reverently bowed, while Yi Huang and Nu Ying followed suit behind him, offering graceful salutations. "Please rise," Li smiled and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Human Emperor?" Shun approached Li, bowing deeply, and implored, "I beseech you, Master, to show great mercy and address the concerns of our people regarding the water calamity." "Ha ha!" Li laughed heartily, gesturing toward a nearby stone chair. Inviting Shun to sit, he poured himself a cup of tea and remarked, "Fear not, human Emperor. The matter of the water spirits has already been resolved. The remaining task of managing the waters can be handled solely by Diyu, without requiring my intervention." Shun moved forward to take a seat, his expression troubled, but Dayu's father, Gun, toiled for 9 years to control the waters and achieved no success. Can he, as a mere son, truly manage this? "What is this?" Li raised his teacup and drained it in one gulp, a knowing smile playing upon his lips. "Does the human Emperor doubt my judgment?" Hearing this, Shun's expression shifted, and he quickly replied, "Master, you jest. How could I ever question your wisdom? If you believe Diyu can resolve the water crisis, then he surely can." After saying this, he astutely lifted the teapot to refill Li's cup. "He can indeed," Li affirmed. With Wu Zhiqi taken away by Bai Zhe, the troublesome water spirits had scattered, and without their chaos, merely directing the water to the sea was a task that Diyu could undoubtedly manage alone. Aside from the water management issue, Shun had another matter to seek Li Li's counsel on. Once the flood problem was resolved, Shun continued, "As I grow older, I find myself without a worthy successor to entrust the great affairs of the human race. May I ask, Master, who might be suitable to take up the mantle after my departure?" Li Li raised his teacup, gently swirling it before drinking it down once more, and inquired with a smile. "The throne must be held by one with the heart of a ruler. What do you think of Diyu?" Shun furrowed his brow. Why must it be him again? However, since Li Li had nominated him, Shun could not voice any objections that if the master deemed Diyu suitable, then he must indeed be so. Ha ha. Li Li chuckled, asserting that these matters ultimately belong to the human race. If you have a better candidate, there is no need to consider my opinion. Shun reached for the teapot once more, refilling Li Li's cup. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "There is one last matter, Master. What is your perception of the current state of the human race?" Li Li raised his cup and drank again, this time remaining silent. Ultimately, the affairs of the human race were theirs to manage. He had no desire to interfere. Shun pressed on, "Since the dawn of our existence, we have been aided by various saints and celestial beings, and our ancestors have braved numerous challenges to bring us to this day that in recent years, as I have observed the state of the human race, I have discerned a troubling trend. Despite the increasing number of cultivators among humanity and their steadily growing strength, the collective spirit seems to be gradually diverging. It is no longer like the days of yore when unity and shared purpose prevailed among us. What exactly are you trying to convey?" Before he could finish, Li Li interjected with a smile. "Speak plainly. There is no need for such roundabout expressions." Emperor Shun fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. "I would not dare deceive my esteemed ancestor. I believe it is time for the human tribes to undergo a transformation, to establish a nation capable of uniting the hearts of our people. Nation building? Is it not premature to consider such matters?" Hearing this, Li Li was taken aback. His curiosity piqued. You truly wish to establish a nation? Have you decided on a name for it?" "Xia," Emperor Shun declared without hesitation. "Esteemed ancestor, what are your thoughts on the name Xia? The Xia dynasty?" Upon hearing this name, Li Li's interest was immediately aroused. "You intend to establish the Xia dynasty?" "Not quite." Emperor Shun shook his head, clarifying, "The Xia dynasty should be founded by the next human sovereign. My role is to ensure that all necessary conditions for its establishment are met. Every generation of human sovereigns has its own mission." Ali nodded in acknowledgement. According to his understanding, the founding of the Xia dynasty should indeed be initiated by Diyu. "You may decide the affairs of your race as you see fit. I am merely a seeker of the Tao and shall not interfere with these matters," Li Li stated with a serene smile, clearly expressing his stance. Upon hearing that Li Li would not intervene, Emperor Shun felt a quiet sense of relief. The development of the human race is undoubtedly reliant on the support of the sage teaching. If even Li Li, a direct disciple of the teachings of humanity and a grandmaster of the Golden Elixir, were to withdraw his support, the aspiration to establish the Xia dynasty could swiftly dissolve into mere illusion. "To meet is to share a bond. Yu Shun, you have served me tea on 2 occasions. I shall bestow upon you 2 life-saving elixirs as a token of gratitude." Ali smiled as he retrieved 2 golden pills from his ample sleeves, tossing them toward Emperor Shun. Momentarily stunned, Emperor Shun quickly rose to catch the 2 golden pills and exclaimed, "Esteemed ancestor, would you care for some water? I am at your service today, ready to assist you." 1 cup of water for 1 life-saving elixir. What a bargain! Li Li shook his head, replying mildly, "Fate rises and falls. Every bond has its conclusion. Yu Shun, our connection is limited to the 2 cups of tea we have shared. I have finished my tea. Thus, our fate has reached its end." After speaking, his figure gradually faded away, disappearing from Emperor Shun's astonished gaze. "Esteemed ancestor, please do not leave." Meanwhile, in the palace of the 3 Shaos, as Yu Shun visited Li Li's abode, the 3 Shaos sat leisurely in chairs engaged in conversation. "Second sister, third sister," Yun Shao inquired. "I did not have the chance to ask before. How did you encounter Li Li?" Bai Shao and Qiong Shao exchanged glances. Shao spoke first. "Elder sister, it happened like this. Previously, my second sister and I were engaged in aiding living beings when we suddenly sensed the presence of disciples from the Jie sect. Bai Zhao's voice was as melodious as a songbird, as she recounted how they encountered Li and the ensuing misunderstanding in detail for her elder sister, Yin Xiao. Upon hearing the tale, Yin Xiao furrowed her brows. Bai Zhe, she mused, he acts with such impunity, slaughtering my Jie sect's disciples. Upon returning to the East Sea, I shall certainly report this matter to Master Tongtian. However, their heinous actions against the living beings of humanity, feasting upon their blood, are indeed a just retribution. Bi Xiao and Xiong Xiao nodded slightly in agreement. They had previously refrained from expressing their stance on how to handle the matter of Bai Zhe before Li, as it was an internal affair of the Jie sect, not requiring the intervention of their own lineage. Furthermore, the massacre of Jie sect disciples can be traced back to their own master Tongtian's prior actions against the demon emperor Dijuan in the East Sea. The hatred harbored by the demon race towards Jie sect disciples is therefore quite understandable. Third sister, your rashness in confronting Li without discernment was indeed unwise. Yun Xiao shifted the conversation, her tone serious. Fortunately, you encountered a fellow disciple of Kunlun. Had it been someone else, they might not have been so accommodating. Bi Zhao's expression turned awkward as she mumbled, I understand, elder sister. Second sister has already scolded me for it. Qiong Xiao shook her head. Merely understanding is not sufficient. You must remember this lesson going forward. However, I must say, we are fortunate that Brother Li possesses such a broad-minded disposition, akin to an ocean, and did not hold our actions against you. At this point, she paused for a moment and continued, Elder sister, do you think we should prepare a gift of apology to formally express our contrition? Yin Xiao fell silent for a moment before responding. Second sister's suggestion carries merit. While he may not pursue the matter, it reflects his magnanimity. However, if we do not offer an apology, outsiders may perceive us as lacking understanding and courage. Bai Xiao scratched her head, feeling troubled. But what should we offer as a gift of apology? Brotherly Li, being a direct disciple of the teachings of humanity, likely lacks for nothing in terms of spiritual items or treasures. And we sisters have little of value from our time spent cultivating on the three immortal isles. Yin Xiao smiled gently. What difficulty is there in this? Third sister, have you forgotten what we, the Jie sect, have in abundance compared to the teachings of humanity? Upon hearing this, Bai Zhao's face was filled with confusion. In abundance. What is it? We seem to lack everything. Qiong Zhao's eyes brightened as she quickly realized. Exclaiming, Elder sister, do you mean? Precisely, Yin Xiao affirmed with a smile and nod. Suddenly, her expression shifted as she sensed that Li was preparing to leave the human realm. She quickly rose, saying, Li is departing? Let us go and see him off. With that, Yin Xiao transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight, while Bai Xiao and Qiong Xiao exchanged glances before following suit, becoming two trails of mysterious light as they hurried after her. Under the celestial dome, Li stood upon a rainbow cloud, ready to depart from the human realm and return to his own Qingcheng Mountain sanctuary. At that moment, a flash of purple light streaked toward him. Yin Xiao, clad in a flowing white gown, stood gracefully in the void, blocking Li's path. With a cheerful smile, she greeted him. Li, are you preparing to return? Yin Xiao, Li replied, raising an eyebrow. With the water, demons dispersed. You can handle the remaining matters. The flood can be resolved in an instant. My continued presence here serves little purpose. But tell me, Yin Xiao, have you intercepted me to bid farewell? Humph. Yin Xiao huffed lightly. Who are you calling your junior? I am your elder sister. Do not miscall me. Bi Xiao and Qiong Xiao caught up. Witnessing this exchange, Bi Xiao boldly declared, Brotherly Li, we sisters have come to formally apologize for my rash actions against you a few days ago. Li was taken aback, waving his hand. There is no need for such formality. The matter has long been set aside. Qiong Xiao shook her head. Brother, your magnanimity is admirable, but we sisters cannot simply act as if nothing has occurred. We have come specifically to apologize. With that, she and her sister Bai Xiao bowed deeply to Li Ali frowned slightly, reiterating, I have said this matter has been set aside. You need not go to such lengths. At that moment, an ancient bamboo scroll was suddenly tossed from Yun Xiao's hand, flying directly toward Li Li. He instinctively caught it, looking at Yun Xiao with confusion. Yun Xiao, what does this mean? It is a gift of apology. Yun Xiao replied calmly, in our GS sect, we believe in repaying debts of enmity and kindness. Since it was my sister who erred first, as her elder sister, I must naturally offer an apology on her behalf. However, we three sisters have little of value, so this scroll containing the true of formations will have to suffice as our token of apology. You are, after all, a disciple of the esteemed Taiqing, and thus cannot be considered an outsider. Even if the revered Tong Tian were to learn of my imparting the profound secrets of formations to you, he would undoubtedly hold no grudge. The true understanding of formations. Upon hearing this, Li Li felt a surge of astonishment within, his gaze fixated intently on the bamboo scroll in his hand, his eyes ignited with fervor. Although the three pure ones of Kunlun share the same lineage and have each attained the status of heavenly saints, their respective areas of focus diverge considerably. My own master emphasizes the Tao of alchemy, while my second uncle, Yuan Shi Tianzun, excels in the art of artifact forging. As for my third uncle, Tong Tian Jiaozhu, he is a veritable master of formations. During the great calamity of the Feng Shun, the Jiejiao sect aided the tyrant of the Shang dynasty, deploying numerous formidable formations, such as the 10,000 Immortals formation, the 10 Absolute formation, and the 9 Curves of the Yellow River formation, all of which gained immense renown. The final formation, the Extermination of Immortals sword formation, is reputed to be insurmountable except by the 4 heavenly saints themselves. Li Li has taken refuge under the Taiqing sect. He has been granted the teachings of the Golden Elixir, yet remains almost entirely unversed in the realm of formations. Thus, acquiring this scroll of true formation secrets is akin to a parched traveler encountering a life-giving oasis, akin to a tiger acquiring wings. Ahem. Li cleared his throat softly. Grasping the bamboo scroll of formations, he pondered aloud. Since Sister Yun Xiao has expressed such sentiments, it would be remiss of me not to accept this, lest I cause her distress. Very well then, I shall reluctantly accept this scroll. Observing his feigned reluctance, Yun Xiao's brows twitched slightly, while Bai Xiao and Qiong Xiao exchanged awkward glances. The two only knew that their eldest sister had bestowed upon Li Li a scroll containing the true secrets of formations. Yet they were unaware of its true level of profundity. However, seeing Li Li's demeanor, they instinctively presumed that the scroll was merely an introductory level of formation knowledge from the Jiejiao sect. How thoughtless of my elder sister! She came to apologize, yet her reparations are so meager, leaving us to endure ridicule. What a disgrace! Bai Xiao and Qiong Xiao exchanged glances, their cheeks flushed, each recognizing the other's unspoken thoughts. Should there be no pressing matters, I shall take my leave, Li Li said with a smile, that if you three sisters find yourselves with some leisure time, do visit me at my Qingcheng Mountain abode, where I shall be sure to welcome you warmly. With a slight bow towards the three sisters, he then mounted the clouds and, with a turn, soared away towards the Qingcheng Mountain sanctuary. Elder sister, once he had departed, Bai Xiao could not restrain her grievances, saying, "We came here to offer our apologies. You could have been a bit more generous. Why be so stingy?" Qiong Xiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is unbecoming to present someone with merely a basic formation scroll. We are all of Kunlun Mountain's lineage. This is quite embarrassing for us. Upon hearing her younger sister's complaints, Yun Xiao rolled her eyes, retorting with exasperation, "Who told you that it was merely a basic formation scroll?" "Ah," Bai Xiao gasped in surprise, "is it not? Then why did seeing your brother Li Li appear so reluctant?" Yun Xiao replied, her expression impassive, "That is simply his lack of discernment. What I bestowed upon him is the true formation secrets personally inscribed by Tong Tian, and there exists but this single copy within the entirety of the Jiejiao." "What?" Qiong Zhao's pupils widened in shock, exclaiming, "Elder sister, how could you have given that to him? That was the gift Tong Tian presented to you when you became his disciple. We must hurry and catch up to him before he goes too far, and retrieve it." At the foot of Qingcheng Mountain, in the Grand Master Hall, as Li Li descended from the clouds, he beheld a multitude of postnatal beings of various bizarre forms and races kneeling upon the ground. incessantly prostrating themselves. "Please, O Master, have mercy and take me as your disciple. I beseech you, grant me passage into the Tao. Master, I have knelt for over 20 years, my heart is sincere. I only wish to meet you. O Master, I implore you." Countless postnatal beings, their faces filled with devotion, bowed repeatedly towards Qingcheng Mountain, yearning to become Li's disciples. Li stood upon the clouds, gazing down at the earnest supplicants, and sighed softly. The vast expanse of the primordial world is indeed teeming with countless seekers of the Tao. He found no inclination to take on additional disciples at this moment. Moreover, the primordial realm is inherently expansive, populated by innumerable beings. Even if Li were to abandon his own cultivation and devote all his time to teaching, it would merely amount to a drop in the ocean for the countless postnatal beings. Everything must follow its natural course, and the Tao's principles are to be respected. This embodies the teachings of the human Tao lineage. Furthermore, as Li himself remains a seeker of the Tao, what capability does he possess to shepherd the myriad beings of the world? Li exhaled heavily. Hardening his heart to withdraw his gaze, he directed the clouds downwards and entered the sanctuary. Arriving before the Grand Master Hall, that moment, the inhabitants of Qingcheng Mountain, who had been engaged in various tasks, sensed Li's return and promptly set aside their duties to pay their respects. "Master, you have returned." The nearest, Zhenwu, was the first to rush forward, followed closely by the highest-ranked Dongbin, who bowed deeply, saying, "Master, I pay my respects." "Master," both Bai Su Zhen and Xiaoqing arrived simultaneously, exclaiming in unison. "Indeed, I have returned." Li replied with a smile, for the matter concerning the water spirits had been resolved, and soon the floods would be alleviated. Upon hearing this, Zhenwu and Dongbin exchanged glances, each reading the expected look in the other's eyes. Xiaoqing remarked with a grin, "I knew that with Master taking action, success was inevitable." Bai Su Zhen added with a cheerful expression, "Now that the flood disaster has been resolved, those displaced human beings below can return to their ancestral lands and rebuild their homes." Li laughed heartily. He briefly sensed the cultivation levels of the others and nodded inwardly. During his absence, Dongbin, having reformed his path and turned to the Golden Elixir Tao, had made rapid progress, and after so many years, he was on the verge of touching the threshold of the celestial immortal realm. Next was Zhenwu. While his roots were somewhat weaker, his comprehension, temperament, and perseverance were all exceptional. Additionally, having remained at Qingcheng Mountain for many years, with ample supplies of elixirs and spiritual resources, his cultivation speed was not slow, and he successfully advanced to the Earth immortal realm. Lastly, there were Bai Su Zhen and Xiaoqing. Due to their responsibilities in managing the sanctuary, they could not devote as much time to their cultivation as Zhenwu and Dongbin. Nevertheless, they had both reached the pinnacle of the human immortal realm, mere steps away from a breakthrough, far surpassing ordinary beings. "During my absence, has anything of note occurred at Qingcheng Mountain?" Li inquired casually. Turning towards the Grand Master Hall, Zhenwu, Dongbin, and the others followed closely, shaking their heads in response to his question. "No," Xiaoqing spoke up. "During your absence, Qingcheng Mountain has remained peaceful and serene, with nothing of particular significance occurring. However, the number of postnatal beings seeking the Tao has indeed been increasing. There is no need to concern ourselves with them." Li issued a brief command. Immediately thereafter, he led several individuals into the Hall of Ancestors, seizing the opportunity to impart teachings for a while longer. This continued until 300 days had passed, following the conclusion of his discourse. Li engaged in casual conversation with them for a spell before sending them off to attend to their respective duties. He then retreated to the meditation chamber, commencing his contemplation of a recently acquired scroll detailing the true essence of formations. In the realm of cultivation, time is but a fleeting concept, and the passage of years goes unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, over 300 years slipped away. After the reign of Emperor Shan, who conferred the throne upon Yu, the latter ascended to power, transforming the tribes into a nation, which he named Xia. Following the establishment of the Xia dynasty, Emperor Yu divided the human realm into 9 provinces, appointing governors tasked with gathering bronze to forge the 9 tripods. namely the tripod of Jizhou, the tripod of Yenzhou, the tripod of Yangzhou, the tripod of Shuzhou, the tripod of Qingzhou, the tripod of Yongzhou, and the tripod of Liangzhou. Among others, notably, due to Li Li's transmission of the Golden Elixir path to humanity, coupled with the steadfastness of Mount Buzhou and the unyielding celestial aura, the number of human cultivators surged dramatically over these 3 centuries. Akin to a geyser's eruption, numerous as the stars, their fortunes radiant in the primordial chaos, myriad races witnessed the unstoppable rise of humanity and sought ways to forge alliances with them, led by the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans. They sought the approval of the human emperors, Yendi, Huangdi, Haidi, and Baidi, to integrate into human society, transforming into various totems to protect mankind. Meanwhile, other races employed their own strategies to merge with humanity. For instance, the Tushan lineage of the ancient Qingcheng kingdom, in their quest for assimilation, even offered their princess, Tushan Nujio, in marriage to the human emperor Yu, resulting in the birth of a son named Qi. On another front, in the heavenly court, within the empty expanse of the Lingxiao Hall of the 33 Heavens, Hao Yin paced restlessly, his hands clasped behind his back, furrowing his brow in agitation. What could possibly be amiss? Why had the star of Venus, Taibai, not yet returned? Had he encountered the emperor of Fengdu, or perhaps deemed the heavenly court devoid of prospects and sought refuge elsewhere? At that moment, a tumult of anxiety swirled in Hao Yin's mind. Since Taibai had ventured into the underworld with his missive to visit the emperor of Fengdu, there had been no word from him. Not a single message had returned. Suddenly, a horrifying thought flashed through Hao Yin's mind. He halted his steps and turned to Yao Qi, inquiring, "Yao Qi, do you think it possible that Taibai has offended the witch clan in the underworld and been slain by the ancestral witch?" Yao Qi rested her hands on the table, appearing utterly disinterested as she replied, "It is not beyond the realm of possibility. The witch clan has a notoriously volatile temperament, and it is not unheard of for them to execute someone over a mere disagreement, as was the case with Li Chongjin. What shall we do?" Hao Yin's expression shifted as he approached Yao Qi. If Li Chongjin were dead, then I, the Jade Emperor, would truly become a figure of insignificance that I am powerless. Yao Qi replied, shrugging her shoulders. Our heavenly court possesses no sense of presence. We cannot even attract the attention of the primordial powers, let alone that of lesser beings. No, absolutely not. Hao Yin shook his head vehemently. I'm the celestial emperor appointed by the heavenly lord, and the dominion of the primordial realms should rightfully be mine, but if several millennia pass without news from Taibai, I shall personally venture into the underworld. I must see for myself what manner of being the emperor of Fengdu truly is. Is this the path of formations? It seems almost too simple. In the tranquil meditation chamber of Qingcheng Mountain, Li Li held the true essence of formations gifted by Yun Xiao, a perplexed expression crossing his face. Was this scroll merely an introductory guide to formations from the Jie sect? Had Yun Xiao withheld the more profound secrets from him? After hundreds of years of contemplation, Li Li had thoroughly assimilated the teachings contained within this foundational scroll bestowed by Jie sect's Yun Xiao. The path of formations is indeed one of the 3,000 great paths. Understanding the great ways of heaven and earth is a fundamental aspect of daily cultivation for one aspiring to the realm of the great Luo Jingxian. However, the ease with which he grasped this path left Li Li feeling somewhat insecure. Of course, he realized that I am a disciple of the human teaching lineage, and no matter how I may strive, I do not belong to their Jie sect. Ali calmly analyzed that this scroll detailing the true essence of formations was undoubtedly only an introductory level work from Jie sect. Otherwise, it would not have been so effortlessly comprehensible. This realization stirred deep reflections within Li Li. His own third master, Tongtan, not only achieved the status of a saint, but also possessed profound expertise in the realm of formations that was genuinely awe-inspiring. Merely this beginner-level formation true essence encompassed an array of knowledge spanning the cosmos. The innate 5 elements formation, the great and small Zhou Tian formations, the Yin-Yang 2 instruments formation, and the 9 heavens calamity formation, among others, are all prime examples. Each one, when isolated, stands as one of the pinnacle formations in existence. If even the introductory level formation true essence is thus One can scarcely fathom the marvel that is my third master's Zhuzhen sword formation. Li Li was captivated by the thought. The Zhuzhen sword formation, reputed as the foremost killing formation of the heavens, is composed of the Zhuzhen sword, the Lushian sword, the Juexian sword, and the Xian sword, all harmonized with the Zhuzhen formation diagram. Within the formation, the intricacies are profound and mutable, with an abundance of lethal intent, presenting untold dangers. Unless all four heavenly saints converge, even a quasi-saint would be reduced to ash upon entry. If only I could acquire the Zhuzhen sword formation, Li Li mused to himself, convinced that should he master the Zhuzhen sword formation, even in the absence of the four Zhuzhen swords, crafting a few top-tier innate spirit swords and combining them with the formation diagram would undoubtedly yield considerable might. A low-tier version of the Zhuzhen sword formation. If my master's Zhuzhen sword formation can slay heavenly saints, I have no high demands. I would be satisfied if it could vanquish those at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. He pondered silently on how he might persuade his third master from the Jie sect to impart the secrets of the Zhuzhen sword formation without reservation. Upon careful consideration, he reluctantly concluded that unless he were a direct disciple of Jie sect or had rendered immense favors to the entire sect, his third master would never impart such a high-level formation to an outsider. Enough of this. Greed begets downfall. To have acquired this scroll detailing the true essence of formations is already a stroke of fortune. Li Li's heart was serene as spring. He did not wish to force matters beyond his grasp, shaking his head to cast these thoughts aside. Subsequently, he rose, directing his gaze towards the underworld, beginning to contemplate another matter. Murmuring, cultivation within the realm of great Luo Jingxian necessitates understanding the 3,000 great paths. However, if I rely solely on my own comprehension to fully grasp these paths, it will undoubtedly require protracted duration. Rather than squander countless epochs, I will be better served seeking out some experts who specialize in particular paths and requesting them to directly impart their wisdom to me, thereby saving myself from endless arduous training. In the journey of cultivation, methods vary greatly across each realm. For instance, in the Jingxian realm, the focus is on achieving the essence of immortality through gold, ultimately preparing to refine an untainted golden body, ensuring longevity in harmony with heaven and earth, in anticipation of coalescing the Taiqing Tao fruit in the future. The Taiqing involves refining the 5 energies within, achieving a state of harmonious convergence. Allowing the 5 elements to circulate endlessly, preparing for the condensation of the 3 flowers atop the head, transcending time, fate, and the rivers of causality. As for the great Luo Jingxian realm, it necessitates the comprehension of the 3,000 great paths, grasping the profound truths of the great Tao, with the aim of mastering all paths and becoming the sovereign of the myriad paths. Though nominally referred to as 3,000, this number merely serves as a metaphor for the infinite. The 3,000 great paths signify countless avenues of enlightenment in the present world, where spiritual energy flourishes and the rhythms of the Tao abound. Are there not countless great paths birthed from the heavens and earth? The elements of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, along with the intricacies of time, causality, and fate, are countless in their manifestations. However, to truly comprehend any one of these profound paths requires an exceedingly lengthy duration. Some may even expend millions or even billions of years without grasping a single one. As for Li Li, he is unwilling to squander such time. He yearns for a swift breakthrough. He aspires to attain enlightenment and become a sage post-haste. Thus, among the 12 ancestral witches, Di Jiang excels in the path of space. Zhu Meng masters the path of wood. Ru Shou is adept in the path of gold. Zhu Rong specializes in the path of fire, and Chang Liang is proficient in the path of thunder. If they were to explicate their teachings to him one by one, surely the speed at which he comprehends the 3,000 paths would surpass that of ordinary beings. Ali pondered. He saw no need for Gong Gong's path of water, yet the Earth Mother, having already achieved sainthood, specializes in the paths of earth and reincarnation. He wondered if he could learn from her. The heavenly way, embodying the essence of the cosmos, is impartial and devoid of emotion, perceiving all beings as equals, without distinction of high or low, rich or poor. The heart of a sage is synonymous with the will of heaven. The ancestral witch, Earth Mother, has indeed attained the status of a saint, being the master of the reincarnation path and the earth path. Her teachings are intertwined with the heavenly way, akin to his own revered master, and are not something mere mortals can fathom. To rashly tread upon the path of a sage could lead to the assimilation of one's own hard-earned enlightenment by the heavenly way. Outside Qingcheng Mountain, dark clouds roiled ceaselessly, and bolts of lightning cascaded down. Within the shimmering sea of thunder, a flower of purest white, radiating a sacred glow, quietly bloomed, exhaling spiritual energy and resonating with the essence of the Tao. Clearly, it was undergoing a tribulation. Shortly thereafter, the heavenly tribulation began to dissipate, and the dense clouds lightened. The flower, having successfully weathered the tribulation, radiated brilliance and transformed into a maiden of pure countenance, elegant beauty, and fair complexion. Her skin resembled ice and snow. Her form swayed like a delicate willow in the breeze, exuding a purity akin to a snow lotus blossoming upon a glacial peak, and a water lily emerging from the depths. Captivating all with her charm at this moment, two ethereal lights streaked from the mountain, revealing the figures of Bai Su Zhen and Qiqing. The girl in the white dress hurriedly approached, performing a graceful bow. Softly saying, "I am Xiao from Qingcheng Mountain. Pleased to meet you, Sister Bai and Sister Qing." Xiao. Qiqing chuckled, finding the name delightful. Bai Su Zhen also smiled, saying, "Since you have emerged from Qingcheng Mountain, you are indeed a being of this mountain. We have no rigid rules here. However, there are two principles you must remember. First, do not bully the weak or slaughter the creatures of the mountain. Second, do not ascend to the peak uninvited and disturb the master's quiet cultivation." Xiao quickly replied, "Rest assured, sisters, I was born on Qingcheng Mountain and reside here, so I would never engage in the slaughter of my own kin. The master imparts the Tao to me, and it is only with that guidance that I have attained my current state. I would never disrupt the master's cultivation." Bai Su Zhen and Qiqing exchanged knowing smiles. Over the years, countless beings had manifested and attained enlightenment in Qingcheng Mountain, all of which had been managed by the two sisters. After Lili emerged from his seclusion, he did not hasten to the underworld, but instead visited the treasure vault. Retrieving numerous rare minerals and innate spiritual objects, he secluded himself in the ancestral hall, preparing to set up several formations and restrictions for his own sanctuary. After Bai Su Zhen and Qiqing concluded their tasks in the mountain, they returned to the ancestral hall and found Lili holding a carving knife, etching symbols onto a stone tablet. Beneath his feet lay several similar tablets. "Master, you have emerged from seclusion." Bai Su Zhen stepped over the threshold and entered. Qiqing followed closely, grinning as she observed the profound runes on the stone tablet, curiously asking, "Master, what are you doing?" Upon hearing their voices, Lili looked up, saw them both, and smiled, beckoning. "You two arrived just in time. Please take these formation plates and place them around Qingcheng Mountain." "What are formation plates? Are they for setting up formations?" Qiqing bent down, picked up a stone tablet, and, after a mere glance, felt her head spin. "Indeed," Lili explained, "I plan to establish an innate 5-element formation around Qingcheng Mountain, which will not only protect the beings within the mountain, but also prevent powerful foes from invading during my absence." "The innate 5-element formation?" Bai Su Zhen exclaimed in surprise. "Master, you understand formations too?" As soon as the words left her lips, she regretted them. What was she questioning? Her master excelled in all arts. It was only natural he would comprehend such minor matters of formation. "Ha ha," Lili chuckled, unconcerned, and casually remarked, "I only just learned it. I had set up formations before." "Just learned it? Never set up formations before?" Qiqing blinked, exchanging glances with her sister Bai Su Zhen, her mouth agape, hesitating to speak. Seemingly sensing their thoughts, Lili retorted playfully, "What's wrong with setting up formation for the first time? Why the skeptical looks? Do you doubt my capabilities? I'm not boasting. Since my birth, there has been nothing I desired to accomplish that I could not achieve." Both Qiqing and Bai Su Zhen nodded in agreement. "Master is formidable," Bai Su Zhen stated earnestly. Qiqing, though less convinced, remarked, "Master is indeed extraordinarily talented, blessed with immense fortune." Whatever he sets his mind to, he accomplishes. Li. If you don't believe me, that's fine. He waved his hand, urging them to quickly place the formation plates in their respective positions around Qingcheng Mountain. He, Qiqing replied cheerfully, "All right, master, we will do it right away." Saying this, she and her sister by Su Zhan bent down, picked up the carved formation plates, and set off to place them around Qingcheng Mountain. "What can I, the direct disciple of a sage, accomplish?" Li muttered to himself. "So what if it's my first time setting up a formation? A mere innate 5-element formation is within my grasp. Just wait and see. When I finish setting it up, you will be astounded. The innate 5-element formation, as its name implies, is a defensive array woven from the principles of the innate 5 elements, intertwined and perpetually alive, transforming through the interplay of the 5 elements. It also encompasses over 20 minor formations, such as the God-trapping formation, enemy-seeking formation, thunderfire formation, and weapon formation. Even beings of the great Luo golden immortal realm would find themselves ensnared if they recklessly entered this formation, unable to extricate themselves. Moments later, by Su Zhan and Qiqing completed the placement of the formation plates around Qingcheng Mountain and returned to the ancestral hall. Observing this, Li did not delay. With a flick of his hand, he retrieved a substantial amount of Gongjin swordgrass, extracting a trace of the gold principle contained within, followed by several flame spirit fruits, from which he drew forth a hint of the fire principle, until he successfully obtained the 5 innate principles of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Li stepped out of the ancestral hall. He then ascended into the air, pointing towards the eastern side of Qingcheng Mountain. Sending the wood principle whistling away, he pointed to the western side, sending forth the gold principle, then to the southern and northern sides, dispatching the fire and water principles in succession. Finally, he retained the earth principle within the ancestral hall. By Su Zhan and Qiqing, standing at the doorway, watched Li's adept movements, their faces betraying a hint of skepticism. "Sister, why is Master so proficient with his techniques?" Qiqing murmured. "This doesn't seem like his first time setting up a formation. Could he be teasing us?" By Su Zhan flicked her sister's forehead, admonishing, "Master wouldn't be so trivial." Qiqing rubbed her head, grumbling. "That's not necessarily true. The 5 elements law dispersed in all directions, landing upon the formation plates previously arranged around them, igniting varying hues of light that surged upwards from the 4 cardinal directions. Simultaneously, within the Ancestor Hall, the law of Earth seemed to be drawn by some unseen force, erupting in a mysterious yellow glow that shot towards the heavens. Li stood suspended in midair, gazing contentedly at the 5 beams of light near Qingcheng Mountain, nodding in satisfaction. He then formed hand seals and bellowed, "Unite!" As his voice echoed, the 5 radiant beams surrounding Qingcheng Mountain, which had soared into the sky, abruptly shifted direction and intertwined with one another. The interplay of the 5 elements birthed transformation. Above the Ancestor Hall, a blue wave of water materialized, swiftly morphing into a transparent barrier that enveloped the entire Qingcheng Mountain. Is this truly happening? Qiqing's brows lifted in astonishment. The Master's first attempt at arranging a formation had succeeded so effortlessly. Does this mean that Qingcheng Mountain now possesses its own protective formation? She could scarcely believe it. By Su Zhan, equally astonished, thought, "The Master is truly remarkable to achieve success on the very first attempt at formation." Li, observing the expressions of the 2 women from his lofty vantage, felt an internal thrill, though he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. He waved his sleeve and feigned a sigh. After all, it is the first time setting up a formation, and there remained some inadequacy in the technique. That moment, the tremendous commotion of Qingcheng Mountain captured the attention of countless beings cultivating within the mountain. They emerged from their abodes, gazing skyward. Upon witnessing that Qingcheng Mountain had its own protective formation, a chorus of jubilant cheers erupted among them. "Marvelous, truly marvelous. From this day forth, Qingcheng Mountain possesses its own protective formation. I dare say no one shall dare intrude upon our Qingcheng Mountain's territory in the future. The Mountain Lord is indeed extraordinary, not only adept in alchemy, but also skilled in arranging formations. Indeed, even the disciples of saints are not to be underestimated." Zhenwu and El Dongbin, sensing the changes at Qingcheng Mountain, also emerged from their abodes and hastened towards the ancestor hall. Zhenwu laughed heartily. Has the master emerged from seclusion? Has he set up a protective formation for us at Qingcheng Mountain? The primordial 5 elements formation? Dongbin recognized the formation at a glance, exclaiming in astonishment. So, it is such a formation. The master's skills and formations are indeed formidable. Noticing his disciples had arrived, Li descended from the void. Ready to speak, when he suddenly sensed something amiss, he whipped around, his expression shifting. Crack! A faint sound resonated. The formless barrier of the primordial 5 elements formation emitted a sharp crack, swiftly manifesting a fissure. The crack expanded at a visible pace, soon resembling a spider's web in the blink of an eye. It appeared poised to explode. Oh no! Li exclaimed urgently. Everyone, be cautious. The primordial 5 elements formation is about to detonate. Upon hearing this, the faces of those present turned ashen, especially by Suzhen and Shaoqing, whose countenance drained of color. The primordial 5 elements formation interconnected the entirety of Qingcheng Mountain. If it were to explode, the entire mountain would be reduced to ashes. Master, what do we do? Shaoqing's expression was frantic. The primordial 5 elements formation is no ordinary one. It comprises a staggering 360 formation plates, linking the entire Qingcheng Mountain. If it detonates, it would be a minor concern for the mountain's existence. What is truly alarming is the countless beings within the mountain who would be doomed. Master, Zhenwu said gravely, I shall rush into the mountain to urgently evacuate the beings. Every life saved counts. Dongbin, equally troubled, added, I shall accompany you. There are innumerable beings within the mountain, and you alone may not be able to evacuate them all. Bai Suzhen, her face pale, murmured, How can this be? The master is a prodigy of talents, endowed with deep fortunes. How could he possibly falter? Li felt somewhat awkward as he gazed at the rapidly fracturing primordial 5 elements formation above, contemplating which aspect of the arrangement had gone awry. Could it be that too much of the law of metal was applied, leading to an imbalance among the 5 primordial laws, thus disrupting the entire formation's operation? Or perhaps, he pondered, I did not incorporate enough of the law of water, resulting in insufficient hydric power to regulate the metal and wood laws, directly causing the collapse of the entire formation? His mind raced, striving to pinpoint the root of the issue, hoping to find a way to salvage the situation. Yet no, it should not be any of those. Several hypotheses flickered in his mind, each swiftly dismissed. As the imminent explosion loomed closer, time was of the essence, leaving no room for further contemplation. Sighing, Li resolved to change his approach, preparing to lead the beings of the mountain to retreat. There was no other choice. The annihilation of the primordial 5 elements formation was imminent, and he simply had no time to ponder further. In the future, he vowed to refrain from impulsiveness. Launching directly into the primordial 5 elements formation was far too reckless. Li reflected on his experience, acknowledging that he lacked sufficient expertise in arranging formations. It had indeed been rash to attempt the primordial 5 elements formation from the outset. Unbeknownst to him, such a formation was of a caliber that even within not just any disciple could arrange it. Moreover, Li was merely a novice in formations. Although well-versed in theory, his practical experience was still severely lacking. Though this lengthy thought process transpired in an instant, Zhenwu and Dongbin prepared to follow Li's lead in swiftly evacuating the beings of Qingcheng Mountain. However, just then, a fierce gust of wind surged forth from an unknown source, carrying with it a hint of the law of wind. The wind howled, sweeping across the mountains and brushing against the precarious water barrier of Qingcheng Mountain. In that fleeting moment, the law of wind descended, merging with the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, harmonizing them into 6 energies. Thus, through a cyclical transformation, the original primordial 5 elements instantaneously evolved into wind, wood, monarch fire, moist earth, raging fire, dry metal, and cold water, manifesting as the 6 Qi formation. Is this even possible? Dongbin's eyes widened in disbelief. The primordial 5 elements formation could transform into the 6 Qi formation. Zhenwu stood agape, equally astonished. Shaoqing and Bai Suzhen, lacking understanding of the intricacies of the six qi formation, nonetheless perceived that the barrier was gradually restoring itself, suggesting that perhaps the formation was, indeed, no longer in jeopardy. Master! Master! Qing exclaimed gleefully. Does this mean everything is all right? Li nodded, dazed. Even he had not anticipated that by integrating a mere wisp of the law of wind into the primordial five elements formation, it would have the potential to metamorphose into the six qi formation. The six qi formation. This was a formation he had glimpsed in the treatises on formations, known for its unfathomable and intricate nature. It was a pinnacle formation that encompassed both defense and offense, containing within it the six energies: yin, yang, wind, rain, obscurity, and clarity. Even those at the level of quasi-saints would find themselves in peril within its confines, facing the risk of demise. Was it not said that the conditions for arranging this formation are exceedingly stringent, requiring the alignment of celestial, terrestrial, and human factors? Li's expression turned peculiar. Although the arrangement method of the primordial five elements formation and the six qi formation bore some slight resemblance, the probability of directly transforming from the primordial five-element formation into the six qi formation was less than a trillionth of a chance. To encounter such a probability was nothing short of miraculous. Li could not help but chuckle. Transforming into a koi truly was fortuitous. Setting aside everything else, this stroke of luck was simply outrageous. Dongbin, clearly pondering similar thoughts, cast a peculiar glance at Li and could not resist asking, "Master, speak honestly. You are not the reincarnational luck deity, are you? Otherwise, your luck is truly astonishing. I assent to it. He has never encountered such an outrageous existence of fortune." Li turned around and said earnestly, "Ah, my dear disciple, you have seen through me. I shall no longer pretend. Indeed, I am the reincarnation of the god of fortune. Moreover, I must confess, my immense luck surpasses even that of the heavenly Tao saints." Dongbin was taken aback. So, it turns out his master possesses such profound luck? It even surpasses that of the heavenly Tao saints. Upon hearing this, Zhenwu's expression shifted slightly as he looked up at the sky and urgently said, "Master, please keep your voice down. The fact that you are the god of fortune must not be leaked. Otherwise, the heavenly Tao may impose punishment." Seeing his serious demeanor, Qing couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha, silly boy, the master is just teasing you, and you really believe it." Bai Suzhen also chuckled and shook her head. The god of fortune, setting aside whether such a chaotic deity existed during the primordial era. Even if it did, it would have long since fallen to the hands of the great Pangu. How could there be any opportunity for reincarnation? Li couldn't help but smile. What god of fortune? He was merely fabricating tales to amuse them. However, seeing Zhenwu's anxiousness warmed Li's heart. His disciple was indeed commendable. Even if he were the chaotic deity, he never contemplated distancing himself. He smiled reassuringly. "My dear disciple, do not underestimate the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao is supremely just. Even if I am the god of fortune, it would pay me no mind, let alone discuss any punishment." Zhenwu, filled with confusion, asked, "Isn't it said that during the primordial era, the great Pangu fought against 3,000 chaotic deities to create the vast world? If chaotic deities still existed, and Pangu has already fallen, how could the heavenly Tao not impose punishment?" Dongbin rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Having once been the master of the celestial court, his knowledge far surpassed Zhenwu's, and he scolded with a laugh. "What nonsense is swirling in your head? The heavenly Tao is supremely just and has no consciousness. It regards all living beings and countless races as equals at you think it would act like a jester, personally intervening whenever it disapproves and coming to fight you? What difference would that make from a pile of stinking dog waste?" Zhenwu seemed to grasp something. "Indeed, the heavenly Tao is supremely just, and it has no consciousness if it were to constantly punish living beings for trivial matters, acting like a clown by seeking out conflicts. Then what would it be but a mere farce? Then, master," Zhenwu's thoughts sparked, "if I were to express my displeasure and directly curse the heavenly Tao, would there be no repercussions?" Before Li could speak, Dongbin interjected, "As long as you attain the great Luo golden immortal realm, achieving eternal proof and transcending the river of cause and effect. Then naturally, no karma will befall you. Not only can you curse the heavenly Tao, but even if you were to destroy the primordial world, the heavenly Tao would not concern itself with you. Of course, if you truly did destroy the primordial world, the heavenly Tao would ignore you, but the heavenly Tao saints and even the venerable Tao ancestor would certainly take action against you. Furthermore, he added, in this primordial realm, there are plenty of beings who, when faced with misfortune or shallow opportunities, constantly curse the heavenly Tao for its injustice. But have you ever seen the heavenly Tao pay them any heed? Zhenwu nodded silently, no longer speaking. Qing appeared contemplative upon hearing this. Bai Suzhen mused, the heavenly Tao has no consciousness. The will of the masses is the heavenly Tao, and the heart of the saints is the will of heaven. Lili smiled. You possess insight. Indeed, it is as such in the primordial realm he recalled in his past life. During his leisure, he had read numerous chaotic web novels, yet they were merely nonsensical drivel. Neither the celestial nor the Tao resonated with truth. Everywhere he looked, there were schemes and deceptions, filled with all manner of malevolent spirits. Clearly, the great Luo Golden Immortal achieves eternal proof, transcending time, fate, and the river of cause and effect. Yet they still speak of the grand momentum being unchangeable while the minor momentum is alterable. Otherwise, you would again be burdened with karma. What kind of great Luo Golden Immortal is that? Is it made of paper? Otherwise, it would mean the heavenly Tao personally intervening, taking human form to engage in mutual combat with the protagonist, or exchanging insults face to face, behaving like a mere clown, once the protective formation of Qingcheng Mountain was completed. Lili directly spoke, with the 6 Qi Qian Yuan formation in place. Even if I am not present on Qingcheng Mountain in the future, you can still withstand formidable foes. Even those at the quasi-saint level face the risk of demise upon entering the formation. Hearing this, El Dongbin was not surprised. However, Zhenwu, Qing, and Bai Suzhen were all taken aback. The mountain's protective formation was actually this formidable. Even those at the quasi-saint level risked death upon entry. This was a formation disc. As long as one held the disc, they could control the 6 Qi Qian Yuan formation. Ali paid no mind to their astonished expressions and casually took out the control disc, asking with a smile, who would like to hold it? Upon hearing this, Zhenwu and El Dongbin exchanged glances, with El Dongbin waving his hand. Disciple has been focused on cultivation for an extended period. I fear I may not have the time to attend to matters on the mountain. Zhenwu shook his head as well. I am the same. I want it. I want it. Qing exclaimed excitedly. Raising both hands, Master, give it to me. I shall safeguard the protective formation, and should an enemy invade, I will ensure their utter annihilation. You? Lili chuckled. No, you are too reckless. I cannot entrust it to you. It is better to give it to your sister. Saying this, he handed the formation disc to Bai Suzhen. Bai Suzhen received it with both hands and said earnestly, Master, I will not fail your trust and will guard Qingcheng Mountain diligently. Qing huffed twice. Master, you are too biased. Clearly, I'm also incredibly steady. Haha. Lili laughed heartily, then continued, I must go out shortly to attend to some matters in the underworld. You all stay at home and watch over Qingcheng Mountain. Zhenwu and El Dongbin said nothing. Qing and Bai Suzhen spoke in unison. Master, how long will you be gone this time? Qing frowned. The underworld is a place opened by the witch clan. I have heard that the beings of the witch clan are fearsome. They can be quite aggressive at the slightest provocation. Bai Suzhen also expressed her concern. Indeed, Master, while I do not know what matters you have in the underworld, it is certainly not a place of goodwill. Ali shook his head with a smile. Not a place of goodwill? He was the emperor of Fengdu in the underworld. One could say it was half of his domain. What issues could arise upon returning to his own domain? It will be fine, Lili reassured the two women. I am merely going to handle some trivial matters. There won't be any danger. Bai Suzhen remained worried. Then, Master, how long will it take for you to return? Lili pondered for a moment. This trip to the underworld was aimed at comprehending the various great paths cultivated by the 12 ancestors of sorcery. Yet each path would likely require a considerable amount of time to comprehend. Moreover, there were over a dozen different great paths to grasp. This journey could take, at the very least, several 100,000 years, and possibly over 1,000,000 years that it would likely require an exceedingly long duration. Hell, Ali did not conceal this from them, stating, "This time, unlike previous ones, my trip to the underworld may take quite a long time." Upon hearing this, Shao Qing and Bai Sujin exchanged glances, both wanting to speak, yet hesitating. That Dongbin's expression remained calm, showing no signs of worry, for he knew Li was the direct disciple of the Supreme Pure Saint. Even if he ventured to the underworld, there would be no danger. Zhenwu's brow furrowed. If even his master said it would be a long time, it could indeed take an exceedingly long while. "Master," Zhenwu opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Ali shook his head, smiling. "Do not worry. I'll be fine. However, when we meet again, you must not remain at the same cultivation level. Especially you, Zhenwu and Dongbin. You both must at least break through 3 or 4 minor realms, yes?" Zhenwu achieved the celestial immortal realm, while Dongbin must at least attain. Dongbin nodded, saying, "There's no need for you to say more. Mastered, if I do not break through to the great Luo golden immortal realm by the next time we meet, I will have no face to see you to." Ali was momentarily stunned. "So formidable, what nonsense are you spewing?" Zhenwu, slightly irked, remarked, "You have only just reached the celestial realm, yet you speak of the great Luo golden immortal realm with such ease. Behind the celestial realm lies the true immortal realm, followed by the profound immortal realm, then the golden immortal realm, and beyond that, the supreme golden immortal realm, culminating in the great Luo golden immortal realm, a total of 5 significant realms apart. You are indeed too boastful." Lu Dongbin, casting a sidelong glance, scoffed. "A summer insect cannot discuss ice, and a sparrow knows not the ambitions of a swan." Zhenwu snorted derisively. "When Master returns, if you manage to achieve the great Luo golden immortal realm, then I shall attain the status of a quasi-saint." "Ha! Lu Dongbin chuckled, pointing at Zhenwu. "Zhenwu, those are your words." "Indeed, those are my words," Zhenwu declared proudly. "That if you can attain the great Luo golden immortal realm, then I shall become a quasi-saint. Otherwise, I shall not meet Master again." Observing the 2 disciples squabbling, Lily nodded with a smile. Enough. You two always seem to enjoy competing against each other. If you truly find yourselves idle, after I depart, why not descend the mountain, seek a Taoist temple, gather disciples, and spread my golden elixir path?" Humph. Both Lu Dongbin and Zhenwu exchanged cold snorts before clasping their fists towards Li, saying, "We shall dutifully follow Master's orders. In the heavenly court, within the 33 heavens, in the Lingxiao Hall, Hao Qian sat upon his imperial throne, hands interlaced, his face as dark as water, his eyes aglow with a cold red, gazing coldly at the lower realms. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, he slammed his hand upon the table, growling fiercely, 'No, I can wait no longer. I must personally visit the underworld.' Yao Qi, startled awake from her slumber upon the table, sat up abruptly, and upon grasping the situation, exclaimed angrily, 'Hao Qian, what are you doing? Can't you let me sleep in peace?' Hao Qian turned his head, speaking solemnly, 'Yao Qi, cease your slumber. The Taibai star is yet to return with news. I plan to personally venture into the underworld. Will you accompany me?' 'I will not.' Yao Qi shook her head without a moment's hesitation. For all we know, Li Changjin may have already been slain by the witch clan. Why should I concern myself? Besides, I have little interest in knowing who the Emperor of Fengdu is. That, if you wish to go, then go by yourself.' Standing up, Hao Qian gritted his teeth. 'Fine, if you will not accompany me. I shall go alone. Once I ascertain who the Emperor of Fengdu is, I will make him wish for neither life nor death.' Yao Qi merely smirked and said nothing. Should the Emperor of Fengdu be a disciple of sage, you would be left utterly helpless, full of empty bravado. 'Do as you please,' she yawned. 'I wish to sleep a bit longer. You may go wherever you wish.' Hao Qian coldly snorted, glancing back at her before striding away. Heading towards the underworld, in the underworld, under the high, cold moon, the atmosphere was deep and the void trembled. Li's figure appeared, clad in red with flowing black hair, exuding a calm demeanor. His brows resembled a crescent moon, and his eyes sparkled like stars. So, this is the underworld. As Li traversed the void, He gazed about with curiosity, finding every aspect to be refreshingly novel. In his past life, the underworld was synonymous with calamity, misfortune, and death. Yet now, walking through this realm, he discovered that legends are merely legends. The underworld was not as fearsome as it was portrayed. The Witch Clan, it seems, has a flair for aesthetics, knowing to hang a bright moon in the sky to guide wandering souls. Lily glanced at the bright moon above and smiled, offering praise. The moon of the underworld is not the same as that of the primal land. It was crafted by the ancestral witches using innate spiritual treasures, solely for illumination, designed to assist the spirits in finding their way. Lily continued on his path. His pace was unhurried yet swift. Before long, he spotted the ghost gate in the distance. He stepped out of the void and approached the ghost gate. That moment, Hao Yin, having just arrived from the heavenly realm, also emerged from the void, and upon seeing Li, hurried forward, saying, "Fellow Taoist, please hold." Li paused momentarily, turning his head to glance at him, noting his distinguished bearing and profound cultivation, which left Li somewhat unable to see through him. He smiled and asked, "Fellow Taoist, do you have something to discuss?" Hao Yin, with a smile on his face, assumed Li was a being of the underworld and inquired, "I have come from the primal continent to visit your emperor of Fengdu. Might you guide me?" Li looked at him in surprise that he came to visit his own emperor. "May I ask, fellow Taoist, what business do you have with the emperor of Fengdu?" Cannot speak, Hao Yin replied mysteriously, shaking his head with a smile. "The matters I wish to discuss with your emperor are of great significance. I hope you will forgive me for not disclosing them." Li. "Very well," he waved his hand dismissively. "In that case, once you meet the emperor of Fengdu, speak to him about it." With that, he resumed his stride, intending to enter the ghost gate. Seeing this, Hao Yin quickly stopped him, producing a low-grade innate spiritual treasure from his sleeve and handing it to Li, saying, "Fellow Taoist, please assist me. Let us become friends." Li halted, an amused expression on his face that he had to admit Hao Yin was quite astute in matters of human interaction. Li discreetly accepted the spiritual treasure, spreading his hands and saying, "Fellow Taoist, I would love to help, but I'm also from the primal continent. I'm unable to assist." After saying this, he turned and strode towards the ghost gate. Hao Yin was taken aback. "So, you are not a being of the underworld, fellow Taoist," Hao Yin called out as he trotted after him. "Since you are not a being of the underworld, please return my spiritual treasure." Li quickened his pace upon noticing Hao Yin pursuing him. "A mosquito may be small, but it is still meat." Although this innate spiritual treasure was of somewhat lower grade, it was free, akin to finding money on the street. Why not take it? Suddenly, the ghostly guard at the ghost gate, seeing Li approaching, rushed forward to intercept him. Li ignored him, casually producing the seal of the Emperor of Fengdu and waving it before the guard. Upon seeing this, the guard's expression changed drastically, and he immediately prepared to kneel in reverence. Li halted him, entering the ghost gate with a flourish. "Return my spiritual treasure," Hao Yin yelled as he caught up, preparing to charge into the ghost gate as well. The guard, brandishing a large halberd, blocked his path, eyeing him with suspicion. "You dare to trespass in the heavy domain of the underworld?" Hao Yin halted, watching Li's figure slowly fade away. He pointed at his retreating back, gritting his teeth. "He can enter. Why can't I?" The guard looked at him with disdain, too lazy to respond to his question. "What is your status compared to his?" "You think you can compare?" As Hao Yin gazed at the ghost gate, the direction in which Li had vanished, his expression darkened, filled with murderous intent. He seethed, "You little thief! Do not let me encounter you again. If it were not for my more pressing matters, I would have rushed in to capture you, subjecting you to heavenly punishment and dismemberment for daring to deceive me out of my spiritual treasure." "Damn it!" Hao Yin fumed, then forced a smile, suppressing his anger, and addressed the guard. "I come from the heavenly court, wishing to pay a visit to your Emperor of Fengdu. Please convey my request." The guard glanced at him, pointed to the right, and said flatly, "Go queue over there. When the Emperor is willing to see you, you may enter." Hao Yin looked in the direction indicated, and upon seeing the long queue resembling a black dragon, his eyelids twitched violently. "Why are there so many? In that instant, he suddenly understood why Taibai Xingjuan had not returned with any news. He was still waiting in line. Having realized this, Hao Ian turned and walked towards the lengthy queue, casting his gaze over the myriad of bizarre beings, some of whom looked quite familiar. Your Majesty. In the queue stood the illustrious Taibai Qingcheng, who, upon catching sight of him from a distance, hastily waved in greeting. As the words formed on his lips, he hesitated, deeming the address of Your Majesty to be overly grandiose, and thus opted for a more modest salutation. Hearing the commotion, Hao Ian approached Taibai Qingcheng with purposeful strides. My lord, what brings you here? Taibai Qingcheng had initially intended to step forward and welcome, but then reconsidered. Having waited in line for an extended period, he feared that if he were to leave, someone might seize his place, which would be a significant loss. He thus retreated a step. Observing this, Hao Ian's expression darkened. It seemed that Li Chang'an harbored ulterior motives, as he did not even come forth to greet him, compelling Hao Ian to approach instead. Humph! Hao Ian snorted coldly. Taibai Qingcheng tugged at his sleeve, offering a conciliatory smile. My lord, please temper your anger. Queuing is no small feat. Come, stand with me, so that we may be summoned by Emperor Fengdu more swiftly. Behind them, a disgruntled voice erupted. Those arriving later should be mindful and join the back of the line. Do not cut in. Taibai Qingcheng retorted defiantly. We are part of the same group. My waiting is his waiting. Upon hearing this, many behind them were incensed. What nonsense! Go to the back of the line, shouted one. Have you no shame? I've waited for hundreds of years. Don't force my hand within the gates of the underworld. As Lili entered, his crimson robe billowed as if splashed with ink, swiftly transforming into a deep black, with the cuffs adorned in gilded primordial which script. Simultaneously, a profound and desolate imperial aura emanated from him, spreading like a black tide, enveloping all directions. Sacred and inviolable, his presence commanded reverence and respect. In that instant, whether the gatekeepers or the messengers tasked with capturing wandering souls, upon seeing him, instinctively felt a surge of awe. Recognizing his esteemed identity, Emperor, we pay our respects to the Emperor. They bowed before the Emperor of Fengdu. As he journeyed along the Yellow Springs Road, traversed the Wangxiang platform, admired the blossoms of the other shore. He made his way directly to the depths of the Yomi realm. The passing messengers and guards halted to pay their respects, clasping their fists in salute, bowing deeply. The Emperor of Fengdu has returned. By the heavens, I finally behold our Emperor. I always thought he was merely a legend. Yet here, he is alive today. Haha, our Emperor is quite handsome. I wonder if he has a Dao companion. How many Dao companions does he have? As Lili proceeded, the multitude of beings from the underworld whispered and speculated amongst themselves. Since the establishment of the Yomi realm, and with Lili being conferred the title of Emperor of Fengdu, he had never set foot in the Yomi realm, leading many to believe that the Emperor of Fengdu was nothing but a myth. Yet now, his personal arrival shattered those myriad rumors. Soon, he arrived at the banks of the Three Lives Stone. The stone bore the names of souls passing through, painted in a blood-red hue, inscribed with the words ascend to the other shore. Ali did not pause, moving past the Dog of Evil Ridge, then the Golden Rooster Mountain, Wild Ghost Village, until he finally reached the Hall of Bewilderment. Here, many souls would drink the water of truth, and under the guidance of the messengers, enter Fengdu City to face inquiry, reveal their truths, and receive rewards or punishment. Those who performed good deeds would enter reincarnation, while those who committed evil would descend into hell, as for other places such as the River of Forgetfulness, the Bridge of Forgetfulness, the Valley of New Life, and the Hall of Reincarnation. Lili did not continue further. Before he had even entered Fengdu City, he noticed the 10 Yama Kings already awaiting him at the city gates. Having received word of his arrival, upon seeing Li's figure, the Yama Kings' eyes brightened, and they hurried forward, bowing deeply in unison, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Emperor." "Rise," Lili casually responded, with a mere glance. He discerned the identities of the 10 Yama Kings. Each one hailed from the ranks of the 12 ancestor witches, their powers not particularly formidable, the highest among them barely reaching the Taiqing golden immortal realm. It seemed the 12 ancestor witches had grown weary of personally managing the affairs of the underworld and had selected 10 minor witches adept at governance from among their ranks. Haha! The Yama King stepped forward, laughing heartily. Your Excellency, you have finally arrived, King of Qingcheng exclaimed excitedly. Emperor, you have no idea how much bureaucratic backlog has accumulated in your absence. It is all waiting for your judgment. Indeed, Qingcheng Mountain added joyfully, whenever we encounter matters that are difficult to decide, we seek the ancestor witches for guidance. Yet they always say these matters are under your purview. But you have been absent, and we could not find you. Hearing their exchange, Lily grasped the situation. Naturally, the nascent underworld was rife with administrative tasks. There were numerous matters awaiting resolution, and over countless years, they had only multiplied. They were all waiting for him to address them. However, the crux of the matter was that he had not come to work. Ahem. Lily cleared his throat twice, interrupting their discourse, and replied dismissively. There are many issues to resolve. It cannot be done in an instant. There is no need to rush. The Yama King nodded in agreement. King of Qingcheng laughed. What the Emperor says is entirely correct. Those administrative matters stack up like Mount Buzhou that it would take more than a moment to resolve, and even 1,000 years may not suffice. 1,000 years. Upon hearing this, Lily was taken aback. That seems excessively long. Having just arrived in the Yomi realm, he was still unfamiliar with many matters. With a chuckle, he began to contemplate a hasty retreat. How absurd! Bureaucratic matters that could take 1,000 years to handle. How much must have accumulated? Stay here to help them resolve it. Madness. By the way, when I arrived, I noticed there were beings from the primordial realm claiming they wished to pay their respects to me. Lily shifted the topic. The Yama Kings nodded. Yes, Emperor, indeed there are many beings outside the Ghost Gate from various places wishing to pay you a visit. King of Qingcheng interjected. Emperor, there is no need to rush to meet them. I believe it would be prudent to first address the administrative matters. Before he could finish, Lily interrupted. No, these beings come from all corners of the primordial realm. They must be seen. Please prepare a list for me, and I will select a few to meet with in the Fengdu Hall. Your Excellency, King of Qingcheng attempted to speak again, but Lily decisively declared, It is settled. I shall go to meet them now. The 10 Yama Kings exchanged glances, not daring to defy Lily's command, and bowed in acquiescence. Moments later, under the guidance of the 10 Yama Kings, Lily entered Fengdu Hall, taking his seat at the main throne. The Yama King presented him with a list of visitors that Lily took it, casually flipping through the names. Wuzhuangwen, Zikanlun, Yini Palace, Huangdi Palace, Qingcheng Mountain, even the Heavenly Court. Lily's gaze swept over the list, mumbling, there are quite a few visitors. It seems they are all curious about my identity. Without needing to think deeply, Lily understood that these visitors sought to unveil the mystery of his status and origins as the Emperor of Fengdu. Whatever, since they were so eager to know, he would meet them. After all, he could not remain hidden forever. Lily bore a nonchalant expression, as the esteemed disciple of the supreme purity sage and the Emperor of Fengdu in the Yomi realm. He had no reason to fear anyone. Wuzhuangwen. Lily pointed to a name on the roster and said, Let this Qing Feng from Wuzhuangwen come to meet me first. The Yama King nodded and called out to those outside the hall. Go to the Ghost Gate and summon Qing Feng from Wuzhuangwen. Our Emperor wishes to meet him, but a voice responded from outside. Understood. Taibai, when will this Emperor of Fengdu finally come to meet us? Outside the gates of the Netherworld. Hao Qian sat upon a chair, anxiously tapping his legs, his face a portrait of impatience. Beside him, Taibai offered a sheepish smile, saying, My lord, there is no need for haste. Once the Emperor of Fengdu returns, we shall surely meet him. After all, there is no urgency in this matter. Hao Qian scoffed, expressing his dissatisfaction. How long have we been waiting? The arrogance of the Emperor of Fengdu is truly astounding. Those who know him understand he is merely a ruler of the underworld. Those who do not might think he governs the entire primordial realm. Taibai, with a forced smile, refrained from responding to tea that moment. Inkai, wielding a large halberd, approached the queue, announcing, Who among you is from Wuzhuangwen? Who is named Qing Feng? Hearing this, Qing Feng from Wuzhuangwen, puzzled, stepped forward and inquired, I am Qing Feng. May I ask what you require? The Emperor wishes to see you, replied the Inkai coolly. Upon hearing this, the entire queue erupted in a flurry of excitement. At last, the emperor has begun to receive guests. Haha. Pengu, I have finally waited long enough. However, Qingfeng, who had been first in line, could not fathom why someone from Wuzhuangwen would see the emperor before him. Qingfeng paused momentarily upon hearing the int-sized words, his eyes reddening as tears threatened to spill. 3,000 years. He had waited for 3 millennia. The emperor of Fengdu was finally willing to meet him. He would finally complete the task assigned by Zhenyu and Laozu and return to Wuzhuangwen. With a trembling voice and a hint of sorrow, Qingfeng said, "Friend, please lead the way." Zhenyuanzi, also known as Zhenyuan Daoren, was often found expounding teachings upon Mount Wanshou, opening the realm of earthly immortals, and thus was revered as the ancestor of earth immortals. His abode, Wuzhuangwen, was likewise celebrated as the ancestral ground of earthly immortals. In this regard, he bore similarities to me, the Grand Master of Golden Elixirs. Within the Fengdu Palace, Li Li sat in a high position, his mind swirling with thoughts of Zhenyuanzi. It was said that Zhenyuanzi emerged in a very early era, a contemporary of his own revered master Taiqing, that he had once visited the Zhixiao Palace to listen to teachings. The powerful figure, Hongyun, who was killed by the likes of Dijuan and Taiyi due to the chaos of primordial purple energy, was his close friend. The geographical tome commanded the mountains and rivers, while a single ginseng fruit tree gained renown throughout the primordial realm, in the later tale of the journey to the west. When the group passed by Wuzhuangwen, the Monkey King's son Yuqing, in a fit of rage, uprooted Zhenyuanzi's ginseng fruit tree. Eventually, through the intervention of Avalokiteshvara with the 3 light divine water, the tree was restored to life. In a twist of fate, Zhenyuanzi, setting aside past grievances, forged a brotherhood with son Yuqing. Superficially, Zhenyuanzi appeared to lack guile and strategy, seemingly absent from the annals of primordial history. Yet the true nature of his character remained elusive until one had the chance to engage with him. Emperor announced the Inkai as Qingfeng arrived. Just as Li Li was deep in thought, the voice of the returning Inkai resonated from outside the Fengdu Palace. "Let him enter," Li Li replied nonchalantly. Soon after, a youthful Taoist clad in a blue robe, with his hair neatly tied back and a handsome countenance, stepped inside. He bowed respectfully, saying, "I am Qingfeng from Wuzhuangwen, here to meet the Emperor of Fengdu." Li Li nodded and inquired, "What business does the Grand Master of Wuzhuangwen have in my realm of the underworld?" Qingfeng stood within the hall, glancing upwards before hastily lowering his gaze, respectfully stating, "My lord, having heard of the Emperor's ascension in the underworld, I felt deeply grateful that henceforth the souls of the departed shall have a resting place. I have come to convey my congratulations on behalf of my humble self." As he spoke, he produced an exquisite wooden box from his sleeve and presented it to Li Li with both hands. The king of the underworld, observing this, quickly stepped forward to take the box and placed it upon the table before Li Li. "How thoughtful," Li Li mused, casting a glance at the wooden box. Without the need to probe with divine sense, he surmised its contents were merely a few ginseng fruits. He pondered whether, after being picked and stored for so many years, these fruits remained edible. "Please extend my regards to your master upon your return," he said politely. Qingfeng nodded in acknowledgement, but did not take his leave just yet. Instead, he continued, "My lord said that soon the ginseng fruits on the tree in the temple will ripen, that he earnestly hopes that the emperor will visit Wuzhuangwen at that time to partake in the fruit banquet and discuss matters of importance." Upon hearing this, Li Li was taken aback. What urgent matters could Zhenyuanzi possibly wish to discuss with him? "Very well. This emperor is duly informed," he replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. Qingfeng, having received the confirmation, bowed once more and stated, "The emperor has pressing duties. I must return to relay this message, so I shall not impose further." His purpose for coming was a trifling matter of delivering a congratulatory gift, and it was not imperative for Li Li to meet him in person. The crux of the matter lay in his master's invitation to the Emperor of Fengdu to visit Wuzhuangwen for a discussion of unspecified importance. However, Qingfeng himself was unaware of the specifics. He was merely tasked with conveying a few words. Yet he had waited outside the gates of the netherworld for 3 millennia to deliver this message. "Very well." Li Li waved his hand dismissively. Qingfeng clasped his fists in gratitude. then turned and departed. Once he left, Lily exhaled deeply, stretching lazily and sighing. I am utterly exhausted. Perhaps I shall conclude matters for today. The 10 Yama kings exchanged glances. Momentarily rendered speechless. Is this really all it takes? You have merely met one person. King Qingcheng, with a wry smile, stepped forward. My lord, what do you think you are? You cannot be weary already. There are countless souls awaiting your attention outside the gates of the netherworld. You should hasten to finish your meetings and attend to the accumulated affairs of the underworld. They are truly overwhelming. Enough, enough. Lily waved his hand in exasperation. Let us continue. Next is by Qian from Qingcheng Mountain. The 10 Yama kings exchanged knowing smiles. They had come to understand that their emperor was no different from the 12 ancestors of Wu. Neither were particularly eager to address the affairs of the underworld. Yet those matters still required resolution. Master, what manner of person is my little uncle? At the foot of Qingcheng Mountain, Xiandu, clad in azure robes, accompanied his newly accepted disciple, both walking in tandem towards the mountain. Upon hearing his disciple's question, Xiandu, without turning his head, replied, "He is a person of immense fortune, possessing great wisdom and unparalleled talent." The little disciple nodded eagerly, chuckling. I heard from Brother Bien that little uncle is quite generous, gifting him tens of thousands of elixirs upon their first meeting, and he still has not used them all. With a grin, he continued, Master, do you think little uncle will give me a gift when we meet? Should I accept it or not? Xiandu replied coolly, Do not worry, my disciple. I will ensure he does not bestow anything upon you. There is no need for you to concern yourself with this matter. Please don't. The little disciple became anxious, quickly interjecting, When my uncle visits, how can it be wrong for him to give me a gift? Master, oh no, my foot. Just as he spoke, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his foot. Looking down, he discovered he had stepped on a wooden splinter, blood flowing freely. Ouch, that hurts, he gasped, hopping on one foot to the side of a tree, carefully attempting to extract the splinter. Master, wait for me. I've hurt my foot. Xiandu paused, glancing back to see his disciple barefoot, his brow furrowing in disapproval. Cannot you wear a pair of shoes? With such low cultivation, even a mere splinter can pierce your flesh. What do you hope to achieve? Hee, the young apprentice grinned, extracting the wooden splinters from his soles and limping along. Master, my heart is carefree, unburdened by material concerns. I have my own style. Otherwise, my friends wouldn't call me the barefoot immortal. As for my cultivation, Master, once I attain the realm of refining spirit and returning to void, even walking barefoot down the road will not prick my feet. Xiandu, somewhat exasperated, retorted, What barefoot immortal? I think you should simply be called Barefoot Boy. You are nothing but a source of endless embarrassment. The barefoot immortal chuckled, refraining from a reply, and looked up at the majestic Qingcheng Mountain. His curiosity piqued. Master, I heard from Senior Brother Bien Zhuang that you have been here before? Indeed, Xiandu nodded, continuing his ascent with a tone of nostalgia. That was many millennia ago, when your Grandmaster had just ascended from Kunlun Mountain, seeking a new Taoist venue. That I visited Qingcheng Mountain and found it lacking in both grandeur and fortune, insufficient to serve as a holy ground for a sage. The barefoot immortal surveyed the towering Qingcheng, its lofty peaks serene and tranquil, adorned with a myriad of auspicious colors and radiant light, and questioned, Master, how can I not see that Qingcheng Mountain is indeed grand and prosperous? Xiandu replied calmly, As I have mentioned, that was many millennia, 8G in the years since. Your little uncle has resided here, emanating the essence of the Tao, pervading the heavens and earth, and creating marvelous wonders, which has led to the continuous transformation of Qingcheng Mountain, its stature rising and its fortunes deepening. What is there to find extraordinary in that? Ha ha! The emperor chuckled heartily. Within the Fengdu Palace by Qian, the newly appointed queen of the Qingcheng Mountain, stood gracefully in the hall. Dressed in a simple skirt, she possessed an exquisite beauty, her demeanor enchanting, her aura ethereal, noble yet gentle, kind yet elegant, like a jade figure emerging from a painting. Particularly striking were her peach blossom-like eyes, filled with spirit and clarity. Emperor, Bai Qian said with a radiant smile, Since you take such an interest in our Qingqiu lineage, why not find a time to visit Qingqiu and behold it for yourself? Perhaps another time, Li replied politely, reaching for the list on the table, ready to seek the next being to meet. Observing this, Bai Qian's gaze shifted slightly, demonstrating her understanding. She performed a graceful bow, saying, "Since the emperor has matters to attend to, I shall not impose further and will take my leave." Li nodded slightly. Bai Qian bowed again before departing. After she exited the grand hall, Li raised his gaze to the outside, a hint of sentiment crossing his face. Qingcheng Mountain, in a previous life. It was indeed a place of great renown that it was said to be home to countless fox spirits. Yet in truth, it resembled an ancient kingdom of Qingcheng, inhabited by myriad beings. However, those beings were rather ordinary, their fortunes not particularly profound. The highest cultivation among the beings in Qingcheng Mountain, the nine-tailed celestial fox, barely reached the realm of Taiqing, Golden Immortal, in the vast expanse of the primordial world. They could hardly be considered even a third-rate power. Previously, Li had gleaned much from Bai Qian about Qingcheng Mountain, such as the 4 branches of fox spirits dwelling there, one being the Bai family of Qingcheng, another the Tu family of Qingcheng, along with the Su and Pure Fox clans. That he wondered which lineage the fox spirits among the 3 demons of Xuanyuan's grave would belong to during the impending calamity of the... Li chuckled softly, not pondering too deeply. After all, the calamity of the witch and demon had yet to occur. Whether the future calamity it would manifest remained uncertain. Yet he remembered that the calamity seemed to have begun when the Jade Emperor from the heavenly realm sought out Hongjun Daozu in the Zixiao Palace to lodge a complaint. Reflecting on this, Li's gaze swept over the visiting list in his hand. Landing on the heavenly envoy, he pondered briefly before speaking. "Go, summon the heavenly envoy. I wish to meet him," but a voice from outside the hall acknowledged him. Soon after, they proceeded to the gates of the underworld to summon the heavenly envoy. Outside the gates of the underworld, as Li began to receive guests, the Jade Emperor Haoqian felt slighted and humiliated for not being the first to be received. His anger flared as he paced back and forth outside the gates, muttering to himself, "What insolence! It would be one thing to receive a disciple from Wuzhuang Temple first. After all, Zhen Yuanzi is indeed a powerful figure in the world. But what is Qingcheng Mountain? How dare they rank ahead of me in audience? I'm the heavenly emperor appointed by the Lord himself. This Fengdu emperor dares not meet me first. Truly outrageous. Showing no respect to the Lord. How infuriating!" Taibai Jinxing stood nearby, though he did not comprehend how the Fengdu emperor's reception of the Jade Emperor connected to Daozu. He felt compelled to agree, saying, "Indeed, this Fengdu emperor is far too excessive." "Humph." Haoqian scoffed, preparing to continue his reprimand of the Fengdu emperor when a ghostly soldier called out, "Which of you is the heavenly envoy? Our emperor wishes to see you." Upon hearing this, Haoqian paused, then shouted, "Insolent fool! So now you finally remember to see me?" Taibai Jinxing's lips twitched but remained silent. He quietly followed Haoqian as they approached the gates, only to be halted again by the ghostly soldier. "Wait a moment," the ghostly soldier said slowly. "When other guests visit the emperor, they come alone. Why do you heavenly envoys come in pairs?" Haoqian frowned. What did other guests matter? Could they compare to the heavenly realm? He was about to reprimand when Taibai Jinxing quickly smiled and explained, "This is my master. I'm merely accompanying him." After a brief pause, he advised the Jade Emperor, "Your Majesty, this is the territory of the Witch Clan. Do not act impulsively. I shall remain here and await your return." The Jade Emperor's expression darkened, but he merely snorted and said nothing that he was not foolish. Expressing anger at a mere ghost soldier would serve no purpose. Moreover, should the 12 ancestors of the Witch Clan appear, even 100 of him would not suffice to contend with them. "Lead the way," Haoqian commanded coldly. With a scoff, the ghostly soldier turned and walked ahead, guiding them toward the Fengdu Palace. Haoqian followed closely behind. As they walked, he expanded his divine sense, observing the strength of the Witch Clan inhabitants, which left him astounded. The realm of Yomi was truly formidable. The presence of great Luo Golden Immortals was countless, and beings at the Tai Golden Immortal level were as numerous as fish crossing a river. This underworld realm seemed not to be trifled with. Haoqian's expression darkened as he contemplated how to interact with the Fengdu Emperor when they met. Before long, the ghostly soldier led Haoqian to the outside of the Fengdu Palace. announcing loudly, "Your Majesty, the heavenly envoy has arrived. Let him in," came a warm voice from within the hall. Upon hearing the voice, Hao Qian inexplicably felt it was somewhat familiar, though he could not immediately recall where he had heard it. He stepped inside, only to find the spacious and dimly lit Fengdu Palace, with the 10 halls of Yanluo standing respectfully at either side, their expressions reverent. The highest position, sat a handsome young man clad in a dark imperial robe, adorned with subtle golden patterns at the cuffs, idly flipping through a roster. The moment Hao Qian recognized him, he exclaimed in shock, "It's you!" Fuming, he shouted, "You little thief, return my innate spiritual treasure at once." Impudence, audacious, the Yanluo kings, including Chu Jiangwang and Junlin Wang, roared in unison, their faces filled with anger, their eyes wide, exuding an aura of murderous intent without restraint. Had this heavenly envoy gone mad? How dare he act recklessly in the underworld? Hearing the commotion, Lily also lifted his gaze and, upon recognizing the source, couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Oh, it's you. I didn't expect you to be the heavenly envoy. May I ask how to address you?" Hao Qian felt the chilling and bone-piercing murderous intent emanating from the 10 halls of Yama, his heart filled with both shock and fury that he spat with disdain. "You little thief! Listen closely. I am none other than the illustrious Tai by Qingcheng Mountain. You insolent wretch!" Upon hearing him speak disrespectfully towards his sovereign, King Yama could no longer contain his rage. With a fierce glare, he exclaimed, "I shall send you into the cycle of reincarnation this very moment." As he spoke, he summoned his spiritual treasure, ready to strike down Hao Qian. The other Yama lords, witnessing the scene, wore expressions of fury as they too summoned their treasures, preparing to take action. "Wait, wait!" Li Li raised his hand to halt them. His gaze fixed upon Li Chang'an with a knowing smirk. After a moment of appraisal, he suddenly laughed. Why would the noble Jade Emperor of the Heavenly Realm, upon visiting the underworld, choose to masquerade under the name of one of his subjects? Upon hearing Li Li's revelation, Hao Qian's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he blurted out, "How did you know?" The Yama lords, including King Yama, King Chu Jiang, and others, were immediately filled with rage, their eyes bulging in disbelief. "Well then," King Yama seethed, "you have the audacity to visit the underworld while deceiving the emperor with a false identity. Speak. What is your true purpose?" Li Li regarded him with a penetrating gaze. Realizing he had merely baited him, and was surprised by Hao Qian's own admission. Noticing the glint in Li Li's eyes, Hao Qian cursed inwardly. However, given the current situation, he had no choice but to lay his cards on the table. "Indeed, I am the Emperor of Heaven, Hao Qian." Li Li observed him silently, without uttering a word. Hao Qian suddenly chuckled, having initially thought the Emperor of Fengdu to be a formidable figure, only to discover him to be rather unremarkable. "Pray tell," he inquired, "to which revered sage do you belong? Is it your senior brother Yuan Shi, or perhaps your senior brother Tong Tian, or even your senior sister Nua?" Li Li's expression remained serene. He lightly gestured towards the void, from which a pure and ethereal light of Taiji burst forth from his fingertips, shimmering momentarily. Since Hao Qian had already confessed his identity, he too decided to drop the pretense. "My master is Taiji. What can you do about it?" Upon witnessing the flicker of the profound light at his fingertip, Hao Qian's pupils constricted sharply. While he maintained an outward calm, a tempest of emotions surged within him. Taiji's light? A disciple of the human teaching? He was indeed a direct disciple of Taiji. How well he had concealed this. Hao Qian's thoughts raced as he reflected on Taiji, who was notably different from the widely recognized Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, both of whom had countless disciples that, in contrast, the Taiji sect, as far as Hao Qian knew, had only one direct disciple, and with the addition of the current individual, there would be no more than 2. Should he dare to act against them, Hao Qian had no doubt that his master would not spare him. For now, he could not afford to offend the Emperor of Fengdu. With a forced smile, he spoke softly, "So you're a direct disciple of Taiji. In that case, you ought to call me Uncle Master." "Huh. Look at this chaos we've stirred up. We almost had a misunderstanding as a family." Li Li, with a sly smile, replied, "A family, you say? What of the innate spiritual treasure that Hao Qian Uncle Master previously possessed?" Will you still not claim it? Forget it. Hao Ian waved his hand nonchalantly. It was merely a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. Consider it a gift from your uncle master to commemorate our meeting. Da ha ha. Lily chuckled lightly. I expressed my gratitude to Hao Ian uncle master then. After a brief pause, he inquired, why is it that you, Hao Ian uncle master, are not content to remain in the heavenly court, yet have found the time to visit my underworld? Hao Ian, without a hint of embarrassment, replied, I have heard that the Emperor of Fengdu is compassionate and discerning, acting with fairness and in accordance with the heavenly Tao. Thus, I came to pay a visit and to learn how to manage the heavenly court. The 10 Yama lords, having observed Hao Ian's earlier fury dissipate into flattery after Li Li revealed his identity, exchanged glances of disdain. Hao Ian chose to ignore their looks, pretending not to notice. Li replied with a smile, Uncle Master, you flatter me. I am merely a novice at this role of emperor, with little experience. Feigning shock, Hao Ian exclaimed, What? This is your first time as emperor? With such adeptness in handling matters, I would have thought you had been an emperor for countless Yuan meetings. Seeing his demeanor, King Yama, King Qingcheng, and the other Yama lords felt an inexplicable wave of nausea wash over them. Da ha ha. Li Li laughed heartily. He had not anticipated that the esteemed Jade Emperor of Heaven would possess such a sycophantic side. Under the deliberate flattery of the Jade Emperor, the Fengdu Palace was filled with the sounds of Li Li's cheerful laughter. It was only when he began to feel somewhat weary of the charade that he allowed Hao Ian to take his leave. Hao Ian's original intention in coming to the underworld was to investigate the origins of the Emperor of Fengdu. With his purpose fulfilled, he departed the Fengdu Palace without delay as he stepped outside the Ghost Gate. His face was dark with displeasure. Awaiting him was Qingcheng, who hurriedly approached, curious, How did it go, my lord? Have you uncovered the secrets of the Fengdu Emperor? Hao Ian glanced at him, snorting coldly. I have indeed gathered some information, but for now, I cannot afford to offend him. Upon hearing this, Qingcheng was taken aback. He was well aware of how much the Jade Emperor loathed the Fengdu Emperor. Yet now, after their encounter, the Emperor could utter words of caution against offending him. This indicated that the Fengdu Emperor's background must be quite extraordinary. Could it be that he was truly a direct disciple of a sage? Taibai pondered silently, and then heard Hao Ian continue. Let us go. Having been out for so long, Yaoqi must be anxious at the heavenly court. With that, he prepared to leave the underworld and return to the heavenly court. However, at that moment, a thunderous roar erupted, reminiscent of the creation of the heavens and earth. The entire primordial realm seemed to tremble in response. Subsequently, a powerful and resonant voice rang out. Heavenly Tao above. I, Dongwang Tai, having contemplated the hardships faced by the demon race and their lack of refuge, hereby declare the establishment of a realm named Yao, to serve as a sanctuary for the beings of the demon race. From this day forth, all who identify as part of the demon race may enter. Let the heavenly Tao witness this. Hearing the proclamation, Hao Ian halted in his tracks, gazing towards the source of the voice with a profound expression. He murmured, Dongwang Tai, the demon realm. A sanctuary for the demon beings? As if struck by a thought, he slightly turned his head to ask, Qingcheng, I recall that Dongwang Tai's brother, Dijuan, perished at the hands of Tong Tian from the Jiejiao. Correct? Qingcheng nodded. Indeed, da ha ha. Hao Ian chuckled knowingly, waving his sleeve. Let us return to the heavenly court. Meanwhile, within the Fengdu Palace, upon hearing Dongwang Tai's announcement of the establishment of the demon realm, Li Li remained composed. He cast a glance towards the source of the voice before retracting his gaze, choosing not to dwell on it any further. After all, he had already learned of this matter from Bai Zhe. The demon realm? What a ridiculous notion! King Yama scoffed. Is he not merely imitating our Wu clan in establishing the underworld? King Qingcheng joined in, chuckling. Indeed, but it's a pity that the establishment of the demon realm will not yield much merit or fortune. The demon race is destined to lack any seats among the sages. Establishing the underworld provides countless lost souls with a place for rest and reincarnation, benefiting more than just the Wu clan. In contrast, the establishment of the demon realm serves solely the demon race. The two endeavors are not comparable, and thus the merits and fortunes they can acquire will differ significantly. Even so, The merit and fortune that could be garnered from the establishment of the demon realm would still elevate the standing of many powerful beings among the demon race. Such as by Ali chose not to express his views on the matter, instead glancing at the list before him, and blandly stated, "Next." Thus, he turned his attention to the next individual, the West Kunlun's Lu Wu. Qingcheng Mountain. While Li was residing in Fengdu Hall, receiving countless visitors from various beings, Xiandu, accompanied by his young disciple, meandered up the mountain. "Halt, newcomers!" Bai Sujin stood gracefully upon a massive rock, donned in a simple white dress. Her figure elegant and poised, her skirt fluttering in the breeze as she called out, "This place is the sacred ground of my master. May I inquire what brings you two Taoist friends here?" Xiandu raised his gaze to glance at her, remarking, "What a remarkable and exquisite little white snake you are, a powerful being at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm." He could easily discern the origins of Bai Sujin's lineage. The barefoot immortal chuckled, "Master, are you a little maidservant by the side of your young master? I am a disciple of your master. And this esteemed individual beside me is my own master, who is also your master's senior." Bai Sujin furrowed her brow. She had never heard her master mention anything about having a senior or a junior disciple. What kind of trickery is this? Little Qing descended from the mountain, angrily rebuking, "How dare you deceive us here at Qingcheng Mountain?" The barefoot immortal was taken aback. "Deceiver, are you accusing me?" He turned to look at his master. Xiandu, who maintained a calm demeanor, and said, "Is Li brother on the mountain? Please do inform him, and when he arrives, everything will become clear." Bai Sujin and Little Qing exchanged glances. Little Qing whispered, "Sister, it's difficult to discern the truth of this person's words, and with our master not present. What shall we do?" After a moment contemplation, Bai Sujin replied softly, "Little Qing, this individual possesses considerable cultivation. He was able to see through my origins at a glance. He must be at least a golden immortal, that if we rashly bring him up the mountain, and he turns out to be an enemy rather than a friend, we would be in grave danger, especially with Zhenwu and El Dongbin in seclusion. Even if we joined forces, we might not stand a chance against him." Their voices were barely audible, yet Xiandu, with his cultivation, heard every word distinctly. He chuckled, "Since Li brother is not on the mountain, how about we simply wait here for a while? When he returns, everything will naturally be clarified." "In a way," Little Qing objected. "The mountain is our master's sacred ground. What if you are a deceiver? With such high cultivation, and we cannot overpower you, what chaos might ensue?" "Oh dear," the barefoot immortal stomped his foot. "We are family. We are not deceivers." Saying this, he summoned his power and conjured a radiant light in his palm, exclaiming, "See this? It is the authentic technique of the human sect. It cannot be false. That still won't do." Little Qing shook her head. "Our master practices the golden core path, which is not the same as your aura." "How ignorant can you be?" the barefoot immortal retorted in haste. "But the golden core path is indeed part of the human sect. It belongs to the purest Taiqing mystical arts. This was personally taught to my junior disciple by the Taiqing, Saint on Shoyang Mountain." Upon hearing this, Bai Sujin and Little Qing were both stunned. The Taiqing saint? The human sect? What does this have to do with our master? Yet it seemed he was implying that their master was a direct disciple of the Taiqing saint of the human sect. But how could that be possible? Xiandu realized that these two little snakes were utterly unaware of their master's lineage. Not wishing to put them in a difficult position, he smiled and said, "Since my junior brother is not here, and you would prefer I do not ascend the mountain, what do you propose we do instead?" Bai Sujin bowed respectfully, maintaining her composure as she said, "If it truly is the case that you are my uncle, then allow me to apologize in advance. However, with our master absent, Little Qing and I are tasked with guarding Qingcheng Mountain. It is our duty, and we cannot recklessly invite a stranger to stature up the mountain. That I hope you can understand that if you do not mind, you may wait here temporarily, and we shall provide you with refreshments and delicacies shortly." "What?" the barefoot immortal exclaimed incredulously. "You actually wish for my master and I to wait here on this mountainside?" Xiandu chuckled. "What if I insist on going up the mountain?" Bai Sujin's eyes narrowed slightly as she replied, "If you insist, then I shall have to offend you." After saying this, she summoned a shimmering, intricate array in her hand, with 6 energies swirling and the interplay of yin and yang, the 6 Qi Qianyuan array. Upon seeing the array, Xiandu's pupils contracted in surprise. When did my junior brother attain such mastery in the art of formations? To be able to set up the 6 Qi Qianyuan array. As far as he knew, this formation was immensely profound and powerful, considered one of the most formidable in existence. Even a quasi-saint level being would risk falling if they carelessly entered it. However, the difficulty of arranging this formation was exceedingly high. Among the most adept at formations, only a handful within the entire sect could manage to set it up. Since you recognize this formation, you must also understand its power. I kindly ask you to refrain and patiently wait here. Bai Sujin said slowly that if possible, she preferred not to engage in conflict with Xiandu. After all, if what he said were true, it would be a grave misunderstanding. The barefoot immortal, indignant, exclaimed, "You dare to confront my master? My master is a being of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. With this formation, he could easily shatter it." "Stop your nonsense." Before he could finish, Xiandu slapped him on the back of his head, chiding, "Your master does not possess such capability. If it were your ancestral master, it might be another story." Upon hearing this, the barefoot immortal fell silent, his gaze shifting to the array in Bai Sujin's hands, his expression transforming. What kind of formation is this? It is so formidable that even a peak great Luo Golden Immortal cannot break through it easily. Only a heavenly Tao saint could do so with ease. This little master's understanding of formations is truly terrifying. All right, Xiandu chuckled. "It has been many years since I last saw my junior brother. Let us stay here for a while." After a pause, he asked, "By the way, did my junior brother mention when he would return?" Bai Sujin opened her mouth to respond, but little Qing chimed in. Soon. Our master said he would be back in a few days." Xiandu nodded. "Very well. In the underworld, at Fengdu Hall." After meeting with Lu Wu from the Western Kunlun, Lily welcomed several visitors from major prehistoric clans. He then perused the list and found that the remaining visitors were from relatively obscure powers. Li Li, feeling disinterested, decided against further meetings. He tossed the list aside and declared, "Let this be the end of our meetings." The 10 halls of Yama, who had been waiting attentively, brightened at this statement. King Chujiang stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, now that the visitors have been received, shall we proceed to address the accumulated affairs of state?" The Yama king concurred, "Indeed, Your Majesty. The matters of state are numerous. The sooner we begin addressing them, the sooner they can be resolved." Ali shot them a sidelong glance. "Address affairs of state? What nonsense! I came to the underworld for the path of the 12 ancestral witches, not to work." Gazing at the 20 pairs of expectant eyes from the 10 halls of Yama, Li pondered briefly and said, "I must make a trip to the 9 netherworlds to meet with the 12 ancestral witches and discuss some important matters." Important matters? What significant matters could possibly exist in the underworld? The 10 halls of Yama were baffled. The Yama king inquired, "How long will Your Majesty be gone?" Li casually replied, "Not long. I shall return shortly." The 9 netherworlds. This is the deepest part of the underworld. The dwelling place of the 12 ancestral witches, filled with countless tribes of witches. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Hail the Emperor of Fengdu." Li journeyed from Fengdu City, making his way here, pausing to exchange greetings with the Wu tribes he encountered along the road. He did not exhibit any arrogance, instead responding with a smile and a nod to each salutation. After a brief while, he arrived at the tribe of ancestor, which Di Jiang. Di Jiang was renowned for his mastery of the spatial Tao. In his previous life, Li had heard a saying, "Time is revered, space is sovereign, fate is unyielding, and causality reigns." This phrase encapsulated the 4 formidable paths among the myriad Taos: time, space, fate, and causality, each possessing tremendous power and esteemed status. Although Li believed that there was no distinction between the heights of the Tao or the superiority of spirits, embracing the principle of natural law and tranquility, the 12 ancestor witches each excelled in their own unique way. As the eldest among them, Li resolved to commence his studies with ancestor witch Di Jiang. After all, if Di Jiang, as the elder brother, was willing to demonstrate the spatial Tao for Li, then there was no reason for his younger brothers, such as Ru Shou and Zhu Rong, to withhold their teachings of their own paths. "Fengdu Emperor, what brings you here?" before Li Li reached the entrance. He encountered the towering and fierce great witch Qingcheng, who approached with a giant axe in hand. That I seek ancestor Di Jiang regarding certain matters. Li paused, curiosity peaking as he asked. Great witch Qingcheng, with that giant axe in hand, what do you intend to do? Oh, Qingcheng nodded, casually resting the axe on his shoulder. I plan to head to the Ghost Gate. He paused before elaborating. You see, the ancestor witches believe we great witches are too idle, and they've decided to assign us to rotate shifts guarding places such as the Ghost Gate and the Naiha Bridge. Li Li chuckled. With each of you great witches possessing the strength of a Deluo Jin Xian, your presence will surely deter any disturbances in the underworld. Ha! Qingcheng laughed heartily. He then raised a fist and said, Emperor, you carry on with your business. I must be off. When I have the time, I'll treat you to a drink at the Ghost Gate. Certainly, certainly, Li Li smiled in response, watching Qingcheng depart with his axe. Suddenly, he was struck by a thought that in the upcoming calamity of the journey to the west, should Sun Yuqing emerge and cause a ruckus in the underworld, those great witches stationed at the gates might very well subdue him. The Wu tribe would hardly care whether Sun Yuqing was a disciple of Buddhism or a creature of the demon race. If he dared to cause trouble, he would surely be dealt with. Li Li chuckled silently, dismissing further concerns. Whether Sun Yuqing lived or died had little bearing on him. Regaining his focus, Li Li made his way towards Di Jiang's location. It wasn't long before he spotted Di Jiang, his expression grave as he conversed with a junior witch. What is ancestor Di Jiang occupied with? Li Li called out cheerfully. Upon hearing the voice, Di Jiang looked up, and upon recognizing Li Li, a smile broke through his serious demeanor. He instructed the junior witch, You may leave. I will handle this matter shortly. Afterward, Di Jiang approached Li Li with a playful grin. Why, if it isn't our Fengdu Emperor, what brings you to the Nine Nether? Haha, Li Li laughed, curiosity piqued. I noticed you seemed quite serious earlier. Has something occurred? Nothing significant, Di Jiang replied, nonchalantly. It's merely that the countless souls in the wilderness require guidance daily, and the Yin officials are understaffed, leading to some overwhelm. He briefly recounted the situation. Ali couldn't help but smile, replying, What is so difficult about that? If the Yin officials are short-handed, why not establish a dedicated agency in a mortal realm to gather souls? Di Jiang, puzzled, asked, Establish an agency in a mortal realm? What sort of agency? Li Li elaborated. The current issue is simply that, after beings pass away, a Yin official must retrieve them to the Ghost Gate. However, given the vastness of the wilderness, it can be challenging for the officials to locate the souls. Thus, he continued, we could set up a city god in the mortal realm to collect nearby souls. Allowing the Yin officials to simply go to the city god's temple, that he outlined the role of the city god succinctly. That Di Jiang nodded repeatedly. Brilliant, brilliant. Little Jean Li, your intellect is indeed commendable. This dilemma has stumped many officials in the underworld, yet you've resolved it with such ease. The position of city god is excellent. It not only protects living beings, but also guides souls to the Ghost Gate, significantly reducing the need for Yin officials. Li smiled. In truth, he had more to say. The recruitment and guidance of souls in the underworld required both the city god and the establishment of land deities. The conjunction of the city god's position and the land deities would facilitate an orderly arrival of the wilderness souls at the Ghost Gate. However, while the city god could be appointed from the Wu tribe or virtuous beings of the wilderness, the role of land deity would hardly attract the interest of the Wu tribe's progeny, which was why Li Li chose not to mention it. Little Jean Li, Di Jiang said with a grin, Your arrival has alleviated a significant headache for me. Pray tell, what brings you to the netherworld this time? Li Li jested, Is it not my duty as the Fengdu Emperor? Ha! Di Jiang nearly doubled over with laughter. If you possess that sense of duty, why remain as Fengdu Emperor? We might as well slay Hao Yan and declare you the Heavenly Emperor. He waved his hand dismissively. Forget it, I have no desire to be the Heavenly Emperor. Li Li chuckled, waving his hand, but since ancestor Di Jiang has inquired, I shall be frank. Hearing of your prowess in the spatial Tao, I have come to request your personal demonstration of the spatial Tao. Upon hearing this, Di Jiang paused for a moment, Then a look of understanding crossed his face. Oh, I see. You wish for me to demonstrate the spatial Tao to aid your comprehension, thereby accelerating your cultivation in the Luo Jinxian realm. Li nodded. Precisely. Di Jiang laughed heartily. No problem. However, the spatial Tao is unlike the ordinary paths among the 3,000 Taos. Grasping it is not so straightforward. Even I took a full 3. He intended to say 3,000 yuan hui, but opted for 3 yuan hui instead. Li frowned slightly. 1 yuan hui equated to 129,600 years. 3 yuan hui. That seemed excessively long. Was the spatial Tao truly this difficult? After a moment of silence, Di Jiang assumed Li was taken aback by his talent and grinned. Our ancestor witches are favored by the heavens, possessing the cultivation of a Luo Jinxian upon birth. It is only natural that we excel slightly in comprehending the 3,000 Taos compared to ordinary beings. Little Jean Li, with your aptitude, you will surely grasp the essence of the spatial Tao in no more than 30 yuan hu. Li remained silent. 30 yuan hui was far too long. The total time he had spent cultivating to achieve the Luo Jinxian was less than 30,000 years. Hey, Di Jiang, thinking Li was intimidated, offered reassurance. You rank among the innate sequence, and your comprehension far exceeds that of ordinary postnatal beings. For them, becoming a Luo Jinxian is the pinnacle of their existence. But you are different. You have merged with a fragment of the primordial purple energy, greatly enhancing your potential. Surely, you will ascend to the status of a quasi-saint in due time. Di Jiang was aware that when the Wu tribe established the netherworld, Ho Tu had gifted Li a fragment of the primordial purple energy. However, he was unaware that this fragment had elevated Li's potential to the pinnacle of the innate sequence. Indeed, the potential of a top-tier innate demon god. In the beginning, Li fused with a fragment of the primordial purple energy, merely elevating his foundational stature to that of a mid-grade innate demon god. However, countless years have now elapsed, and as the fragment of primordial purple energy continues to intertwine and merge within him, his foundational potential has since ascended to the ranks of the highest innate demon gods in comparison to the once great beings such as the Kunlun Three Pure Ones, Fuxi, Niuhua, and the likes of Emperor Jun and Tai. He stands equally formidable. Li exhaled softly, and with measured words, he requested, I implore you, Grand Witch Di Jiang, to assist me in evolving the Tao of space. Overthinking proves futile. Moreover, he possesses the confidence that with his current foundational comprehension, it will be impossible for him to squander excessive time grasping the Tao of space. His ambition is set for 5,000 years. Within this span, he intends to comprehend Di Jiang's Tao of space. Very well, Di Jiang replied with a hearty nod. This is not the place for expounding the Tao. Follow me, and we shall seek a suitable venue. As he spoke, he gestured for Li to accompany him toward a locale apt for the evolution of the Tao of space. With Li trailing closely behind, in the celestial court, within the 33 heavens at the Lingxiao Palace, Yao Qi, upon crossing the threshold, Hao Yan exclaimed, Do you know who the Emperor of Fengdu is? I wager you could never guess. The illustrious Tai by Qingcheng followed closely behind, his face adorned with a respectful smile. Seated upon her throne, Yao Qi cradled her face in one hand, and upon seeing Hao Yan enter, she lazily inquired, Who is it? The direct disciple of the human teaching, Hao Yan proclaimed as he strode through the grand hall. He happens to be the personal disciple of the master of Taiji, known as Li. What? Yao Qi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The disciple of the master of Taiji. Is it not the case that the human teaching has always advocated for tranquility and effortless action, allowing the Tao to follow its natural course? How could he possibly have an interest in the authority of the emperor? With a scoff, Hao Yan smirked and replied, The master of Taiji, as a saint of the heavenly Tao, possesses a heart for the common people, embodying tranquility and effortless action, and thus would naturally harbor no interest in power. However, his disciple may not share such a disposition in my estimation, Li's ascension to the role of Emperor of Fengdu is solely his own undertaking and not a scheme orchestrated by the master. Yao Qi furrowed her brow. Yet even if this endeavor was indeed Li's own doing, he is still a direct disciple of the master of Taiji, we may not be in a position to act against him. Speaking of which, Hao Yin chuckled softly. You are correct. The master of Taiji has only 2 direct disciples. If we were to provoke him, it is likely we would reap no favorable outcomes. However, he continued, just prior to my return to the celestial court, I overheard that the Eastern Emperor Tai has opened the demon realm. His voice carried an ominous undertone. This Eastern Emperor Tai bears a deep-seated enmity with the lineage of Kunlun. Yaoqi raised her eyebrows slightly. Her curiosity piqued. Are you implying that during your time in the underworld, upon recognizing the identity of the Emperor of Fengdu, Hao Yin initially hesitated to provoke him? Yet upon learning of Eastern Emperor Tai's establishment of the demon realm, a seamless plan began to take shape in Hao Yin's mind. That he chuckled softly. We may be wary of the master of Taiji and hesitant to act against Li, but the Eastern Emperor, his elder brother, Emperor Jun, fell at the hands of the upper purities Tongtian. Moreover, I heard from Taibai Qingcheng that it was not solely Tongtian who intervened. The master of Taiji also took action. Taibai Qingcheng interjected. Indeed, it was the master of Taiji who struck, sending Eastern Emperor Tai's chaos bell flying and seizing the remnants of Emperor Donghua's soul from him. Hao Yin nodded in agreement and continued, Yaoqi, do you think that if we approach Eastern Emperor Tai for cooperation, he would be willing to assist us in eliminating the Emperor of Fengdu? Once the Emperor of Fengdu is dead, those he has appointed, such as the Flame Emperor, Yellow Emperor, White Emperor, and Black Emperor, will naturally become insignificant. Yaoqi's brows knitted together, her eyes glimmering with contemplation. She spoke softly. How can you be certain that Eastern Emperor Tai would dare to undertake a task that you yourself are hesitant to pursue? What if he too fears acting against Li? Hao Yin pondered this for a moment, acknowledging, what you say may indeed hold some truth, but the heavenly cycle is not complete. It is impossible to be certain in all matters. As long as there is an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance, it is worth attempting. Yaoqi remained apprehensive, stating, however, he is the direct disciple of the master of Taiji and the emperor of Fengdu, personally appointed by the 12 ancestors of sorcery. If this matter were to leak, we could find ourselves in grave trouble. Hao Yin fell silent, contemplating deeply before he sighed. I understand that this undertaking carries immense risk. But Yaoqi, I truly do not wish to continue as this nominal and powerless heavenly emperor. Yaoqi opened her mouth, but words failed her. Rest assured, Hao Yin said with a grave tone, this time, I intend to personally journey to the demon realm and speak face-to-face with Eastern Emperor Tai. Seeing this, Yaoqi could only sigh in resignation. Taibai Qingcheng, ever present, kept his head bowed, silent as the air thickened with tension. Soon after, within the Lingxiao Palace, Hao Yin and Yaoqi deliberated further on specific details, secretly preparing for the assassination of Li. In the underworld, in the 9 hells, within an isolated realm, Dijiang revealed his true form as an ancestor which his enormous stature, standing in the void, surrounded by ethereal Tao rhythms and shimmering brilliance. The vast power of space radiated in all directions. Countless realms of the myriad heavens floated and shimmered around him, akin to stars revolving around the moon. The Tao of space, in essence, represents the power of the myriad realms, capable of reshaping the world, altering the course of stars, and transforming the seas into land, folding dimensions to serve one's purpose. That Dijiang's deep and resonant voice resounded. Li sat cross-legged in the void, the auspicious clouds of the immortal path emitting boundless divine light. The 12th grade pure world, white lotus materializing to cultivate his spirit and enhance his comprehension. He lowered his gaze and closed his eyes, quietly contemplating the Tao of space before him. A century swiftly passed, followed by 200 years, 300, 400, 500, and then 1,000 years. Time flowed silently, imperceptibly slipping away in the demon realm, since Eastern Emperor Tai opened this domain. Countless beings identifying as demons have surged here like fish entering the sea, seeking a place to dwell. Now, countless years have passed, and the demon realm is teeming with life, rich in spiritual energy. With blessed mountains and innumerable celestial caverns. One day, the void trembled as the black-robed figure of Hao Yin, his face obscured by a conical hat, entered alone. In order to maintain secrecy, he had not even brought Taibai jinxing along. The demon realm? Ha! An attempt to mimic the witch clan, yet failing miserably. Hao Yian's divine sense swept over the area, revealing a hint of derision in his eyes. This so-called demon realm is merely Eastern Emperor Tai's imitation of the underworld. Yet regrettably, it is but a poor facsimile. Surveying the realm, he discerned that only a handful of great beings possess the cultivation of the Deluo Golden Immortal, in terms of foundational strength. They are vastly inferior to the current witch clan. Hao Yian retracted his divine sense, directing his gaze toward the heart of the demon realm, where a towering mountain loomed, its majesty reaching the heavens. Huangdi Peak. This mountain was named in remembrance of the Eastern Emperor's elder brother, and now serves as Tai's place of cultivation. Veiling his presence, Hao Yian advanced toward Huangdi Peak. Meanwhile, within the Eastern Emperor Hall atop Huangdi Peak, the deeply focused Eastern Emperor Tai sensed a subtle, yet overwhelming aura rapidly approaching. As his eyes flickered, divine light erupted forth, and he coldly declared, "Who dares to intrude? Who is it that spies upon my cultivation ground?" "Ha ha!" A light chuckle echoed as Hao Yian revealed himself, stating, "I am no mere intruder." Upon seeing this, Eastern Emperor Tai scrutinized him, realizing that their cultivations were nearly equal, both at the peak of the quasi-saint realm. However, the figure concealed within the black robe remained indistinct. With a frown, he demanded, "Who are you? What is your purpose in sneaking into my demon realm?" "I am Hao Yian," as Hao Yian unveiled his dark robe. Revealing his visage, he smiled and addressed Donghuang Tai, saying, "I have come to seek your counsel on a matter of great importance." Donghuang Tai's expression reflected surprise. "What brings you here?" he inquired, maintaining a facade of composure. Hao Yian paused momentarily, then spoke deliberately. "To avoid exposure, I cannot linger. Let me get straight to the point that I wish to ask you one question. Do you still desire to avenge your elder brother, Dijuan?" The moment these words left his lips, a formidable aura erupted from Donghuang Tai, sweeping through the surroundings and soaring into the heavens, imbued with an overwhelming intent to kill that shattered countless stars. He spoke in a low voice. "What do you mean by that?" The demise of his elder brother, Dijuan, had always been a thorn in his heart. Had it not been for the intervention of the Supreme Clears Tongtian during the battle in the Eastern Sea, how could the mere Donghua Emperor have possibly claimed victory? How could his beloved elder brother have fallen? The once mighty demon clan had been reduced to such a state, and all of this was attributed to the machinations of this Tongtian. Sensing the chilling intent radiating from Donghuang Tai, Baze, who was deep in meditation, suddenly awoke, his eyes snapping open as he hastened towards Huangdi Peak. Your Majesty, Baze called urgently. "What has happened?" He rushed into the Donghuang Hall, where he found his sovereign, Donghuang Tai, with a face as solemn as water, fixated with a murderous glare on a figure clad in black robes. "Who are you?" Baze bellowed, ready to take action. "Stop," Donghuang Tai commanded. Yet his gaze remained locked onto Hao Yian. "Hao Yian, entering the demon realm may be easy, but leaving is not so simple. You had better provide a satisfactory explanation today." Upon hearing Donghuang Tai address the man in black by name, Baze's heart sank. This was none other than the Jade Emperor from the Heavenly Court. What business did he have in the demon realm? Ignoring Baze, Hao Yian turned to Donghuang Tai and said, "Your brother's death was indeed orchestrated by Tongtian of the Supreme Clear. But do not forget, the Taiji Saint also bears some responsibility." Donghuang Tai fell silent. It was true that during that battle, the Taiji Saint was the first to strike, causing his own chaos bell to be sent flying, thus preventing him from joining forces with his elder brother to confront Tongtian. Consequently, his brother met a tragic end at the hands of this Tongtian. From this perspective, the Taiji Saint indeed shared a portion of the blame for his brother's fall. "What are you implying?" Donghuang Tai asked coldly. "You do not intend to lose your wits and conspire with me against the Taiji Saint and the Supreme Clear Saint, do you? Below the level of a saint, all are but ants." Though he harbored a deep-seated hatred for the yearning for its complete annihilation, he was still aware of his own limitations. His cultivation was merely at the quasi-saint level. If he were to face a heavenly Tao Saint, he would stand no chance, even against just one that that's so. Hao Yian shook his head. "Even if you and I joined forces, we would still not be able to contend with a heavenly Tao Saint. However, While we may not be able to confront the saints directly, we can take action against their direct disciples, temporarily demanding some interest from them. Dongwang Tai raised an eyebrow. Which disciple do you propose I target? The emperor of the human teaching, Li. Hao Qian replied solemnly. This individual is utterly despicable and is the favored disciple of the Taiji saint. If you were to eliminate him, the Taiji saint would undoubtedly be heartbroken, allowing him to experience the taste of losing a loved one. Upon hearing this, Beis hesitated to respond. Dongwang Tai spoke with profound meaning. You wish for me to slay the Taiji saint's favored disciple? Hao Qian, you truly are a master of schemes. Not only is this endeavor unlikely to succeed, but should it come to fruition, I would likely have to accompany Li to his grave. Hao Qian chuckled and replied, Fear not, Dongwang, that as long as you agree to my proposal, I can help you obscure the heavenly secrets. Even if you were to slay Li, no saint would ever know. Dongwang Tai's expression remained calm. And instead of making a commitment, he inquired curiously, Hao Qian, you are a disciple of the Tao ancestor, while the Taiji saint is the first disciple of the Tao ancestor. You are both part of the same Xianmen lineage. And Li is, in fact, your junior. I am curious as to why you would assist me in dealing with them and even urge me to kill your own junior. Hao Qian replied coldly. Junior, Li is nothing more than one who happened to find favor, becoming a disciple of the Taiji saint. He has arbitrarily proclaimed himself the heavenly emperor, and when has he ever regarded me? His senior, Dongwang Tai, understood the situation clearly that it was a struggle for the authority of the heavenly emperor. So, what say you? Hao Qian inquired. Will you undertake this task, or not? I require a decisive answer. I will do it. Dongwang Tai nodded slightly. You are correct. Even if I cannot confront the heavenly Tao saints, slaying a few of their direct disciples would serve as a good outlet for my frustrations. Seeing him agree, Hao Qian felt a surge of joy. In that case, let us deliberate on how to implement this plan. Subsequently, they devised a meticulous scheme, ensuring Li's demise was a certainty before Hao Qian departed from the demon realm. After his departure, Beis advised, Your Majesty, I have encountered Li before. He is a direct disciple of the Taiji saint and deeply favored by him. Why must we wade into such murky waters? Dongwang Tai smiled. You are mistaken. Beis looked perplexed, and Dongwang Tai continued. This Hao Qian intends to use me as a weapon to eliminate the emperor of Fengdu and solidify his authority as the heavenly emperor. But for us, while he utilizes us as a blade, we can also employ him as a pawn to instigate internal strife within their Xianmen lineage. Beis pondered this thoughtfully. Dongwang Tai chuckled twice and turned to Beis. What do you think would happen if I were to inform Li of this plan, given his temperament? Upon hearing this, Beis's eyes widened in shock. Hao Qian was certainly in peril in the underworld. Time passed without notice, and the years slipped away unrecognized. In the blink of an eye, 3,372 years had vanished. Within an isolated microcosm, Li, suspended with his legs in midair and eyes closed, radiated immense spatial power before finally opening his eyes. The realms were in turmoil, and planes were obliterated. In his gaze, it seemed as if the sun, moon, and stars were in constant flux, with realms being born and subsequently destroyed one after another. After more than 3,000 years, he had finally comprehended the essence of the space D-A-O.L. Li sighed with emotion. This time, with the assistance of the Primordial, which Emperor Jiang in evolving the space Tao. His understanding had progressed rapidly. Within a mere 3,000 years, he had fully grasped the space Tao. Standing upright in the air, he appeared to have transcended this space, existing independently in another universe. Meanwhile, the Primordial which Emperor Jiang, who had been resting nearby, suddenly stirred, as if sensing something, and opened his eyes. Seeing Li standing, Emperor Jiang also rose and stretched, yawning as he asked, How goes your comprehension of the space Tao? It must not be an easy task, right? No need to rush. After all, with the immortality of the great Luo Golden Immortals, you have infinite time to ponder. He assumed Li was simply fatigued and had paused his comprehension of the space Tao to rest. However, Li smiled and replied, Thank you, Emperor Jiang, for your guidance. I have fully comprehended the space Tao. What? Emperor Jiang was momentarily taken aback, thinking he had misheard, and repeated, "What did you just say?" "Ha ha." Lily laughed. "I have completely grasped the space Tao." Emperor Jiang frowned, little coy. "Do you not understand the principle of seeking truth in the Tao? Why boast about such matters?" Li smiled without responding. With a mere flick of his hand, he cut through the surrounding void, creating a spherical space within which chaos swirled, dim and indistinct, resembling an independent planet. This is the spatial division. Di Jiang stood in utter disbelief, pondering how this could possibly be. Had he truly only slept for a mere 2,000 years? When combined with the time spent performing the Tao for you, it could scarcely amount to 3,000 years in total. Have you truly comprehended it? A trademark smile graced Li's face as he humbly replied, "It is merely luck, nothing more to I in truth." Alongside his understanding of the Tao of space, he had also grasped numerous spells concerning its application, including spatial division, spatial confinement, and the like. Di Jiang fixed his gaze upon Li, his expression peculiar, his eyes wide with astonishment, his face a canvas of incredulity. Until today, he had never entertained the notion that a being could comprehend the Tao of space within a mere 3,000 years. Ahem. Feeling uneasy under Di Jiang's scrutiny, Li cleared his throat softly and said, "Di Jiang Ancestor Witch, I intend to visit other Ancestor Witches shortly to seek their assistance in performing the Tao. Unless there are further matters, I shall take my leave." With that, he prepared to depart. That moment, Di Jiang suddenly seemed to recall something amusing and exclaimed, Come, I shall accompany you. Let us first visit Zhu Juyin." His mastery of the Tao of time was considerable. Li had yet to decide which ancestor witch to approach next, but upon hearing Di Jiang's proposal, he acquiesced, saying, "Very well, I appreciate your company. Di Jiang Ancestor Witch." "Haha," Di Jiang replied, beaming with joy. Not at all. Moments later, atop an ancient mountain, Zhu Juyin gazed in astonishment. "Little coy, you wish for me to assist you in evolving the Tao of time here for your comprehension?" Li nodded, affirming, "Indeed, in the realm of the Luo Jinxian, one must comprehend 3,000 Taoists. Rely solely on myself would be far too slow, so I humbly request the Ancestor Witch's aid." "Little coy," Zhu Juyin said with a furrowed brow, "it is not that I am unwilling to assist you. Rather, the Tao of time is extraordinary. Its comprehension can take a minimum of several thousand yuan hui, and potentially even tens or hundreds of thousands. When I grasped the Tao of time, it took me nearly 4,000 yuan hui.l. Ali was taken aback. 4,000 yuan hui. The Tao of time was indeed so formidable? How could this be over 1,000 times more than the time Di Jiang spent on comprehending the Tao of space, which he claimed was only 3 yuan hui? He queried, "Is the Tao of time truly so much more challenging than the Tao of space?" Di Jiang Ancestor, which stated he only took 3 yuan hui. "What?" Zhu Juyin exclaimed in shock, turning to look at his elder brother Di Jiang, puzzled. "I recall you spent a full 3,000 yuan hui to comprehend the Tao of space." Before he could finish, Di Jiang hastily covered his mouth, admonishing, "Is it not merely a matter of allowing you to evolve the Tao of time? Why all this unnecessary chatter?" Zhu Juyin widened his eyes, staring at his elder brother Di Jiang, blinking in surprise. Suddenly, he seemed to grasp something, his expression shifting as he pushed Di Jiang's hand away and muttered, "Brother, you truly have a knack for boasting. Who could possibly comprehend the Tao of space in just 3 yuan hui?" Turning back to Li, Zhu Juyin said, "Little coy, follow me. I shall assist you in evolving the Tao of time." Li nodded and followed suit. They soon arrived above the river of time. With a casual gesture, Zhu Juyin gathered a handful of time, using his own Tao rhythm as a guide, spreading it around as he began to evolve his Tao of time. Shadows danced, flora flourished and withered, and the cycle of life and death unfolded before Li's eyes, depicting the ebb and flow of time. Unbeknownst to him, he became lost in contemplation. That moment, Zhu Juyin approached Di Jiang and whispered, "Elder brother, why do you deceive him by claiming you only spent 3 yuan hui to comprehend the Tao of space?" Di Jiang shot him a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, "And what of it? Do you not believe that this little coy will, at most in 5,000 years, fully comprehend your Tao of time?" Zhu Juyin chuckled, shaking his head. That is impossible. And one understands the Tao of time better than I do. It took me nearly 4,000 yuan hui to grasp it, let alone this little koi. Even if you granted him 5,000 yuan hui, you may not even comprehend the basics of the Tao of time. That Di Jiang smirked. Care to wager with your elder brother? Wager on what? Zhu Jiuyin retorted, his face a picture of defiance. I'm not one to jest. I have yet to encounter anyone who could surpass my understanding of the Tao of time. Before long, Di Jiang planned to establish the position of city god in the Great Desolation, which would require members of the Witch clan to oversee it. Di Jiang chuckled. If you lose, you shall take your tribe to the Great Desolation and oversee it for 100,000 yuan hui. What say you? Humph. Zhu Jiuyin scoffed. And if I win, what then? Di Jiang grinned. If you win, you may demand whatever you wish that I accept the wager, Zhu Jiuyin declared, casting a sidelong glance at Di Jiang as he added. If I win, you shall wait until her younger siblings are present and call me brother 3 times. Di Jiang's expression froze. This troublesome younger brother was asking for trouble. The earth was fragrant and vibrant. A tender blade of grass slowly pushed through the soil, growing stronger under the sun and wind, flourishing green. As autumn arrived, the grass began to wither and fade. Subsequently, winter came, the roots retreating into the earth as all life vanished, leaving the ground bare and desolate, snowflakes swirling in the air. This was Li Li's domain of time. This moment, he sat cross-legged, his head bowed, with a red sun rising slowly from the eastern horizon, only to swiftly descend behind the western mountains. Day after day, year after year, the scenes around him transformed continuously. As time passed, the vast ocean became flat land, and beings were born only to perish in turn. Simultaneously, Li Li's appearance was in constant flux. His cascading black hair turned to white. His once supple skin began to age, and his handsome visage became lined with wrinkles. As time progressed, his comprehension of the Tao of time deepened. His pale hair returned to black, his aged skin became smooth again, and his wrinkled face regained its youthfulness. All of this repeated endlessly, as though he were experiencing the inexhaustible passage of time and the transformation of the world within a mere instant. Not far away, Zhu Jiuyin watched as the aura of time surged around Li Li, his expression shifting from doubt to astonishment and ultimately to shock. How could this be possible? The speed at which the aura of the Tao of time emanating from him was rising was astonishingly rapid. Beside him, Di Jiang appeared unfazed, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. Well, how does it feel? You are destined to lose this wager. Zhu Jiuyin shook his head. Guarding the Great Desolation for 100,000 yuan hui was not a significant matter. However, he was far more intrigued by why Li Li was comprehending the Tao of time at such an extraordinary pace. If this continued, it seemed he would fully grasp my Tao of time in less than 5,000 years. Zhu Jiuyin thought, astonished, turning back to his elder brother Di Jiang. He asked, Elder brother, just how much time did little Koi spend comprehending your Tao of space? Di Jiang, this time without hesitation, replied, he fused with half of the primordial purple energy, and his innate talent has likely ascended to an extraordinarily formidable level. AS for comprehending the Tao of space. He only took slightly over 3,000 years. What? Zhu Jiuyin was utterly taken aback. Incredulity etched on his face. 3,000 years. He comprehended the Tao of space in just 3,000 years. Elder brother, you took a full 3,000 yuan hui. Di Jiang huffed dismissively. And what about you? Given his innate talent and extraordinary comprehension, he will surely grasp the Tao of time before long. Zhu Jiuyin opened his mouth, suddenly recalling something, and frowned. Elder brother, you must have suspected this long ago. Which is why you proposed the wager. Di Jiang smiled but remained silent. However, the expression on his face had already betrayed him. Very well. Zhu Jiuyin expressed his discontent, saying, We are kin, sharing the same bloodline. Yet you would conspire against your own brother. Di Jiang glanced at him askance, snorting softly. You still remember that you are the younger brother? Just a moment ago, who was it that wanted me to address him as elder brother? I was merely jesting with you. Zhu Jiuyin retorted, his tone resolute. Di Jiang replied coolly, and I too was jesting with you. Zhu Jiuyin was momentarily at a loss for words. Brother, on another note, the Hongmeng purple qi is indeed formidable. Even in its half form, once infused within me, it has elevated my innate potential to such a terrifying degree. He cast a glance at Li Li. Unable to suppress a sigh of admiration, Di Jiang nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Hongmeng purple qi is the key to enlightenment. It is a pity that our Wu clan cannot utilize it. Suddenly, Zhu Jiuyin's curiosity was piqued, and he inquired, "Brother, if this half portion of the Hongmeng purple qi possesses such effects, could it be that if this little koi were to obtain the other half, he might have the opportunity to achieve sanctification?" Di Jiang paused for a moment, deep in thought, before responding slowly. The 6 saints of Heaven's Tao all attained their status through the Hongmeng purple qi. Thus, with them as examples, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for this little koi should he acquire the entirety of the Hongmeng purple qi. Zhu Jiuyin chuckled. "The other half is in the possession of the demon master Qingcheng. Why don't we assist the little koi in retrieving it? Once he achieves sanctification, given his connection to our Wu clan, we shall gain substantial support." That Di Zhang's eyes flickered with contemplation as he replied, "Since the fall of Emperor Jun of the Heavenly Court, the demon master Qingcheng has vanished alongside the divine Emperor Fuxi. Where shall we commence our search?" After speaking, an idea struck him, and he exclaimed in unison with Zhu Jiuyin, "Our younger sister." Zhu Jiuyin smiled. "The vastness of the primordial world is boundless. For the two of us, seeking out the demon master Qingcheng would require countless epochs. However, our younger sister is different. Having attained the rank of saint, should she agree to assist, locating the demon master Qingcheng would be but a fleeting moment." Di Jiang added with a smile, "Indeed, yet this matter cannot be rushed. We shall wait until we have the opportunity to discuss it with our siblings." Zhu Jiuyin nodded in agreement. I in their Wu clan. Matters were always approached in such a manner. Trivial issues could be resolved independently, yet significant matters necessitated collective deliberation. Nevertheless, both Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin believed that their kin would not oppose this endeavor. In the North Sea of the primordial realm, unlike the vast and majestic East Sea or the enchanting beauty of the South and West Seas, the waters here were tranquil and deep, unruffled by waves. At this moment, a gaunt figure clad in black robes, the demon master Qingcheng, knelt, raising his head with an expression of reluctance. "Your Holiness, the Taiqing saint, you are a paragon of the heavenly Tao, possessing profound cultivation and noble character, always detached from worldly affairs that I, Qingcheng, have long held you in high esteem. Yet today, you come unbidden, pressuring me to relinquish half of the Hongmeng purple Q. You truly disregard the bond we once shared at the Zixiao Palace. Seeking to eradicate me utterly." Before him, the Taiqing Dao Tianzuan, adorned in a fishtail crown and wearing a bagua robe, sat cross-legged in the void, exuding an air of tranquility as he spoke. "Qingcheng, it has been countless epochs since our last meeting at the Zixiao Palace. I have not come here to rely on my cultivation to seize what is not mine. Instead, I wish to propose a transaction. To be frank, I have a disciple named Li Li, whose foundation is weak yet possesses good fortune. He has fortuitously obtained half of the Hongmeng purple qi, nearing the threshold of becoming a quasi-saint. I have come to acquire the other half of the Hongmeng purple qi from you, as a gift to assist in his ascension to quasi-saint." Qingcheng's expression darkened, and he scoffed. "Your disciple is indeed fortunate to have stumbled upon such a treasure. But to procure a quasi-saint gift, you would forsake the dignity of a saint and personally come here to bully the weak." Taiqing shook his head, calmly asserting, "As I mentioned, I seek to engage in a transaction, not to exploit my cultivation. Should you be unwilling, then so be it. A transaction?" Qingcheng retorted with a derisive laugh. "What kind of transaction? You are a saint. Who would dare oppose your desires?" Taiqing's expression remained unperturbed as he replied slowly. "In exchange for your Hongmeng purple qi, I offer that the Qingcheng clan join our human sect. Would you accept?" As the years flowed by, 3,917 years later, in the realm of the underworld, amidst the 9 hells, Li Li, immersed in the comprehension of the Tao of time, awakened from his meditative state, opening his eyes. Within their depths seemed to swirl the infinite currents of time, a testament to the passage of ages. He suppressed his aura and sighed. "Time flows relentlessly, indifferent to day and night, is truly the most merciless of forces that at this moment. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, who had been standing nearby, approached. Di Jiang cheerfully exclaimed, "Congratulations, little Koi, you have comprehended another aspect." Li smiled and addressed Zhu Jiuyin. "I am grateful to the ancestor Wu for guiding me. The Tao of time is ever-changing. Without your assistance, I fear I would not have grasped it so swiftly." Zhu Jiuyin scrutinized Li and questioned, "Little Koi, you seem quite ordinary. How is it that your speed of comprehension is so remarkable?" Li jested, "Perhaps it is due to my good fortune. Whenever I wish to accomplish something, it tends to go smoothly." "Goodness." Zhu Jiuyin shook his head with a chuckle. "Your fortune is indeed extraordinary. Unparalleled in this world." Ali laughed heartily, but remained silent, turning his gaze toward Di Jiang and inquired, "Next, I intend to visit the other ancestor Wu. Di Jiang, Ancestor Wu, will you accompany me?" "Of course," Di Jiang replied without hesitation. "Why would I not go?" Li then looked at Zhu Jiuyin and asked, "Will you be joining us, Ancestor Wu?" Zhu Jiuyin shot a glance at Di Jiang and replied with a hint of annoyance, "I was just schemed against by a certain cunning elder brother. I must return to the primordial continent to establish a city-god temple and oversee matters for 100,000 epochs. I lack the time to indulge in leisure." Di Jiang rolled his eyes. Clearly, it was he who had lost the bet, yet now he was blaming his brother for being scheming. Ali was somewhat puzzled, but upon hearing Zhu Jiuyin mention the city-god temple, he understood it was of great importance and did not press further. Thus, he and Di Jiang proceeded to the Zhu Rong tribe, spending countless years there before Li acquired the Tao of Fire. They then ventured to the Rushou tribe, followed by the Zhumang and other ancestor Wus, each time gaining insight into the various Taos of metal, wood, thunder, and more. In the end, perhaps weary of the journey, Di Jiang returned to his own tribe, leaving Li in the company of ancestor Wu Gong as they made their way to the Ping Exine Hall. Upon arriving at the residence of the Earth Mother Saint, Li was greeted with surprise. "Ah, little Koi, what brings you here?" In a garden vibrant with blossoms of myriad colors, the Earth Mother, dressed in a light yellow gown, was leisurely swinging on a swing, while two adorable black and white creatures, the iron-eating beasts, stood by her side, assisting in propelling the swing. They were panting heavily, dripping with sweat. Ali approached with a smile, taking the place of the iron-eating beasts behind the swing. The two creatures cast a grateful glance at him. "I happen to have a matter that requires your assistance, your ladyship," Li said cheerfully. "Humph." The Earth Mother huffed lightly, her body swaying on the swing, her hair fluttering and her skirt billowing as she spoke. "I knew it. You wouldn't come to Ping Exen Hall without a reason. Speak. What is it?" Li steadied the swing with his hand, giving it another push as he replied with a smile. "It's nothing major. I have reached the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm and need to comprehend the 3,000 Taos that I would like to request your assistance in elucidating the Tao of reincarnation." The Earth Mother swung gently, tilting her head slightly as she inquired, "You wish for me to impart the Tao? Are you certain?" The sage of the heavenly way, with the imprint of the celestial doctrine upon his primordial spirit, stands as the sovereign of all paths. He wields dominion over the myriad ways, enlightening the heavens above. Should they endeavor to manifest the grand principle, it is due to their own